Chapter 1. Blind Date. Mom, I refuse to go on a blind date. Love that stems from such arrangements is devoid of soul. Upon returning home from work, Yang Tao sprang up from the sofa in shock at the revelation that her mother had once again suggested a blind date. Her head shook vigorously, akin to a rattle. Well, why don't you find a love with a soul for me then? My dear, you are already 26 this year. Others your age already have children who can run errands. Yet here you are, without even a boyfriend. If I don't send you on a blind date, who else should I? Yang Tao's mother, Xue Sume, rolled her eyes in exasperation at her daughter's words. She had endured much worry for her daughter. Yang Tao's father had passed away when she was young. It was solely Xue Sume who had tirelessly raised Yang Tao. After finally seeing her daughter graduate from university, she had hoped to breathe a sigh of relief, but now she found herself fretting over Yang Tao's romantic pursuits, which weighed heavily on her heart. This young man is introduced by Aunt Wang, and according to her, he is a remarkable fellow. Although he is 2 years younger than you, he has already purchased a house and a car in the capital. Moreover, he is quite handsome. Regardless of your feelings, I have already set a time with Aunt Wang, and you must meet him. If things don't click, we can discuss it then. Xue Sume, observing her daughter with her head bowed, issued her final ultimatum. Realizing that she could not escape this blind date, Yang Tao reluctantly agreed. When is it? Where? Yang Tao asked, her face downcast. Seeing her daughter relent, a smile finally broke on Xue Sume's face. Tomorrow afternoon. It happens to be the weekend, so if you two hit it off, you can enjoy a meal together or perhaps watch a movie. It won't interfere with your work. The address is. As her mother continued to chatter, Yang Tao rolled her eyes, noted the time and address, and then retreated to her room. Lying on her bed, Yang Tao stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. She genuinely desired marriage, yet she was averse to blind dates. To her, such arrangements felt like forcing two unrelated individuals together, often resulting in mutual heartache. With a sigh, she contemplated how to sabotage this blind date. The following afternoon, under her mother's insistence, Yang Tao finished her makeup and dressed before leaving home. The venue for the blind date was a quaint CAF. Upon her arrival, she found the CAF sparsely populated. Selecting a window seat, she ordered a coffee and checked her watch, realizing there was still half an hour until the agreed time. She then pulled out her phone to pass the time. Hello, are you Miss Yang Tao? A gentle, slightly magnetic voice broke through her distraction. Startled, Yang Tao looked up to find a man smiling at her, standing before her. Yes, I am Yang Tao. After a moment of surprise, she finally regained her composure and nodded. Nice to meet you. I'm Mu Chun, introduced by Aunt Wang, the man said, extending his hand. Hello. Yang Tao quickly stood to shake Mu Chen's hand. Once he was seated across from her, she took a moment to scrutinize him. It must be said. The man was indeed handsome, over 6 feet tall, with striking features that could easily make a girl swoon. However, Yang Tao was not easily swayed. As the lobby manager of a 4-star hotel, she had encountered her fair share of attractive women. As Yang Tao assessed Mu Chun, he was likewise appraising her. Upon recognizing her familiar face, Mu Chen's lips curled into a charming smile. Miss Yang, since we are on a blind date, let us get to the point. I will share a bit about myself first. I am 24 years old, orphaned, and I own 2 apartments and a villa in the capital. The villa, located in the city center, is currently under renovation. I live in one apartment and have another vacant. I possess a Porsche Panamera and have only dated once during university. Mu Chun slowly laid out his circumstances. Yang Tao, sitting across from him, was taken aback by his revelation. He owned 2 apartments and a villa in the capital? Her immediate reaction was disbelief, thinking the man was boasting. After all, real estate prices in the capital were astronomical. Chapter 2. The Tycoon System. An ordinary person might spend their entire life unable to afford a single apartment. Additionally, with such means, how could he not find a suitable partner without resorting to a blind date? Yet, observing the calm confidence in Mu Chen's smile, Yang Tao began to reconsider. Perhaps he was not exaggerating after all. It would be quite easy to expose any falsehood in such matters. Do you think him boasting? Mu Chen asked as Yang Tao remained lost in thought. Well, a bit. Yang Tao nodded slowly. If your situation is truly as favorable as you claim, you wouldn't need to resort to a blind date. Indeed, I could have avoided this. The only reason I'm here is that I couldn't refuse Aunt Wang's enthusiasm. Mu Chun shrugged nonchalantly. So, you have no expectations for this blind date? Yang Tao inquired, looking at him intently. Correct. However, if I happen to meet someone suitable, I would not mind pursuing a relationship. Mu Chun replied with a gentle smile. Phew, that's a relief. To be honest, I loathe blind dates. If it weren't for my mother's insistence, I would never have come. With Mu Chen's affirmative response, Yang Tao felt a weight lift off her shoulders, leaning back in her chair with a soft laugh. It's clear from your expression that you are resistant. Nonetheless, even if we have no intention of pursuing this blind date, would you mind if I treat you to a meal? Mu Chun tilted his head, smiling at Yang Tao. Yang Tao was momentarily taken aback. In her view, since neither had any interest in the blind date, the logical next step would be to part ways. Despite Mu Chen's invitation for dinner, Yang Tao decisively declined. After all, this was their first meeting, and since neither had any intention of furthering their acquaintance, a meal together would only lead to an awkward atmosphere. After watching Yang Tao's car merge into traffic, Mu Chen smiled and walked toward his Porsche Panamera. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Blind date. Reward. 1 academic district property in the capital. Hearing the voice in his ear, Mu Chen's lips curled into a smile as he drove smoothly into the flow of traffic. Upon returning to his residence, Mu Chen parked and ascended to his apartment. Lying on the expansive sofa, he gazed at the ceiling, lost in thought. It had been nearly a year since he arrived in this world. A year ago, Mu Chen had traversed into the body of a university graduate who shared his name, awakening a tycoon system. With every passing second, he earned a modest SUMWY, spending the equivalent amount. He could upgrade the system that in the course of this year. Mu Chen transformed his system from earning 5 cents per second to an impressive 200 yuan per second. Additionally, he accomplished the tasks required for the release of 4 systems. His 2 apartments and 1 villa in the capital were rewards for completing these tasks. However, he now possessed 3 apartments and 1 villa. To this thought, Mu Chen summoned the system in his mind, and an attribute panel materialized before him. Name, Mu Chen. Age 24. Current system level, level 6. Cash reward per second, 200 yuan. Experience for upgrade, 15810,000. Available funds, 6,460,000. Note: spending, gifting, or investing 10,000 yuan grants 1 experience point. Tasks, none. Gazing at his attribute panel, Mu Chen inhaled deeply, a wry smile gracing his lips. Earning 200 yuan per second seemed substantial. He could amass over 5 million in a month without lifting a finger. Yet, to upgrade once more, he would need to expend 100 million yuan. This implied it would take nearly 2 years before he could achieve another upgrade. Fortunately, Mu Chen harbored no grand ambitions. An income of over 5 million monthly was more than sufficient for his needs. Shaking his head, Mu Chen removed his jacket, preparing to wash up in his room. Meanwhile, after leaving, Yang Tao did not return home but instead drove to meet 2 of her close friends for afternoon tea. Peach, didn't you say you were on a blind date? How did it end so quickly? Did you not fancy him? Soon, Yang Tao's friends, Zhao Yang and Lan Weiwei, arrived. After they settled in, Zhao Yang curiously inquired about Yang Tao's date. It's not that I didn't fancy him. We both had no intention of pursuing anything, so it ended rather swiftly. Yang Tao gently shook her head. What happened? Do tell. Zhao Yang pressed eagerly. Yang Tao recounted her encounter with Mu Chen, and after listening, Zhao Yang furrowed her brow and remarked, "This man seems to be quite the braggart. If he truly owns 2 apartments and a villa in the capital, why would he even need to go on a blind date? What kind of woman could he possibly want that he couldn't find?" Chapter 3. Farewell, Yang Tao. He likely isn't lying. Although my time with him was brief, he doesn't strike me as someone who would fabricate stories. Moreover, he was adorned in luxury brands, and there indeed was a Panamera parked outside when we left. As Yang Tao spoke, Mu Chen's handsome visage flashed through her mind. If he isn't boasting, then Peach, haven't you just let slip a diamond bachelor? Lan Weiwei interjected, astonished. Hearing her words, both Yang Tao and Zhao Yang paused, and after a moment, Yang Tao bitterly shook her head. What's there to lament? He simply isn't interested. That truly is a pity. Lan Weiwei feigned sorrow, but a glimmer of schadenfreude flickered in her eyes. Lan Weiwei's mother, Lan Kaiping, and Yang Tao's mother, Xue Sumei, were both part of the same arts troupe. Due to Lan Saiping's competitive nature, Lan Weiwei had absorbed a penchant for comparing everything with Yang Tao. Thus, upon witnessing Yang Tao seemingly dismiss a diamond bachelor, how could she not revel in the misfortune? After a brief chat, the trio soon cast aside thoughts of Mu Chun. As twilight descended, Yang Tao finally drove back to her apartment complex. Upon unlocking her door, she was startled to find Xue Sume standing at the entrance, her face adorned with a mask. "Mom, what are you doing? You startled me." Yang Tao rolled her eyes, feeling exasperated. "Well, did you find anyone appealing on your date today?" Xue Sume asked, removing her mask to scrutinize Yang Tao. "It was all right, but it seems he wasn't interested in me," Yang Tao replied while changing her shoes. "Ha! Spare me. I already spoke with Aunt Wang. She mentioned that the young man is quite taken with you. How did it transform into him not liking you?" Xue Sume retorted with a scoff. "Oh?" Yang Tao was left perplexed, her mind swirling with questions. "Quite fond of her, you say? Wasn't she just being pressured? Regardless, I've arranged with Aunt Wang that tomorrow we will go hiking together. She will bring that young man along, and you should join us. I want to see this young man whom Aunt Wang has praised to the heavens." Without waiting for Yang Tao to respond, Xue Sume retreated into her room. Yang Tao stood bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. Unbeknownst to her, Mu Chun had no particular feelings for her. Despite her undeniable beauty, resembling a star from his previous life, Mu Chun recognized that Yang Tao sought marriage and a stable family. Yet, he currently had no inclination towards matrimony. After all, with the power of the system at his disposal, how could he plunge into the grave of marriage before fully indulging in life? Thus, when Aunt Wang inquired about his meeting with Yang Tao, Mu Chun had suggested that she seemed somewhat disinterested. This led Aunt Wang to believe that Mu Chun had feelings for Yang Tao, prompting her to arrange further opportunities for them to meet. Mu Chun understood that Aunt Wang's actions stemmed from her gratitude for his past assistance in saving her husband's life during a fainting episode in the neighborhood. Since then, she had showered him with kindness, often inviting him for meals. Had Aunt Wang's daughter not already been married, Mu Chun was certain she would have introduced them. In any case, Aunt Wang was genuinely looking out for him, so Mu Chun felt it inappropriate to decline her invitation for the hike. He knew that the hike was merely a pretext for matchmaking. The next morning, while still lost in slumber, Mu Chun was jolted awake by a series of knocks on the door. Blinking sleepily, he opened the door to find Aunt Wang, in her 50s, clad in sporty attire, radiating energy as she stood at his doorstep. "Xiao Chun, are you still asleep? Hurry up, we need to go hiking," Aunt Wang urged cheerfully. "Aunt Wang, you're quite early." Mu Chun yawned, offering a wry smile. "We must start early for a hike. Otherwise, it will be too hot once the sun rises." Aunt Wang replied with a light laugh. "All right, come in for a moment while I freshen up." Mu Chun welcomed her in before retreating to wash up. Once he was ready, dressed in sportswear, Mu Chun descended with Aunt Wang. They then set off in the black Panamera, following Aunt Wang's directions. Yuanbao Peak, while not particularly renowned among the many tourist attractions in the capital, was a favored spot among locals who typically avoided the more commercial sites. To outsiders, those tourist sites might appear beautiful, but to the locals, they were merely places they had frequented since childhood. Upon reaching the base of Yuanbao Peak, the sun had just begun to rise. After waiting at the foot of the mountain with Aunt Wang for a while, a Volkswagen slowly approached and came to a stop in front of them. Soon, a beaming Xue Sume emerged, followed by a visibly displeased Yang Tao. Chapter 4. The Contented Xue Sume. "Dear Aunt, you all enjoy yourselves. When you're ready to head back, remember to give me a call, and I will come to pick you up." A man in his 30s leaned out of the car, addressing Xue Sume as the window slowly rolled down. "That's all right, you should go home and keep Chinger company. I can return with your Aunt Wang," Xue Sume replied before turning her gaze toward Mu Chun. Beside her, Yang Tao glared at Mu Chun with an expression of discontent, as if he had committed some grave offense against her. "Old Xue, come here. Let me introduce you to the young lad I mentioned. Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun. This is your Aunt Xue. Who knows? She might become your mother-in-law one day." Aunt Wang enthusiastically introduced them. "Hello, Aunt Xue." Mu Chun greeted her politely. "Wonderful. It's a rare occasion for me and Aunt Wang to hike, so you and Tao can enjoy yourselves. We won't intrude," Xue Sume stated with evident satisfaction in her eyes as she looked at Mu Chun. Standing over 6 feet tall and possessing striking good looks, Mu Chun was, according to Aunt Wang, an orphan, which made him the ideal son-in-law in Xue Sumei's eyes. Having said that, she wasted no time in taking Aunt Wang up the mountain, leaving Mu Chun and Yang Tao staring at each other in silence. I'm sorry. I didn't expect Aunt Wang to bring you out again. I couldn't possibly refuse the kindness of the elders. As the atmosphere grew awkward, Mu Chun finally broke the silence, glancing at Yang Tao's exquisite features with a hint of helplessness. Yang Tao, initially brimming with frustration over spending her weekend with Mu Chun and being awakened before dawn by her mother, found her anger dissipating upon hearing his apology. Deep down, she understood that it was primarily Xue Sumei and Aunt Wang's intention to bring them together. Yet, as Mu Chun had mentioned, the elder's goodwill was not something one could easily decline, which was the root of Yang Tao's irritation. Fine, but you owe me lunch to make it up. Yang Tao frowned, followed by a light huff. Treating you to lunch is no problem. Whatever you wish to eat is fine, Mu Chun replied eagerly. However, this cannot continue. Judging by my mother and Aunt Wang's demeanor, they are determined to matchmake us, Yang Tao said with a grimace. She recalled the look of satisfaction on Xue Sumei's face when she had seen Mu Chun. Yang Tao remembered that her mother had introduced her to several suitors before, but none had ever elicited such an approving expression. If it comes to that, perhaps I should just go abroad to escape the pressure. My villa is under renovation for another 3 to 4 months. I could easily spend a few months abroad and return afterward. By then, I could move away from Aunt Wang, and she would likely drop the matter, Mu Chun suggested thoughtfully, furrowing his brow. Hearing this, Yang Tao felt a surge of discontent. Logically, Mu Chun's idea was the most sensible. It would spare both elders heartbreak and grant them freedom. Yet, inexplicably, Yang Tao felt a pang of indignation at his words. Am I really that undesirable? You would rather flee the country than face me? Yang Tao glared at Mu Chun, her annoyance palpable. Mu Chun found himself at a loss for words. Miss Yang, when have I ever shied away from you? Wasn't it you who refused to go on a blind date with me? He countered. That hardly necessitates fleeing the country. If it comes to it, we could just put on a show in front of them, Yang Tao remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Mu Chun. Her lips pursed. That's a splendid idea. This way, we can both enjoy some peace. Mu Chun's eyes lit up at her suggestion. Yang Tao shot him a look of exasperation and fell silent. Meanwhile, Mu Chun, feeling unfamiliar with Yang Tao, found himself at a loss for words. Well, Auntie and the others certainly won't be coming down anytime soon, and we can't just stand here idly, can we? Have you had breakfast? Let me treat you. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Chun finally broke the silence. Sure, I didn't have much of an appetite when I woke up, but now I'm quite hungry. Yang Tao nodded in agreement. Although Xue Sumei had prepared breakfast, Yang Tao had been too tired to eat. Now, approaching 9 o'clock, her stomach was beginning to growl. Yuanbao Peak is not remote. At its base lies a quaint little town. Neither of them had driven, so they chatted as they strolled into the town, attempting to ease the tension between them. However, due to their unfamiliarity with each other, the conversation felt somewhat awkward. Yet, it was undeniable that they couldn't remain silent. Thus, Mu Chun found himself searching for topics to discuss. In the past year, he had encountered numerous young women, especially in a bustling city like Beijing, where he frequented nightclubs. Yet, when it came to serious relationships, Mu Chun had never truly engaged in one throughout his 2 lifetimes. Chapter 5. The Injury. Unlike the romantic tales depicted in films of the past life, Yang Tao in this world has never experienced love, nor has she been deceived by any former boyfriend. Thus, the awkwardness of 2 individuals, who have never been in a romantic relationship, being forced together is quite palpable. Fortunately, they soon found themselves in a breakfast shop in the small town. After each ordering their meals, the atmosphere between them began to improve slightly. As their conversation unfolded, Yang Tao slowly realized that Mu Chun was quite knowledgeable. He could engage with her on any topic she brought up, which made her chatting experience quite delightful. Just as they finished their breakfast, Mu Chun's phone unexpectedly rang. Puzzled, he took it out and saw that it was a call from Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang, what's the matter? Mu Chun asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Yang Tao, sitting beside him, also looked at him with intrigue, as Aunt Wang and her mother should still be climbing the mountain. Xiao Chun, you and Taozi need to hurry up the mountain. Aunt Xue just twisted her ankle and fell. She is unconscious now. Aunt Wang's voice was laced with urgency. Upon hearing this, Mu Chun furrowed his brows and replied solemnly, Aunt Wang, don't worry. Taozi and I will be there immediately. Please take care of Aunt Shui. With that, Mu Chun hastened towards the foot of the mountain. Yang Tao, upon hearing Mu Chun mention Shui Sume, felt a surge of anxiety, even though she wasn't fully aware of what had transpired. Once Mu Chun ended the call, Yang Tao urgently inquired what happened. Aunt Shui just twisted her ankle and fell, and she is unconscious. Mu Chun nodded, his tone grave. What? Yang Tao exclaimed, her composure shattered as she sprang into action, sprinting towards the mountain foot. Mu Chun, seeing her rush, quickly followed closely behind. Though Aunt Shui and Aunt Wang were older and had been climbing for some time, they hadn't ascended very high. It wasn't long before Mu Chun and Yang Tao spotted Aunt Shui and Aunt Wang sitting by the roadside. To their relief, Aunt Shui had regained consciousness, pressing her hand to her forehead, and a vivid red stain was evident on the tissue she held. Mom, how are you? Yang Tao rushed over with concern etched on her face. Oh dear, I'm getting old. I can't believe I twisted my ankle while climbing a mountain. I'm certainly not as spry as I used to be. Aunt Shui sat at the roadside, her spirit somewhat deflated. Hearing Yang Tao's worry, she managed a wry smile. Xiao Chun, I'm glad you both are here. Let us hurry down. Aunt Shui's foot is quite swollen. Aunt Wang said, her face filled with guilt, as it was her idea to come hiking today. Now that such an incident had occurred with Aunt Shui, she felt heavy remorse. Mu Chun, acknowledging Aunt Wang's sentiments, nodded and approached Aunt Shui, gently rolling up her pant leg. Indeed, her right foot was swollen and red. Aunt Shui, let me carry you down the mountain. We need to get you to the hospital for a checkup. Mu Chun said, looking at her earnestly. Aunt Shui nodded in silence. Once Mu Chun had lifted her onto his back, the four of them hastened down the mountain. After descending, Mu Chun drove the three of them towards the city. Upon reaching the entrance of the second hospital, Mu Chun parked the car and then carried Aunt Shui inside, entrusting the vehicle to Yang Tao for parking. Inside the hospital, the doctor promptly began examining Aunt Shui, while Mu Chun and Aunt Wang settled in the waiting area. Oh, Xiao Chun, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Aunt Shui wouldn't have gotten into this predicament. Aunt Wang lamented, seated on a bench in the corridor, guilt-ridden. Aunt Wang, this isn't your fault. It was an accident. No one anticipated this. Mu Chun gently reassured her, taking her hand in comfort. But what exactly happened? How did Aunt Shui end up twisting her ankle? Mu Chun mused, recalling the relatively even path they had taken. I'm puzzled too. We were chatting when suddenly Aunt Shui stumbled and twisted her ankle, then fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Aunt Wang sighed. Just then, Yang Tao approached, clutching Mu Chun's car keys, her face filled with anxiety. Mu Chun, how is my mom? Don't fret. The doctor is still examining her. It shouldn't be serious. Mu Chun replied softly, trying to calm her. Upon hearing his words, Yang Tao sat beside Aunt Wang, her eyes glistening. At that moment, she too felt a pang of guilt, believing that had it not been for her, Aunt Shui would not have gone hiking, and thus this incident would not have occurred. Observing the two silent women, Mu Chun felt at a loss for how to comfort them, merely standing nearby with a bittersweet smile. After waiting for over 10 minutes, the doctor finally emerged from the examination room. Doctor, how is my mother? Yang Tao quickly stood to inquire. The patient is in stable condition. The wound on her forehead is superficial and requires no significant treatment. There is some minor fracture in her ankle. We'll apply a cast, and she just needs to rest at home, the doctor explained, adjusting his glasses. Yang Tao and Aunt Wang both exhaled in relief. That is good. That is good, Aunt Wang murmured, a wave of comfort washing over her. At that moment, a man and a woman hurried down the corridor, asking, Sister, brother-in-law, you're here? The doctor said Mom is fine. Upon learning that Aunt Shui was safe, Yang Tao finally felt a weight lift from her heart, addressing her sister and brother-in-law softly. Mu Chun remained silent, recognizing that they were Yang Tao's sister, Su Qing, and her husband, Duan Shifeng. Although Su Qing was not Aunt Shui's biological daughter, she had grown up with her and was like a daughter in every sense. Phew, that's a relief. Su Qing sighed, feeling reassured upon hearing that Aunt Shui was all right. She had been quite alarmed by Yang Tao's phone call, which had left her uncertain about the situation. Chapter 6. Luxury. A group of individuals had been waiting at the clinic's entrance for nearly half an hour when Shue Sume emerged, her right foot encased in a plaster cast, pushed along in a wheelchair by a nurse. "Auntie, are you all right?" Su Qing inquired anxiously upon seeing Shue Sume. "Qinger, has Shi Feng arrived?" Shue Sume responded, her face brightening with a smile. "I'm fine, just getting old and not as spry as I used to be. One little twist and I end up in a cast. Then we should refrain from climbing mountains in the future," Su Qing quickly suggested. "All right, I apologize for worrying you. Let us head home." Shue Sume nodded gently. Seeing this, Yang Tao attempted to push Shue Sume's wheelchair, but before she could approach, Shue Sume waved her hand dismissively. "Taozi, it's unnecessary. Your sister and brother-in-law can take me home. I must express my gratitude to Xiaomu for running around for this old lady. Since I cannot thank him personally due to my injury, I entrust that task to you. Please invite Xiaomu to lunch today." Shue Sume glanced at Mu Chun before addressing Yang Tao. Hearing Shue Sume's words, Yang Tao rolled her eyes. This old lady, even while seated in a wheelchair, still thought of her own affairs. It was both exasperating and amusing. Meanwhile, Su Qing and Duan Shifeng exchanged glances, surprise evident in their eyes. They were well acquainted with Shue Sume's character. Yang Tao's straightforward nature mirrored that of Shue Sume, and they were aware of the budding relationship between Mu Chun and Yang Tao. It seemed Auntie had quite the fondness for this young man. Su Qing mused, directing her gaze towards Mu Chun. Although they had waited outside for quite some time, Su Qing had been so concerned about Shue Sume that she had not taken a proper look at Mu Chun. Now, she had to admit he was quite handsome, and his demeanor was equally remarkable. Externally, he seemed well-matched with Yang Tao, though his inner qualities remained unknown.
"King, let us go."
Shue Sume's voice snapped Su Qing back to reality. "Oh, yes, Auntie," Su Qing responded, moving to push the wheelchair towards the hospital exit. Yang Tao stood there, watching the trio depart, feeling abandoned by her own mother. "Sai, Xiaomu, you and Taozi go enjoy yourselves. I shan't intrude on your outing." Auntie Wang chimed in. "Auntie Wang, let me drive you home. Taking a taxi alone can be quite a hassle," Mu Chun offered, glancing at Yang Tao before addressing Auntie Wang. In his car, Mu Chun drove toward the residential complex. Yang Tao sat in the passenger seat, gazing out the window, lost in thought. Auntie Wang remained silent in the back seat. After a 30-minute drive, they finally arrived at Mu Chen's residence. Auntie Wang exchanged pleasantries with Mu Chun before exiting the vehicle to head home. "Is this where you live, Mu Chen?" Yang Tao asked softly, observing the moderately aged yet well-kept complex. "Indeed, right across from Auntie Wang. It's still early. Would you like to come up for a bit?" Mu Chen smiled, glancing at his watch and noting that it was still before 11. Normally, given their relative unfamiliarity, Yang Tao would decline such an invitation. However, for some inexplicable reason, she nodded in agreement. Mu Chun, surprised by her acceptance, parked the car, and they both exited. Mu Chen's apartment was on the 16th floor. After taking the elevator, he opened the door to his home, welcoming Yang Tao inside. Yang Tao had always assumed that a man's solitary abode would be in disarray. However, upon entering Mu Chen's home, she was pleasantly surprised. The spacious living room was impeccably organized, the floor spotless. "Mu Chun, I didn't expect your place to be so exquisite,"
Yang Tao remarked,
surveying the room with a smile. "It's decent enough. I can't stand a messy home," Mu Chun replied as he approached the refrigerator. "Would you prefer mineral water or a soft drink?" "Soft drink, please," Yang Tao said, settling onto the sofa. After retrieving a bottle of soda and a bottle of mineral water, Mu Chun joined her on the couch. "Thank you." Yang Tao accepted the drink, her eyes widening as she noticed the label on the bottle. "Is this Veen mineral water?" Her astonishment was understandable. She had only seen this brand in a 4-star hotel where she worked, where a single bottle could cost hundreds. Yeah, I'm not really into soft drinks. I usually only drink mineral water," Mu Chun admitted, slightly taken aback. "How extravagant. This one bottle could keep me hydrated for a month or two." Yang Tao chuckled wryly. "Would you like one? I can get you another bottle," Mu Chun offered sheepishly. He hadn't intentionally chosen this water. He had simply purchased it online while upgrading his system, buying 5 boxes in one go. "No, Thank you. It's just mineral water. Whether it costs hundreds or just a few, it all quenches thirst, doesn't it? Yang Tao shook her head. You certainly have a refreshing perspective. Mu Chun took a sip of water and smiled at her. I can't help it. Yang Tao shrugged. By the way, Mu Chun, what do you do for a living? Why? Are you interested? Mu Chun tilted his head, intrigued by her question. Interested? My foot. I'm merely curious about your occupation. Yang Tao shot him an annoyed glance. Actually, I don't have a fixed job. I dabble in stock trading and futures. Whatever is profitable, Mu Chun replied, deliberately omitting any mention of his system. Even if they grew closer, he would keep that secret. After all, the system and his travels were his greatest mysteries. Chapter 7. The beginning of something new. Upon hearing Mu Chen's response regarding stocks and futures, Yang Tao was momentarily taken aback. Although she lacked a deep understanding of these financial instruments, she was aware of their lucrative potential. However, she also recognized the risks involved, as losses could be substantial. You truly are impressive. Unlike us, who can only work diligently for a meager salary, Yang Tao remarked with a hint of envy. Noticing the envy in her voice, Mu Chun simply smiled and remained silent. By the way, how much is my mother's treatment today? I'll transfer the money to you. Yang Tao suddenly recalled, looking at Mu Chun inquisitively. Earlier at the hospital, it was Mu Chun who had settled Xue Sumei's medical expenses. Caught up in her worries for Xue Sumei, Yang Tao had forgotten about the payment, but now that it crossed her mind, she felt compelled to reimburse Mu Chun. Just a little over 500. You can give me 500, Mu Chun replied, knowing that Yang Tao was not the type to take advantage of others. Thus, he did not hesitate to state a figure. All right, add me on WeChat, and I'll transfer it to you, Yang Tao said, extending her phone towards him. After Mu Chun scanned her WeChat ID, she promptly sent the money. After chatting for a while on the sofa, Mu Chun finally stood up and said to Yang Tao, all right, it's about time. Shall we go out for a meal? Yang Tao nodded and followed him out the door. Unexpectedly, as they stepped outside, the door across the hall swung open. Aunt Wang, holding a bag of trash, paused upon seeing the two emerging from Mu Chen's home. Are you two heading out? Aunt Wang asked with a beaming smile. Yes, Aunt Wang, would you like to join us for a meal? Mu Chun inquired, smiling back at her. You young folks go ahead. This old lady won't intrude. Besides, if I go, your uncle won't have any food left. Right? I'll come celebrate your wedding when it happens. Aunt Wang replied, her tone filled with warmth. Upon hearing Aunt Wang's words, Yang Tao felt her cheeks flush. Lowering her gaze and standing beside Mu Chun, noticing her embarrassment, Mu Chun couldn't help but smirk slightly. Well then, Aunt Wang, we'll take our leave. Rest assured, you will be on my guest list for the wedding, Mu Chun said as he led Yang Tao into the elevator. As the elevator doors closed, Yang Tao finally exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, Aunt Wang, after disposing of the trash, returned home and immediately dialed Xue Sumei's number. What nonsense were you just spewing? You're talking about weddings when it's still too early. After catching her breath, Yang Tao shot Mu Chun an irritated glance. Hey, when did you become so conceited? I never mentioned it was our wedding. I merely referred to mine. Who knows who my future wife will be?
Mu Chun teased.
Observing Yang Tao's flushed cheeks with amusement, Yang Tao was momentarily stunned, realizing that Mu Chun had indeed only spoken of his own wedding. This thought left her both embarrassed and annoyed. Humph, she huffed, glaring at Mu Chun and choosing to ignore him. What's wrong? Are you upset? Mu Chun asked softly, noticing her demeanor. No, I just don't want to talk to you, Yang Tao replied, casting a sideways glance at him. All right, I won't tease you anymore. What would you like to eat for lunch? This meal is on me, Mu Chun suggested, sensing that continuing to provoke her might genuinely upset her. What to eat? I'm fine with anything. You decide, Yang Tao replied after contemplating. Realizing she didn't have a particular craving, she relinquished the choice to Mu Chun, not bothering to argue over who would pay. After all, she could always treat him next time. All right, I'll take charge then, Mu Chun said, as the elevator reached the ground floor. After exiting, he drove away from the community. By the way, Mu Chun, you mentioned before that you have another vacant property? Yang Tao suddenly recalled, glancing at him. Yes, but now I have two. What's up? Mu Chun responded, driving while inquiring. Where are those two houses? I'm looking to rent one. Staying at my mother's place is a bit far from where I work, and it's quite inconvenient. If your properties are nearer to my workplace, I'd be interested in renting one, Yang Tao said softly. Speaking of which, I know you work at a hotel, but I still don't know where exactly, Mu Chun chuckled, questioning her. It's near Muyang Square, Yang Tao mentioned the location. Muyang Square? Mu Chun paused, recalling that the school district apartment he obtained through their matchmaking was also near there. However, he had yet to visit it. It seems I have a property there. After we finish eating, I'll take you to see it. If you find it suitable, we can discuss it further, Mu Chun suggested, looking at Yang Tao. Yang Tao nodded, remaining silent. Upper Bombana Western Restaurant, located in the capital, is renowned for its exceptional service and delectable cuisine, which justifies its steep prices. When Mu Chun escorted Yang Tao to the restaurant, it was not overly crowded. Guided by a server, they entered the opulent dining area. Yang Tao followed closely behind Mu Chun, marveling at the lavish decor and inwardly astonished. Such establishments were places she had never dared to imagine dining in. A single meal here could easily surpass her monthly salary. Mu Chun, we really didn't need to come to such an extravagant place. We could have found somewhere more casual, Yang Tao whispered as they settled into their seats, observing Mu Chun perusing the menu. How can that be? This is my first time treating you to a meal. It must be special. Don't worry, it's just a meal. It won't cost much. Enjoy yourself. Mu Chun replied with a smile. It must be said that a woman like Yang Tao is incredibly suitable for marriage. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also unmaterialistic and knows how to give a man face in public. Upon hearing Mu Chun's words, Yang Tao nodded and chose not to argue further. She secretly decided that when it was her turn to treat Mu Chun, she would take him out for a similarly exquisite meal. Chapter 8. House Viewing. It must be said that price dictates taste. This restaurant, despite its exorbitant prices, costing over 10,000 for a meal for two, certainly did not disappoint in flavor. By the time they exited, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. What do you think? The food here is quite delightful. Isn't it? Mu Chun asked with a smile as he glanced at Yang Tao after they got into the car. Absolutely splendid. Yang Tao nodded. But it's far too expensive. Over 10,000. That's more than my monthly salary. Although it wasn't her own money being spent, Yang Tao couldn't help but feel a twinge of pain. After all, she still intended to treat Mu Chun in return. Haha. But isn't the exquisite taste worth it? Let us go. I'll just grab the keys to that other property, and we can go view it. As Mu Chun spoke, he started the car and drove towards home. Upon returning to the neighborhood, he asked Yang Tao to wait in the car for a moment before hurriedly heading upstairs. Watching Mu Chun's retreating figure, Yang Tao found herself momentarily lost in thought. It must be acknowledged that Mu Chun possessed a certain charm. Young and wealthy, he was generous with his spending, qualities that many women yearn for in a partner. Yet, Yang Tao was not the type to be swayed by material wealth. While Mu Chun's affluence was notable, it was secondary in her eyes. It would be disingenuous to claim that Yang Tao harbored no fondness for Mu Chun. If she truly felt indifferent, she would not have accompanied him to his home or dined with him today. However, Yang Tao had her own reservations. True, Mu Chun was handsome and affluent, but that also meant he had an abundance of admirers. Yang Tao held no grand ambitions. Although she recognized her own beauty, she had never contemplated marrying into wealth. Her desire was simple, to find an ordinary person, raise a child or two, and live a tranquil life. This, evidently, was something Mu Chun could not provide. What was she thinking? Just as Yang Tao was lost in her reverie, Mu Chun's voice brought her back to reality. Did you get the keys? Yang Tao inquired with a smile. Indeed. Let us go. I've never seen that property before. Mu Chun replied, shaking the keys in his hand as he made his way to the driver's seat. With a swift press on the accelerator, the car sped out of the neighborhood. Shuxiang Yayuan, a somewhat outdated community, may appear aged, but it is situated adjacent to the prestigious Chunfeng School, which encompasses education from elementary through high school, making it a coveted area for families seeking quality education. In Beijing, property prices are notoriously high, and those within school districts soar even higher. The rental costs here can exceed those of other locales by more than double. Following the system's guidance, Mu Chun carefully navigated the car into the Shuxiang Yayuan community. parking beneath one of the buildings. He engaged the brake and turned to Yang Tao. How does it look? It's not far from your workplace, is it? At that moment, Yang Tao appeared somewhat dazed. Upon hearing Mu Chen's question, she managed a wry smile and shook her head. Well, it's not far from our hotel. Just a few minutes walk. But I never imagined your place would be here. I certainly can't afford to rent here. Can't afford? Mu Chen looked at her quizzically. Though rental prices in Beijing were high, Yang Tao's salary was also considerable. It seemed implausible that she wouldn't be able to afford it. Noticing the confusion in Mu Chen's eyes, Yang Tao explained with a bitter smile. This is a school district property. The rent here starts at a minimum of 10,000 per month. My salary is barely under 20,000. I can't possibly spend half of it on rent. Upon hearing her reasoning, a look of understanding dawned on Mu Chen's face. He hadn't considered this aspect, as he had never rented before and lacked that frame of reference. Actually, you could just move in. I have no intention of renting this place out anyway. It's just sitting empty, Mu Chen said with a gentle smile. That's out of the question. Yang Tao immediately shook her head vigorously at the suggestion. What's wrong with that? We are friends. After all, what is the need for such formalities? Come on, let me show you the house. With that, Mu Chen opened the car door and stepped out. Yang Tao watched him exit the vehicle, her mouth opening slightly, yet she found no words to express her thoughts. With a sigh, she followed suit, stepping out of the car and accompanying Mu Chen into the building. The floors of Shuxiang Yayuan were not particularly high, with each building encompassing only 8 stories. Mu Chen and Yang Tao took the elevator to the 6th floor, where Mu Chen retrieved the keys from his pocket and opened one of the doors. Upon entering, Yang Tao's expression transformed into one of astonishment. The apartment was fully furnished, complete with new appliances, and the decor was tastefully done, similar to the high-end finishes in Mu Chen's other residence. Mu Chen was unfazed. The previous 2 properties he had acquired were also fully furnished. However, he found it surprising that the villa was left in its raw state, prompting him to question the system at the time, though it had offered him no response. Chapter 9. Can I say what I want? This was during the renovation of my house, where I had someone do the work for me. It has never been lived in. Seeing the astonished expression on Yang Tao's face, Mu Chen quickly added, Is that so? You really have money to spare. Yang Tao exclaimed, You haven't even lived here, and yet you've made it so exquisite. She chuckled lightly. Ahem. Please take a look around the house and see if it meets your expectations. I will step outside for a smoke, Mu Chen said, hastily exiting the room. Observing Mu Chen's awkward retreat, a smile crept onto Yang Tao's face. In the corridor, Mu Chen lit a cigarette, taking slow puffs. Just then, the elevator doors opened, revealing a woman in her 40s accompanied by a young girl. Ingzi, how was the tutoring today? Did you understand everything? The woman spoke without noticing Mu Chen, her gaze fixed on the girl beside her. Mom, don't worry. I understood everything. The girl replied, her face displaying a mix of exasperation. That's good. The woman nodded in satisfaction, finally lifting her head. Upon seeing Mu Chen standing in the corridor smoking, she paused in surprise. However, she quickly regained her composure, taking the girl by the hand and entering the apartment across from Mu Chen. The girl, trailing behind her mother, regarded Mu Chen with curious eyes. Only after the door shut did Mu Chen snap back to reality. His momentary daze stemmed from the striking resemblance of the 2 women to characters from a television series he had watched in his previous life. Especially after hearing the girl's name, Mu Chen became even more convinced of his thoughts. Ingzi, is it little Joy? This is getting increasingly interesting, he murmured, cigarette in mouth. A few minutes later, Mu Chen re-entered the room and found Yang Tao standing on the balcony, gazing into the distance. What are you looking at? Have you seen enough of the house? Are you satisfied? Mu Chen approached her with a smile. It's quite nice. Yang Tao turned around and replied, But I really can't live here. If you rent it out, you could at least charge 10,000 a month. I earn over 100,000 a day. Do I look like someone who is short of that 10,000? If you truly consider me a friend, just keep the key, Mu Chen declared, pressing the key into Yang Tao's hand. Yang Tao looked at the key, feeling both exasperated and touched. She was annoyed by Mu Chen's exaggerated tone. While she acknowledged his wealth, she found it hard to believe he earned over 100,000 daily. As for her feelings of gratitude, Those stemmed from Mu Chun offering her the apartment rent-free. After all, they had only known each other for a mere 2 days, and he was placing such trust in her with a property worth millions without asking for rent. Mu Chun, I know you mean well, but I really can't accept living here for free. Yang Tao insisted, attempting to return the key. Just keep it. If you really feel uncomfortable, you can pay me the market rent, Mu Chun said, turning to head into the living room. Watching Mu Chun's retreating figure, Yang Tao bit her lip, ultimately deciding to accept the key. Subsequently, she took out her phone and transferred 5,000 yuan to Mu Chun. Hearing the notification on his phone, Mu Chun took it out to find that Yang Tao had indeed sent him the money. This left him with a bittersweet smile. However, he ultimately accepted the payment, knowing that if he refused, Yang Tao would certainly not stay here. All right, I've accepted your money. Now you can live here with peace of mind, Mu Chun said, slightly exasperated as he looked up at Yang Tao. Mu Chun, thank you. Yang Tao finally spoke softly after a long moment of contemplation. If you really want to thank me, just treat me to a few meals in the future, Mu Chun replied with a grin. Yang Tao nodded in agreement but remained silent. When do you plan to move in? I can help you with the move, Mu Chun, noticing Yang Tao's silence, shifted the conversation. My mom injured her foot, so I'll need to take care of her for a while. Once she's recovered, I'll move in. Yang Tao thought for a moment before responding quietly. All right, just remember to call me when the time comes. Shall I give you a ride home now? Mu Chun nodded and continued to inquire. Sure, Yang Tao affirmed with a soft nod. After descending the stairs together, Mu Chun drove according to Yang Tao's directions, soon arriving at the building where Xue Su Mei lived. After Yang Tao exited the car and waved goodbye to Mu Chun, she turned and entered the hallway. Watching Yang Tao's figure vanish into the corridor, Mu Chun smiled and restarted the car. As he drove along the roads of Shangjing, he hummed a tune softly, clearly in good spirits. After driving for over half an hour without heading home, he arrived at a shopping mall in the suburbs. There, he purchased an array of toys and candies for children, filling the trunk of his car to the brim before finally leaving the mall. The Qixing Orphanage, a facility with a 30-year history, was where Mu Chun had grown up in his previous life. Having perfectly integrated the memories of his former self, he frequently visited this orphanage throughout the year. A significant portion of the funds he acquired from the system had been dedicated to this establishment. When Mu Chun's car came to a halt at the entrance of the orphanage, a group of children playing outside immediately rushed over. Brother Mu Chun, you're here? As soon as Mu Chun stepped out of the car, a dirty-faced little girl clung to his leg. Xiaoyu, did you miss Brother Mu Chun? Mu Chun looked down at the girl's smudged face and extended his arms to embrace her. I did, the girl replied, her bright, clear eyes gazing up at Mu Chun as she nodded gently. Do you miss Brother Mu Chun himself? Or do you miss the toys and treats he brings? Mu Chun continued to ask. Upon hearing his question, the little girl's face twisted in indecision. Her little mind pondered whether it was more important to miss Brother Mu Chun or the snacks and toys. Brother Mu Chun, can I say I want both? The little girl hesitantly asked, her face etched with uncertainty. The matron had told them not to be too greedy, yet she wanted both Brother Mu Chun and the snacks and toys, which felt somewhat selfish. Chapter 10. The orphanage. The sounds from outside soon reached the interior. A woman, approximately in her 50s, emerged from the orphanage. Xiao Chun, you are here again? She said with a beaming smile upon seeing Mu Chun. Director Mama. A group of children immediately surrounded the woman. Even the little girl in Mu Chun's arms wriggled to the ground and ran to her side. Director, I happen to have some free time, so I came to visit, Mu Chun said respectfully as he looked at the woman. He held her in high regard. From his memories, he knew that she had been at the orphanage since his childhood. However, at that time she was not yet the director. By the time she took on that role, Mu Chun had already turned 16 and left the orphanage. Thus, he had never referred to her as Director Mama. After retrieving the toys and snacks he had purchased from the trunk and distributing some to the surrounding children, he handed the remainder to the director. Oh dear, Xiaochen, you really don't need to spend so much next time. Throughout this year you have been sending money and buying various items for them. You are still young, and you cannot continue like this. After accepting the items and entering the orphanage with Mu Chun, the director spoke to him earnestly. Director, it's nothing. These things don't cost much. Mu Chun gently shook his head, smiling. In the past, upon seeing the dirty little faces in the orphanage, his heart ached, prompting him to express a desire to adopt the little girl he had once held. Yet the director had refused. Being an orphan himself, although his current circumstances were relatively favorable, he was still unmarried. Adopting a child now would greatly complicate his chances of finding a partner in the future, a prospect the director was reluctant to witness. Thanks to you grown children, if it weren't for your annual contributions and gifts, our orphanage might have long since closed down. The director sighed, her tone laced with resignation. The primary support for the orphanage came from donations from the community. However, in these uncertain times when people are preoccupied with their own financial struggles, few have the means to contribute to the orphanage. Fortunately, several individuals who had once resided in this orphanage had achieved a degree of success, banding together each year to donate, which kept the orphanage afloat. Director, what you say is not true. We grew up in this orphanage. For us, it is also our home. Now that we have matured, it is time for us to give back to our family. Mu Chun shook his head gently. By the way, Director, how is Xiao Ming's condition? Has there been any improvement? The Xiao Ming he mentioned was another orphan, several years younger than Mu Chun, who had also been at the orphanage since he was very small. However, he suffered from severe autism. Even now, at 18, he remained at the orphanage. After all, having one more person was just another mouth to feed. It was better than letting him wander outside. Fortunately, 2 months ago, Mu Chun had discussed with the director about funding Xiao Ming's treatment. Once Xiao Ming recovered, he would return to the orphanage to assist the director in caring for the children. Upon hearing Mu Chun mention Xiao Ming, the director's smile broadened. Xiao Chun, we truly owe you for this. Xiao Ming's condition has improved considerably. He is now helping me look after the other children while continuing his treatment here at the orphanage. As they spoke, they had already entered the main hall of the orphanage. Currently, there were over 50 orphans at the Qixing orphanage, most of whom were children aged 6 to 10. A large group of children was playing in the hall, and upon seeing the director and Mu Chun enter, they immediately flocked to them. The director exerted considerable effort with the toys and snacks to redirect the children back to their play, before leading Mu Chun into the backyard. In the backyard, a slender boy with delicate features sat on a chair, engrossed in a book. Xiao Ming, come see who has arrived, the director called to the boy. He looked up, and upon seeing Mu Chun beside the director, his eyes lit up.
Mu Chun Gege.
The boy stammered as he stood and approached Mu Chun. Hearing Xiao Ming call him, Mu Chun's eyes widened in surprise. The last time he visited, although Xiao Ming was not afraid of him, he had been completely unwilling to speak. To think that in less than a month, Xiao Ming had begun to express himself. It is important to note that Xiao Ming was not unintelligent. When he first arrived at the orphanage at the age of 5, he could recite the digits of pi to many places. However, his severe autism over the years had silenced him. The root of his condition stemmed from the loss of his sister, who had been adopted shortly after they arrived at the orphanage, leaving him with no news of her ever since. This tragedy had caused Xiao Ming to withdraw into silence. Chapter 11. The contradictory starfruit. As Mu Chun departed from the orphanage, dusk had already settled in. He had spent the afternoon engaging in games with the children there. It must be said that children truly embody a carefree spirit. Even while living in an orphanage, their faces radiate genuine smiles. Yet to Mu Chun, those smiles tugged at his heartstrings. Driving through the city, he let out a gentle sigh. After searching for a restaurant to dine, he returned home to rest. While Mu Chun found solace in rest, Yang Tao had a rather tumultuous afternoon. Upon returning home, she found Xue Sume and Su Qing seated on the sofa, deep in conversation. As soon as they noticed Yang Tao's arrival, Xue Sume beckoned her over. How was it, Taozi? How did your time with Mu Chun go? Despite the bandage on her forehead, Xue Sume wore a beaming smile as she inquired. It was quite good. Yang Tao hesitated, observing her mother and sister's eager expressions. Hehe, I heard from Aunt Wang that you visited his home this morning? Xue Sume continued her questioning. Yang Tao was taken aback. Aunt Wang had relayed the news so swiftly that it had reached Xue Sume in mere hours. Unbeknownst to her, the moment she and Mu Chun left, Aunt Wang had called Xue Sume. Under the watchful gaze of her mother and sister, Yang Tao could only nod in acknowledgement. Taozi, let me tell you, I quite fancy this Mu Chun. You must make an effort to cultivate this connection. Xue Sumei's smile widened upon Yang Tao's admission. Her fondness for Mu Chun had only intensified after he had carried her down the mountain to the hospital when she had injured her foot that morning. Mom, Mu Chun and it's practically impossible. Yang Tao spoke, trying not to dampen her mother's spirits. Impossible? What do you mean by that? Xue Sumei's expression shifted, her voice tinged with discontent. Indeed, Taozi, you are so beautiful. How could he possibly not be interested in you? Su Qing chimed in, her curiosity piqued. Concerned for Yang Tao's future, Su Qing and her husband had made numerous introductions. Yet none had resulted in a meaningful connection for Yang Tao, causing them considerable distress. Mom, sister, do you have any idea how wealthy he is? He owns 3 apartments and a villa in Beijing, one of which is even in a school district. The car he drives is worth millions. He took me out for a meal today, and we spent over 10,000. Yang Tao expressed her disbelief, feeling the weight of the disparity between their worlds. To her, it was unfathomable. Are we really from the same world? Yang Tao thought dismally. Is Mu Chun truly that wealthy? Su Qing's eyes widened, her tone laced with disbelief. Indeed, I was shocked when I first found out. He even rented an apartment for me this afternoon. Yang Tao revealed, retrieving the key Mu Chun had given her from her bag. It's a school district apartment near our hotel. Initially, he didn't even want to accept my money. After much persuasion, he finally agreed to take half. Taozi, are you planning to move out? Su Qing stared at the key in Yang Tao's hand, momentarily taken aback. Yes, living here is too far from my workplace. I discussed it with Mom, and she agrees. Yang Tao replied, glancing towards Xue Sumei for confirmation. Xue Sumei nodded in agreement. What about Auntie? She's still injured. We can't leave her here alone.
Suvink furoet herbro.
Sister, don't worry. I'll wait until Mom is better before I move.
Yang Tao reasuret her.
Let us set that aside for now. Taozi, Mu Chun is wealthy, but you are not lacking either. With your beauty, why shouldn't you be together? Yang Tao's attempt to redirect the conversation had some effect on Su Qing, but it was of no consequence to Xue Sumei. Seeing her mother still fixated on the matter, Yang Tao sighed in resignation. Mom, we know our circumstances well. I don't wish to force myself into the world of the affluent. It would be uncomfortable for him and peculiar for me. But how can you know it's unsuitable if you don't try? Xue Sumei, though swayed, still struggled with her inquiry. Mom, I don't want things to become awkward, especially since Aunt Wang introduced us. If it turns sour, wouldn't it be uncomfortable for you when you see her? Yang Tao reasoned. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Xue Sumei sighed, resigned. Fine, you're grown now, with your own thoughts. I can't impose my will upon you. If you feel it's not suitable, I won't insist. Still, I believe you and Mu Chun are quite a good match. After saying this, Xue Sumei fell silent, gazing out the window lost in thought. Seeing her mother relent, Yang Tao felt a smile grace her lips. After exchanging farewells with Xue Sumei and Su Qing, she retreated to her room. Once inside, Yang Tao released a breath of relief. Yet, her heart was a tumult of emotions. Reason told her she was making the right choice, but her impulses urged her to consider, how can you know it's unsuitable without trying? Thus, Yang Tao found herself ensnared in a web of contradictions. Throughout the afternoon, Mu Chun's figure danced through her mind, driving her to the brink of frustration. Chapter 12. Xiaoming's sister. The following morning, Mu Chun rose early, refreshed himself, and donned a new outfit before stepping out of his home. Zijing Garden, a renowned villa district in the capital, was where Mu Chun's residence was situated. Upon arriving at the villa, he found the construction crew had already been hard at work for much of the day. He had entrusted the entire renovation of the villa to a professional company, and at that moment the work was only partially completed. As Mu Chun entered the villa, the project manager approached him promptly. After a brief tour of the premises, they discussed various details regarding the ongoing renovations. Just as Mu Chun was about to leave, his phone rang. Upon checking the caller ID, he was somewhat surprised to see it was the orphanage director calling. Hello, director. What can I do for you? Mu Chun answered with a smile. Xiaochen, would it be convenient for you to come to the orphanage? Xiaoming's sister has arrived and wishes to meet you. The director's voice resonated through the line. Xiaoming's sister? Mu Chen furrowed his brow, then nodded and replied, All right, I'll head over now. After hanging up, he started his car and swiftly drove toward the orphanage. Upon his arrival, Mu Chen noticed a black Panamera parked at the entrance. After parking his vehicle, he entered the orphanage and saw a group of children peering curiously through the rear gate. As he ventured into the backyard, he spotted Xiaoming standing with his head bowed behind the director. In front of the director stood a tall woman clad in a black suit, appearing somewhat flustered. Beside her was a shorter man, also in formal attire, who gazed at her with evident concern. When Mu Chen caught sight of the woman's face, he was momentarily taken aback, though he quickly regained his composure, a hint of an enigmatic expression flickering in his eyes.
Mu Chen Gege.
Xiaoming, who had been nervously hiding behind the director, brightened at the sight of Mu Chen and rushed over, tightly grasping his arm. Xiaochen, you've finally arrived. The director exhaled in relief, approaching Mu Chen. These two are Xiaoming's sister and her friend. Greetings. I am Mu Chen, he said, extending his hand toward the woman who was similarly looking at him. I apologize. She is not accustomed to interacting with strangers. This is Andy, Xiaoming's sister. I am her friend, Qidian, the woman stammered, seemingly unsure of how to respond to Mu Chen's gesture. The man beside her quickly extended his hand to shake Mu Chen's, offering a nod. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Mu Chen asked, retracting his hand. She is Xiaoming's sister. She has been searching for him for many years. Upon learning that he was here, she rushed over to take him home. Qidian explained, looking at Mu Chen earnestly. Home? Mu Chen's face broke into a smile as he turned to Xiaoming. Where is your home? My home is here. Aside from here, I will not go anywhere. Xiaoming replied, his face flushed with emotion. At Xiaoming's words, the woman, who had remained silent, felt her eyes well up with tears. Mu Chen gently patted Xiaoming's arm before addressing the two visitors. Shall we step outside to discuss this further? After a brief exchange of glances, Qidian and Andy nodded in agreement. Mu Chen reassured Xiaoming briefly before leading the way out of the backyard. Once outside the orphanage, Qidian and Andy were momentarily taken aback by the sight of the Panamera parked nearby. Shall we discuss this here? Or would you prefer to find a more suitable place? Mu Chen asked, pulling a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lighting one. Noticing the cigarette, Qidian's eyes flickered, but he remained silent. Let us find a place to sit, Andy finally suggested, her emotions now somewhat steadied. Mu Chen nodded and proceeded to his car, driving towards a nearby CAF, with Andy and Qidian following closely behind. Upon arriving at the CAF, the three ordered their coffees, and then Mu Chen turned to Andy, asking, Miss Andy, is your purpose for coming here to take Xiaoming home? Andy nodded slightly in response, remaining silent. Mu Chen did not mind her aloof demeanor. After all, Andy was portrayed as a reserved individual on television. May I be so bold as to inquire, Miss Andy, are you married? Mu Chen continued. No, Andy replied without hesitation. Which city do you currently reside in? He probed further. Just call me Andy. I now live in the capital, and my workplace is also here, she replied. That's wonderful. Andy, if you truly wish to take Xiaoming with you, no one can prevent you from doing so. However, I believe that since you have managed to find him, you are also aware of Xiaoming's prior struggles with severe autism, correct? I am aware. The director informed me earlier. I must also thank you for financially assisting Xiaoming in seeking treatment. Andy acknowledged with a nod. She was already aware of Xiaoming's severe autism before her arrival at the orphanage, and after the director had informed her that it was Mu Chen who had funded Xiaoming's treatment, she felt a deep sense of gratitude towards him. Chapter 13. Conversation. Given the nature of autism, it is paramount for individuals affected to engage in frequent social interactions. Mu Chen gently inquired, gazing at Antai, if you were to take Xiaoming home, do you believe you possess sufficient time to dedicate to him? Antai instinctively shook her head. Observing this, Qidian hastily interjected. Although Antai may lack the time to accompany Xiaoming, we could enroll him in school. At his age, education is of utmost importance. Upon hearing Qidian's suggestion, Antai immediately turned her gaze towards Mu Chen. With a smile, Mu Chun shook his head and replied, I concede that learning is indeed vital for Xiao Ming at this stage. However, given his current condition, it is evident that he is not yet ready for school. Although he has made considerable progress, he still struggles to feel at ease in the presence of strangers. Therefore, I recommend that Xiao Ming remain at the orphanage, the place he knows best where he can truly be himself. This environment will greatly assist in his recovery. Besides, you are in the capital. You can visit him whenever you wish. Ultimately, the decision rests with you. If you insist on taking Xiao Ming with you, we cannot prevent it. After sipping his coffee, Mu Chun continued. Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, Antai fell into a contemplative silence. Deep down, she recognized the truth in Mu Chen's statements. Xiao Ming's reaction upon seeing her today had already demonstrated his aversion to unfamiliar individuals. Yet, after so many years of searching for her brother, the painful reality of having found him but being unable to bring him home weighed heavily on Antai's heart. Thus, she found herself in a dilemma. At that moment, Mu Chen's phone rang. Apologizing to Antai and Qidian, he rose and exited the CAF. As he retrieved his phone, a smile crossed his face. Hello, Yang Tao. What's up? Mu Chun answered the call softly. Mu Chun, what are you up to? Shall I treat you to lunch? Yang Tao's voice resonated through the receiver. Treat me to lunch? Sure. I'm currently tied up in the suburbs, but I'll call you when I return to the city around noon. Mu Chun readily agreed. You're in the suburbs? Coincidentally, my friends and I are nearby. Could you send me your location? We'll come find you. Yang Tao inquired tentatively. You're in the suburbs? Aren't you supposed to be working today? Mu Chun asked, a hint of curiosity in his tone. My mother injured her foot, and since I haven't taken my annual leave yet, I decided to take it now. I was just accompanying a friend here, but I've finished my errands. Yang Tao explained from the other end. All right, I'll send you my location shortly. Mu Chun replied after a moment of thought. After hanging up, Mu Chun chuckled. He hadn't expected Yang Tao to reach out to him today. After sending her his location, he took a deep breath and returned to the CAF. How about you, Antai? Have you made a decision? Mu Chun resumed his seat across from her. Antai nodded gently, her gaze fixed on Mu Chun as she spoke softly. Mr. Mu, I've made up my mind. I won't take Xiao Ming with me just yet. I will wait until he has fully recovered before bringing him home. That's agreeable. If Xiao Ming recovers, I too hope he can reunite with his family. Mu Chun responded with a smile. Then I must trouble you to take care of Xiao Ming in the meantime. I will come to visit him on weekends, Antai said, looking into Mu Chun's eyes earnestly. It is no trouble at all. The real burden lies with the director. You should indeed spend more time with Xiao Ming. You have seen his reluctance towards strangers. A significant part of it stems from his discomfort with unfamiliar faces, but there is also an element of his hesitance towards you. Mu Chun remarked with a smile. You are aware that Xiao Ming did not have autism in his early years. His condition manifested only after your departure, indicating the profound impact your absence had on him. I had no idea my departure would inflict such harm on Xiao Ming. Antai confessed, her eyes filled with remorse. Mr. Mu, I can see that Xiao Ming trusts you. Shall we exchange contact information? I would like to consult you regarding Xiao Ming in the future, and I hope you won't mind. Certainly. Mu Chun nodded, exchanging contact details with Antai before standing. Are you both returning to the city or going to see Xiao Ming? I'll go see Xiao Ming, Antai replied without hesitation. Very well. You two go ahead. I have a friend coming over shortly and want to accompany you, Mu Chun said with a gentle smile. Goodbye, Mr. Mu, Antai said, turning to leave the CAF with Qidian. Mu Chun settled back into his seat, awaiting Yang Tao's arrival. In light of the author's earnest efforts, do share your appreciation through your evaluations. Chapter 14. The Helpless Antai. Mu Chun waited for a short while in the CAF before a car slowly came to a halt at the entrance. Soon after, Yang Tao and a flamboyantly dressed man emerged from the vehicle. Yang Tao, spotting Mu Chun's palamara in the distance, smiled and remarked to the man beside her. This must be the place. His car is right over there. With that, she promptly entered the CAF. Yang Tao, Mu Chun exclaimed, rising to greet her as she walked through the door. Yang Tao smiled and waved back at him. Oh Taozi, is this your blind date? I must say, he is rather handsome. The man who followed Yang Tao into the CAF said with a grin as he glanced at Mu Chun. And who might this be? Mu Chun asked, having already recognized the man's identity upon seeing him, yet still directing the question to Yang Tao. Mu Chun, let me introduce you. This is my childhood friend, Zhao Yang. Yang Tao hurriedly introduced. Hello. Mu Chun nodded, extending his hand with a smile. After a brief handshake, Zhao Yang returned to stand behind Yang Tao and fell silent. By the way, Mu Chun, what brings you to the suburbs today? After the trio settled down,
Yang Tao curiously inquired.
I used to stay at the orphanage nearby. I came here today because there are some matters to attend to, Mu Chun replied candidly. An orphanage? Yang Tao looked at Mu Chun in surprise. Although he had mentioned being orphaned, she had not anticipated that he had grown up in an orphanage. Indeed, if it weren't for the orphanage, I might not have survived my childhood.
Mu Chun chuckled lightly.
Upon hearing this, Yang Tao was momentarily at a loss for words. While her own family circumstances were not ideal, at least she had Xue Sume supporting her. All right, let's change the subject. I need to visit the orphanage. Would you like to join me? Mu Chun asked with a gentle smile, noticing Yang Tao's silence. Sure. Yang Tao nodded softly. The three of them then exited the CAF and drove towards the orphanage together. Inside the orphanage, Antai was attempting to get closer to Xiao Ming. However, Xiao Ming exhibited a strong aversion towards Antai. Every time she approached, he would run away. When there was nowhere left to escape, he would scream in a fit of panic. This left Antai feeling both frustrated and helpless. Don't worry, Antai. To Xiao Ming, you're still a stranger. Once he gets to know you better, he won't resist you so much, Qi Dian said soothingly, observing Antai's troubled expression. Well, I hope that's the case, Antai sighed, her voice filled with resignation. At that moment, Mu Chun entered the orphanage with Yang Tao and Zhao Yang. Upon seeing Mu Chun, the previously frightened Xiao Ming's eyes lit up with joy, and he rushed to hug Mu Chun's arm tightly. Xiao Ming, what's going on? Mu Chun asked, bemused at the sight of Xiao Ming clinging to him. Bad person. Xiao Ming shrank behind Mu Chun, peering at Antai and Qi Dian. All right, Xiao Ming, be good. They are not bad people. They are your older brother and sister who care for you. Don't be afraid of them, Mu Chun gently reassured him. Unfortunately, Xiao Ming, who usually listened to Mu Chun, shook his head firmly this time. Watching Xiao Ming cling to Mu Chun's arm, Antai felt a pang of envy. With a resigned sigh, she understood that developing a relationship with Xiao Ming like Mu Chun's would likely take a considerable amount of time. Mu Chun, what happened just now? Xiao Ming suddenly ran over and startled Yang Tao. Antai asked, now regaining her composure and curiosity. Nothing much. Xiao Ming is also one of the orphans here. However, he has severe autism and is reluctant to interact with strangers. That lady over there is his sister, Mu Chun explained softly. Autism? Yang Tao expressed surprise upon hearing Mu Chun's words. Looking at Xiao Ming, who had his head lowered and was gripping Mu Chun's arm tightly, she felt a tinge of sympathy. Mr. Mu, I truly apologize. Xiao Ming is very resistant to me. The moment I get close, he becomes extremely anxious. Antai approached Mu Chun and stated. Noticing Antai's approach, Xiao Ming shrank further behind Mu Chun, his pitiful demeanor tugging at the heartstrings of those around him. It's all right. He just isn't familiar with you yet. Once you get to know each other better, this will change. Mu Chun reassured her with a gentle shake of his head. Antai nodded, her mind occupied with unspoken thoughts as she gazed at Mu Chun. When Mu Chun and Yang Tao left the orphanage, it was already noon upon their return to the city. After they arrived, Zhao Yang bid farewell to Mu Chun and Yang Tao, as he had to return to work and could not join them for lunch. At a mid-range restaurant, after Mu Chun and Yang Tao ordered their meals, they began to chat. Yang Tao had initially intended to invite Mu Chun to the restaurant they visited yesterday but was met with his outright refusal. The cost for a meal there would be around 10 to 20,000. While that amount was insignificant to Mu Chun, it represented a month's salary for Yang Tao. Thus, he ultimately chose this restaurant, where the prices were reasonable but the food was still delectable. Mu Chun, that woman earlier seemed quite affluent from her attire. How could her brother end up in the orphanage? Yang Tao, seated beside Mu Chun, inquired with curiosity. While Yang Tao had played with Xiao Ming for a while at the orphanage, he had shown some reluctance, but it was not as intense with Mu Chen present. Xiao Ming and his sister entered the orphanage together. However, she was later adopted. Xiao Ming's autism developed after his sister was taken in by another family. Mu Chen explained with a smile. As for the rest, I'm not quite sure. All right. Yang Tao nodded gently, then continued. By the way, Mu Chen, do you have any plans for the afternoon? Why? Mu Chen asked, puzzled by Yang Tao's tone. If you don't have anything to do, could you help me move some things? I'll treat you to dinner tonight, Yang Tao said, looking somewhat embarrassed. Moving? Are you planning to relocate? Mu Chen asked, surprised. Did you not say that you would wait until Aunt Shui has recovered before moving? Chapter 15. Moving. I initially intended to wait until my mother had fully recovered before relocating. However, my mother urged me to move my belongings first to avoid the hassle of juggling work and moving simultaneously. Yang Tao remarked with a wry smile. All right, I'll help you move this afternoon. Mu Chen nodded in agreement. I truly appreciate your help. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss as to how to manage it all by myself. Yang Tao playfully stuck out her tongue. It's nothing. We are friends, after all. There's no need for thanks over such a trivial matter. Mu Chen chuckled softly, admiring Yang Tao's adorable demeanor. After enjoying lunch together in a restaurant, they found a CAF to relax for a while before driving toward the community where Shui Sume resided. Upon parking beneath Shui Sume's building, Mu Chen turned to Yang Tao, scratching his head. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for me to show up empty-handed? What are you thinking? You're just here to help me move. It's not like you're meeting my parents, Yang Tao retorted, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she shot him an annoyed glance. Well, Shui Auntie is an elder, isn't she? Mu Chen replied, a bit awkwardly. No need to bring anything. Let's go. Yang Tao insisted, leading the way into the building. Mu Chen, seeing her determination, followed suit. At Shui Sume's door, Yang Tao retrieved her keys and opened the door. Inside, Shui Sume was comfortably seated on the sofa watching television. Hearing the commotion at the entrance, she turned her head to see Yang Tao and Mu Chen entering. Her eyes lit up with delight. Ah, little Chen has come. Come in and sit. Shui Sume beamed, welcoming Mu Chen with a warm smile. Hello, Auntie. How have you been? Mu Chen politely greeted her. Very well, thank you. The only discomfort is getting used to this cast, Shui Sume replied, nodding. Taozi, why are you just standing there? Hurry and pour some water for little Chen. Auntie, there's no need for that. Yang Tao, aren't you supposed to be packing? You go ahead and tidy up. I'll keep Auntie company, Mu Chen suggested. Yang Tao, noticing her mother's evident interest in Mu Chen, sighed helplessly. After pouring a glass of water for Mu Chen, she retreated to her room to start packing. Meanwhile, in the living room, Mu Chen engaged in conversation with Shui Sume. Little Chen, which university did you graduate from? Shui Sume asked, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. Auntie, I graduated from Beijing University, Mu Chen replied softly. Oh, a prestigious university. If only Taozi were as accomplished as you. She wouldn't be working at a hotel now, Shui Sume exclaimed, astonished. Beijing University is a top-tier institution. So many aspire to attend it. Mu Chen humbly added, it was quite a challenge for me. I only just met the admission score. Well, Taozi is quite impressive in her own right, being a lobby manager at a 4-star hotel at such a young age. He continued, deflecting the praise. Indeed, hearing you praise Yang Tao only makes me smile more, Shui Sume responded, her face glowing with pride. While Mu Chen and Shui Sume chatted in the living room, Yang Tao was busily packing in her room. Her belongings were far from minimal, despite the fact that the apartment Mu Chen owned was fully furnished. Her clothes and shoes alone filled an entire trunk. Listening to the sounds of laughter coming from the living room, Yang Tao suddenly felt that bringing Mu Chen home might have been a mistake. After finally convincing Shui Sume to refrain from meddling in her affairs with Mu Chen, she was now acutely aware of her mother's reaction to his presence. This left Yang Tao pondering in her heart, who was truly her mother's child, her or Mu Chen. With a huff, she dismissed such thoughts and focused on her packing. Mu Chen, on the other hand, was not faring much better. Shui Sume seemed to be conducting an interrogation, asking him a myriad of questions about his life. Just as he felt he might crumble under the pressure, Yang Tao emerged from her room. Mu Chen, I've nearly finished packing. Come help me with the move, she called out. All right, I'm on my way.
Mu-chan replied.
Turning to Shue Sume, Auntie, I'm going to help Yang Tao with her things. Shue Sume smiled and nodded. Go ahead, little Chun. I truly appreciate your assistance. It's no trouble, Mu-chun replied, following Yang Tao into her room. As soon as he entered, he let out a long sigh of relief, wiping non-existent sweat from his forehead. I must say, Yang Tao, has Auntie always been this inquisitive? You're the one who seems to be under scrutiny, Yang Tao retorted, half amused and half exasperated, casting him a playful glare. It was quite intense. If it continued, I felt even my unseen parents would be revealed.
Mu-chan exaggerated,
eliciting a laugh from Yang Tao. Seeing that Yang Tao was no longer engaging with him, Mu-chun took the opportunity to observe her room. The space was modest yet exuded warmth. Scattered across the floor were numerous suitcases and bags, a testament to her years of accumulation. Is this all of it? Mu-chun asked, taken aback. Yes, these are everything I've gathered over the years, Yang Tao confirmed with a smile. Of course, these items did not represent the entirety of Yang Tao's possessions. Many old clothes and other belongings had long since been discarded or donated. Well then, let us get started, Mu-chun declared, rolling up his sleeves and lifting 2 suitcases as he exited the room. Observing Mu-chun's retreating figure, Yang Tao couldn't help but smile. Indeed, her belongings were numerous. It took Mu-chun 3 trips to finally fit everything into the trunk. The spacious trunk was filled to the brim. Well, Auntie, Yang Tao and I are heading out now, he announced, grabbing the last bag. All right, little Chun, do come by and visit when you have time, Shue Sume called after them with a beaming smile. Once outside, Yang Tao and Mu-chun climbed into the car, and Mu-chun drove toward Shuxiang Yayuan. Chapter 16. If I pursue you, would you agree? In the serene ambience of the Shuxiang Yayuan community, still basking in the warmth of summer vacation, the surroundings appeared somewhat desolate. After Mu-chun drove into the neighborhood, he commenced the task of transporting luggage from the upper floor. After spending over half an hour, Mu-chun finally succeeded in moving all of Yang Tao's belongings into the house. Thank you so much for your hard work today, Mu-chun. You must be exhausted. Please, take a seat and have some water, Yang Tao said softly as she approached him with a bottle of mineral water. She recalled Mu-chun mentioning that he only drinks mineral water, eschewing all other beverages. Thank you. Mu-chun accepted the bottle, expressed his gratitude, and then sat down on the sofa to quench his thirst. Observing Yang Tao as she crouched before a heap of luggage, organizing her things, he suddenly thought that having a girlfriend like her would indeed be a splendid choice. Once this notion took root in Mu-chun's mind, it became incessant. Yang Tao, if I were to pursue you, would you agree? Mu-chun inquired, gazing at her silhouette. Huh? Yang Tao turned her head in confusion upon hearing her name called. However, upon comprehending Mu-chun's subsequent words, she froze in place, her fair complexion flushing a deep crimson. Why? Why do you suddenly ask this? Yang Tao stammered, her heart racing as she looked at Mu-chun. It's nothing, just a sudden thought. Mu-chun chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Yang Tao's heart was a tumultuous sea, leaving her at a loss for words. The sight of her face turning as red as an apple amused Mu-chun greatly. At that moment the system, which had been silent in his mind, suddenly emitted a cold voice. Ding! Task triggered successfully. As the host of the Divine Wealth System, how can one be without a girlfriend? Please find a girlfriend with a beauty score exceeding 90 within 1 month. Task reward: unknown. Task penalty: none. Mu-chun was taken aback upon hearing the system's announcement. He had not anticipated that his whimsical teasing of Yang Tao would inadvertently activate a system task, leaving him both bemused and amused. Host, how am I supposed to know who has a beauty score above 90? My eyes are not detectors. Mu-chun questioned the system mentally. Ding! Beauty detector activated. Please check. Host. The system's voice echoed again in Mu-chun's mind. To his astonishment, a string of small characters appeared above Yang Tao's head in his line of sight. Real beauty score: 96. This revelation left Mu-chun astonished. On one hand, he marveled at the system's responsiveness. He merely expressed a complaint, and it had genuinely provided him with a beauty detector. On the other hand, he was taken aback by Yang Tao's remarkable beauty. While he expected her to have a score of at least 90, the fact that it was an impressive 96 was beyond his expectations. The thought that such a stunning woman would consider him for a romantic pursuit felt like a stroke of serendipity. However, he found himself unaccustomed to having a line of text hovering above his head, reminiscent of a video game interface. After accessing the system panel, he indeed discovered a toggle for the beauty detector. Yang Tao, feeling shy, focused on organizing her belongings. Yet after a lengthy pause, she noticed that Mu Chun had not moved. Curiosity piqued, she turned to glance at him only to find him staring intently at her, which sent her heart racing again. I'll go tidy up the room, she exclaimed, resembling a startled rabbit as she hurried into the room. After disabling the beauty detector, Mu Chun heard Yang Tao's flustered voice. Coming back to his senses, he couldn't help but smile at the sight of her fleeing in a flurry. Looking at the disarray in the living room, Mu Chun rose to assist Yang Tao in tidying up. Yang Tao herself was perplexed by her own fluster, yet Mu Chen's gaze made her feel an inexplicable sensation. Once she finished organizing the room, her mood finally settled. Taking a deep breath, she opened the door and stepped outside. Finding the once chaotic living room now orderly, the luggage she had just moved was neatly arranged against the wall, while Mu Chun was busy mopping the floor. Is the room ready? I'm almost done mopping. Do you need any further assistance? Mu Chun asked, turning to Yang Tao as she lost her train of thought. Everything is fine. I can manage the rest myself. She gently shook her head. With the room nearly in order, only her luggage remained to be sorted, which she felt was not suitable for Mu Chun to assist with. The time is getting late. Shall we go out for something to eat? Yang Tao suggested softly as she glanced at her watch. Mu Chun checked the time and realized it was already 5 in the afternoon. After a busy day, he indeed felt a bit hungry. Wait for me a moment. I'll change into some clothes, Yang Tao said lightly as she pushed a suitcase into her room. After a brief wait in the living room, the door swung open again to reveal Yang Tao in a lovely white dress. Mu Chun was momentarily taken aback by her elegance. Yang Tao's tall figure appeared even more stunning in the dress, accentuating her beauty. Feeling her cheeks flush under Mu Chen's gaze, she awkwardly brushed her hair and said, "What are you staring at? Let us go." "Oh, let us go." Mu Chun quickly regained his composure and walked towards the door. Once downstairs, Yang Tao initially intended to drive herself, as she had plans to visit Shue Sume after dinner. However, Mu Chun insisted on driving her after their meal, prompting her to abandon her intention and settle into his Porsche Panamera. Chapter 17. An unexpected call. The dining establishment chosen by the two was not particularly upscale, as Yang Tao could not afford an extravagant venue. After enjoying a meal together, Mu Chun drove Yang Tao to the residential complex where Shue Sume resided. "Mu Chun, I shall head upstairs now. Thank you so much for today," Yang Tao softly remarked as she alighted from the car, glancing back at Mu Chun in the driver's seat. "It's nothing. Please, go on." Mu Chun replied with a gentle shake of his head and a soft smile. After watching Yang Tao ascend the stairs, he finally drove home. Upon arriving home, Mu Chun took a shower and then reclined on the sofa, engaging in a conversation with Yang Tao while watching television. Just as their discussion was reaching a fervent point, a phone call interrupted Mu Chun. He glanced at his phone screen, noting the contact labeled Annie, which took him by surprise. After a moment's hesitation, he pressed the answer button. "Hello, is this Miss Annie?" Mu Chun inquired softly as he connected the call. "Yes, Mr. Mu. I apologize for disturbing your rest at such a late hour." Annie's voice came through the line. "No trouble at all. Is there something you need?" He responded. "Actually, I noticed today that when you were present, Xiao Ming did not resist me as much. Hence, I wanted to ask if you have any availability this weekend. So, could I trouble you to accompany me to the orphanage? With you there, I believe I could connect with Xiao Ming more easily," Annie explained after a brief pause. "I realize my request may seem a bit abrupt, but it is the only solution I could think of." Earlier in the afternoon, after leaving the orphanage, Annie had remained there for the entire day. Without Mu Chen's presence, Xiao Ming had reverted to his previous demeanor, exhibiting strong resistance whenever Annie approached him. After an entire afternoon without any progress, she felt compelled to reach out to Mu Chun for assistance. "To accompany you to the orphanage this weekend?" Mu Chun furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing Annie's request. Is there something troubling you, Mr. Mu? Annie sensed the hesitation in his tone and inquired curiously. Not exactly. I do frequent the orphanage. However, I cannot guarantee my availability this weekend, Mu Chen gently clarified. That's perfectly all right. I am the one imposing upon you. It would be inappropriate for my matters to interfere with your own. How about this? When you decide to go to the orphanage, could you please give me a call? I will make sure to arrive. Annie quickly responded, recognizing her position as the one seeking help. That sounds agreeable. I shall call you the next time I visit the orphanage, Mu Chen replied with a soft chuckle. Thank you, Mr. Mu. I appreciate your understanding and hope you can forgive any inconvenience caused. Annie said softly from her monochromatic room in a newly constructed residential complex in Beijing. After ending the call, she lifted a glass of red wine to her lips, savoring a sip before walking to the window to gaze at the sky lost in thought. Meanwhile, Mu Chen, having hung up, felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. In his previous life, Annie was not known for her eloquence. She seldom sought assistance from others, no matter how daunting the task. From their interaction earlier that day, Mu Chen confirmed that this was indeed her character. Despite having resources at her disposal, she preferred to tackle tasks independently. Yet, this resolute individual had reached out to him for help regarding Xiao Ming, underscoring the significance he held in her heart. Shaking his head lightly, Mu Chen quickly set the matter aside. To him, aiding Annie was merely a simple favor, and he did not dwell on it further, returning his focus to his conversation with Yang Tao. The following morning, Mu Chen awoke naturally, refreshed. After completing his morning routine, he ventured downstairs to find something to eat. Although his home was well furnished, he lacked culinary skills, so he routinely dined out. He found no fault in this arrangement. It saved him from cooking while allowing him to spend a little money and gain experience for his system, an enjoyable trade-off. However, his cheerful disposition did not last long. Upon reaching the parking area via the elevator, his expression darkened as he beheld his car. The previously pristine Panamera had sustained significant damage overnight. His parking spot was somewhat secluded, located in a blind spot of the surveillance cameras. To his dismay, he discovered that both passenger doors were severely crumpled, with shards of glass strewn across the ground, indicating that his vehicle had been forcefully struck. Seeing his car in such disarray extinguished the pleasant mood he had while chatting with Yang Tao the previous night. After circling the vehicle, he found no contact information left behind. Without hesitation, Mu Chen took out his phone to report the incident to the authorities. After placing the call, he stood by, waiting for assistance, and took a brief video to send to Yang Tao. Before long, Yang Tao's call came through. Mu Chen, what happened? How did your car end up like that? She queried anxiously upon answering. I'm not sure. I was just about to head out for a bite to eat when I found it like this.
Mu Chen explained helplessly.
Have you found out who did it? Yang Tao pressed. Not yet. There was no contact information left behind. I've already called the police. They'll investigate when they arrive, Mu Chen replied nonchalantly. Sensing his calm demeanor, Yang Tao, who was watching television with Xue Su Mei, rolled her eyes. Wealthy people are different. A car worth over $1 million has been wrecked, and he remains so unfazed. I'll come over now, she said softly. After a moment of consideration, Mu Chen agreed. With the car damaged beyond immediate repair, he had no alternative transportation, and Yang Tao's arrival would allow him to accompany her to purchase a new vehicle that afternoon. Chapter 18. A warning from the future mother-in-law. After hanging up with Yang Tao, Mu Chen did not wait long before a police car appeared in the parking lot. 2 officers exited the vehicle and were taken aback upon seeing Mu Chen's mangled car. After taking notes, they escorted Mu Chen to the property management office. However, Mu Chen's parking spot was in a blind spot of the surveillance cameras, leaving them to monitor the parking lot's entrance for any clues. Given the severity of the damage to Mu Chen's vehicle, it was unlikely that the other party's car was unscathed. Indeed, after a brief observation, Mu Chen spotted a red vehicle with significant rear damage exiting the parking lot in the footage from last night. From then on, the matter was largely out of Mu Chen's hands, as he was not particularly helpful in locating the culprit. The officers advised him to await further information and instructed him not to take his car for repairs just yet before departing. Shortly after their exit, Yang Tao's car slowly entered the community. Who on earth drives like this? To crash your car so badly in the parking lot is quite impressive, Yang Tao remarked, shaking her head in disbelief as she examined the wrecked car. Hearing Yang Tao's teasing tone, Mu Chun rolled his eyes and replied, "What's done is done. It's no big deal. Just accompany me to buy a new car later." "You plan to buy a new car?" Yang Tao asked, taken aback by his statement. "What other choice do I have? It will take time to repair this one. I can't just go without a vehicle," Mu Chun shrugged. "What kind of car are you considering?" She continued to inquire. "Let's see. A Porsche would be nice, and if I don't find one I like, a Ferrari wouldn't be bad either," Mu Chun mused. Yang Tao couldn't help but roll her eyes at Mu Chun's nonchalant attitude toward purchasing luxury cars, as if they were mere vegetables. Indeed, the world of the affluent was something she found utterly incomprehensible. Meanwhile, Mu Chun chuckled inwardly at Yang Tao's flabbergasted expression. "Serves you right for teasing me. Come on. Let's grab some breakfast," he said softly, leading the way to her car. "How about you drive?" Yang Tao suggested instinctively as Mu Chun approached the passenger seat. "Sure." Mu Chun was surprised by her offer but nodded in agreement. After taking the keys from her, he circled to the driver's side and settled in. Once Yang Tao joined him, he pressed the accelerator, and they sped out of the parking lot. There was a noticeable difference in the driving experience between a modestly priced car and one worth several million. Mu Chun found himself somewhat unaccustomed to Yang Tao's vehicle. After enjoying a quick breakfast nearby, Yang Tao turned to Mu Chun and asked, "Do you have any plans for later?" "What's up?" he replied, curious. "If you have errands to run, you can keep my car for now. I'm just at home with my mom, so I don't have much to do," Yang Tao said, brushing her hair back. Mu Chun's smile widened at her words. "I don't have anything pressing. I just plan to buy a car, and I'd love for you to join me. But I need to return home to cook for my mom," Yang Tao said, slightly frowning. While she had no objections to accompanying Mu Chun to buy a car, her mother, Shue Sume, needed her assistance at home due to her mobility issues. "That's fine. We can go back, help your mom with lunch, and then head out to buy a car in the afternoon. I can lend a hand," Mu Chun stated confidently. "How do you manage to say that with such conviction about mooching off a meal?" Yang Tao shot him a disapproving glance.
Mu Chun chuckled.
Not bothering to defend himself. Eventually, Yang Tao acquiesced to Mu Chun's suggestion. The two of them drove to a nearby market to purchase fresh vegetables, and Mu Chun also bought some supplements for Shue Sume before heading to her home. Shue Sume was delighted by Mu Chun's arrival, especially when she saw the supplements he brought, her eyes lighting up with joy. She pulled him onto the couch to chat, while her daughter was sent to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Although it was still only 11 o'clock, the abundance of groceries meant starting on lunch early was perfectly acceptable. After spending some time conversing with Shue Sume, Mu Chun entered the kitchen to assist Yang Tao, having promised to lend a hand. However, less than 10 minutes later, he was ushered out by Yang Tao after accidentally breaking a bowl and a plate while washing the dishes. If he continued to help, she feared they might run out of dishes for lunch. Watching Yang Tao deftly maneuver in the kitchen, embodying the image of a diligent wife, Mu Chun couldn't help but smile wider. "Mu Chun, what do you think of Taozi?" Shue Sume suddenly leaned closer and asked in a hushed tone as Mu Chun settled back onto the couch. "Yes, great. So beautiful and capable. Whoever marries Taozi will be incredibly fortunate."
Mu Chun nodded earnestly.
"Then please be honest with me. Do you have any feelings for her?" "Taozi is very innocent. She has never been in a relationship. If you like her and have intentions, I wholeheartedly support it. But if you merely wish to toy with her feelings, let me warn you, I will not let you off easily. So, tell me today, what are your true intentions?" Shue Sume said with a smile, her expression serious. Mu Chun was taken aback by Shue Sume's words. Was this a warning from the future mother-in-law? He pondered, feeling a whirlwind of thoughts. Additionally, do consider leaving a flower review. Given the author's diligence, it would be wonderful to receive some of those lovely flowers from you. Chapter 19, Buying a Car. However, upon observing the earnest expression on Shue Sume's face, Mu Chun remained silent for a moment before solemnly stating, "Auntie, Taozi is quite wonderful. I genuinely like her. However, such matters cannot hinge solely on my feelings. It ultimately depends on Taozi's sentiments as well. Therefore, I cannot offer you any assurances regarding future developments. Nonetheless, Should I find myself in a relationship with Taozi, I assure you that I would never allow her to feel sorrow or distress. Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, a look of satisfaction spread across Xue Sumei's face. Just then, as Xue Sumei was about to respond, Yang Tao emerged from the kitchen, inquiring, "Oh, what are you and my mother discussing?" "Oh, it's nothing. I was just chatting about mundane matters with Auntie." Mu Chen quickly turned to Yang Tao, who was regarding them with a hint of suspicion. "Yes, indeed. Just some everyday conversation," Xue Sumei promptly echoed. "How mysterious," Yang Tao murmured, before bustling back into the kitchen with the dishes Mu Chen had left on the dining table. After Yang Tao returned to the kitchen, Mu Chen and Xue Sumei exchanged glances, both sporting smiles. It must be said that Yang Tao's culinary skills were quite commendable. After more than an hour, she had prepared a lavish spread of dishes that were a feast for the senses. Once Yang Tao brought out the final soup, the three of them finally sat down at the table to dine. "Ah, Taozi, your cooking is truly remarkable. It's on par with that of professional chefs," Mu Chen exclaimed while relishing his meal. "Oh, I'm just an amateur. How could I possibly compare to professionals?" Yang Tao replied bashfully, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, clearly flattered by Mu Chen's praise. Meanwhile, Xue Sumei observed the two with a gentle smile, remaining silent. The meal extended well into the afternoon, and it was only after 1 o'clock that Mu Chen contentedly set down his utensils, having devoured nearly all the food on the table. After lunch, Mu Chen continued his conversation with Xue Sumei while Yang Tao tidied up the remnants of the meal. By the time everything was in order, it was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After bidding farewell to Xue Sumei, Mu Chen took Yang Tao downstairs.
Mu Chen,
"What exactly were you discussing with my mother? She has been looking at me with such peculiar eyes all afternoon."
Yang Tao queried.
Feeling quite uneasy under her mother's scrutinizing gaze. "Curious, are we? I shall not divulge," Mu Chen replied with a playful glance at Yang Tao, chuckling. Observing Mu Chen striding towards the car with an almost childlike demeanor, Yang Tao felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. At the Beijing Porsche dealership, Mu Chen drove Yang Tao's car to the premises, and they entered the showroom together. Shortly, a well-presented sales representative approached them with a warm smile. "Good day, sir and madam. Are you here to browse cars?" the representative inquired, her gaze appraising the two. Yang Tao was quickly dismissed in the saleswoman's estimation, as her entire outfit was worth only a few hundred yuan, making it implausible for her to be a potential buyer of a Porsche. In contrast, Mu Chen was clad in designer labels. "Indeed, do you have any vehicles priced over $1 million that can be driven away immediately?" Mu Chen asked nonchalantly, unperturbed by the saleswoman's scrutiny. "$1 million." The saleswoman's heart raced with excitement at Mu Chen's words. "Indeed, we have a few high-end models available. Currently, we have a brand new 911 Carrera and a limited edition Panamera Turbo 4.8T from the recent auto show," she responded cheerfully. Mu Chen furrowed his brow and said softly, "Let us take a look at the Panamera. I have no interest in supercars." His words were sincere. He found little allure in supercars, which left him sore after just a couple of hours of driving. In his view, those who purchased such vehicles were somewhat misguided. "Very well. Please follow me." The saleswoman nodded enthusiastically, leading Mu Chen further inside the showroom. They soon arrived at a display where a striking vehicle, reminiscent of Mu Chen's previous Panamera, gleamed under the lights. Its mysterious and profound black exterior drew the eye like a black hole. "Mu Chen, this car looks quite similar to your Panamera, doesn't it?" Yang Tao, who had remained silent until now, remarked softly. "Not quite. The price of this vehicle could purchase 2 of mine." Mu Chen chuckled, glancing at the price tag displayed before them. Yang Tao gasped in surprise upon hearing Mu Chen's words, and when she saw the price tag, nearly 5 million, she was utterly astounded. As Mu Chen gazed at the car, satisfaction flickered in his eyes. While its exterior bore a resemblance to his Panamera, its performance and interior were undoubtedly superior. "Is this car available for a test drive?" Mu Chen inquired, looking up at the saleswoman. "Certainly. I heard you own a Panamera, so I would be delighted to arrange a test drive for you," she replied without hesitation, rushing off to fetch the keys from the manager. "Mu Chen, are you planning to buy this car?" Yang Tao asked, watching the saleswoman depart. What do you think? Isn't it quite impressive? Mu Chun responded with a smile, not directly answering her question. It is indeed impressive. But I feel you already own a Panamera. There seems to be little need for another one. Does there? Yang Tao gently advised. It's no trouble. I really like this car. Besides, it's not excessively priced. If I want it, I might as well buy it.
Mu Chen shrugged nonchalantly.
Hearing Mu Chen's nonchalant tone, Yang Tao rolled her eyes, wanting to exclaim one word. Wealthy. How could 5 million be considered inexpensive? What price would he deem exorbitant? However, for Mu Chun, that amount was indeed not extravagant. It merely represented his earnings for a month from the system. The saleswoman soon returned, holding a set of keys. After Mu Chun accepted the keys from her, he cheerfully said to Yang Tao, "Let us get in the car. I'll take you for a spin." Yang Tao shot Mu Chun an exasperated look. Yet she climbed into the passenger seat. As for the saleswoman, she had to settle for the back seat. Chapter 20. Sister is bad. The Porsche dealership boasts its own exclusive test drive track. After Mu Chun drove around the track for 2 laps, he gradually returned the car to the showroom. How much is the total price for this car? Mu Chun inquired of the salesperson after stepping out. The price of this vehicle is 4,860,000, and with additional fees, the final cost is 5,100,000. The salesperson replied with a broad smile. The final price was not a round number, but the salesperson conveniently omitted the decimal details. Can I drive it away today? Mu Chun nodded and asked. With over 7 million in her account, purchasing a car costing around 5 million posed no strain for her. Of course, the salesperson quickly affirmed, once you make the purchase, you can drive it away. We'll take care of the paperwork. Just come back to register the license plate. All right, let's proceed with the card payment, Mu Chun said, pulling out a bank card from her pocket and handing it to the salesperson. The salesperson was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the card. She hadn't anticipated Mu Chun would so readily produce it. The lack of negotiation on the price hinted at a considerable wealth. She still had several discount points left to offer, which made her feel a bit uneasy. However, the sale was too good to pass up. Thus, she accepted the card and led Mu Chun and Yang Tao to the VIP room. Half an hour later, a brand new black limited edition 2014 Panamera Turbo 4.8T emerged from the dealership and joined the flow of traffic. 5,100,000 had vanished from Mu Chun's card, yet her system reflected an increase of 500 experience points, bringing her total to 670 out of 10,000. Yang Tao sat in the passenger seat, her expression somewhat dazed and silent. Witnessing Mu Chun spend 5 million on a car was a significant psychological impact for her. What are you thinking? Mu Chun asked while driving. Nothing much, just feels like a dream. 5 million just like that. Yang Tao replied with a wry smile, although the money wasn't hers. Seeing it vanish still pained her. Isn't money meant to be spent? Why feel distressed? Spend it and earn more, Mu Chun remarked dismissively. For Mu Chun, 5 million was merely a month's earnings from the system, and she felt no remorse in spending it. Speaking of which, my car. Yang Tao suddenly remembered her own vehicle still parked at the dealership and turned to Mu Chun. She had been so lost in thought that she had forgotten about it. Don't worry, I've already arranged for the dealership to deliver your car to my place, Mu Chun said with a light smile. Given that they had just made a 5 million purchase, the dealership readily obliged. That's good to hear. Yang Tao felt relieved upon hearing Mu Chun's assurance. Although her car was only worth a little over 100,000, it represented 2 years of hard work and she had yet to finish paying off her loan. So, where are we headed now? Yang Tao suddenly asked. Where would you like to go? To thank you for accompanying me to buy the car, I invite you to have some fun today.
Mu Chen smiled at Yang Tao.
How about we visit the orphanage? I went yesterday, but didn't he have a chance to buy anything for the kids? I'd like to get them some gifts and see them again, Yang Tao suggested after some thought. Surprised by her choice, Mu Chun nodded and drove towards the outskirts. Upon reaching the orphanage, it was as lively as ever, with a group of children playing at the entrance. As Mu Chun and Yang Tao exited the car, the children quickly surrounded them. After Mu Chun retrieved the candies and toys Yang Tao had purchased from the trunk and distributed them, the children's faces lit up with joy. Receiving toys was a rare treat for them, making each occasion particularly special. Watching Yang Tao play with the children, Mu Chun told her to find the director before entering the orphanage. In the backyard, the director sat basking in the sun. Now older, her energy had waned considerably, but fortunately, a few young helpers were there to share the workload of caring for the children. Nearby, Xiaoming sat with a drawing board, engrossed in his art. Mu Chun quietly approached him and noticed he was sketching a portrait. To his surprise, the drawing bore a striking resemblance to the girl he had met yesterday. Perhaps sensing someone behind him, Xiaoming turned and his face brightened upon seeing Mu Chun. Mu Chun-gu. Yes. Are you drawing? Who is this? Mu Chun nodded and inquired. This is my sister. Xiaoming hesitated before softly answering. Your sister? Why don't you let her come closer? Mu Chun asked, puzzled. Xiaoming, though not foolish, clearly remembered Antai. Why don't you let Antai come near? This intrigued Mu Chun. Sister is bad. She doesn't want Xiaoming anymore. Xiaoming doesn't want her either. Xiaoming exclaimed, his emotions stirred. Mu Chun realized the situation with sudden clarity. It seemed that Antai's departure had significantly affected Xiaoming, leading to his struggles with autism and leaving a lasting impression. Previously, Mu Chun had wondered why Xiaoming reacted so strongly to Antai's presence. Although he generally kept people at bay, he had never shown such a reaction before. Xiaoming, your sister didn't leave you because she wanted to. Can you try not to blame her? Mu Chun asked gently. I want tea. Xiaoming turned his head away, his face etched with displeasure. Observing his demeanor, Mu Chun refrained from further persuasion but remarked softly. All right, I won't say anything more. By the way, I really like your sketch. Would you be willing to give it to me? Hearing Mu Chun's request, Xiaoming looked at him, uncertainty clouding his expression. After a long pause, he finally nodded, carefully removing the drawing paper and handing it to Mu Chun. Accepting the artwork with a smile, Mu Chun encouraged him to continue drawing before heading towards the director. Chapter 21. Acquisition of the orphanage. As Mu Chun conversed with Xiaoming, the director had already awakened. He approached the director and engaged in light banter before presenting the director with the 100,000 yuan he had withdrawn from the bank. Upon receiving the money, the director sighed deeply, his tone laced with resignation. What are you up to, Mu Chun? At that moment, Yang Tao entered from outside, cradling the little girl, Xiao Yu, whom Mu Chun had held earlier. Nothing much. Why aren't you outside playing with them? Mu Chun gently shook his head and asked, his gaze filled with tenderness. They're playing games, but I don't know how, so I came in to check on you. Yang Tao replied softly as she moved closer to Mu Chun. Upon noticing the sketch paper in Mu Chun's hand, she inquired curiously, what is that? Subsequently, she set Xiao Yu down and reached for the drawing. When she laid eyes upon the sketch, she paused briefly before recognizing the image of the aloof woman they had encountered the previous day. This was drawn by Xiaoming. The person in the picture is her sister. Mu Chun explained to Yang Tao. Not bad. The drawing is quite good. Yang Tao said, looking up with a gentle smile. Indeed, the children at the orphanage are exceptionally gifted. Mu Chun replied with a hint of pride. Look at you, all smug.
Yang Tao teaset.
Rolling her eyes at him as she returned the drawing. You stay here and chat with the director. I'll take a stroll outside. With that, she turned and exited the backyard. The director, sitting in a recliner, turned his attention to Mu Chun after Yang Tao left. Xiao Chun, that girl is quite lovely. You're not getting any younger. It might be time to settle down, the director said earnestly. She is indeed wonderful. Don't worry, director. I have it all under control. Mu Chun replied softly. By the way, Xiao Chun, there's something else I wish to discuss with you. The director suddenly added. Please, go ahead. Mu Chun responded immediately upon hearing the director's words. This morning, 2 individuals came to the orphanage expressing interest in acquiring our land. They claimed they could offer us a satisfactory price and even promised to build another orphanage for us elsewhere. The director recounted slowly. Someone wants to buy the orphanage? Mu Chun's brow furrowed upon hearing this. Yes, they even left me a business card. As you know, I'm getting on in years and find these matters rather perplexing. Xiao Hai and the others are quite busy, so I thought it best to consult you. The director nodded. He then retrieved a business card from his pocket. Mu Chun took it and examined it. It bore a name and phone number, along with the name of a company in the upper right corner. Shangxian Real Estate Company? Mu Chen murmured, feeling an odd sense of familiarity with the name, though he could not quite place it. Shaking his head, he tucked the card into his pocket and turned back to the director. What are your thoughts, director? I believe if their offer is genuine, we should consider selling the orphanage. After all, we are an orphanage, and as long as the new location isn't too remote, it should be fine. Furthermore, our current financial situation is dire. We can't continue to rely solely on you. Places too much pressure on you. The director sighed. She held deep affection for the place, having devoted her entire life to it. Her willingness to sell stemmed from necessity. How about this? Later, I'll discuss it with Brother Hai and the others to gauge their opinions. If they agree, we can proceed with the sale. Mu Chen acknowledged the director's perspective and spoke softly. Yes, you should indeed discuss it with them. The director nodded in agreement. After concluding their conversation, Mu Chen drove Yang Tao towards the city. Having spent the afternoon playing with the children at the orphanage, Yang Tao appeared somewhat fatigued, her spirits waning in the car. Yang Tao, are you familiar with Shangxian Real Estate Company? Mu Chen suddenly asked her. Shangxian Real Estate Company? Yang Tao's expression turned contemplative. I'm not quite sure about that. She gently shook her head and added, Why do you ask? The director informed me that this real estate company is interested in acquiring the land of the orphanage and has promised to establish a new orphanage for the children. Mu Chen explained, Thus, I wish to learn more about this company. I'm not aware of it, but I'll ask my friends tonight to see if anyone knows. All right. Mu Chen nodded, falling silent thereafter. He drove Yang Tao back to the residential complex where Xue Sume resided. After watching her ascend the stairs, he proceeded to head home. Upon returning to the complex, Mu Chen collected the keys to Yang Tao's car from the staff at the 4S dealership, then made his way home. Reclining on the sofa, Mu Chen held the sketch that Xiaoming had drawn for some time before finally retrieving his phone to dial Antai's number. Hello, who is this? In an office in Beijing CBD, Antai was diligently handling paperwork when her phone rang. Without looking, she answered the call. Antai, it's me, Mu Chen. Do you have time this evening? I have something I wish to discuss with you, Mu Chen said, chuckling softly at the sound of Antai's cool voice. Mr. Mu, may I inquire what this is regarding? Antai replied, surprised to hear his voice. It's about Xiaoming. All right, let's meet at 8 then. I'm currently working overtime at the office, so you choose the location. I'll come right after I finish. Upon learning the matter concerned Xiaoming, Antai promptly agreed. Good. I'll send you the location shortly, Mu Chen replied before hanging up. After sending the location of the Opera Bombina restaurant to Antai, Mu Chen entered a messaging app and found a group chat. There were only 5 members in the group, and Mu Chen invited the others to a voice call. Before long, the remaining 4 participants connected to the call. Chapter 22. A loss of composure. Xiao Chun, is there something on your mind? Soon, a contact named Hai Gu spoke up. I visited the orphanage today. The director shared something with me that I believe warrants our discussion. Mu Chen softly conveyed into his phone. Subsequently, Mu Chen recounted the entire conversation he had with the director. This is how things stand. What are your thoughts? After Mu Chen finished, he inquired of the others. What did the director say about it? The director's stance is to sell it. This way, the financial situation of the orphanage can improve somewhat, and the burden on us will be significantly lessened. Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, the phone fell into a profound silence. Then let us proceed according to the director's wishes. I will investigate Changxian Real Estate Company tomorrow to assess its viability. Another voice suddenly echoed in the group chat. Changxian Real Estate is a subsidiary of Changxian Group. I have collaborated with them before. Their reputation is commendable. It seems they are planning significant developments in the suburbs. Changxian Group? The company owned by Tan Zhongming? Hai Gu immediately inquired upon hearing the name. Indeed, Mu Chen's expression shifted to one of realization as he listened to the group chat. He had previously found the name Changxian oddly familiar. It was the company owned by Old Tan that he had seen on television. Is it also the company where Andy works? Mu Chen pondered thoughtfully. Xiao Mu, why don't you take charge of this matter? I, along with Gongzi and the others, are quite preoccupied. Please pay extra attention to the orphanage. We will come to see you for drinks when we find the time. As Mu Chen was lost in thought, Hai Gu spoke again. He was not exaggerating. The 5 individuals in this group were indeed the final bastion of support for the orphanage. They were also children who had grown up there, each year contributing substantial sums back to the institution. The other 4 had settled into married life and were relatively busy, leaving Mu Chun to handle many of the orphanage's affairs over the past year. After all, he had more time on his hands. All right, if anything arises, I will get in touch with you. After hanging up, Mu Chun sank into contemplation on the sofa. He had never anticipated that the company owned by Andy would be involved in the acquisition of the orphanage. This struck him as rather extraordinary. Shaking his head, Mu Chun resolved to discuss this matter with Andy when they next met, for after all, Xiao Ming still resided at the orphanage. At 7:30, Mu Chun drove to the Opera Bomana Western restaurant. After waiting a brief moment in the restaurant, he spotted Andy, clad in a tailored suit, entering from outside. You've arrived? Please have a seat. What would you like to eat? This meal is on me. Mu Chun greeted Andy with a smile as he stood up. Thank you, Mr. Mu. What is it you wish to discuss with me? Andy nodded, taking the menu while simultaneously inquiring of Mu Chun. There is no rush. Let us order first. Mu Chun replied with a gentle smile. Once they had placed their orders, Mu Chun retrieved a sketch from his pocket. What is this? Andy asked, taking the sketch Mu Chun offered, her brow furrowing in curiosity as she opened it. When Andy unveiled the sketch, she was momentarily taken aback. She recognized the portrait instantly. It was of her. What does this mean, Mr. Mu? Andy asked, her expression clouded with confusion. She had assumed Mu Chun was the artist. Please, do not misunderstand. I am not the one who drew this. My artistic skills are not that refined. This afternoon I visited the orphanage, and while there, Xiao Ming was in the process of creating this sketch. Mu Chun, observing Andy's reaction, quickly waved his hand in explanation. You mean Xiao Ming drew this? Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, Andy's face lit up with joy and excitement. Yes. When I arrived, he had just finished it. I asked him for this sketch and even chatted with him for a bit. Mu Chen nodded, speaking softly. During our conversation, I discovered that Xiao Ming remembers you. He even recognized you. He proceeded to recount the details of his chat with Xiao Ming to Andy. Upon hearing Mu Chen's account, Andy trembled slightly, lowering her head and fidgeting with her hands on the table. Water. I need water. Andy's voice emerged softly. Observing her distress, Mu Chun quickly handed her the tall glass of water on the table. Andy grasped the glass and gulped down its contents, regaining some composure. Are you saying that Xiao Ming remembers me but harbors resentment? Resentment for my having abandoned him? Only when Andy lifted her head did Mu Chun notice her tear-streaked face. It may not be so much resentment as it is a lack of understanding. Your departure was not within your control. Mu Chun offered her 2 tissues, handing them to her gently. Mr. Mu, would you accompany me to the orphanage tomorrow? I wish to explain to Xiao Ming. It truly is not as he perceives. Andy grasped Mu Chen's arm tightly, her eyes filled with desperation. Witnessing Andy's state, Mu Chun found himself unable to refuse, simply nodding in agreement. Thank you, Mr. Mu, thank you. Upon receiving his consent, Andy's face blossomed with surprise and gratitude. Now, dry your tears. Otherwise, others may think I have mistreated you. Moreover, when you see Xiao Ming tomorrow, you mustn't be overly emotional. Otherwise, he will only distance himself further. Mu Chun said with a hint of exasperation. He had not anticipated that the strong and composed Andy would lose her poise regarding her brother's situation. Andy nodded, accepting the tissues from Mu Chun and dabbing at her tears. After a while, she finally managed to steady her emotions. Mr. Mu, I apologize for my display of emotion, Andy said, her eyes still glistening as she looked at him. Noticing her return to formality, Mu Chun understood that she had regained her composure. Please, just call me Mu Chun. There is no need for such formality. If I had a relative like Xiao Ming, I might have been even more overcome. Andy nodded but chose not to respond further. Chapter 23. The first encounter with the Enchantress soon. The dishes ordered by the 2 arrived at the table. Auntie called for an additional bottle of red wine, sipping on it alone while lost in thought. Mu Chun, indifferent to the allure of alcohol, paid no mind to her indulgence. By the time they exited the restaurant, Auntie was already inebriated, having consumed 2 bottles of red wine by herself, a feat that left Mu-chan astonished. When he inquired about her residence, Auntie seemed oblivious to his question. Resigned, Mu-chan supported her into his car and drove towards his home. Upon arriving, he assisted the unconscious Auntie into the guest bedroom, tucking her in before retreating from the room. After refreshing himself, Mu-chan settled on the sofa to chat with Yang Tao for a while, before retiring to his own room to rest. The next morning, Auntie awoke in a daze. After staring at the ceiling for a moment, she suddenly sat up in bed. Glancing around and checking her attire, she finally breathed a sigh of relief upon confirming that she was still clothed. However, as her head throbbed painfully and her stomach churned from the excesses of the previous night, she felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Once dressed, Auntie exited her room and found Mu-chan seated on the sofa, engrossed in a magazine. "You're up? I bought breakfast for you. The mineral water is in the fridge. Help yourself," he remarked with a gentle smile as he glanced up at her. Nodding, Auntie opened the refrigerator, retrieved a bottle of water, and drank deeply, feeling her throat finally begin to ease. "Mu-chan, I drank too much last night and burdened you with my troubles," she said, approaching the dining table where breakfast awaited. "No worries, everyone has their off days. By the way, I bought you a toothbrush and towel for the bathroom. You should wash up before eating," Mu-chan replied, shaking his head with a smile. "Thank you." Auntie expressed her gratitude once more before heading to the bathroom. Shortly after, she returned to the dining table and began to devour her breakfast, having neglected to eat much the previous night while indulging in wine. With a ravenous appetite, she quickly polished off the preserved egg and lean meat congee along with 2 fried dough sticks that Mu-chan had brought her. After breakfast, Auntie promptly washed the dishes, then approached Mu-chan with a soft request. "Mu-chan, could you please give me a ride back? I need to change into some fresh clothes before we head to the orphanage together." "Of course, I have no objections," Mu-chan replied, knowing he would soon need her assistance. Descending the stairs, Mu-chan drove according to Auntie's directions, eventually parking at the foot of an apartment complex. Auntie alighted from the car and entered the building while Mu-chan leaned against the front of the vehicle, lighting a cigarette. As he waited, a young woman in her 20s bounced out of the building, her eyes lighting up upon spotting him. "Hi there, handsome. Waiting for someone?" A sweet voice broke through his thoughts. Lifting his gaze, he found a petite woman smiling at him, and he recognized her as the enchantress, Auntie's neighbor. The enchantress was thrilled. As a self-proclaimed beauty connoisseur, she had not expected to encounter such a charming young man upon stepping outside. In her eyes, Mu-chan's looks warranted at least a 95 out of 100. With little hesitation, she approached him to strike up a conversation. "Is there something you need?" Mu-chan asked, maintaining a neutral tone despite recognizing her. "Xiaochu, what are you up to?" Auntie's voice suddenly emerged from behind the enchantress just as she was about to respond. "Auntie, do you know this handsome young man?" The enchantress turned to Auntie, her face radiating curiosity. "This is a friend of mine. He already has a girlfriend, so don't get any ideas," Auntie cautioned, aware of the enchantress's reputation as a beauty fanatic. "Oh, why must all the handsome ones have girlfriends? How disappointing," the enchantress pouted, her expression reflecting her discontent. "It's just a matter of time, Xiaochu. I believe you'll meet someone worthy of you," Auntie encouraged, though somewhat exasperated. "All right, Auntie, let's go," Mu-chan interjected, noticing the lingering conversation between the 2 women. "Okay, Xiaochu, I can't chat any longer. I have to run an errand." Without waiting for a response, she opened the car door and took her seat. As Mu-chan drove away from the apartment complex, the enchantress murmured softly, "Wow, he's so handsome, and his voice is just as charming. A perfect gentleman. Don't take it personally, Mu-chan. Xiaochu can be quite lively, but she means no harm," Auntie said, sensing Mu-chan's slight annoyance as they settled into the car. "It's fine. I don't know her well enough to hold any grudges," Mu-chan replied with a light shake of his head. The journey was quiet, taking nearly an hour due to rush hour traffic before they finally reached the orphanage. They parked at the entrance and entered together. Inside, the children were engaged in lessons in a nearby classroom, as the younger ones who had yet to attend school were receiving instruction from 2 teachers, given the orphanage's inability to afford kindergarten. As they made their way to the courtyard, they spotted Xiaoming seated and drawing on his sketchpad. After signaling for silence, Mu Chun and Auntie approached him quietly from behind. So, could you spare me your little flowers and evaluations? Chapter 24. A sibling reconciliation. As they approached behind Xiaoming, they beheld a sketch being created on the easel in front of him. However, to Andy's disappointment, the subject of the sketch was not her, but rather Mu Chun, who stood beside her. One could not deny that although Xiaoming had not received formal training in art, his innate talent was truly remarkable. Observing the drawing that bore a striking resemblance to her, Mu Chun was equally taken aback. Sensing someone behind him, Xiaoming turned his head, and upon seeing Mu Chun, a glimmer of surprise lit up his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Andy standing beside Mu Chun. In an instant, Xiaoming resembled a mouse confronted by a cat, abruptly rising from his seat, clutching Mu Chun's arm, and retreating behind him. Xiaoming's reaction elicited a wry smile from Andy. Although she had mentally prepared herself for this response prior to their arrival, the reality of the situation was still somewhat hard for her to accept. After all, he was her beloved younger brother. Bad. Xiaoming cautiously peered out from behind Mu Chun, timidly uttering a single word. Andy is not bad. Andy is overjoyed to know that Xiaoming remembers her. She cried tears of joy last night. Mu Chun chuckled helplessly and turned to reassure Xiaoming. Shy. Xiaoming replied, repeating a solitary word in response to Mu Chun's comforting words. Andy acknowledges her mistakes. It was wrong to leave Xiaoming. She regrets it deeply. Can Xiaoming forgive her just this once? Andy said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at her brother. She was at a loss for how to convey her feelings to him, so she merely expressed her genuine thoughts. Upon hearing Andy's words, Xiaoming instinctively shrank back, though his demeanor grew less agitated. Mu Chen's eyes sparkled with hope as he observed Xiaoming's reaction. It works. Clearly, Xiaoming's heart is as transparent as glass. Yes, Xiaoming. Everyone makes mistakes. What matters is the willingness to change. We must grant her the opportunity for redemption. After all, everyone falters. Just like when Xiaoming accidentally broke something cherished by the director, she did not hold it against him, did she? Mu Chen gently encouraged. Previously, the director had possessed a jade bracelet, not of great value, yet it was a treasured keepsake from her mother. The director had preserved it with care, seldom daring to wear it. Yet Xiaoming had inadvertently shattered the bracelet, which had frightened him greatly, causing him to hide away in the house. Ultimately, the director summoned Mu Chun, and under his comforting presence, Xiaoming gradually regained his composure. Although the director was understandably upset over the broken bracelet, she did not chastise Xiaoming. She merely urged him to be more careful in the future. Xiaoming paused, seemingly reminded of this incident by Mu Chen's words. Moreover, Andy was Xiaoming's kin. How could he remain angry with a family member? Mu Chun continued to guide him gently. Andy, listening to Mu Chun, cast a grateful glance in his direction. Will you ever leave Xiaoming again? Xiaoming hesitantly inquired, gazing at Mu Chun. No, Andy will never leave Xiaoming again. Wherever Andy goes, Xiaoming will accompany her. Andy exclaimed, her excitement evident as she heard Xiaoming's concession. Upon hearing Andy's words, Xiaoming grasped Mu Chen's hand, hesitating for a moment before finally stepping out from behind him. However, his eyes remained fixed on Andy. Seeing Xiaoming's resistance begin to fade, Andy's face blossomed into a joyful smile as she extended her trembling hand. Mu Chun remained silent, observing the interaction between them. As Xiaoming reached out to take Andy's hand, a smile emerged on Mu Chen's face. He recognized that the barriers in Xiaoming's heart had finally begun to dissolve. Of course, remnants of that barrier lingered, for the pain caused by Andy's departure was significant. Yet, should Andy persist in her efforts, a day would surely come when those barriers would vanish entirely. Having stepped outside the courtyard, Mu Chun exhaled a long breath, retrieving a cigarette and lighting it for himself. Subsequently, he took out his phone, locating Yang Tao's video message, and sent her a text. I just woke up. How come you're up so early? Yang Tao's response arrived swiftly. I'm at the orphanage now. Xiaoming and his sister have finally reconciled. Mu Chun relayed the news to Yang Tao. He had mentioned to her that Andy had stayed over after drinking too much the previous night, and Yang Tao had not reacted negatively. After all, although she harbored feelings for Mu Chun, their relationship had yet to develop. Besides, Andy's drunkenness had not led to anything inappropriate between them. Reconciliation? That's wonderful. Otherwise, poor Xiaoming. Yang Tao quickly replied, having previously expressed sympathy for Xiaoming's situation. Now, hearing of the siblings' reunion, she felt a wave of happiness for him. As Mu Chun continued to smoke and chat, he soon finished his cigarette. Just as he turned around, he spotted Andy emerging from the courtyard, hand in hand with Xiaoming. Both siblings' eyes were slightly reddened. Andy approached Mu Chun, her expression earnest as she said, "Mu Chun, I truly appreciate your help with Xiaoming. Without you, I don't know when he would have forgiven me. It was nothing. After all, Xiaoming is like a little brother to me. I'm delighted he can reconnect with family." Mu Chun replied with a smile, glancing at Xiaoming beside Andy. "Regardless, I am immensely grateful to you. In the future, should you require my assistance, I will not hesitate," Andy said earnestly, shaking her head gently. Mu Chun insisted that it was nothing, yet Andy could not forget his kindness. She realized that, without Mu Chun, resolving the turmoil in Xiaoming's heart could have taken an indefinite amount of time. "By the way, now that you and Xiaoming have reconciled, what are your plans for him? Will he remain here, or will you take him back with you?" Mu Chun suddenly inquired. "I've spoken to Xiaoming, and he expressed a desire to stay here. He considers this place his home. Furthermore, I genuinely lack the time to care for him," Andy replied, shaking her head. Chapter 25. Seeking assistance from Auntie. "All right. By the way, there is something else I would like to ask you," Mu Chun said softly, gazing at Auntie. "What is it?" "Go ahead," Auntie immediately inquired, her heart filled with gratitude towards Mu Chun. Naturally, she had no objections to his questions. "You work at Shangxian Group, right?" Mu Chun continued, his eyes fixed on Auntie. "Yes," Auntie nodded, casting a puzzled look at Mu Chun, unsure of what prompted his inquiry. "Is Shangxian Real Estate a subsidiary of your group?" He pressed on. "It seems so. I haven't been with the company for long, so I'm not very familiar with the subsidiaries."
Mu Chun.
"Is there something regarding this real estate company that you're concerned about?" Auntie asked with a slight frown. "Yes. 2 individuals from Shangxian Real Estate visited the orphanage yesterday, expressing an interest in acquiring the land on which the orphanage sits." As he spoke, Mu Chun recounted what the director had conveyed to him the day prior. "I'm not well versed in this matter either, but let me give my friend a call to inquire," Auntie replied, pulling her phone from her bag and dialing Old Tan's number. Her gaze flitted back to Mu Chun, who had just asked about Shangxian Group, leading her to initially think he sought some advantage due to her affiliation. Little did she know, his concern stemmed from the orphanage's situation, which stirred feelings of guilt within her. "Hello, Old Tan. I have a question for you. Is Shangxian Real Estate a subsidiary of our group?" Auntie asked as soon as the call connected. "Yes, it is. What's up?"
Tan Thongmin replied.
Having just arrived at the office, Tan Zongming harbored feelings for Auntie, yet fate had placed them in a situation that rendered their relationship impossible. He had been married when he met her, thus he buried his emotions deep within, choosing to remain by her side as a friend. "Is there any project that Shangxian Real Estate is currently pursuing in the eastern suburbs?" Auntie continued. "How did you know? I haven't mentioned this within the company yet. I'm planning a major project there," Old Tan expressed, surprised yet transparent with Auntie. "Did you not call me earlier to say you wouldn't be coming to the office today because you were accompanying your brother?" he asked suddenly. "Yes. I'm currently at the orphanage where my brother is. The orphanage is located in the eastern suburbs. It seems 2 employees from our group came to discuss the land acquisition yesterday," Auntie explained softly. "What a coincidence. Don't worry, since your brother is there. If they do proceed with the acquisition of the orphanage's land, I will certainly offer the highest price," Tan Zongming replied, smiling despite his surprise. "All right, let's put that aside for now. You can continue with your work," Auntie said, promptly ending the call. "I just confirmed that Shangxian Real Estate is indeed a subsidiary of our group. We are planning a significant project here, which is why they are currently acquiring land," Auntie informed Mu Chun as she set her phone down. "That sounds good. Auntie, would it be possible for you to assist with the orphanage's matters? I am utterly clueless about business, and if your group is genuinely pursuing the acquisition, I would be grateful for your help." Mu Chun gazed earnestly at her. Leave it to me? That might not be appropriate since I am an employee of Shangxian Group. Auntie's brow furrowed slightly, her mind filled with concerns. She wasn't worried about the company, but rather about the complexities of human nature. If the director and Mu Chun were dissatisfied with the compensation, she would find herself in a precarious position. Sister, please help. Xiao Ming, who had been silent, gently tugged at Auntie's sleeve, his voice soft. Sighing, Auntie found it hard to refuse when faced with Xiao Ming's innocent gaze. She nodded in agreement. Seeing Auntie acquiesce, Mu Chen's face broke into a smile. He spent nearly an hour playing with Auntie and Xiao Ming at the orphanage before finally departing. Reluctant to leave, Auntie cherished her time with Xiao Ming, finding it hard to tear herself away. As Mu Chun drove back to the city, preparing to head home, he received a call from Yang Tao. Mu Chun, are you still at the orphanage? Yang Tao's voice came through the phone. No, I just returned to the city. What's up? Mu Chun replied with a smile. I need to buy some things for the rental property over there. Do you have time to accompany me? Yang Tao hesitated momentarily before speaking softly. Sure. I'll come pick you up, Mu Chun responded, pleasantly surprised by Yang Tao's initiative. His smile broadened. Call me when you arrive, Yang Tao said before hanging up. At Xue Sumei's home, after ending the call, Yang Tao looked helplessly at her beaming mother. She had initially planned to shop for the rental property alone, but Xue Sumei insisted she call Mu Chun. Yaozi, that young man Mu Chun seems quite nice. Not only is he handsome, but his circumstances are also commendable. Plus, he appears to be quite fond of you. You're not getting any younger. When the opportunity arises, you should seize it, Xue Sumei advised earnestly. Mom, I understand. Rest assured. I have my own considerations regarding these matters, Yang Tao responded, her tone tinged with exasperation. Humph, what considerations? If I hadn't pushed you, you might very well be 30 and still unmarried. I won't take responsibility. By next year at the latest, I expect to hold my grandchild. I don't care who you marry, but if I don't get to hold a grandchild, you and I will have unfinished business, Xue Sumei declared, her frustration evident. Unsurprisingly, her words rang true. If life mirrored television dramas, Yang Tao would indeed find herself unmarried at 30. Yang Tao merely rolled her eyes in silence. Chapter 26. The Confession. After driving to the neighborhood where Xue Sumei resided, Mu Chun took out his phone and called Yang Tao. Subsequently, he waited downstairs. After about 10 minutes, Yang Tao emerged from the building, adorned in a lovely blue dress. Standing at 1.7 meters tall, she gracefully approached Mu Chun in her sparkling high-heeled shoes. As she drew near, Mu Chun noticed that the usually bare-faced Yang Tao had applied a light touch of makeup today, rendering him momentarily speechless.
Yang Tao, noticing Mu Chun's astonished gaze,
felt a twinge of unease and instinctively tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. What are you staring at? She asked playfully. Oh, just admiring you, Taozi. You look stunning today, Mu Chun exclaimed, regaining his composure. Surprised by his straightforward compliment, Yang Tao felt her cheeks flush. Lowering her head, she murmured, Not really, I look the same as always. Hee. Mu Chun chuckled, choosing not to press the matter further. After they got into the car, he drove out of the community. At Wanyuan Square, though it wasn't the weekend, there were still plenty of people around. After parking, Mu Chun and Yang Tao made their way into Qingda Plaza. What do you need to buy? Mu Chun asked gently, glancing at Yang Tao. Mainly some daily necessities, Yang Tao replied after a moment of thought. During her time living with Xue Sumei, these items had been purchased by her, and now that she had moved out, she couldn't possibly take them from Sumei's place. Hence, she had to shop for her own. Then let's head to the supermarket. Mu Chun nodded and led Yang Tao into the supermarket at Wanyuan Square. Accompanying her through the aisles, they quickly filled their cart with various items. By the time they finished shopping for Yang Tao's new place, it had already turned to midday. After placing their items in the trunk, they returned to the mall. Thank you, Mu Chun. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known what to do with all these things, Yang Tao said while enjoying her meal at a restaurant. It's no trouble at all. Accompanying you on this shopping trip is a pleasure, not a burden, Mu Chun remarked, looking at Yang Tao's exquisite face with a gentle smile. You're exaggerating, Yang Tao replied shyly, her cheeks tinged with a soft pink. I'm not exaggerating. Accompanying you, even for a lifetime, would never feel like a hassle, Mu-chun said softly, his gaze lingering on her. Hearing his words, Yang Tao felt her heart race. Is he confessing to me? But he hasn't explicitly said he likes me. Her mind raced with chaotic thoughts. Noticing her rapidly reddening face, Mu-chun found the situation amusing. How sweetly spoken, Yang Tao said, lifting her gaze to Mu-chun. As he observed her hand resting on the table, a sudden impulse surged within him. He reached out and grasped her hand firmly. Yang Tao was taken aback by Mu-chun's boldness. When she attempted to withdraw her hand, she discovered that he was holding it tightly, and no matter how hard she tried, she could not pull away. Taozi, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Mu-chun said softly, looking into her eyes. Upon hearing Mu-chun's confession, Yang Tao felt a sweet surge in her heart. However, she simply huffed without responding verbally. Your silence means you agree, right? Mu-chun said, quickly adding, if you want to be my girlfriend, you'll need to show me. Now, could you please let go of my hand? There are so many people around. Yang Tao whispered, looking at him earnestly. What's wrong with that? Holding hands with my girlfriend is no one else's business, Mu-chun said nonchalantly. Regardless of what Yang Tao said, he had no intention of releasing her hand. Realizing this, Yang Tao felt resigned and allowed Mu-chun to lead her while she continued to eat. Shall we go for a stroll? I don't think I've ever given you a gift. After lunch, Mu-chun looked at Yang Tao, whose hand he was still holding, and smiled. Yang Tao nodded, her face still flushed, and allowed him to guide her through the mall. An hour later, they exited Wanyuan Square hand in hand, with Mu-chun carrying a small shopping bag. Yang Tao no longer wore the previous watch. Instead, she now adorned a Cartier ladies' watch. It was reasonably priced at just under 70,000. The rose gold watch complemented Yang Tao's elegance beautifully. Initially, Mu-chun had his eye on another watch, but when Yang Tao saw its price exceeding 300,000, she firmly refused to accept it. Ultimately, he settled for this watch after much persuasion. Although Mu-chun had hoped to shop for clothes with Yang Tao, she was unwilling and promptly led him out of the mall. Mu-chun, thank you for the watch. I really love it, Yang Tao said, seated in the passenger seat while admiring her new timepiece. I'm glad you like it, Mu-chun nodded, smiling softly. However, Mu-chun, you really shouldn't buy me such expensive gifts in the future. Yang Tao hesitated, biting her lip before finally speaking. Why not? You are my girlfriend, and it is only natural for me to give you gifts, Mu-chun asked, slowing the car and turning to look at her with a puzzled expression. Mu-chun, I understand that you care for me. If we were married, I wouldn't mind you spending money on me. But until that day comes, receiving such lavish gifts puts a bit of pressure on me, Yang Tao said softly, lowering her gaze. Foolish girl. Mu-chun couldn't believe Yang Tao felt this way. He chuckled and shook his head, teasing her. If that's the case, let's get married, Taozi. Then you won't be able to refuse my gifts. Yang Tao's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing Mu-chun's words. After a moment of shock, she finally stuttered, can we hold off on marriage for now? I'm not ready yet. Seeing her pitiful expression, Mu-chun burst into laughter. Haha, silly girl, I was just teasing you. Rest assured, since you feel the gifts are too extravagant, I won't buy anything so costly in the future. Expensive gifts can wait until we're married. He gently ruffled Yang Tao's silky hair, smiling tenderly. Chapter 27. Best friends are meant to be deceived. Driving to the book fragrance courtyard, Mu-chun carried the items from the trunk up to the 6th floor and then began tidying up alongside Yang Tao. After nearly 2 hours of organizing the space and cleaning, Mu-chun finally reclined on the sofa, while Yang Tao sat beside him. Exhausted, are you? Have some fruit, Yang Tao said, as she peeled the fruits she had bought that morning and offered them to Mu-chun with a smile. Ah, having a girlfriend is truly delightful. I don't even have to lift a finger to eat fruit. Mu-chun grinned, savoring a piece of orange. So, you got a girlfriend just to have someone feed you fruit? Huh? Yang Tao shot him an amused glare, clearly annoyed. Hee, how could that be? A girlfriend is meant to be cherished. Mu-chun suddenly pulled Yang Tao into an embrace. Initially tense, she soon relaxed. Then why do you still let your girlfriend feed you fruit? Yang Tao asked, her shyness barely concealed. Hee, if I pamper my girlfriend, shouldn't she reciprocate? Look at how tired I am after all that cleaning. Mu Chun replied with a grin. Yang Tao huffed but remained silent, instead feeding him another piece of orange. She understood he was indeed fatigued, having done most of the work while she merely assisted. By the way, Taozi, how much longer do you have for your annual leave? Mu Chun inquired, glancing at Yang Tao in his arms. Our leave lasts 10 days. 2 days have passed, so we still have 8 left. Why do you ask? Yang Tao responded, looking at him curiously. Nothing, just curious. Hee. Do you think my future mother-in-law will be thrilled knowing we're together? Mu Chun asked, shaking his head as he regarded Yang Tao. If Xue Sume hadn't been injured and had more time left, Mu Chun wouldn't mind taking Yang Tao on a trip. However, since Xue Sume was still recovering and required care, traveling was not an option. Mu Chun, tell me the truth. What did you say to my mother that day? Ever since, she has been singing your praises in my ear non-stop. My ears are about to callous over. Yang Tao turned to Mu Chun. Her curiosity piqued upon hearing Xue Sume's name. She recalled feeling something was off that day when she saw Mu Chun and Xue Sume whispering conspiratorially. At the time, she thought little of it, but now she suspected her mother might have been swayed. Of course, it's normal for my future mother-in-law to praise me. After all, her son-in-law is so dashing and affluent, Mu Chun said, a self-satisfied smirk on his face, which made Yang Tao roll her eyes in exasperation. Just as they were enjoying their moment, Yang Tao's phone rang. She picked it up, her brow furrowing. Who is it? She asked softly. My best friend. Don't say anything. Let me see what she wants. Yang Tao replied, pressing the answer button and putting the call on speaker. Hey Wei Wei, what's up? She asked into the phone as it connected. Taozi, what are you doing? I'm having afternoon tea with Zhao Yang at our usual spot. Hurry over. A woman's voice chimed in from the other end. Hearing this, Yang Tao glanced at Mu Chun and was about to decline, but then abruptly changed her mind. All right, I'll come over now, she said before hanging up. Who was that? Mu Chun asked softly as he held Yang Tao. My other best friend, Lan Wei Wei, she replied, setting her phone down. So you're going for afternoon tea? Are you going to abandon your handsome and charming boyfriend? Mu Chun feigned a pitiful expression, looking at Yang Tao. Mu Chun, can you stop playing the victim? When did I say I wouldn't take you with me? Yang Tao chuckled, realizing how much childlike behavior Mu Chun exhibited since they started dating. Take me with you? That would be splendid, Mu Chun exclaimed, his face lighting up at the idea. They quickly tidied up and left the house hand in hand. Taozi, how many best friends do you have? Mu Chun asked while driving. Although on television, Yang Tao only had Lan Wei Wei and Zhao Yang as her friends, reality often diverged from fiction. Just 2. Lan Wei Wei and Zhao Yang. We grew up together. However, my bond with Zhao Yang is perhaps a bit stronger, Yang Tao reflected. I see. No wonder Zhao Yang seems so. It turns out he has been influenced by you 2 best friends. Mu Chun teased. Why not just say he is effeminate? He often says that himself. But if he weren't, how could he be our best friend?
Yang Tao shrugged nonchalantly.
Don't be fooled by Zhao Yang being a boy. He is quite attentive and has always helped me and Wei Wei since childhood. As for Wei Wei, well, she is quite competitive with me. She wants to outdo me in everything to be happy. Yang Tao explained thoughtfully. Though she never voiced it, Yang Tao was aware of Wei Wei's competitive nature. She had seen through it long ago. However, she chose not to mention it, as she valued her friendship with both Wei Wei and Zhao Yang and did not wish to jeopardize it over trivial matters. Well, now that you have such a handsome and wealthy boyfriend, she surely can't compete with you, Mu Chun remarked, his self-adoration evident. It seemed that while some realities had shifted, many remained unchanged. The same types of people persisted. In his previous life, Mu Chun had found the character of Lan Wei Wei particularly detestable. She had secretly stolen her best friend's boyfriend. Truly, it echoed the saying, best friends are meant to deceive. Chapter 28. Vanity under the shade of a sun umbrella, Lan Wei Wei and Zhao Yang leisurely sipped tea at their favorite afternoon tea spot with Yang Tao and her 2 close friends. Zhao Yang, how has Taozi been these days? I heard before that Aunt Xue was injured? Lan Wei Wei, who had just returned to Beijing that morning, was unaware of the latest happenings concerning Yang Tao. Yes, Aunt Shui injured her foot while hiking. I visited her yesterday, Jiao Yang replied, nodding, his demeanor slightly effeminate. And how is she faring with that blind date? Lan Weiwei inquired, her gaze shifting with curiosity. I'm not sure about that. Weiwei, I can't help but notice you seem quite invested in Taozi's dating situation, Jiao Yang remarked, lifting his gaze to scrutinize Lan Weiwei. Not at all. I'm merely expressing concern for a friend. Lan Weiwei replied with an awkward smile, redirecting her attention to the roadside. As she did, her eyes caught sight of a brand new black Porsche gliding to a stop nearby.
Hey, Jiao Yang.
Look at that luxury car. Lan Weiwei called out excitedly. Jiao Yang followed her gaze and spotted the Porsche. Initially, he assumed it belonged to Mu Chun, as his previous car had also been a black Porsche. However, upon noticing that this vehicle had no license plate, he began to doubt his assumption. But when the car door opened and Yang Tao stepped out alongside Mu Chun, he realized he had not misidentified it. Taozi, over here. Jiao Yang stood up,
Wafing at Yang Tao.
Yang Tao glanced their way, waving back before taking Mu Chen's hand and approaching them. Upon seeing Yang Tao emerge from the vehicle, Lan Weiwei was momentarily stunned. She had initially hoped for a handsome young man to step out so she could flirt, but was taken aback to find it was Yang Tao instead, leaving her momentarily speechless. Jiao Yang, Weiwei, I'm here, Yang Tao exclaimed cheerfully as she reached them, still holding Mu Chen's hand. Oh, Taozi, aren't you going to introduce us to this handsome gentleman? Lan Weiwei asked, glancing between Yang Tao and Mu Chun, taking a deep breath before managing a smile. I don't think an introduction is necessary. Mu Chun, it's good to see you again. Jiao Yang extended his hand, smiling at Mu Chun. Indeed, it's nice to see you again, Mu Chun replied, shaking Jiao Yang's hand with a smile. Let me introduce you, this is my boyfriend, Mu Chun. Mu Chun, this is my dear friend, Lan Weiwei, Yang Tao announced, feeling a little shy saying boyfriend, but she managed to convey it. Hello. Lan Weiwei forced a smile, taken aback. She had not anticipated that Yang Tao had truly snagged a wealthy partner during her brief absence. Just looking at the car, she could tell it was quite expensive. Suddenly, Lan Weiwei's gaze drifted to Yang Tao's wrist. The rose gold watch ignited a spark of jealousy within her. She had coveted that Cartier watch for quite some time, but its steep price of over 70,000 made it unattainable. Yet here it was, adorning Yang Tao's wrist, which felt like a deliberate affront to her. Hello. Mu Chun greeted Lan Weiwei with a calm nod. Taozi, Mu Chun, please have a seat. What would you like to drink? Today's on me. Jiao Yang interjected. I'll have the usual. Mu Chun, would you prefer mineral water or something else? Yang Tao asked, pulling Mu Chun down into a seat. I'll have a cup of coffee, please, Mu Chun replied with a gentle smile. Sure. Jiao Yang nodded and went inside the CAF to place their order. As Yang Tao settled into her chair, she couldn't help but smile at the still stunned Lan Weiwei. Yang Tao was not one to lack spirit. Previously, Lan Weiwei had always sought to outdo her, and although Yang Tao never voiced her frustrations, she felt a slight resentment. Now, seeing Lan Weiwei's expression, Yang Tao felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. When Jiao Yang returned, Lan Weiwei had composed herself, wearing a smile though her gaze frequently darted toward Mu Chun. Mu Chun, why doesn't your car have a license plate? Jiao Yang inquired as he sat down, recalling that Mu Chen's previous vehicle had indeed been registered. This is a new car I purchased yesterday, Yang Tao explained, beaming as she sat beside Mu Chun. Wait, you bought an identical car? That must have cost quite a bit. Jiao Yang exclaimed, his eyes widening. Not just identical. This one cost over 5 million. It's enough to buy 2 or 3 of the previous model. Yang Tao said with a hint of pride. Everyone has their vanity, and Yang Tao was no exception. Watching Jiao Yang's astonished expression filled her with joy. However, she was aware that there should be limits to such pride. After discussing the car, Yang Tao shifted the conversation back to lighthearted chatter with Jiao Yang and Lan Weiwei, while Mu Chun sat beside her, smiling contently. Taozi, we've been chatting away, and Mu Chun hasn't had a chance to chime in. How about we play a game? Jiao Yang suggested, noticing Mu Chen's silence. What game? Yang Tao asked, intrigued. How about a card game? The loser must choose between truth or dare. Zhao Yang proposed. The group eagerly agreed, and Mu Chen had no objections. After Zhao Yang fetched a deck of cards, he explained the rules, and they began to play. For Mu Chen, cards were not a difficult challenge. He grasped the rules quickly. However, despite his understanding, luck was not on his side, and he lost the first round. Alright, will you choose truth or dare? Zhao Yang asked with a smile, looking at Yang Tao. I'll go with truth. Mu Chen replied after a moment of consideration. Laughing, Zhao Yang added, just kidding. Please, I ask you, shower me with compliments. Chapter 29. The feeling of home flowers for an update. Truth or dare? Hee. Let me ask you a question. Zhao Yang chuckled. Then continued, Mu Chen, what is your monthly salary? Mu Chen, an orphan, was well known to Zhao Yang, who had accompanied Yang Tao to the orphanage that day. Thus, Zhao Yang was quite curious about Mu Chen's income. Upon hearing the question, Yang Tao and Lan Weiwei also looked at Mu Chen with inquisitive expressions. Yang Tao was aware that Mu Chen was wealthy, yet the extent of his wealth remained a mystery. As for my income, it's approximately 5 million a month. Mu Chen replied, having previously calculated how much he could earn from the system. 5 million a month? Zhao Yang, although bracing himself for disappointment, felt a pang of jealousy upon hearing Mu Chen's figure. It was noteworthy that Zhao Yang was a few years older than Mu Chen, yet his own salary barely exceeded 10,000 a month, while Mu Chen soared to 5 million. The stark contrast was disheartening, even for Zhao Yang, who typically maintained a positive outlook. However, now he understood why Mu Chen could nonchalantly purchase a car worth 5 million. Which university did you graduate from? Lan Weiwei inquired softly, taken aback by Mu Chen's income. I graduated from Beijing University. Mu Chen smiled at Lan Weiwei. Meanwhile, Yang Tao felt a surge of pride for her boyfriend, though it was quickly overshadowed by a wave of insecurity. The disparity between them was immense. Mu Chen was a graduate of a prestigious institution, while she had attended a second-tier university. With a monthly salary of 5 million, her own earnings paled in comparison at under 20,000. This profound gap reignited the insecurities that Yang Tao had harbored since childhood, causing her to question the validity of their relationship. Mu Chen observed Yang Tao's changing expression. Noticing her sudden despondency, he swiftly took her hand, offering warmth and comfort. Feeling the heat of his palm, Yang Tao's spirits lifted slightly. Alright, the questions are done. Let us move on to the next round. Mu Chen announced with a smile, and the game resumed. With the experience of the first round behind him, Mu Chen managed to avoid coming in last this time, although it was Yang Tao who found herself at the bottom. This prompted Zhao Yang to mercilessly tease the pair. What is going on with you two? Could it be that you find success in love but fail in the game? Zhao Yang laughed at Yang Tao, who shot him an irritated glance. The first place this time was claimed by Lan Weiwei. Taozi, your turn. Truth or dare? She asked with a grin. I'll choose dare. Yang Tao, fearing an uncomfortable question, opted for a dare. Alright, since Mu Chen is your boyfriend now, you should kiss him, Lan Weiwei suggested with a mischievous glint in her eye. Upon hearing the request, Yang Tao glanced at Mu Chen, who was beaming at her, causing her to snort in mild annoyance. That's a fair demand. Taozi, a bet is a bet. You should kiss him. Zhao Yang chimed in, joining the fun. Though blushing with embarrassment, Yang Tao, adhering to the spirit of the game, leaned in and planted a quick kiss on Mu Chen's cheek before retreating like an ostrich, her head nearly touching the ground. Lan Weiwei and Zhao Yang erupted in playful cheers. The four remained at the CAF until 5 in the afternoon before heading home. Once in the car, Yang Tao finally exhaled in relief. After an afternoon of games, she had been the primary target of teasing, while Mu Chen merely smiled, enjoying the spectacle. Of course, Zhao Yang and Lan Weiwei were careful not to overstep, knowing that Mu Chen would not tolerate any undue bullying of his girlfriend. That awful Mu Chen. Not only did he not help me, but he also joined forces with them to tease me. Yang Tao huffed from the passenger seat, glaring at Mu Chen. Well, what can I say? Your card skills are simply lacking. Even if I wanted to help, I couldn't, Mu Chen replied with a grin. Alright, no more sulking. What would you like to eat for dinner? It's on me. I don't want to eat out. Yang Tao countered. How about we buy some ingredients and cook at your place? My car is still at yours. Cooking at my place? Sure. Mu Chun readily agreed, knowing Yang Tao was quite skilled in the kitchen. Since she was willing to cook, he would not turn her down. Thus, he drove towards his home. After purchasing ingredients and seasonings at a nearby supermarket, they returned to Mu Chen's residence. Upon entering, Yang Tao immediately began bustling about in the kitchen, while Mu Chun leaned against the doorway, admiring her. In that moment, for the first time in his life, Mu Chun truly felt the warmth of home. After enjoying a delightful dinner together, Mu Chun took Yang Tao's hand for a stroll around the neighborhood. This was a new experience for Yang Tao, and she felt somewhat self-conscious whenever someone glanced her way. Taozi, how about I invite Aunt Shui and your sister and brother-in-law for dinner tomorrow? Mu Chun suddenly suggested. Why would you want to invite them to dinner? Yang Tao asked, puzzled. Are you silly? I've stolen their most precious treasure, so of course, I need to inform them. Mu Chun gently ruffled her hair, his tone filled with affection. Yang Tao rolled her eyes at him but ultimately nodded in agreement. All right, I'll tell my mom and the others tonight. Hee, Taozi, what if you just stayed over tonight? Mu Chun, suddenly seizing her in a warm embrace, said playfully. No way. Yang Tao shook her head without hesitation. However, upon seeing the disappointed look on Mu Chun's face, she felt a pang of guilt. Mu Chun, we're moving too fast. I'm not ready yet. Please give me some time, all right? Once I'm prepared. Mu Chun noticed Yang Tao biting her lip and suddenly smiled. All right then, I'll wait until you're ready. Thank you for understanding, Mu Chun, Yang Tao said, her face lighting up with joy. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, she shyly leaned in and kissed Mu Chun's cheek. Chapter 30. Rewards. After accompanying Mu Chun for a couple of rounds in the neighborhood, Yang Tao returned to Shui Sumei's place. Upon entering the house, she found Shui Sumei engaged in conversation with Su Qing on the sofa, while Duan Shifeng busied himself tidying up the kitchen. Oh, Taozi's back, Su Qing exclaimed with a smile upon seeing her. Sister. Mom. Yang Tao greeted them softly. How was your day out with Mu Chun? Shui Sumei inquired, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. It was quite enjoyable. By the way, Mom, Mu Chun mentioned that he would like to treat you and sister and brother-in-law to dinner tomorrow night. Yang Tao replied, nodding at Shui Sumei. He's treating us to dinner? Su Qing murmured, a hint of confusion in her voice. Meanwhile, Shui Sumei's eyes lit up with excitement. Taozi, are you two together now? Under the intense gaze of her mother and sister, Yang Tao felt a bit uncomfortable but nodded in affirmation. That's wonderful. Haha, this is the best news I've heard in years. Shui Sumei laughed heartily. What are you laughing about, dear? So cheerful? Duan Shifeng, having overheard Shui Sumei's laughter, came out from the kitchen. Husband, we have a dinner invitation for tomorrow night, Shui Sumei exclaimed, her delight evident. Although she was not well acquainted with Mu Chun, she felt happy for Yang Tao. What is going on? I might have to work overtime tomorrow night, Duan Shifeng replied, looking puzzled at Su Qing. No way. No matter how important your work is, you must come back. Shui Sumei interjected before Su Qing could respond. Tomorrow is Mu Chen's first official dinner invitation for their family. It would be rude if someone were to decline. Duan Shifeng glanced at Su Qing, bewildered by Shui Sumei's unusually assertive demeanor. Su Qing quickly explained to him about Yang Tao and Mu Chen's relationship and the dinner invitation. No problem. How could I miss such an important occasion? Even if the sky falls, I will be there, Duan Shifeng declared firmly. Shui Sumei nodded in satisfaction. The family then settled down to chat together. With the joyous news of Yang Tao, laughter frequently filled their home that evening. Meanwhile, after returning home, Mu Chun took a refreshing shower and lay on the sofa, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. As he reflected on Yang Tao's various expressions throughout the day, a smile crept onto his face. He took out his phone, opened a group chat consisting of only 5 people, and quickly typed a message. Brothers, I'm officially off the market now. Congratulate me. Barely 2 minutes after sending the message, Mu Chen's phone buzzed multiple times. Upon checking, he saw that each of the other 4 had sent a red envelope, all inscribed with congratulatory messages. Below the envelopes were several voice messages. Hey, Xiao Chun found a girlfriend? Congratulations. I've been telling you it's time to find someone. Once I finish my work, I'll come back to drink with you and meet your girlfriend. said Haigo. The other 3 messages echoed similar sentiments. After chatting with his friends for a while, Mu-chun also shared the news about the orphanage land transfer to Auntie, after which the group chat fell silent. With a broad smile, Mu-chun set his phone down and stepped onto the balcony to light a cigarette. Gazing at the night sky of Beijing, he felt a profound sense of tranquility. While he was smoking, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. You have successfully obtained a share certificate X1. Would you like to claim it? Mu-chun was momentarily taken aback. Had it not been for the system, he might have forgotten about completing the task. Share certificate? Yes, please, he replied softly. As soon as he spoke, a document appeared in his hands. Extinguishing his cigarette, he returned to the living room and opened the document. After perusing it for several minutes, he finally completed his review. The document was a 10% share certificate for the Jiang Group in Beijing. Unfamiliar with the company, Mu-chun grabbed a notebook from the coffee table and searched online for the Jiang Group. To his surprise, he found a wealth of information, with their official website appearing at the top of the search results. After logging onto the Jiang Group's website and browsing through it, he was astonished to discover that the Jiang Group was a publicly listed company encompassing multiple industries. A quick search revealed that the company had a staggering market value exceeding 20 billion. Furthermore, its value had been steadily increasing over the past 2 years, which left Mu-chun quite astonished. 20 billion, 10%, amounts to over 2 billion. This meant that the system had just rewarded him with over 2 billion in assets. Although this money was not immediately accessible, it could be liquidated if he chose to endure the process. However, after some contemplation, Mu-chun decided against selling the shares. After all, he wasn't in dire need of money and harbored no ambitions of world domination. For him, having enough was sufficient. Moreover, he considered the origins of the shares. If questioned, he would find it difficult to provide a satisfactory answer. Thus, he opted not to sell the shares, allowing them to remain and appreciate in value, given the Jiang Group's potential for further growth. Soon, Mu-chun lost interest in the share certificate, finding the details rather tedious. After securing the certificate, he retired to his room for the night. The following morning, after waking up and freshening up, Mu-chun headed downstairs for his morning exercise. After half an hour of working out in the neighborhood, he returned home, drenched in sweat. Just after taking a shower, his phone on the coffee table rang. Hello, Taozi, you're up so early? Yang Tao answered the call, her voice infused with cheerfulness. I just woke up. What about you? Yang Tao's tone carried a hint of laziness. I just finished my morning workout. I'm about to grab breakfast. Would you like to join me? Mu-chun asked with a smile. Sure, I'll get up now. Just wait for me at home. Yang Tao replied after a moment's thought. Mu-chun was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected Yang Tao to agree so readily. Chapter 31. Birthday Gift. Upon learning that Yang Tao was coming over, Mu-chun leisurely lay on the sofa, distractedly scrolling through his phone instead of rushing to breakfast. Meanwhile, in a distant orphanage in the suburbs, Auntie arrived early in the morning, facing the irritable Xiao Ming, which gave her quite the headache. She had stayed with Xiao Ming at the orphanage until around 8 the previous evening, and after he went to bed, she reluctantly returned home. However, she was back at the orphanage first thing this morning, only to find Xiao Ming eagerly brandishing a sketch of Mu-chun that he had been working on since yesterday, insisting that Auntie accompany him to find Mu-chun. This left Auntie feeling exasperated. After much coaxing, she managed to persuade Xiao Ming to wait until later to seek out Mu-chun, considering it was still early and he might not yet be awake. Nevertheless, Xiao Ming resolutely dismissed her with his 5-word response. Find Brother Mu-chun. With no other option, Auntie dialed Mu-chun's number. Mu-chun was surprised to receive Auntie's call and found it amusing that she had returned to the orphanage so early. However, upon learning that Xiao Ming was looking for him, he agreed to meet right away, only to be turned down by Auntie. After confirming Mu-chun's address, she drove Xiao Ming to his residential complex. Shortly after hanging up with Auntie, Mu-chun received another call from Yang Tao. Once he learned that she was on her way, he grabbed his keys and left his home. Upon arriving downstairs, he spotted Yang Tao waiting by her car. Today, she had opted for a casual look, sporting a white t-shirt paired with fitted jeans and white sneakers, exuding a youthful and vibrant aura. Peach, have you been waiting long? Mu-chun approached her and naturally took her hand. No, I just arrived. Yang Tao replied with a gentle shake of her head. Shall we go? What would you like to eat? He asked softly, ruffling her hair. I'm fine with anything. Yang Tao looked up at him, her voice barely above a whisper. Nodding, Mu-chun led her to his favorite breakfast spot. After placing their orders for tofu pudding and some fried dough sticks, Yang Tao inquired, Have you found the person who hit your car? Not yet. If there's still no news by today, I'll go inquire myself. Mu-chun shook his head, feeling helpless as it had already been 2 days without any updates from the police, despite having the other party's license plate number. All right, I'll accompany you when the time comes. Yang Tao nodded in agreement. By the way, Peach, I'm curious, your mother, Aunt Shui, doesn't he mind you spending so much time with me? Does she? Mu-chun asked, intrigued. Yang Tao had taken this annual leave to care for Shui Sume, yet she was now constantly with Mu-chun. He genuinely feared that Shui Sume might grow upset and direct her frustration at him. Humph. Don't even mention it. My mom is practically delighted that I'm rarely at home these days. You should have seen her this morning when I left. She looked like she couldn't wait for me to go. Yang Tao recalled, irritation creeping into her voice. Haha, Aunt Shui sounds quite amusing. Mu-chun chuckled at the image that formed in his mind. Indeed, ever since she met you, she has completely transformed. She talks about you incessantly. If I didn't know better, I'd think I was adopted. Yang Tao lamented, sharing her frustrations with Mu-chun. Well, that puts my mind at ease. Mu-chun replied, a smile gracing his face. Ease your mind about what? Yang Tao asked, puzzled. The fact that Aunt Shui talks about me all the time means she approves of me. I've essentially passed the future mother-in-law inspection. So why shouldn't I feel reassured? Mu-chun tilted his head, grinning at her. Yang Tao felt her cheeks flush at his words and buried her face in her breakfast, unwilling to engage further. After finishing their meal, as Mu-chun held Yang Tao's hand and prepared to head home, a Porsche Panamera slowly came to a stop at the entrance of the complex. Auntie and Xiao Ming emerged from the vehicle. Auntie glanced around and pulled out her phone, prompting Mu-chun's device to ring. However, he paid no mind to it and continued walking toward Auntie and Xiao Ming. Auntie, Xiao Ming, good morning. Mu-chun greeted them with a smile as he approached. Phew, finally found you. Xiao Ming has been clamoring to see you since this morning, Auntie said with a wry smile upon seeing them. Mu-chun gidge. Here. Xiao Ming stuttered, handing over a piece of drawing paper. Mu-chun accepted the paper and, upon opening it, discovered the very sketch he had seen Xiao Ming working on. Is this a gift for me, Xiao Ming? Mu-chun asked in surprise.
Yes.
The director said that in a few days, it will be your birthday. This is my gift for you. Xiao Ming nodded earnestly, looking at Mu-chun with sincerity. Mu-chun was momentarily taken aback. The only people who knew his birthday were his parents, who had abandoned him before he could even meet them. Hence, the only reason he had a birthday to celebrate was that the former director of the orphanage had determined it to coincide with the day he was brought there. Calculating the days, it was indeed the day after tomorrow. Yet, Mu-chun had never celebrated a birthday before. After traversing to this world, he had almost completely forgotten about it. Had it not been for Xiao Ming mentioning it, he might not have remembered at all. Is your birthday approaching, Mu-chun? Yang Tao, overhearing Xiao Ming, asked in astonishment. Yes, the day after tomorrow is my birthday. However, I would have forgotten if not for Xiao Ming. Mu-chun replied with a wry smile. Hearing this, Yang Tao felt a pang of sadness. How could someone forget their own birthday? It made her heart ache to think of the hardships he must have endured in the past. As these thoughts crossed her mind, her gaze softened as she looked at Mu-chun. Standing beside Xiao Ming, Auntie finally understood why he was so insistent on seeking out Mu-chun. With a gentle sigh, she remained silent. Xiao Ming, your gift is wonderful. Thank you. Mu-chun gently ruffled Xiao Ming's hair, expressing his gratitude. Xiao Ming beamed, unable to find the words. Auntie, since you're here, why not take Xiao Ming to my place to play for a while? I'll treat you both to lunch as a thank you for Xiao Ming's gift. Mu-chun turned to Auntie, suggesting the idea. After a moment's thought, Auntie nodded in agreement. Chapter 32. A settlement. A quartet of individuals entered the residential community and made their way to Mu-chun's abode. Upon stepping inside, Xiao Ming's inquisitive gaze roamed about, for he had spent the majority of his life in an orphanage, living in dilapidated quarters that paled in comparison to Mu Chen's home. Just as Mu Chen had poured drinks for Auntie and her brother, his phone buzzed anew. Extracting the device, he noticed an unfamiliar landline number, piquing his curiosity. He proceeded to the balcony to answer the call. "Hello, is this Mr. Mu Chen?" A man's voice inquired. "This is the police station. Regarding the hit-and-run incident you reported, we have apprehended the suspect. Are you able to come down at your convenience?" "Really? They've been caught?" Mu Chen asked, astonished. "Indeed. Please send me your location, and I shall arrive promptly," Mu Chen responded, nodding in agreement. The other party swiftly provided an address, which Mu Chen committed to memory before ending the call. "Who was that?" Yang Tao emerged, her voice a mere whisper. "The police have found the person who hit my car. They want me to come in now," Mu Chen replied softly. "What about Auntie and the others?" Yang Tao furrowed her brow in concern. "Why don't you stay here with them? Once I handle this, I'll return swiftly," Mu Chen contemplated before addressing Yang Tao. "All right, but remember to call if anything arises." Yang Tao relented, albeit reluctantly. After explaining the situation to Auntie, who expressed her understanding and urged him to hurry, Mu Chen grabbed his keys and departed. Driving to the police station at the address provided, Mu Chen soon arrived and, after stating his purpose, was escorted to an interrogation room. Inside, a man of around 30 sat despondently in a corner, while the two officers who had previously responded to Mu Chen's report conversed with him. Upon Mu Chen's entrance, their discussion ceased. "Officers, is this the individual who collided with my vehicle?" Mu Chen inquired, glancing at the man in the corner. "Yes, he has confessed that he was the one who hit your car that night. Out of fear, he fled to Beijing and has only just returned," one officer confirmed with a serious tone. It was evident they had exerted considerable effort on this case. "And how do you intend to resolve this matter?" Mu Chen pressed further. "We have assessed the damages to your vehicle, and the repair costs amount to 150,000 yuan. He is fully liable for this incident and is suspected of committing a traffic offense, but he claims he cannot afford such a sum. Therefore, Mr. Mu, the resolution lies in your hands. If you choose to pursue legal action, he may face imprisonment for 1 to 3 years. Alternatively, should you opt not to press charges, he would avoid such consequences." The man in the corner visibly panicked at the mention of incarceration. "Officer, sir, I truly did not intend to hit your car. Please forgive me this once. I do not want to go to jail. I simply cannot bear the thought of it. I am just an ordinary worker. I cannot possibly pay 150,000. He wept. Observing the man's distress, Mu Chen let out a resigned sigh. He could surmise that the man undoubtedly lacked the means to pay such a sum. Otherwise, he would not have fled after the incident. "How much can you afford?" Mu Chen asked, his voice steady. I have saved 6,000 over the years, but that is all. The car I bought was second-hand, and I could sell it for at most 30,000. The man hesitated before responding. "Can't you borrow some from relatives or friends?" Mu Chen inquired, frowning. "Mr. Mu, we have looked into his background. His parents have passed, and he has no relatives or friends in Beijing," one officer interjected softly. Mu Chen was momentarily taken aback, as the man's plight bore a striking resemblance to his own past. Shaking his head in resignation, he sighed. "Then how about this? You compensate me 90,000, and we shall consider the matter settled. It is not a significant issue, and there is no need to escalate it to incarceration." For Mu Chen, 150,000 was not an extraordinary amount, merely a day's earnings from the system. Even without compensation, it would not trouble him. However, since the man had caused the damage, it felt unjust to demand nothing. Yet, to send him to prison over such a sum seemed excessive, given that there was no deep-seated animosity between them. Thus, Mu Chen proposed that the man pay him the entirety of his available funds, which would both provide Mu Chen with a sense of closure and serve as a lesson for the man. "Ah, thank you, sir. Thank you." The man was taken aback by Mu Chen's generosity. Realizing he would not face jail time, he bowed repeatedly, expressing his gratitude. The two officers exchanged glances, offering no further comment, as this resolution was perhaps the most favorable outcome. However, should you find yourself in a similar situation in the future, do not flee. Understand that what may seem trivial can escalate into a much more serious matter if you run. Mu Chen cautioned the man. I understand, sir. I have learned my lesson. The man replied, his head bowed, voice laced with guilt. His flight had been born of sheer terror, especially given the prestigious nature of Mu Chen's vehicle. Since you have chosen to resolve this privately, our involvement concludes here. Should any further issues arise, do not hesitate to reach out, the officers informed Mu Chen. After expressing his gratitude to them, Mu Chen proceeded with one officer to formally withdraw the case and reclaim the keys to his damaged Porsche before exiting the station. Upon leaving, the man who had been waiting outside rushed forward. Mr. Mu, here is my bank card. The 60,000 is in there. The remaining 30,000 will be transferred to you once I sell the car. I will ensure the funds are sent to this card. The man said, his face radiating gratitude. His appreciation for Mu Chen was profound. Upon learning he could not afford compensation and faced potential penalties, he had felt despair. It was Mu Chen who had granted him a second chance, alleviating the threat of imprisonment. How could he not be grateful? Chapter 33. Unraveling the heart's knots, the man departed swiftly. Although Mu Chen had reassured him that there was no rush for the remaining payment, the man felt that Mu Chen had already been exceedingly generous and could not press further. Observing the man's solitary figure as he walked away, Mu Chen couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. Was his own departure from the village, after arranging his parents' funeral in a previous life, similarly melancholic? With a sigh, Mu Chen retrieved his phone and dialed the Porsche dealership. He sent them his location and requested a tow truck, then patiently awaited its arrival. Given Mu Chen's status as a valuable client, the dealership responded with remarkable efficiency. Within half an hour, a tow truck appeared before him. After arranging for the Porsche to be taken for repairs, Mu Chen drove homeward. Upon returning to the community, Mu Chen parked the car and entered his home, where he found Yang Tao and Auntie watching television with Xiao Ming. As soon as she saw Mu Chen, Yang Tao hurried over, asking, "How did it go? Did you resolve it?" "Yes, it's all sorted." Mu Chen nodded and recounted the events to Yang Tao. "Why? He hit your car, so he should take responsibility. Just because he lacks funds doesn't mean he can evade accountability," Auntie interjected, her brow furrowing in confusion. To her, one must be accountable for their actions. Personal circumstances should not inflict losses upon others. Earlier, when Mu Chen was away, Yang Tao had informed Auntie about the accident involving Mu Chen's car. Auntie, perhaps you have been abroad for too long. Here, we value the principle of leniency, Mu Chen explained thoughtfully. All right, Auntie shrugged, a hint of resignation in her tone. Yet, she still struggled to comprehend the rationale. Dealing with it this way is acceptable. We cannot imprison someone over such a trivial matter. Yang Tao concurred with Mu Chen's approach. Once the car is repaired, you should drive it. Mu Chen gazed at Yang Tao and softly remarked, "Indeed, I would like you to drive it." "Wait, me?" Yang Tao's eyes widened in surprise. "Why not? I can't exactly clone myself. It would be absurd to let it sit idle at home," Mu Chen shrugged. "But..." Yang Tao hesitated, wanting to voice her thoughts. Before she could, Mu Chen interrupted. "What is the matter? You are my girlfriend. Is it so strange for you to drive my car? Why do you insist on keeping such a distance between us?" Seeing that Mu Chen appeared genuinely upset, Yang Tao felt a pang of guilt and fell silent, her expression reflecting her dismay. The flicker of anger that had kindled within Mu Chen vanished at the sight of her distress. "All right, Taozi, I apologize. I shouldn't have lost my temper. Can we perhaps avoid such clear delineation in our relationship? You are my girlfriend. I am merely offering you the car, not gifting it to you. Why refuse me?" Yang Tao nodded, resembling a wronged little wife, her expression still tinged with grievance. "Enough of this. Mu Chen, I must share something with you. After I returned home last night, I met with Old Tan and discussed the orphanage situation. There are currently two options for that land. One is to purchase it at the highest price offered in the east suburb, and the other is to compensate for a brand new orphanage in the west suburb. However, the latter option would yield a significantly lower compensation amount." Noticing the tension between Mu Chen and Yang Tao, Auntie promptly interjected, "We should certainly choose the latter option. You are aware of the orphanage's circumstances. There are so many children. Without a place for them, what use is any amount of money? Mu Chun took Yang Tao's hand and sat down on the sofa. As he and Auntie engaged in serious discussion, Yang Tao remained quietly seated beside them. I completely agree. Auntie nodded in affirmation. However, the west suburb is rather remote. It cannot be helped, though. Despite its seclusion, it won't significantly affect the orphanage. Mu Chun nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, while both are suburbs of the capital, the distinctions are stark. Development in the capital has primarily shifted eastward while the west remains considerably more isolated. I informed Old Tan last night, and construction on the orphanage in the west suburb will commence shortly. Once it is completed, the orphanage can relocate and we can finalize the contract then, Auntie remarked softly. Auntie, I truly owe you my gratitude for this. Mu Chun smiled at her. Had it not been for your involvement, the west suburb orphanage would not have commenced so swiftly. Your direct discussions with Old Tan certainly expedited the process, whereas I would have had to negotiate with the real estate company. Mu Chun, if anyone should express gratitude, it is I who must thank you. If not for you, my relationship with Xiao Ming would not have improved so rapidly, Auntie said, glancing at Xiao Ming. All right, let us refrain from this mutual flattery and head out. It's getting late. Let us go grab a bite. Mu Chun glanced at his watch before addressing the group. Soon, the four of them made their way downstairs, and two Panameras rolled out of the community in succession. Taozi, are you still upset with me? Mu Chun asked, observing Yang Tao in the passenger seat, who had fallen silent. No, I was merely pondering your words. It seems that since I learned of your wealth, I have been overly cautious about our boundaries. Fearing others might think I am with you solely for your money, Yang Tao confessed, shaking her head gently. Silly girl, our lives are ours to live. Why concern yourself with others' opinions? Mu Chun reached out, affectionately ruffling her hair. Yes, our lives are indeed our own. I should not be swayed by others' gazes. Rest assured. Mu Chun. I will not allow it to trouble me any longer, Yang Tao murmured, a sense of relief washing over her as if her long-standing worries had suddenly been lifted. Just as long as you forgive me for my earlier outburst. Mu Chun chuckled. Humph. Too late. I am already upset, so you must think of a way to appease me. Mu Chun's expression shifted playfully, adopting a proud demeanor. How about treating you to a lavish meal? Humph. That's more like it. Chapter 34. The supportive mother-in-law. Noon, after treating Yang Tao and her companions to a sumptuous meal, Auntie finally took Xiao Ming and departed. Meanwhile, Mu Chun and Yang Tao returned home. The afternoon passed swiftly. The Mei Mansion family feast is renowned in the capital for its exquisite private dishes. Not only are the flavors delightful, but the elegant ambience of the residence also transports diners back to a bygone era. Peach, do we truly not need to pick up Aunt Shui? Mu Chun inquired softly, glancing at Yang Tao as they stood at the entrance of the Mei Mansion. No need. I already called my sister. They are on their way to fetch my mother. Yang Tao replied, a smile gracing her lips as she looked at Mu Chun. All right then, Mu Chun sighed, nodding in agreement. Mu Chun, you've met my mom and sister before. Why are you so anxious? Yang Tao asked, amused. Am I really that nervous? Mu Chun blinked, questioning Yang Tao. Otherwise, why would your anxiousness be so evident on your face? Yang Tao teased him with a playful roll of her eyes. Well, I can't quite explain it. Just the thought of meeting Aunt Shui and your sister makes me feel a bit uneasy, Mu Chun admitted sheepishly, scratching his head with a wry smile. Previously, Mu Chun had visited Shui Sumei's home as a friend, hence the lack of tension. However, now he was meeting her as Yang Tao's boyfriend, and the feeling was distinctly different. Relax. There's nothing to be nervous about. My mom, sister, and the rest are all quite amiable, and they hold you in high regard, Yang Tao assured him with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Yet, her expression seemed to carry a hint of schadenfreude, leaving Mu Chun feeling somewhat exasperated. It was only natural for Mu Chun to feel anxious. After all, in 2 lifetimes, this was his first encounter with prospective in-laws. To claim he was unperturbed would be quite the stretch. As they chatted at the entrance, a white sedan approached slowly and came to a halt in front of the Mei Mansion. They're here, Yang Tao exclaimed, spotting the vehicle, and promptly made her way over. The car door swung open, and Su Qing alighted from the front seat, swiftly opening the rear door. She then assisted Xue Sume as she descended from the vehicle. Aunt Xue, Sister Su Qing. Mu Chun greeted them with a smile. Before Xue Sume's arrival, Mu Chun had felt a surge of nervousness. However, upon seeing her, that tension dissipated. Ah, Mu Chun, I knew I was right about you. From now on, you must take good care of Taozi. You cannot let her suffer any grievances. Xue Sume, seated in her wheelchair, regarded Mu Chun with a motherly gaze. Mom, what are you saying? Yang Tao, standing beside Mu Chun, blushed and stomped her foot playfully. Silly girl. Once you and Mu Chun are together, don't act as petulantly as before. When you marry him and have a child, I can meet your father without any regrets. Xue Sume said earnestly as she grasped Yang Tao's hand. Hearing her mother's words, Yang Tao's eyes glistened with emotion, and she nodded gently, remaining silent. She understood the hardships Xue Sume had faced in raising her and Su Qing. After finally securing a job, Xue Sume had worried endlessly about her daughter's romantic endeavors. Peach Auntie, let us not linger here. We can discuss everything inside. Su Qing interjected as Duan Shifeng arrived with the car. The group then proceeded into the Mei mansion. Mu Chun had reserved a private room earlier that afternoon. Once they settled in, the conversation flowed effortlessly. As they reminisced about Yang Tao's childhood antics, she felt utterly embarrassed, wishing to disappear, while Mu Chun listened with a smile. As the dishes arrived one after another, they enjoyed their meal amidst lively chatter. Mu Chun, since you and Taozi are together now, when do you plan to get married? Xue Sume suddenly asked during dinner. Marriage? Mu Chun was taken aback by Xue Sume's question and quickly responded, Auntie, that's up to Taozi. Whenever she wishes to marry me, I shall do so. That won't do. Xue Sume interjected immediately. Taozi is getting older. If you delay for a few more years, she will be considered a high-risk mother. Therefore, regardless of when my decree stands, by the end of next year at the latest, I expect to be a grandmother. Otherwise, be prepared for my wrath. Mom, am I not your biological daughter? Yang Tao exclaimed, both amused and exasperated. Not at all, you were picked out of a rubbish heap. Xue Sume retorted playfully. Yang Tao was left speechless, while Mu Chun and Su Qing stifled their laughter. After a hearty meal, the group prepared to depart. Aunt Xue, allow me to drive you home, Mu Chun offered as they exited the restaurant. No need. I'll have your sister and brother-in-law take me back. You stay with Taozi, Xue Sume replied, turning to Yang Tao. And tonight, I want to leave the door open for you. Don't bother coming back. Even if you do, I want to let you in. Yang Tao stood there, momentarily stunned by her mother's words, while Mu Chun couldn't contain his laughter inwardly. This future mother-in-law was quite the formidable ally. How could my mom say that? Yang Tao eventually snapped back to reality, feeling both indignant and helpless. Indeed, how could Aunt Xue say such a thing? How can she refuse to leave the door open for you? It's outrageous, Mu Chun echoed, feigning outrage. Yang Tao shot him an annoyed glare. How could she not perceive Mu Chun's amusement? He was likely reveling in her discomfort. Not wanting to engage with Mu Chun any longer, Yang Tao turned and walked to his car, opening the door and sliding inside. Observing her, Mu Chun hurriedly followed suit. Chapter 35. Guardian by your side. In Mu Chun's home, Yang Tao lay on the sofa, her head resting on Mu Chun's lap, gazing up at him. She softly inquired, Mu Chun, do you think we'll always be like this? Fool, as long as you wish, we will carry on like this in our next life too. Mu Chun replied tenderly, peeling an orange while looking down at Yang Tao. But why do I still feel as if I'm dreaming? Yang Tao reached out, gently caressing Mu Chun's cheek, her eyes slightly dazed. Just a few days prior, she was a girl relentlessly urged by her mother to find a boyfriend. Yet, within such a short span of time, she had acquired a young, affluent, and extraordinarily handsome boyfriend, provoking a sense of surrealism within her. If this is indeed a dream, I hope it never ends. Yang Tao looked at Mu Chun and spoke again after a moment's pause. Lowering his gaze to admire Yang Tao's exquisite visage, Mu Chun suddenly leaned down and, under Yang Tao's wide-eyed surprise, gently kissed her lips. Yang Tao was momentarily bewildered, finally coming to her senses as she pushed Mu Chun away, sitting up with a flushed face, gazing at him. How does it feel? Can you feel my warmth? Do you still feel as if you're dreaming? Mu Chen teased, a playful smile gracing his face. If you do, I might just kiss you again. No, no. Yang Tao hurriedly shook her head, insisting she no longer felt that way. Fool. Mu Chen set the orange aside, affectionately tousling Yang Tao's hair before lifting her into his arms, declaring, regardless of whether it is a dream or not, I will always safeguard you. Yes, Mu Chen, thank you for appearing in my world. Yang Tao nodded, her heart warmed by Mu Chen's sweet words. After sharing tender whispers, Mu Chen glanced at the time and noted it was nearly 10 o'clock. He then grinned at Yang Tao, saying, Hee, it's getting late. Shall we rest? Yang Tao immediately felt a wave of tension wash over her. Mu Chen, may I sleep in the guest room? She looked at him with a hint of pleading in her eyes. However, Mu Chen was not about to let the opportunity presented by his future mother-in-law slip away. Shaking his head, he scooped Yang Tao up amidst her surprised exclamations and carried her toward the bedroom. The following morning, Yang Tao, who had been sound asleep, stirred awake, stretching lazily and glancing around, only to find Mu Chen's absence beside her. As she threw off the covers and got out of bed, she noticed a vibrant red rose blooming on the white wooden table. Her cheeks flushed, and she quickly pulled the covers over the rose. Exiting her room, she found Mu Chen busily working in the kitchen. Approaching the kitchen door, Yang Tao couldn't help but stifle a laugh at the sight of Mu Chen awkwardly preparing breakfast. Peach, you're up? Mu Chen turned upon hearing her, and upon seeing Yang Tao smiling at him from the doorway, he quickly walked over and kissed her cheek. What are you doing? Yang Tao inquired with a smile, nodding at him. I went out this morning to buy some ingredients to make you breakfast. However, my culinary skills seem to be lacking, as I'm not satisfied with the taste. Mu Chen scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Silly, why don't you take a break outside? Just leave the kitchen work to me, Yang Tao said, stepping past him into the kitchen, where she skillfully began to handle the various utensils. Mu Chen watched Yang Tao's back, a joyful smile gracing his face. He walked up behind her, gently wrapping his arms around her waist, quietly observing her as she busied herself. In a little over 10 minutes, Yang Tao had prepared 2 simple bowls of noodles. As she placed a fried egg atop each bowl, Mu Chen finally spoke up. My peach is truly remarkable. These noodles smell absolutely delectable. Stop flattering me. Just take the noodles out. Yang Tao laughed, instructing him before heading into the bathroom to freshen up. Meanwhile, Mu Chen was responsible for bringing the 2 bowls of noodles to the dining table. Once Yang Tao had finished washing up, they sat together for breakfast. Mu Chen, I've made plans to go shopping with Zhao Yang and Wei Wei later, so I might not be back for lunch. You'll have to figure out lunch on your own. Yang Tao raised her head to inform Mu Chen softly. You all are going shopping? All right. I'll just grab something to eat outside for lunch then. Wait a moment, Mu Chen said, rising and heading into the bedroom. When he returned, he held a bank card in his hand. He placed it in front of Yang Tao before sitting down again. This card has some money on it, and the password is 666. Feel free to use it while you shop. If you see something you like, just buy it. I can support you. Yes. Since resolving her feelings from the previous day, Yang Tao felt much closer to Mu Chen. So, what do you plan to do this morning? She asked, looking at him. Me? I don't have any plans. Perhaps just staying at home. Mu Chen replied softly after a moment's thought. All right then, when I return in the afternoon, I'll take you out for a stroll. Yang Tao nodded, smiling at Mu Chen. After breakfast, Mu Chen handed his car keys to Yang Tao. She accepted them and headed downstairs to drive to Shuxiangyan, realizing that she needed to change out of the clothes she wore yesterday. After Yang Tao left, Mu Chen lay back on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Just then, his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID labeled Old 4, he was momentarily taken aback before pressing the answer button. Hello, second brother. I'm back in Beijing. Where are you? Hurry and come pick me up at the airport. A boisterous voice came through the line. Old 4, you're back in the country? Mu Chen asked in surprise. This Old 4 was Mu Chen's college dorm mate, Song Che, a wealthy second-generation individual who had taken good care of Mu Chen during their university days. Among the 4 dorm mates, he shared the closest bond with Mu Chen. However, after graduating, Song Che went abroad for studies. In the year that Mu Chen had traveled through time, they had kept in touch frequently. That's right. I'm back. But I didn't even go home first. I called you right away. How thoughtful of me, right? Song Che chuckled on the other end. Very thoughtful. I'll head to the airport to pick you up now. Mu Chun replied with a smile. Chapter 36. Song Che. After hanging up the phone, Mu Chun entered his room to change into a fresh outfit and took Yang Tao's car keys before stepping out of the house. As Mu Chun drove towards the airport, Yang Tao had gathered with Zhao Yang and Lan Weiwei at Shushang Yeyuan. Taozi, what's the rush? Why did you call us over in such a hurry? Zhao Yang inquired, puzzled by Yang Tao's urgency. Earlier that morning, she had only asked him and Lan Weiwei to come without revealing the reason. Come shopping with me. Yang Tao smiled at her two friends. Shopping? Taozi, what has gotten into you? Can't we go in the afternoon? I was still asleep when you woke me up. Lan Weiwei rolled her eyes, exasperated. Mu Chen's birthday is tomorrow. I thought I'd consult both of you on what gift to buy him. Yang Tao admitted, feeling a bit guilty for her sudden request. She remembered that Mu Chun had mentioned his birthday was the day after tomorrow, and she had taken that to heart. Mu Chen's birthday? Zhao Yang exclaimed, surprised at Yang Tao's revelation. Yes. Otherwise, I wouldn't have called you both so urgently. I've never given a gift to a boy before, so I'm relying on you too. Yang Tao confessed with a hint of helplessness. Having never had a boyfriend before, she had never experienced the act of gifting to a boy. Then this matter requires serious discussion. This is your first birthday gift to Mu Chun. It must hold sentimental value. Zhao Yang pondered thoughtfully. While Yang Tao was deliberating on what birthday gift to buy for Mu Chun, he had already arrived at the Shangjing airport. There, he quickly spotted Song Che, stylishly dressed and wearing sunglasses, embodying a rather unconventional appearance. Old Mu, it's great to see you again, Song Che exclaimed, rushing over to embrace Mu Chun warmly. I must say, your outfit is quite trendy, Mu Chun remarked, observing Song Che's attire with amusement. Hey, I may not have learned much abroad, but I've certainly mastered the art of dressing well. Song Che replied with a hint of pride. Indeed, you have mastered it perfectly, blending seamlessly into the non-mainstream style of a decade ago. Mu Chun teased, nodding in agreement. Song Che was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had just been playfully mocked by Mu Chun. I can't help it. That's the prevailing style over there. He scratched his head, a bit sheepishly. All right, let us not dilly-dally. Let us head back to the district. Mu Chun patted Song Che on the shoulder with a grin. As they made their way to the parking lot, Song Che halted in front of Mu Chen's car, astonished. Old Mu, what is going on? Didn't classmates mention you were driving a Panamera? Why the switch to a Eiji? Oh, my girlfriend is driving my car. This is hers, Mu Chun explained with a smile. Recently, Mu Chun had garnered attention at a class reunion, which had led to significant changes in his life, including the renovation of a villa he now owned, a reward from the system after that gathering. Thus, his classmates were well aware of his newfound success. Oh, Old Mu, you're doing well. Not only have you made money, but you also found a girlfriend? By the way, are you still in touch with Xiaoqing? Song Che asked with a grin. Xiaoqing? Mu Chun was momentarily taken aback before recalling that she was his girlfriend from university. However, their relationship had been brief and ended rather ambiguously, without even a handhold before parting ways. After graduating, Xiaoqing, like Song Che, had gone abroad to study, and they lost contact thereafter. No, Mu Chun shook his head gently. I heard she returned to the country 6 months ago. Apparently, something happened in her family, Song Che said slowly, observing Mu Chun. I'm not sure. I haven't been in touch with her for quite a while, Mu Chun replied, starting the car as he reversed. Wow, you really are heartless, Song Che remarked with a click of his tongue. Mu Chun shot him a sidelong glance, causing Song Che to retract his neck and fall silent. So what's the story? Why did you come back? Mu Chun asked once they were on the road. Although it was still summer vacation, the school term was just around the corner, and there had to be a reason for Song Che's return. Don't mention it. I dropped out. Old Mu, I can only rely on you from now on. You must take me in, Song Che said with a pitiful expression. Did you fall out with your father? Mu Chun recalled that Song Che had a very tense relationship with his father during their school days. Yes, Song Che nodded gloomily. Seeing that Song Chae was reluctant to elaborate, Mu Chun refrained from pressing further. What are your plans now? He inquired after a moment of silence. What else can I do? I'll look for a job in Shangjing. After all, I graduated from Shangjing University. I can't possibly starve. Song Chae replied with a hint of frustration. All right, you probably don't have a place to stay yet, right? I have an empty apartment here. You can stay there for now. Mu Chun offered, choosing not to pry into the details of what had transpired. Wow, Boss Mu is different now. Haha, I'll bask in your glory.
Song-ge laughed.
I'll take you to see the apartment first. Then I'll treat you to lunch, Mu Chun said, clearly unfazed by Song Chae's teasing as he drove towards the vacant property. Old Mu, how much did you buy this place for? Once they arrived at the apartment, Song Chae curiously asked after looking around. The apartment was fully furnished, requiring only that Song Chae by betting to move in immediately. I'm not sure how much it cost. I never thought about selling it, Mu Chun shrugged. Upon hearing this, Song Chae rolled his eyes at Mu Chun. Are you satisfied? If so, I'll give you the keys. Mu Chun asked with a smile. Absolutely. You're the best, old Mu. Song Chae immediately nodded in approval. After handing the keys to Song Chae, they left the apartment complex together. Chapter 37. Happy birthday. It was uncertain whether Song Chae was burdened with unspoken thoughts or simply elated to see Mu Chun. After a hearty meal, Song Chae had indulged a bit too much in drink. Observing the inebriated Song Chae slumped over the table, Mu Chun, who had also consumed a fair amount of alcohol, shook his head in resignation. After summoning a designated driver via his phone, Mu Chun helped Song Chae to his car. Once he had settled him inside, Mu Chun awaited the arrival of the driver, who soon arrived on a bicycle. Since Song Chae had yet to procure bedding, Mu Chun arranged a hotel room for him nearby before sending him home. Upon returning home, Mu Chun felt the effects of the alcohol as well, and he sank into the sofa, drifting into a deep slumber. In a semi-conscious state, Mu Chun felt a tickle in his nose and slowly opened his eyes. To his surprise, he was met with the mischievous smile of Yang Tao. You're back? Mu Chun exclaimed, pulling Yang Tao into his embrace. Resting against him, Yang Tao furrowed her brow slightly. Where have you been today? You reek of alcohol. It's absolutely unbearable, she remarked, somewhat displeased. I had lunch with a university classmate who returned from abroad and had a few drinks. How about you? What did you buy while shopping today? Mu Chun explained with a smile. I got a few outfits and 2 sets of bed linens. Hurry up and take a shower, so you can try on the clothes I bought for you. Yang Tao responded eagerly. All right. Mu Chun nodded, releasing Yang Tao and rising from the sofa. He glanced at his watch and was astonished to find that it was nearly 5 o'clock. After washing up, Mu Chun emerged from his room shirtless. Yang Tao immediately selected 2 bags from a pile of shopping and handed them to him. Her taste was impeccable, as both outfits fit Mu Chun perfectly and aligned with his preferences. After planting a kiss on Yang Tao's cheek, he smiled and said, This is your reward. How annoying. Always taking advantage of me. Yang Tao huffed, glaring at him playfully, though her face lit up with a smile. Hee. If I don't take advantage of you, do you expect me to take advantage of someone else? Mu Chun teased, pulling Yang Tao closer. Then go ahead. Yang Tao replied, her words lacking conviction. By the way, Yang Tao, why don't you move in with me? It would be more convenient for you with work. Yang Tao suggested suddenly. Sure. I'm at your service. Mu Chun readily agreed, nodding. You're the best, Yang Tao exclaimed, leaning in to kiss him. Yang Tao, have you ever considered quitting your job to pursue something else? Mu Chun gently inquired, holding her close. Do something else? I've never thought about it. I've been working at this hotel since graduating, and I think I'm doing quite well here. Yang Tao replied, momentarily taken aback before shaking her head. She was aware of her limitations. Aside from hotel work, she had no other skills. The idea of starting a business was far from her mind, as she lacked both funds and viable projects. You truly lack ambition, Mu Chun remarked with a wry smile. Indeed, I've never been particularly ambitious. My previous thought was to find someone to marry and have children. If my partner was capable, I would just stay home to raise the kids, Yang Tao said, a smile creeping onto her lips. Listening to her, Mu Chun couldn't help but think that Yang Tao was the ideal partner for marriage. So when shall we tie the knot and start a family? Mu Chun asked with a grin. Yang Tao was jolted from her daydream by his words. Seeing the playful smile on his face made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. I'm going to cook, she declared, standing up and heading to the kitchen before Mu Chun could respond. Watching her retreating figure, Mu Chun chuckled and stepped onto the balcony to light a cigarette. That evening, after dinner, Mu Chun received a call from Song Che. On the line, Song Che lamented about Mu Chun's lack of loyalty in leaving him alone at the hotel. Didn't you arrange for a lovely lady for me? He complained, prompting Mu Chun to roll his eyes. Given Song Che's state of drunkenness, even if he had made arrangements, what good would it have done? After exchanging playful banter, Mu Chun ended the call and took Yang Tao downstairs for a stroll. Upon returning home, Yang Tao insisted on staying awake, and time slipped by until midnight. Finally, after wishing Mu Chun a heartfelt happy birthday, she nestled against him and drifted into a deep sleep. Watching her quickly succumb to slumber, Mu Chun felt a rush of affection. He had noticed how tired Yang Tao had been and realized she had held on just to wish him well, which touched him deeply. The next day, in celebration of Mu Chun's birthday, Yang Tao rose early to procure a plethora of ingredients from the market. By noon, she prepared an extravagant feast to celebrate his special day. Later, they spent the afternoon at an orphanage, returning to the city only as dusk fell. Yang Tao, what do you want to eat tonight? Mu Chun inquired as he drove. Hee, Mu Chun, I've already booked a hotel. I've also invited Zhao Yang and Wei Wei to celebrate with you. Didn't you mention your college friend was in town? Why not invite him too? We can celebrate together, enjoy dinner, and have some fun. Yang Tao beamed at him. You truly are a clever one, Mu Chun replied, his eyes filled with affection. He then took out his phone and called Song Che. Having spent the day purchasing various household items and tidying up his apartment, Song Che was preparing to dine alone when he received Mu Chen's call, and upon learning of the dinner invitation, he readily agreed. After confirming the address, he hailed a cab and set off. Chapter 38. A strand of hair, a soul. The restaurant chosen by Yang Tao could not be deemed extravagant, yet its culinary delights were undoubtedly exquisite. Upon their arrival, Mu Chun found that Zhao Yang and Lan Weiwei had already arrived. Happy birthday, Mu Chun! Zhao Yang exclaimed with a broad smile as soon as he spotted Mu Chun. Thank you. Mu Chun nodded in appreciation. Lan Weiwei echoed the sentiment, and Mu Chun expressed his gratitude once more. Peach, why don't you accompany Zhao Yang and Weiwei inside? I will wait here for Song Che, Mu Chun suggested with a smile directed at Yang Tao. Yang Tao nodded and ushered her two friends into the restaurant. It wasn't long before Mu Chun spotted Song Che hastily approaching from a taxi. Mu Chun, I'm here, Song Che announced cheerfully as he reached Mu Chun. Now that you're here, let us head inside. They're waiting for us. Mu Chun beckoned. Are there others? Song Che inquired, taken aback. Yes, my girlfriend and her two friends. Oh, beautiful ladies? Song Che's eyes sparkled at the mention of friends. During his university days, he had been notorious for his charm, having dated at least a dozen girls. Quickly, let us go, urged Song Che, and together they entered the restaurant. Upon entering the private room, Yang Tao and her friends were engaged in lively conversation. Song Che was momentarily taken aback. When Mu Chun had mentioned Yang Tao's friends, he had subconsciously expected two girls, so he was momentarily stunned to see Zhao Yang. Allow me to introduce. This is my university classmate, Song Che, Mu Chun announced to the trio. Hello, old Mu. Quickly tell me, which of these lovely ladies is your girlfriend? Song Che playfully draped his arm around Mu Chen's shoulder. Mu Chen shot him an exasperated glance before pointing to Yang Tao. This is Yang Tao, my girlfriend. The other two are her friends. Ah, sister-in-law, you are truly stunning. Old Mu must have accumulated great fortune in his past life to win your heart. I am Song Che, a good friend of old Mu. Song Che exclaimed, releasing Mu Chun to approach Yang Tao with a grin. Yang Tao felt a rush of happiness at Song Che's exaggerated compliment. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you, she replied softly, looking at Song Che. Song Che's charm worked wonders, and within moments, he had struck up a rapport with Yang Tao and her friends. All right, enough chit-chat. Let us order. Mu Chun interjected, settling beside Yang Tao and chuckling at the animated conversation. The group finally paused their banter to place their orders. Afterward, Zhao Yang and Lan Weiwei presented their gifts to Mu Chun. Song Che was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the gifts. Although he had shared a dormitory with Mu Chun for several years, he had been oblivious to the significance of Mu Chen's birthday, which left him feeling somewhat awkward. As others presented their gifts, he felt empty-handed as a brother. "It's all right. I didn't mention it was my birthday today. Just make it up to me next time." Mu Chun reassured him, patting his shoulder with a smile. "It's my fault. I can't believe I forgot your birthday," Song Che admitted, feeling a bit guilty. Among brothers, such concerns are trivial. Mu Chun chuckled. At that moment, Yang Tao pulled out a gift from her bag. "Mu Chun, this is a present for me," she said sweetly, handing him the gift. Mu Chun accepted it, noticing the eager expression on Yang Tao's face. He smiled and began to unwrap the gift. Inside, he found a hand-woven red string bracelet adorned with a delicate golden pig charm. Earlier, Yang Tao, along with Zhao Yang and Lan Weiwei, had spent hours searching for the perfect gift but had found nothing suitable, as Mu Chun lacked for material possessions. Ultimately, it was Zhao Yang who suggested that Yang Tao craft a bracelet herself as a gift. Upon hearing this, Yang Tao was immediately inspired. She spent the entire afternoon at a jewelry store, meticulously crafting the bracelet, which also contained a strand of her hair intertwined within it. "Mu Chun, this is a bracelet that Peach personally crafted for you," Zhao Yang remarked with a smile. Mu Chun looked up at Yang Tao, who was blushing and gazing shyly downwards, and he couldn't help but smile. "Peach, could you help me wear it?" he asked gently. "Of course." Yang Tao nodded, carefully placing the bracelet onto Mu Chen's wrist. Though the bracelet may not have been aesthetically pleasing, Mu Chun perceived it as the most meaningful gift he had ever received. He distinctly recognized the significance of the strand of hair woven within it. One strand of hair, one soul. A golden thread binds the beloved. A strand of hair, cut for you, may it not go unappreciated. "Peach, thank you for your gift. I truly cherish it," Mu Chun whispered close to Yang Tao's ear after she fastened the bracelet. Zhao Yang and Lan Weiwei, witnessing the tender moment, began to tease playfully. Meanwhile, the initially downcast Song Che gradually became more animated under their influence. By the time they finished their meal, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. The five then proceeded to a KTV venue. During dinner, none of them had consumed alcohol, but upon reaching KTV, Mu Chun found himself being coaxed into drinking by Song Che and the others. Yang Tao had intended to shield Mu Chun from excessive drinking, but he playfully insisted otherwise. Yet, despite his confident demeanor, he ultimately succumbed to the effects of the alcohol, appearing rather disheveled. Thankfully, Yang Tao remained by his side, providing attentive care. Although the birthday celebrant was incapacitated, the spirits of the others remained high. It wasn't until 1 o'clock in the morning that they finally exited the KTV. Among the five, Yang Tao had barely touched any alcohol, leaving only Song Che coherent and alert. Unfortunately for the others, Song Che's exceptional tolerance had prevailed as Zhao Yang and Lan Weiwei took turns attempting to outdrink him. After Yang Tao assisted Mu Chun into the car, she asked Song Che to take Zhao Yang and Lan Weiwei home before she drove Mu Chun back to his residence. Chapter 39. Am I old? The following morning, upon awakening, Mu Chun was greeted by an excruciating headache. His tolerance for alcohol had never been commendable, and after indulging a bit too liberally the previous night in celebration, he found himself suffering from a hangover. Struggling to sit up in bed, he noticed a bottle of mineral water resting on the bedside table. He quickly unscrewed the cap and drank several gulps, finding some relief for his burning throat. At that moment, the door swung open. "Mu Chun, you're awake? Are you still feeling unwell?" Yang Tao approached him with concern. "My head still aches a bit," Mu Chun replied with a wry smile. "Who told you to let loose so much last night?" Yang Tao retorted, somewhat exasperated. She had noticed how Song Che and Zhao Yang had intentionally overindulged Mu Chun and had intended to intervene, but he had stubbornly refused her help, which left her feeling quite annoyed. "All right, I admit my fault. It was a happy occasion. After all," Mu Chun said awkwardly as he pulled Yang Tao into an embrace. "I've made some porridge for you. Go freshen up and eat something." Yang Tao huffed playfully before turning to leave the room. Watching her retreating figure, Mu Chun smiled and got up to wash up. "Taozi, could you help me pack my things later?" Let us move to the Shuxiang Yuan today, he said cheerfully while savoring the heartfelt rice porridge she had prepared. Sure. I need to accompany my mom for a follow-up at the hospital this afternoon. Would you like to join? Yang Tao inquired, nodding as she looked at Mu Chun. Of course. Your mother has been so kind to me, entrusting me with her most important matters. How could I not go? Mu Chun replied eagerly. You sure know how to flatter. Yang Tao shot him a playful glare before rising to help him gather his belongings. Mu Chun's possessions were minimal. Aside from some clothing, there was little else to pack. Thus, by the time he finished breakfast, Yang Tao had already organized everything. After carrying 2 suitcases downstairs, they drove towards Shuxiang Yuan. The essentials had already been arranged, and the only item left to procure, the bedding set, had been purchased and cleaned during Yang Tao's shopping trip a couple of days prior. Once they had made the bed, they strolled around the community. With only a few days before school commenced, Shuxiang Yuan, which had been quiet for 2 months, was now bustling with activity. Observing families moving in, Mu Chun remarked, "Is this place really that desirable?" Indeed, most residents here are parents with children attending Chunfeng School. Many own properties elsewhere, but they choose to relocate here for their children's convenience, Yang Tao explained. Parents today will go to great lengths for their children. Mu Chun mused, reflecting on the sacrifices made by parents. Absolutely. I can relate to that, thinking of all my mother has done for me. Yang Tao nodded in agreement. Just then, a group of children in uniforms came running toward them, playfully jostling one another. One girl accidentally bumped into Mu Chun. "Oh, I'm so sorry," she exclaimed, turning to face him. Upon recognizing the girl as Chao Yingzi, who lived across from him, Mu Chun was taken aback. "Uncle, I apologize. It was unintentional," Chao Yingzi said softly, her gaze lowered. "It's all right. There are many people moving in the community. Just be careful," Mu Chun replied, nearly choking on the term uncle. Yang Tao chimed in, "Thank you, sister." After watching the children depart, Mu Chun turned to Yang Tao, somewhat disgruntled. "Taozi, do you think I'm old?" "Not at all," Yang Tao replied, momentarily taken aback before shaking her head vigorously. "Then why did she call you sister and me uncle?" Mu Chun questioned, indignantly. "Ha ha ha. Maybe it's because you look too fierce and scared her?" Yang Tao teased, sticking her tongue out playfully. "Fierce? I'll show you fierce," Mu Chun declared, gritting his teeth as he attempted to catch her. But Yang Tao, having anticipated his move, darted away, laughing melodiously as she ran ahead. Noon. After purchasing some ingredients and seasonings from the community supermarket, Yang Tao prepared their first meal in the new home. Following lunch, Mu Chun drove Yang Tao to Xue Sumei's residence. Upon arriving, they found Xue Sumei dining with Su Qing. "Taozi and Xiao Chun have arrived. Have you eaten yet? Would you like some?" Xue Sumei greeted them warmly. "We've already eaten, Auntie Xue. Please continue your meal," Mu Chun interjected before Yang Tao could respond. Acknowledging his words, Xue Sumei resumed her meal. "Taozi, I've been feeling a bit cooped up at home. After your follow-up, could you take me for a walk?" she suggested to Yang Tao, who needed to leave for work afterward. "Sure, I'll take care of it," Yang Tao readily agreed. After spending some time chatting with Xue Sumei, Mu Chun accompanied them downstairs. Once at the hospital, after Xue Sumei's examination, the doctor removed the cast from her foot. Although her recovery appeared promising, she still needed to use a wheelchair to prevent further injury, which left her feeling somewhat discontent. Having been confined to a wheelchair for days, the inability to walk after the cast removal frustrated her. However, despite her reluctance, Xue Sumei understood that the doctor's advice was paramount. "How about I take you and Taozi for a breath of fresh air in the suburbs?" Mu Chun proposed as they exited the hospital. "Ah, that sounds wonderful," Xue Sumei replied, her face lighting up with a smile. Driving to a riverside in the outskirts, Mu Chun pushed Xue Sumei's wheelchair along the riverbank as they strolled together. The three of them engaged in light-hearted conversation, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Chapter 40. I Want a Divorce. As Mu Chun was preparing to escort Xue Sumei back, Yang Tao's phone rang. "What? I understand. I will come over right now." Yang Tao hung up, her complexion appearing rather grim. "Peach, what is wrong?" Xue Sumei noticed Yang Tao's troubled expression and quickly inquired. "Mom, it's nothing. There's been a minor issue at the hotel. I need to handle it shortly. Yang Tao gently shook her head as she reassured Xue Sume. Alright, Xiaochen. Please take me home. Then you can accompany Taozi to the hotel. Without further contemplation, Xue Sume instructed Mu Chun. After Mu Chun dropped Xue Sume off at home, he descended with Taozi to the second hospital. As soon as they got in the car, Yang Tao urgently declared, "The second hospital? What's going on, Taozi?" Mu Chun asked, furrowing his brow upon hearing her words. The second hospital was where he and Yang Tao had previously accompanied Xue Sume. That call was from my sister's colleague. She said my sister fainted in the library at school and has been taken to the second hospital. Yang Tao explained anxiously. Upon hearing this, Mu Chun immediately drove towards the second hospital. Upon arriving, Yang Tao rushed into the hospital. After inquiring at the nurse's station, she and Mu Chun quickly made their way to a patient room. Inside, they found Su Qing sitting on the hospital bed, her gaze vacant and lost. A doctor in a white coat was discussing something with another woman at the bedside. "Sister, are you all right?" Yang Tao hurried to Su Qing's side, gripping her hand tightly and asking with urgency. However, Su Qing sat there as if she had not heard, exhibiting no reaction whatsoever. "Doctor, what's wrong with her?" Mu Chun frowned and turned to the doctor beside him. "We're not entirely sure. After she was brought in, we conducted thorough examinations. Her physical health appears entirely normal, with no issues detected. We suspect she may have experienced a temporary fainting spell due to pregnancy. She can be discharged shortly," the doctor explained softly to Mu Chun. "Pregnant? Are you saying my sister is pregnant?" Yang Tao leaned closer, inquiring. "Yes, she is 12 days along." The doctor nodded affirmatively. "Then why is she like this?" Yang Tao turned to glance at Su Qing, her brow furrowed. Logically, after years of desiring a child, Su Qing should be elated now that she was finally expecting. Yet her demeanor was anything but joyful. "Taozi, I'm fine. Mu Chun, could you please help me with the discharge paperwork?" The previously silent Su Qing suddenly spoke, her voice hoarse, startling both Mu Chun and Yang Tao. "Of course, sister." Mu Chun nodded and left the room to handle the necessary arrangements. Half an hour later, Yang Tao assisted Su Qing out of the hospital, continuously speaking to her, but Su Qing remained silent throughout. Mu Chun drove according to Yang Tao's directions to Su Qing's home. Su Qing's residence had only been occupied for a year since the building was completed 2 years prior, and all the furniture was still pristine. Once inside, Yang Tao helped Su Qing to her room while Mu Chun settled on the sofa to wait. In the room, after persistent questioning from Yang Tao, Su Qing finally spoke again. "Taozi, do you know any lawyers?" Su Qing asked hoarsely. "A lawyer? I don't know anyone, but Mu Chun should. What's the matter?" Yang Tao inquired again. "I want a divorce," Su Qing stated with an unsettling calmness. "What? You want to divorce my brother-in-law? Why?" Yang Tao sprang up from her seat in shock. Su Qing fell silent for a moment before revealing her story. Recently, Su Qing had been feeling unwell and went to the hospital for a checkup that morning, only to discover that she was 42 days pregnant. This news initially filled her with overwhelming joy. 4 years, her relationship with Duan Shifeng had been exceptionally good, but their only regret was that after nearly a decade of marriage, they had yet to have a child. Both had undergone examinations, and their health was deemed perfectly fine, yet they had been unable to conceive. Now that she was finally expecting, Su Qing was eager to share the news with Duan Shifeng. However, his phone was unreachable. After lunch, still unable to contact him, she decided to visit his company, hoping to surprise him with the joyful news. To her dismay, she could not find him there either. Resolving to return to school and wait until the evening to share the news, she stepped out of his company only to witness Duan Shifeng walking with a heavily pregnant woman, oblivious to her presence. The woman kissed Duan Shifeng goodbye before departing, shattering Su Qing's world in an instant. She could not recall how she made it back to school or how she fainted. The next thing she knew, she was awakening in the hospital. "What? Duan Shifeng actually cheated?" Yang Tao exclaimed, her eyes wide with rage after hearing Su Qing's account. "That's why I want a divorce." Su Qing nodded calmly. "But what will you do if you divorce him? What about the child you're carrying?" Yang Tao frowned, concerned. When Su Qing married Duan Shifeng, She had given up a promising career to become a devoted housewife. Only after Duan Shifeng found success did she secure a job as a librarian at a university, despite being a graduate of a prestigious institution. Now, with a child on the way, if Su Qing divorced Duan Shifeng, she would likely have to forfeit the child, a heartbreaking prospect. I will carry the child to term. He will be my child alone, Su Qing said softly, her hand caressing her belly. No, sister. If you decide to divorce Duan Shifeng, I won't stand in your way, but you must not give up this child. Yang Tao immediately shook her head. You and Duan Shifeng divorce. How will you support yourself? I cannot concern myself with that. I will figure things out later. Regardless, I will have this child, Su Qing declared resolutely. Chapter 41. A hot potato. Mu Chun waited in the living room for over half an hour before Yang Tao finally emerged from her room. Observing Yang Tao's furious expression, Mu Chun couldn't help but furrow his brow and inquire, Taozi, what is wrong? Mu Chun, do you know any lawyers? Yang Tao approached Mu Chun and seated herself beside him, her gaze fixed intently on him. Lawyer? Why on earth would you need one? Mu Chun was momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp the situation. However, a suspicion quickly formed in his mind. What else could it be? My sister is divorcing Duan Shifeng. That scoundrel actually cheated on her. Yang Tao seethed through clenched teeth. Seeing Yang Tao's ire, Mu Chun swallowed hard. I don't actually know any, but I believe Auntie might. Let me ask her. With that, he retrieved his phone and dialed Auntie's number. Hello, Mu Chun, what is the matter? Auntie's cool voice came through the line almost immediately. Cough? Cough. Auntie, I have a question. Do you know any lawyers? Mu Chun cleared his throat and inquired. A lawyer? How coincidental. I just met a lawyer from Beijing a couple of days ago. What do you need a lawyer for? Auntie replied softly. That's wonderful. Could you please send me the lawyer's number? Mu Chun asked eagerly. Of course. I'll send his number to you shortly. Auntie responded without hesitation. After hanging up, Mu Chun soon received a message from Auntie. He promptly dialed the lawyer's number, arranged a meeting time, and then turned to Yang Tao. I'm going to talk to my sister, Yang Tao declared, spinning on her heel and re-entering the room. Once inside, Yang Tao informed Su Qing about the meeting with the lawyer. Su Qing nodded and looked at Yang Tao, saying, Taozi, thank you. Please don't tell Auntie about this. She's already distressed. If she finds out, she might have a serious reaction, and I would feel guilty. Sister, don't worry. I won't mention it to Mom. But if you truly go through with this, your future will be exceedingly difficult. Yang Tao said, her brow furrowed in concern. Earlier, Su Qing had mentioned her intention to keep the child, which Yang Tao had tried to dissuade her from. Yet Su Qing was the type who, once resolved, would charge ahead regardless of obstacles. Yang Tao's attempts at persuasion had fallen on deaf ears, and she realized she had to let Su Qing make her own choices. After all, this was ultimately Su Qing's life. Isn't it fine? Didn't Auntie raise us both on her own? Su Qing smiled, shaking her head lightly. Alas, Duan Shifeng is truly despicable. Yang Tao fumed, directing her anger towards him. All right, Taozi, why don't you take a moment to rest? I need some solitude, Su Qing said softly, observing Yang Tao's agitation. With a heavy heart, Yang Tao exited the room. Taozi, what is really going on? Please tell me. Although Mu Chun had his suspicions, he was curious about the specifics. With a sigh, Yang Tao leaned against Mu Chun's shoulder and recounted what Su Qing had revealed to her. Mu Chun was taken aback. Despite the world having changed, Duan Shifeng's fate remained unchanged. At that moment, the door opened again, and Su Qing emerged from her room, now dressed in a different outfit. Taozi, Mu Chun, let us go, she said softly, looking at the two on the sofa. Oh, Yang Tao nodded and followed Su Qing out of the house. Mr. Lawyer, given this situation, if they divorce, how much of the assets might my sister be entitled to? In a law office, the three sat across from a man in his 40s. Yang Tao had just narrated Su Qing's circumstances to the lawyer and then quietly inquired. Miss Su, may I ask, was your house purchased before or after the marriage? The lawyer adjusted his glasses and asked Su Qing. After marriage. Most of the money was contributed by him. The title deed is solely in his name. Su Qing replied softly. In that case, to be frank, Ms. Su, you 1T receive much in terms of assets after the divorce. From what you've described, you Haven T worked for many years. The funds for the house were provided entirely by your husband. If he contests this in court, the likelihood of his success is very high. You would only be entitled to that car and half of the savings. So, if you intend to divorce, you must consider this carefully. It's all right, lawyer. Please draft a divorce agreement for me. I'm fine with not taking anything. Su Qing gently shook her head. Sister, you can't do that. After being with Duan Shifeng all these years, helping him rise from nothing to where he is now, how can you let him get away with this and give everything to another woman? Yang Tao exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. Taozi, please stop. I understand everything. Su Qing calmly shook her head, her tone steady. Yang Tao looked at her sister, feeling helpless, while Mu Chan felt a surge of emotion for Su Qing. Her decisiveness was truly formidable. Drafting the divorce agreement is no issue. I'll have someone prepare it for you now, the lawyer said, picking up the phone on the table. Half an hour later, the three left the law office. Mu Chen, can I ask you for a favor? Su Qing suddenly halted and turned to him. What is it? Mu Chen asked, puzzled. I've arranged to meet Duan Shifeng at home, but I don't want to see him now. Could you take this agreement to him for his signature? Su Qing looked at Mu Chen, her voice gentle. Mu Chen hadn't anticipated that this task would fall upon him. However, glancing at Yang Tao beside Su Qing, he could only nod helplessly, accepting the divorce agreement and the key to their home. Taozi, let us share a taxi to Auntie's place, Su Qing said to Yang Tao. Yang Tao readily agreed. Taozi, after I finish, I'll come to pick you up? Mu Chen asked Yang Tao softly. Okay. Yang Tao nodded, helping Su Qing to the roadside to hail a taxi. As the taxi vanished into the flow of traffic, Mu Chen glanced down at the divorce agreement in his hands. To him, it was anything but a simple document. It was a veritable hot potato. With a resigned sigh, he drove towards Su Qing's home. Chapter 42. Matters resolved. Duan Xfeng was in a state of disarray. As the workday drew to a close, he received a brief message from SQing. The message was succinct, merely stating, "Let us discuss the divorce when you return." However, those few words struck Duan Xfeng with profound intensity, instantly extinguishing his motivation to work. He hurriedly drove home. Upon arriving, the house appeared unchanged, retaining its familiar ambience. The only notable absence was SQing, who usually greeted him at the door but was conspicuously missing today. Anxiously, he scoured the premises, but her presence eluded him entirely. Desperate, he incessantly dialed her number. Though the call connected, no one answered. Just as he contemplated a visit to Su SMI, he was startled by the sound of the door opening. His heart raced until he was met with the sight of MCHN standing at the threshold. MCHN, what brings you here? Duan Xfeng stammered, taken aback. I would rather not be here, but SQing asked me to come. I had no choice but to oblige. MCHN replied with a shrug, his tone tinged with resignation.
Equi nare.
Where is she? Duan Xfeng's voice sharpened with urgency upon hearing her name. She doesn't want to see you. Moreover, she sent me to deliver this for you to sign. MCHN stated, placing a divorce agreement before Duan Xfeng. What is this? Duan Xfeng inquired, picking up the document. His heart sank as he realized it was indeed a divorce agreement. Why does SQing want to divorce me? He exclaimed, his voice filled with agitation. Do you not know? Are you unaware of your own actions? MHN replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. As Duan Xfeng processed MCHN's words, a revelation struck him, leaving him as if struck by lightning. You know, today SQing went to your company to share a momentous piece of news, but instead, she witnessed a calamity. MCHN sank onto the sofa, extracting a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it. Duan Xfeng stood frozen, suddenly understanding the magnitude of the disaster MCHN referenced. What monumental news? He asked, his voice now a mere whisper. SQing is pregnant. She intended for you to be the first to know. Even during lunch at Su Auntie's, she refrained from telling us. When she couldn't reach you by phone, she went to your company, hoping to share the news with you. MCHN inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed on Duan Xfeng. What? SQing is pregnant? Duan Xfing trembled at the revelation. Disbelief etched across his features. After years of trying, they had not conceived. Yet he yearned for a child of his own. Just recently, he had found himself entangled with another woman after a night of indulgence. And now that single encounter had resulted in a pregnancy. Initially, he had wished for the woman to terminate the pregnancy, for his heart belonged to SQ-ing. But the woman had stubbornly refused, insisting on carrying the child to term. I will not divorce SQ-ing. I must see her. I must go to her, Duan Xf-ing declared, rising to head for the door. It's futile. You know SQ-ing's nature. She won't see you. Even if you seek her out, she will refuse, MCHN remarked, watching Duan Xf-ing's retreating figure. MCHN's words immobilized Duan Xf-ing, as if cast under a spell. Indeed, no one understood SQ-ing better than he did, having shared nearly a decade of their lives together. He recognized that once SQ-ing had decided on divorce, she would not reconsider. In that moment, it felt as though a decade had been stripped from his life. MCHN, can you help me? Duan Xf-ing turned, his eyes brimming with desperation. Help you? Even if I were married to Ting Zo, I could not assist you in this matter. SQ-ing has resolved to have the child and raise it alone after the divorce. Do you comprehend what that signifies? I only inform you of this because you have the right to know. After all, you are the child's father. Furthermore, if you are a man, you should understand how to handle the division of assets post-divorce. MCHN stated, handing Duan Xf-ing a pen. With trembling hands, Duan Xf-ing took the pen, his heart heavy as he inscribed his name on the divorce agreement. A faint smile crept onto MCHN's lips as he witnessed this act. In stark contrast, Duan Xf-ing felt as though his very essence had drained from him, collapsing onto the floor. Well, matters are settled. I must take my leave. SQ-ing awaits my news. MCHN gathered the documents and prepared to depart. Wait, Duan Xf-ing suddenly called out, halting MCHN. Here are the car keys, the bank card, and the house keys. Please deliver them to her. This is all I can offer her. I have wronged her. As for the house, let her choose a time to go to the property office for the transfer. He placed the items on the coffee table. His eyes reddened. Understood. MCHN nodded, collecting the belongings before stepping out of the house. Seated in the car, MCHN glanced at the items on the passenger seat and murmured to himself, at least he is not entirely beyond redemption. Regarding the affair between Duan Xf-ing and SQ-ing, MCHN had no intention of intervening, for it was not his concern. His visit was solely due to the involvement of Ying Ting. Otherwise, he would have preferred to remain uninvolved in such murky waters. He drove to Su Smi's residence. After knocking, the door swung open promptly. Seeing MCHN, Ying Ting eagerly ushered him into the living room. Xiao Sichen is here. Come, have a seat, Su Smi exclaimed upon noticing him. Mom, let him sit later. I have something important to discuss with him now, Ying Ting replied, pulling MCHN toward the room. How mysterious. Su Smi shrugged, returning to her television program. Upon entering the room, MN found SQ-ing sitting on the bed, her eyes swollen and red, suggesting she had been crying recently. MCHN, how did it go? Did he sign? Ying Ting asked eagerly. Yes, he signed. MCHN confirmed, nodding as he handed the divorce agreement to Ying Ting. Additionally, he asked me to give these to you. He then produced the bank card and car keys from his pocket. He is waiting for you to accompany him to the property office for the house transfer at your convenience. Humph, at least he retains a shred of conscience. Ying Ting scoffed at MCHN's words. Meanwhile, SQ-ing stared blankly at the three items on the bed. Chapter 43. The Child Who Does Not Know Who His Father Is. As Mu Chun and Yang Tao departed from Xue Su Mei's residence, the clock had already struck 8 in the evening. Starved and weary, the duo sought refuge in a nearby restaurant to satiate their hunger before they finally returned to their abode at Shuxiang Yeyuan. Mu Chun, do you know? The love I once yearned for was akin to the bond between my sister and Duan Shifeng. From nothingness, they toiled together to establish a home in this grand city of Beijing. Yet now, I have come to realize that Duan Shifeng did not truly love my sister. Yang Tao lamented, curling up on the sofa, her head gently resting on Mu Chen's shoulder, her gaze vacant. All right, Taozi, This is a matter between your sister and Duan Shifeng. Let us not trouble ourselves with it, Mu Chun murmured softly, patting her head gently. He understood that her heart was heavy at that moment. He embraced Yang Tao, and they fell into a comfortable silence. Time slipped away unbidden, and eventually, Mu Chun glanced down at Yang Tao, only to discover that she had fallen asleep in his arms. Amused yet touched, he carefully stood, cradled her into the bedroom, and then proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. The following morning, Mu Chun awoke to find Yang Tao's absence beside him. Rising from bed, he stepped into the dining area to behold a breakfast laid out on the table. After washing up, he began to eat while dialing Yang Tao's number. "Hello, Taozi. Where are you?" he inquired as soon as the call connected. "You're awake? I saw you were still sleeping, so I came over to my mom's place. Now, I'm taking a stroll with my sister." Yang Tao's voice chimed in through the phone. "By the way, my mom wants you to come over for lunch. All right, I'll join you after finishing breakfast." After a brief exchange, Mu Chun ended the call. Setting down his phone, he finished his meal, changed into a fresh outfit, grabbed the keys from the coffee table and left his home. Upon arriving at the residential complex where Xue Su Mei resided, Mu Chun noticed a rather portly woman engaged in a heated argument with Su Qing and Yang Tao beneath the building. Duan Shifeng stood nearby, his expression dark and silent, flanked by several imposing men who glared menacingly at Yang Tao and Su Qing. Realizing the situation, Mu Chun hastily parked his car and approached Yang Tao. "I don't care. The house and car are definitely not yours. You'd better hand over the keys, or don't blame us for being impolite," the woman declared haughtily to Su Qing as Mu Chun drew near. "And what form of impoliteness might that be?" Mu Chun interjected, moving to stand beside Yang Tao, his voice steady and low. "Who are you? What does my impoliteness have to do with you?" The woman, taken aback by Mu Chun's intervention, quickly regained her composure and retorted with indignation. "I find it quite intriguing that you, a mistress, possess the audacity to confront a man's legitimate wife. Or do you believe that bearing a child whose paternity is uncertain grants you the freedom to act as you please?"
Mu Chun remarked coldly.
A mocking smile gracing his lips. As his words hung in the air, the onlookers began to murmur and point at the woman, their expressions rife with disdain. After all, being a mistress is hardly a glorious title, and her audacity to confront the legitimate wife only intensified the crowd's contempt. "You! What nonsense are you spouting? Do you dare threaten me?" The woman's face blanched, her anger palpable. Mu Chun had recognized her at once. She was none other than Deng Jiejia from the television screen. Having observed her on TV, Mu Chun had suspected that the child she carried might not belong to Duan Shifeng. After all, who could ascertain the number of men she had encountered while working in a nightclub? The fact that she became pregnant after a single encounter with Duan Shifeng seemed all too convenient, as if she were seeking a father for her child. Deng Jiejia, rattled by Mu Chun's unexpected words, found herself flustered. Although Mu Chun's comments were likely unintentional, they struck a dissonant chord within her, for she alone knew the truth of her circumstances. While working in the nightclub, she had engaged with different men nightly. Upon discovering her pregnancy, her initial instinct had been to terminate it. However, upon consulting a physician, she learned that due to her previous abortions, another would likely render her infertile. This revelation left her in a state of turmoil. Ultimately, a colleague suggested she find someone to assume responsibility for her child. Taking this advice to heart, she carefully selected Duan Shifeng from among the patrons during her shifts. That night, he had been inebriated, leaving her with the impression that they had engaged, though in reality, he had been oblivious. Now, confronted with the truth of her biggest secret by the man before her, it was no wonder she was in a state of panic. "Mu Chun, mind your words," Duan Shifeng interjected, his expression darkening as he spoke. Mu Chun cast a sidelong glance at him, a smirk playing on his lips. Initially, he had thought Duan Shifeng salvageable, yet the man's arrival with his mistress to demand keys from his pregnant wife had unequivocally exposed his true character. "Taozi, sister, are you all right?" Mu Chun disregarded Duan Shifeng and turned his focus to Yang Tao and Su Qing. "We're fine." Yang Tao clutched Mu Chun's hand tightly, shaking her head. Before Mu Chun's arrival, she had been filled with trepidation, especially with the intimidating men surrounding Duan Shifeng. "Do not engage with them," Mu Chun reassured the two women before addressing Deng Jiejie and Duan Shifeng. You lack shame, yet we still possess ours. Duan Shifeng, the car and house were willingly given to Su Qing. If you wish to reclaim them, it is impossible. If not, we shall see each other in court. With that, he did not wait for a response from either Duan Shifeng or Deng Jiejie, but instead took Yang Tao and Su Qing by the hand and strode back into the building. Chapter 44. Zhang Haokuin's anxiety upon entering the building. Yang Tao let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, Mu Chun, how fortunate you arrived just in time. She gazed at Mu Chun, expressing her astonishment at their audacity to confront them. In this world, there are countless shameless individuals. One must merely grow accustomed to it. Mu Chun shrugged, somewhat helplessly remarking, however, with their commotion, it seems this matter can no longer be concealed. If Aunt Shui finds out, I wonder how furious she will be. Prompted by Mu Chun's comment, Yang Tao and Su Qing began to realize the gravity of the situation. Where are we? This is right beneath Shui Sumei's residence. Though she may not have witnessed the disturbance, having lived in this community for so many years, it's no exaggeration to say she knows most of the residents. With so many onlookers just now, it's possible that someone familiar to Shui Sumei was present. What should we do? Yang Tao exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. Shui Sumei is already injured. If this upsets her further, what will we do then? Alas, Auntie will find out sooner or later. It's better she knows. This way, we won't have to deceive her. Su Qing sighed, expressing her resignation. Such matters can be hidden temporarily, but not indefinitely. As they spoke, the elevator ascended to the floor where Shui Sumei resided. Upon entering the apartment, they found Shui Sumei engrossed in her television program, blissfully unaware of the chaos below. Upon their arrival, she immediately brightened. Little Chun has come. Taozi, it's getting late. You should go prepare dinner. All right. Yang Tao nodded and headed towards the kitchen. She had picked up some groceries from the supermarket on her way earlier. After enjoying a meal at Shui Sumei's home, Mu Chun and Yang Tao eventually took their leave. Do you think Duan Shifeng will choose to file a lawsuit? Yang Tao inquired, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed at Mu Chun while in the car. If it were just Duan Shifeng, he certainly wouldn't opt to sue my sister. But with that woman involved, it's uncertain. However, if he does decide to go to court, I possess a recording of him stating he would give the house, car, and savings to Sister Su Qing. Mu Chun casually replied while driving. A recording? You recorded it when you met him yesterday? Yang Tao exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Yes. Initially, it was merely a precaution, but it seems it may come in handy after all. Mu Chun nodded with a smile. Let me listen. Yang Tao eagerly took Mu Chun's phone and began to play the recording. The contents were detailed, clearly capturing their conversation from the moment Mu Chun entered until he departed. Humph, I never realized Duan Shifeng was so fickle. Yang Tao remarked indignantly after hearing him explicitly state he would give the car and house to Su Qing. Mu Chun chuckled but said nothing further. All right, let us not dwell on them. Taozi, what are your plans for this afternoon? He gently asked. Wei Wei has asked me to go shopping with her this afternoon. By the way, Mu Chun, I heard Jiao Yang mention that Wei Wei has been getting quite close to your classmate lately. They even went to the amusement park together yesterday. Yang Tao suddenly turned to Mu Chun. Song Che and Lan Wei Wei? Mu Chun was taken aback by Yang Tao's revelation. However, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. Although Song Che might not be as handsome as Mu Chun, he was certainly not lacking in charm. His humor and wit made him quite appealing to women, evidenced by his numerous relationships during university. Indeed, what's your classmate like? Do tell me. Yang Tao urged, curious as she gazed at Mu Chun. Although her relationship with Lan Wei Wei was not as close as with Jiao Yang, she still considered her a good friend. Song Che hails from Donghai and comes from a wealthy family. However, he has a wild spirit, so if Lan Wei Wei truly wishes to be with him, it will depend on her ability to capture his heart. Mu Chun mused, smiling at Yang Tao. Wow, who would have thought Wei Wei has such good taste? She has chosen a rich second-generation heir. Yang Tao remarked with a playful tone. After a leisurely drive once home, Yang Tao spent some time with Mu Chun before departing. Meanwhile, Mu Chun relaxed at home, playing on his phone. Simultaneously, within a skyscraper in the CBD of Shijing City, Zhang Haokuin, chairman of the Zhang Group, sat in his spacious office, his eyes bloodshot from sleeplessness. For 3 days now he hadn't closed his eyes. The Jiang family has always maintained absolute control over the Jiang group. Yet 3 days prior, that control was shattered. His sister, Jiang Lai, sold 10% of her shares, which subsequently fell into the hands of the group's second-generation shareholders. This presented an opportunity for the second-largest shareholder to seize control of the Jiang group. Before Jiang Haoquan could react, the acquisition of shares from all minor stakeholders had occurred. By the time he attempted to respond, it was already too late. The difference in their shareholdings had become negligible. Ultimately, both parties turned their attention to the remaining shares in circulation. After a fierce battle, they reached a precarious balance, each holding approximately 45% of the shares, with the remaining 10% held by a mysterious individual. This meant that whoever secured that 10% would emerge victorious in this silent battle. If Jiang Haoquan were to obtain those shares, the Jiang family would retain absolute control over the company, but if the second shareholder succeeded, it would signify a change in ownership for the Jiang group. The fallout for the defeated party would undoubtedly be dire. Consequently, Jiang Haoquan found himself engulfed in anxiety, anxiously awaiting news from his subordinates. Just as he was lost in thought, the office door swung open abruptly. Startled, Jiang Haoquan instinctively prepared to admonish the intruder. "We found it, Chairman. We found it." One of Jiang Haoquan's subordinates rushed into the office, calling out excitedly. "What? Found it?" Jiang Haoquan, momentarily forgetting his irritation, stood up to inquire. "Yes. We discovered that the last 10% of shares are held by someone named Mu Chun." "Mu Chen? Where is he now?" Jiang Haoquan pressed further. "He is in Shijing," the subordinate exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Jiang Haoquan had previously promised a reward of 500,000 for whoever located the owner of those shares, and now that the reward was within reach, the subordinate could hardly contain his enthusiasm. "Let us go. We must meet him immediately," Jiang Haoquan declared, his voice steady as he strode toward the office door. Chapter 45. Jiang Haoquan's visit in the elegant surroundings of the Book Fragrance Courtyard. Mu Chun reclined comfortably on the sofa, engrossed in his mobile device. Just as he was thoroughly enjoying his time, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him, leaving him somewhat puzzled. Who could possibly be knocking at this hour? Nevertheless, despite his curiosity, Mu Chun proceeded to open the door. Upon his arrival, Mu Chun was taken aback to find a tall man standing at the threshold, accompanied by several bodyguards clad in black suits. "Greetings, may I inquire if you are Mr.
Mu Chen?"
Jiang Haoquan asked softly, scrutinizing Mu Chun from head to toe as he spoke. During the time Jiang Haoquan had spent preparing for this visit, he had already reviewed Mu Chen's background. An orphan from a young age, he had excelled academically and gained admission to prestigious Beijing University. The initial information presented a rather ordinary narrative. However, subsequent details took a more enigmatic turn. Following his graduation, Mu Chen's fortune seemed to skyrocket, with the origins of his wealth remaining elusive to Jiang Haoquan. The question of how he acquired shares in the Jiang group remained an even deeper mystery. As he approached Mu Chun, Jiang Haoquan had developed several theories regarding his identity, prompting him to regard Mu Chun with utmost respect. "Indeed, I am Mu Chun, and you are?" Mu Chun feigned confusion, despite recognizing Jiang Haoquan. "I am Jiang Haoquan, the chairman of the Jiang group. As I understand it, you hold a 10% stake in our company, correct?" Jiang Haoquan inquired slowly, gazing intently at Mu Chun. Just as Mu Chun suspected, Jiang Haoquan had come seeking the shares. Indeed, he thought to himself, it was clear that Jiang Haoquan would not have come without purpose, especially since they were not previously acquainted. The only connection they shared was that 10% stake. "Since you are here regarding the shares, please, come in." Mu Chun smiled and gestured for Jiang Haoquan to enter. Jiang Haoquan nodded and followed Mu Chun into the room. "Would you care for some water? I do possess a 10% stake in the Jiang group, but I am still unclear about your intentions," Mu Chun said, retrieving a bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator with a smile. "Allow me to explain," Jiang Haoquan began, carefully organizing his thoughts. He disclosed the ongoing internal conflicts within the Jiang group, choosing not to conceal the truth since the information was already widely known. "Thus, I hope Mr. Mu can lend me your support," Whether by selling your shares to me or backing me at the board meeting, I am open to either option. If you are willing to sell your shares, I am prepared to offer double the market price. Upon hearing Jiang Haoquan's extravagant offer, Mu Chen's heart raced. His shares were valued at over 2 billion, and at double the price it would amount to over 4 billion. Such a sum would suffice to elevate his system several levels. Contemplating this prospect, Mu Chen's desire to sell his shares began to grow. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed in his mind. Beep. Task issued. Increase shareholding. Task details. Raise your stake in the Jiang Group to 30% or above. Note: the costs associated with this increase will be fully covered by the system. Task reward. System level up. Task failure. No penalties. Mu Chen was momentarily taken aback by the system's sudden task issuance. He had merely considered selling his shares when the system prompted him to increase his stake in the Jiang Group. This left him in a quandary, weighing the benefits and drawbacks of the situation. Jiang Haoquan, observing Mu Chen's contemplation, remained silent, patiently watching him. Mr. Jiang, I must regretfully decline to sell my shares to you. However, I would be willing to discuss supporting you at the board meeting. Mu Chen finally raised his gaze and spoke slowly. Though he was uncertain about the system's motives behind such a task, he recognized its significance. After considerable deliberation, Mu Chen resolved to adhere to the system's directive, as it presented him with numerous advantages without any drawbacks. Not only would it bolster his shareholding, but it would also incur no personal expense. Most importantly, it would allow for the system's advancement. In this brief moment, Mu Chen entertained a bolder idea. Jiang Haoquan's expression revealed disappointment at Mu Chen's refusal to sell, as acquiring Mu Chen's shares could have granted the Jiang family absolute control. What does Mr. Mu wish to discuss? Jiang Haoquan inquired, trying to mask his disappointment. Securing Mu Chen's support remained a priority. If I support you at the board meeting, I expect to increase my shareholding, Mu Chen replied thoughtfully. How much do you wish to increase? Jiang Haoquan asked, furrowing his brow. I currently hold 10%, and following this event, I wish to acquire an additional 20%, Mu Chen stated. Jiang Haoquan's brow twitched at Mu Chen's request. Such ambition. 20% is quite a significant ask, he thought. Of course, I will not demand these shares without compensation. I will purchase them at market value, Mu Chen added, a smile gracing his lips. Furthermore, my possession of these shares will pose no threat to the Jiang family. Jiang Haoquan fell into silence, weighing the implications. Should the Jiang family emerge victorious in this conflict, the fate of the Li family would be dire. The shares they held would inevitably circulate in the market. Thus, if Mu Chen were to acquire them at market value, Jiang Haoquan found it acceptable. He had initially worried that Mu Chen sought to reap rewards without investment. To a prosperous collaboration, Jiang Haoquan finally extended his hand after a prolonged silence. To a prosperous collaboration, Mu Chen reciprocated the handshake with a smile. By the way, may I inquire about the fate of your adversaries following this affair? A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Jiang Haoquan's eyes. They will all perish. Chapter 46. Meeting Old Tan. Jiang Haoquan departed. The company had been in disarray these days, and he needed to return to organize matters. Additionally, he had to prepare for the shareholders' meeting in a few days. Although there were currently only 3 shareholders in the Jiang family, he still had to confront the Li family at the meeting. Inside a luxury car, Jiang Haoquan sat in the back seat, resting his eyes. President Jiang, are we really going to sell 20% of our shares to Mu Chen? He seems quite ambitious, asked a bespectacled man who had been listening attentively during Jiang Haoquan's conversation with Mu Chen. Humph, sell to him? Is that not akin to driving away a wolf only to let a tiger in? My agreement today was merely a temporary measure to placate him. Once this matter is resolved, I will deal with him in due time. Jiang Haoquan replied with a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. President Jiang, you are indeed remarkable. His subordinate immediately praised him with a smile. Enough of this chit-chat. Let's return to the company swiftly. At last, I shall enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. Jiang Haoquan stretched lazily. Meanwhile, after seeing Jiang Haoquan off, Mu Chen returned to the sofa and took out his phone. The screen displayed a recording of their meeting. Although Mu Chen was uncertain about Jiang Haoquan's intentions, He had instinctively activated the recording during their conversation. Listening to the playback with his eyes closed, a faint smile crept onto Mu Chen's lips. After some contemplation, he dialed Auntie's number. "Hello, Mu Chen, what's the matter?" Auntie's voice came through promptly. "Where are you now?" Mu Chen inquired with a smile. "I'm at the office. What's up? I have something I'd like your assistance with. Are you available to meet?" Mu Chen continued. "Sure. I'm heading to the orphanage shortly to accompany Xiao Ming. Let us meet there,"
Auntie replied, nodding lightly.
After arranging to meet at the orphanage, Mu Chen drove in that direction. Upon arriving, he saw Auntie's car already parked at the entrance. After parking beside her vehicle, he stepped out and entered the orphanage. "Mu Chen, what do you wish to discuss?" Auntie asked with a smile as she painted with Xiao Ming in the backyard. "It's quite significant." Mu Chen chuckled, settling beside her as he recounted the developments regarding the Jiang group. After elaborating on his thoughts, he turned to Auntie and asked, "Do you think my idea is feasible?" "Mu Chen, your appetite is truly vast. Are you not concerned about overreaching? While your idea is commendable, do you possess the funds to acquire shares in a group valued at over 20 billion? Auntie responded, taken aback by Mu Chen's audacity. "I need not worry about the money," Mu Chen replied with a mysterious smile. "In that case, the pressing concern is how you will procure those shares from the Li family. Your approach is far too reckless. The Li family will not easily relinquish their stake, even under threat. Until the dust settles, the Li family and the Jiang family may very well join forces against you. After all, in the business world, there are no eternal enemies. They may be at odds now, but your involvement could unite them against you." Auntie continued, nodding thoughtfully. "Indeed, I may have underestimated the situation," Mu Chen acknowledged, furrowing his brow. The shares held by the Jiang and Li families were nearly equivalent. Whoever he sided with would likely prevail in this struggle. Currently, he was aligned with the Jiang family, leaving the Li family destined for defeat. His plan was to secure the Li family's shares before Jiang Haokuin's shareholders meeting, thereby positioning himself as the largest stakeholder in the Jiang group and emerging as the ultimate victor. Yet, Auntie's words brought him to a sobering realization. What if, due to his interference, Jiang Haokuin and the Li family united against him? Observing Mu Chen deep in thought, Auntie smiled and remarked, "Therefore you need a powerful ally. I believe you should have a word with old Tan." "Tan Zongming?" Mu Chen queried, somewhat surprised. "Yes. With old Tan's involvement, your chances of success will significantly increase. Would you like me to facilitate an introduction?" Auntie inquired with a smile. Mu Chen pondered briefly before nodding gently. Approximately half an hour later, two Panameras glided into a villa in the eastern outskirts. Old Tan had been waiting at the entrance. As Mu Chen and Auntie alighted, he promptly approached them. "Auntie, I have been awaiting your arrival. I've arranged for a feast. Let's south dine at my place tonight." Old Tan greeted Auntie with a smile. "No problem. I've come to savor a lavish meal," Auntie replied, nodding with amusement. "You must be Mr. Mu?" Old Tan turned his gaze towards Mu Chen, smiling. "I have often heard your name from Auntie. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." "Hello, Mr. Tan. I am Mu Chen." Mu Chen replied with a handshake and a smile. "Let us not linger here. Come inside." After shaking hands, Old Tan ushered them into the villa. "Old Tan, hear us the situation. I wonder if you might be interested in getting involved?" Auntie recounted the details to Old Tan, who listened intently. "Auntie, don't ask if I'm interested. If it involves profit, I am always intrigued," Old Tan remarked, opening a box on the coffee table to retrieve a cigar. After expertly trimming the end, he offered it to Mu Chen and asked with a smile, "May I inquire how much you are prepared to invest in this acquisition? Funding is crucial for completing such a transaction. 1 billion. If that is insufficient, I can increase the amount." Mu Chen replied confidently as he accepted the cigar. After all, the funds for acquiring the Jiang group would be covered by the system, leaving him entirely unperturbed. 1 billion. You can add more if needed? Old Tan pondered Mu Chen's statement, slowly rotating the cigar in his hand. The figure was staggering, yet Mu Chen spoke of it as if it were a mere 100. "Rest assured regarding the funding. If I lacked the means, I would not even entertain the thought of acquiring the Jiang group," Mu Chen assured Old Tan with a confident smile. "Indeed, it seems this world belongs to the youth. To casually mention 1 billion, I must truly be getting old. Old Tan chuckled self-deprecatingly upon hearing Mu Chen's words. Old Tan, you jest. $1 billion is hardly beyond your reach. Auntie chimed in with a smile. Chapter 47. The first encounter with Zhang Lai. Ah, Auntie. You truly have overestimated me. Mr. Mu, how about this? I will offer 50 billion, but afterward, I demand 30% of Zhang's group's shares. Old Tan chuckled as he lit his cigar, inhaling deeply before slowly exhaling. Pleasant cooperation. Mu Chun extended his hand and smiled at Old Tan. Pleasant cooperation. After they shook hands, Old Tan looked at Auntie with a hint of helplessness and said, It seems I won't be able to host dinner at my home tonight. No worries, there will be plenty of opportunities for meals in the future. Auntie replied with a smile, unconcerned. All right, I'll give Li Chengming a call, Old Tan said as he took out his phone and dialed a number. That night, when Mu Chun returned home, it was already 11 o'clock. As he opened the door, he found Yang Tao, clad in a thin nightgown, sound asleep on the sofa. It appeared she had been waiting for him and had finally succumbed to exhaustion. Mu Chun gazed at the peacefully sleeping Yang Tao, a smile creeping onto his face. Leaning closer, he gently kissed her cheek. This kiss instantly stirred Yang Tao from her slumber, her eyes fluttering open. Mu Chun, you're back? Yang Tao rubbed her eyes, looking at him with surprise. Yes. Why didn't you go to your room? Aren't you afraid of catching a cold sleeping here? Mu Chun asked with a gentle ruffle of her hair. I was just too tired waiting for you. Did you drink again? You didn't overindulge, did you? Yang Tao asked, wrinkling her nose slightly, her expression turning slightly displeased. Don't worry. I didn't drink too much. Just had a couple of glasses of red wine. Mu Chun shook his head. That's good. Hurry and take a shower. Yang Tao nodded and softly kissed his cheek. Mu Chun obliged and went into his room to shower. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Zhang Haokuan had been faring well during this time. It seemed the Li family had given up their struggle, as there had been no activity from them in recent days. This greatly improved Zhang Haokuan's mood. He had already formulated a plan for dealing with the Li family after today's shareholders' meeting. With that thought, Zhang Haokuan felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Outside Zhang's group, Mu Chun drove slowly to the entrance of the building. Early that morning, he had received a call from Zhang Haokuan, inviting him to the shareholders' meeting. Upon exiting the car and standing at the entrance of Zhang's group, Mu Chun looked up at the building's exterior, where the 4 prominent characters of Zhang's group were displayed. A smile crept onto his lips. From today onward, this place would no longer be known as Zhang's group, but should be renamed Mu's group. With that thought in mind, Mu Chun stepped forward to enter the building. Just as he was about to cross the threshold, a woman wearing sunglasses stood in his way. Are you Mu Chun? The woman asked, removing her glasses and scrutinizing him for a moment before finally inquiring. Do you need something? At the moment she took off her glasses, Mu Chun recognized her as Zhang Lai, the female lead from Good Man. Why are you helping Zhang Haokuan? How much did he pay you? If you don't assist him, I will offer you double. Zhang Lai fixed her gaze on Mu Chun, her tone serious. Zhang Lai had been quite troubled these days. She had not anticipated the Li family to be so inept. Despite selling her shares to them, they had still failed to seize control of Zhang's group, which left her feeling exasperated. Moreover, she had learned that Zhang Haokuan had located the owner of the remaining 10% of shares and planned to hold a shareholders meeting today to deliver a final blow to the Li family. This prompted Zhang Lai to rush to Zhang's group's entrance, hoping to intercept Mu Chun and persuade him to aid the Li family in securing victory in this corporate battle. She was willing to pay any price for this. Mu Chun, taken aback by Zhang Lai's words, scrutinized her closely. She was dressed in a white dress and wore bright red high heels, her face adorned with subtle makeup. You are Zhang Lai, right? Mu Chun inquired softly. You know me? Zhang Lai looked at him, surprised by his recognition. Not exactly. However, I am quite curious. Isn't Zhang's group your family business? Why engage in actions that harm your own interests? Mu Chun asked, genuinely intrigued. Regarding this point, Mu Chun was sincerely curious. On television, although Zhang Lai often acted out, she had never done anything detrimental to Zhang's group, because she should not exist. Upon hearing Mu Chun's question, Zhang Lai's emotions flared, her eyes reddening as she shouted. Mu Chun observed Zhang Lai's reaction, clearly seeing that she had been deeply affected. Please don't be agitated. If you don't mind, could you share with me what has transpired? I would be delighted to treat you to coffee. Perhaps you might change my perspective. With that, Mu Chun gestured toward a nearby CAF. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Lai fell silent for a moment. Eventually, she nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Mu Chun and Zhang Lai walked toward the CAF together. After ordering their coffees, Zhang Lai finally began to recount the events that had transpired. As it turned out, contrary to the television portrayal, Zhang Lai had a boyfriend in this world. Though his family was poor, he was diligent and treated her exceptionally well. For 6 months, he had never made any inappropriate advances toward her, and Zhang Lai loved him deeply. However, all of this was shattered by Zhang Haokuan. In his quest to expand Zhang's group's influence, Zhang Haokuan sought to partner with the Song Group in Donghai. The chairman of the Song Group proposed a marriage alliance, promising unconditional support for the Zhang family if the union took place. This proposition thrilled Zhang Haokuan, who was eager to strengthen the family business. Initially, he tried to persuade his parents, but Zhang Lai vehemently opposed the idea. When Zhang Haokuan realized Zhang Lai's refusal, he resorted to coercing and enticing her boyfriend to leave her. By the time Zhang Lai discovered what had happened, her boyfriend had tragically taken his own life by jumping off a building. This left Zhang Lai utterly devastated. Was it appropriate for Zhang Haokuan to sacrifice her boyfriend for the sake of Zhang's group? In retaliation, she resolved to destroy the very entity Zhang Haokuan cherished. To that end, she sold the 10% of Zhang's group shares her father had gifted her on her 18th birthday to the second-largest shareholder at an exceedingly low price. As anticipated, after the Li family acquired her shares, their ambitions spiraled out of control, leading them to covertly acquire shares from other minor shareholders. Originally, this endeavor was executed discreetly, and had it not been for a subordinate of Li Changming revealing the information to Zhang Haokuan, he might have remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Chapter 48. The defeat is certain. Is there truly no reason for this? You wish to destroy the Zhang group for such a cause? Mu Chun stared blankly at Zhang Lai after hearing her words. Indeed, if it were not for the Zhang group, Zhang Haokuan would not have coerced me into an engagement, and my boyfriend would still be alive. Zhang Lai's emotions surged once more. Mu Chun, please help me. If you assist in demolishing the Zhang group, I am willing to agree to any condition you propose. Any condition at all? A wicked smile crept upon Mu Chen's lips as he scrutinized Zhang Lai with an unwavering gaze. Zhang Lai felt somewhat uneasy under his scrutiny, a look she had encountered frequently before. Yet, driven by her objective, she gritted her teeth and replied, "Yes, anything. Hehe, the shareholders' meeting is about to commence. I shall take my leave." Mu Chun raised his head to glance at the entrance of the Zhang group, noticing that Auntie and Old Tan's vehicles were already parked outside. He then stood up and addressed Zhang Lai before striding towards the entrance without awaiting her response. Left in her seat, Zhang Lai gazed at Mu Chen's retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. She was bewildered, unsure whether Mu Chun had agreed or declined her proposition. In the conference room of the Zhang group, Zhang Haokuan sat alone at the head of the table, squinting as he awaited the arrival of others in the empty room. As the time for the shareholders' meeting drew near, his anticipation grew more fervent. He could hardly wait to witness Li Changming kneeling before him in supplication. At that moment, the door to the conference room creaked open, and Zhang Haokuan's assistant entered respectfully. "Mr. Zhang, Mr. Mu has arrived. Mu Chun is here? Quickly, usher him in." Given the necessity of Mu Chen's presence today, Zhang Haokuan regarded him with considerable importance. However, upon Mu Chen's confident entrance, Zhang Haokuan's expression shifted dramatically. He had noticed Old Tan trailing behind Mu Chun. Being contemporaries in the capital and both leaders of publicly listed companies, Zhang Haokuan was somewhat familiar with Old Tan. The scale of Old Tan's enterprise surpassed that of the Zhang group significantly. Nevertheless, due to the differing industries, their interactions had been minimal. Yet, Old Tan's appearance at such a crucial juncture hinted at complexities beyond ordinary dealings. Zhang Haokuan's instincts stirred uneasily. As expected, when Mu Chun spoke, Zhang Haokuan's countenance darkened again. "Mr. Zhang, still awaiting Mr. Li? No need to wait. He shall not be coming." Mu Chun seated himself opposite Jiang Haokuin, the two locking eyes across the conference table. Mu Chun wore a broad smile, while Jiang Haokuin's face was a mask of anger and disdain. "What is your intention, Mu Chun?" Jiang Haokuin glared at him, his expression twisted with displeasure. "Mr. Jiang, quite literally, Li's shares have all been acquired by me. I now hold 55% of the shares." Mu Chun replied, his smile unwavering. At that moment, Auntie strategically placed a folder on the conference table. Jiang Haokuin did not even glance at the share transfer document. He understood well that Mu Chen's declaration was not a fabrication. "Tan Zongming, are you the mastermind behind this? We have no grievances. Why do this?" Jiang Haokuin turned his gaze to Old Tan, his teeth clenched in anger. In his view, although Mu Chun possessed some wealth, acquiring Li Chengming's shares was beyond his means. "Mr. Jiang, you have wronged me. I am merely a bystander, enjoying the spoils of your conflict. It was Mr. Mu's compassion that drew me into this." Old Tan shrugged with a wry smile, responding to Jiang Haokuin's accusation. Realizing the implications of Old Tan's words, Jiang Haokuin's attention shifted back to Mu Chun. "Why? Were my terms not sufficient? You need not lift a finger to attain 20% of the Jiang Group's shares. Mr. Jiang, to fortify your company, you would sacrifice your sister in an engagement and even drive her boyfriend to death. I cannot believe you would honestly relinquish those shares to me. Thus, to secure my retirement funds, I prefer to handle matters myself." Mu Chun shrugged, advancing towards Jiang Haokuin. Jiang Haokuin's gaze remained fixed on Mu Chun, as if he could will him to disintegrate with sheer intensity. Yet Mu Chen's words struck true. Jiang Haokuin had no intention of honoring his promise of the 20% shares. Instead, he was already plotting to seize the 10% Mu Chun held after the dust settled. But now the tables had turned dramatically. Mu Chun had indeed acquired the shares from Li Chengming. Jiang Haokuin recognized his defeat, utterly and irrevocably. The cost of his failure was clear. The Jiang Group would likely require a new name henceforth. "Mr. Jiang, I am now the absolute controlling shareholder of the Jiang Group. Thus I kindly ask you to vacate your position," Mu Chun declared, his smile unwavering. "Humph." Jiang Haokuin acknowledged his defeat, his expression grim as he rose and exited the conference room. Now that Mu Chun held the reins of power, he could contemplate alternative strategies to reclaim his position. Once Jiang Haokuin departed, Old Tan took a seat with a grin. "Haha, Mr. Mu, congratulations. You have successfully acquired the Jiang Group. Let us celebrate together. Do not forget, Mr. Tan, you also hold 30% of the company." Mu Chun replied with a smile. "Indeed, we should celebrate together." Old Tan nodded, beaming. "Since we share this joy, Mr. Tan, I have a favor to ask of you," Mu Chun said, looking toward Auntie with a smile. "Me?" Auntie blinked in surprise at Mu Chun's gaze. "Indeed, Auntie. You are a powerhouse in management, while I am utterly lost in this domain. I must rely on your expertise," Mu Chun explained, noting Auntie's astonished expression. "Mr. Mu, you are asking for a great deal. Do you have any idea how much effort I expended to bring Auntie back to assist me?" Old Tan interjected with a rueful smile. He had invited Auntie numerous times, only to be met with rejection until the news regarding Xiao Ming prompted her acceptance. However, Mu Chen's assessment held merit. The enormity of the Jiang Group required a capable hand to manage it effectively, and only someone of Auntie's caliber could navigate such a vast enterprise. Chapter 49. The Schadenfreude of Yang Tao. "Well, Auntie, what do you think?" Old Tan turned to his side, softly inquiring of Auntie. Not only was she his employee, but also his friend. Thus, in matters such as this, he preferred to heed her perspective. "I'm fine with whatever." Auntie chuckled lightly, her voice gentle. Mu Chun had done her a great favor. Had it not been for him, her relationship with Xiao Ming might still be fraught with tension. "Alas, it seems your heart is no longer with me. Auntie, let us settle it this way." Old Tan feigned a pitiful demeanor, eliciting smiles from both Mu Chun and Auntie. "By the way, Auntie, you need to handle the matter with Jiang Haokuin swiftly. If you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to let me know. My shares still rest in his hands." At that moment, Old Tan suddenly recalled something and addressed Auntie. "Understood. After the press conference, I will take care of him." Auntie nodded, her tone calm, as if Jiang Haokuin were merely a trivial character. Jiang Haoquan still held 45% of the shares, and his previous demeanor clearly indicated his unwillingness to relinquish them. Thus, peacefully acquiring his shares seemed nearly impossible. However, Old Tan was no naive individual. Otherwise, he would not have achieved his current success in the capital. He was adept in such matters. By the way, Mu Chen, if Jiang Haoquan feels cornered, he may resort to desperate measures, potentially acting irrationally. You will undoubtedly be his primary target. It would be best for you to take your associates and retreat temporarily. Leave the matters here to me and Antai. Old Tan suddenly turned to Mu Chen. Hearing Old Tan's words, Mu Chen frowned. Nevertheless, he recognized the validity of Old Tan's statement. After all, individuals like Jiang Haoquan, when pushed to extremes, could act unpredictably. Thus, Mu Chen gently nodded and smiled at Antai, saying, "That's a splendid idea. Antai, I entrust the company's affairs entirely to you. Rest assured, I shall manage the company's matters diligently, ensuring that upon your return, you will find a transformed company." Antai smiled and confirmed. Once the arrangements were made, Mu Chen and Old Tan departed from the company, leaving Antai to handle the subsequent tasks. Upon returning home to Shuxiang Yayuan, Mu Chen found Yang Tao busily working in the kitchen. "Mu Chen, you're back?" Yang Tao peeked out from the kitchen, saying, "Just a moment longer. The meal will be ready shortly." "No worries, Taozi. You are doing a great job." Mu Chen entered the kitchen, gently embracing Yang Tao, and remarked, "It feels wonderful to come home to someone preparing a meal. There's no hardship in this. It's simply my duty." Yang Tao smiled, turning to peck Mu Chen on the cheek before adding, "The kitchen is filled with smoke. You should step outside." "All right, I have something to discuss with you shortly." Mu Chen nodded, stepping out of the kitchen. After changing into casual attire, Mu Chen settled onto the sofa, lost in contemplation. He retraced the events of the recent days in his mind and realized that the success of the plan hinged significantly on fortunate circumstances. If it weren't for his gratitude towards Antai and her introduction of Old Tan, he would never have had the opportunity to acquire shares from Li Chengming. Moreover, even if he had succeeded in obtaining those shares, he would have been unable to withstand Jiang Haoquan's retaliation. Ultimately, he still lacked sufficient foundational strength. If Mu Chen could effortlessly access hundreds of billions without relying on the system, he believed acquiring Jiang's group would not require his involvement. Fortunately, the final outcome was satisfactory. Although Jiang's group was to provide Old Tan with a 30% share, not to mention the 50 billion Old Tan invested, his assistance alone warranted that share. "Mu Chen, what are you pondering?" Yang Tao's voice broke through his thoughts as she sat beside him, wrapping her arms around him. "Huh? Apologies. I was lost in thought." Mu Chen looked down at Yang Tao and smiled. "Taozi, how about we take Aunt Shui and Sister Su Qing on a trip tomorrow?" "Ah, a trip? What prompted this sudden idea?" Yang Tao appeared puzzled. After a moment's reflection, Mu Chen decided not to conceal the truth from Yang Tao. "I recently acquired a large company, and I fear the former owner might act irrationally out of desperation. Therefore, I plan to take you all away for a while, allowing Aunt Shui and Sister Su Qing to unwind as well." "Ah, is there a chance of trouble?" Yang Tao's face filled with concern as she looked at Mu Chen. "Rest assured, nothing will happen. I merely worry about his potential irrational actions." Mu Chen smiled reassuringly. "That's good to hear. Let us discuss it with my mother later tonight." Yang Tao nodded, glancing at Mu Chen. "Indeed. By the way, does Aunt Shui know about Sister Su Qing?" Mu Chen inquired softly. He had been preoccupied with Zhang's group matters and was unaware of Su Qing's situation. "My mother's foot hasn't fully healed yet. She hasn't gone out, so she is still unaware," Yang Tao replied, shaking her head. Though Shui Sume was not yet informed, both understood that once she recovered and ventured outside, this matter would inevitably come to light. "Perfect. This trip will delay Aunt Shui from learning about it," Mu Chen remarked with a smile. Yang Tao agreed, thinking it was indeed better for Aunt Shui to discover the news a day later if it was unavoidable. "By the way, have there been any updates regarding Duan Shifeng?" Mu Chen asked once more. Yang Tao's expression brightened at his question. "Hey, guess what I saw when I accompanied my sister to finalize her divorce with Duan Shifeng?" Yang Tao said with a grin. "What?" Mu Chen looked at her in confusion. He had scratches all over his face and neck, clearly from a woman's nails. "I must admit, Witnessing that was quite satisfying. I wonder what transpired between them. Yang Tao chuckled. Observing Yang Tao's gleeful expression, Mu Chan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, all of this stemmed from his earlier comment about not knowing who his father was. After returning home, Duan Shifeng pondered the situation and confronted Deng Jujia, who, feeling guilty, erupted into an argument with him. Duan Shifeng's face bore the marks of the previous night's explosive encounter with Deng Jujia. Chapter 50. The dust settles. After dinner, Mu Chen drove Yang Tao to Xue Sumei's house. Upon arriving, they found Su Qing accompanying Xue Sumei in front of the television. For the past few days, she had refrained from work, dedicating her time to keep Xue Sumei company. Peach Xiaochun has come. Come in and have a seat. Xue Sumei greeted the two with enthusiasm upon their arrival. Aunt Xue, I'm here to keep you company again, Mu Chan said cheerfully as he approached her. Indeed, Xiaochun is quite considerate. Xue Sumei nodded, her eyes crinkling with joy. Yang Tao rolled her eyes at the heartwarming scene between the two. Aunt Xue, may I discuss something with you? Mu Chen asked, smiling at Xue Sumei. What is it? She inquired, curious. Peach and I are planning to travel and explore. We would love for you and Sister Su Qing to join us. What do you think? Mu Chen proposed, glancing at Xue Sumei and Su Qing. Travel? Wouldn't it be enough for just the two of you? Why should we tag along? To be a third wheel? Xue Sumei immediately shook her head. Don't say that, Auntie. It would be great for you to come along. We've never traveled together before. You mentioned wanting to get some fresh air. Plus, it's rare for Sister to have free time. Let us all go together. Yang Tao chimed in, supporting Mu Chen's suggestion. Su Qing, smiling, turned to Yang Tao and asked, where do you and Mu Chen wish to travel? We were thinking of going to Shangya, a place I've longed to visit. Yang Tao's face lit up with excitement. Ah, Auntie, I also wish to explore. How about we all go together? Su Qing added eagerly. Although unaware of the reasons behind Mu Chan and Yang Tao's sudden proposal to travel, Su Qing was more than willing to lend her support. Upon hearing Su Qing's agreement, Xue Sumei hesitated for a moment before finally nodding in assent. Wonderful. I'll book the tickets right now. We'll set off shortly, Mu Chen exclaimed, turning to Yang Tao. Peach, please help Sister and Aunt pack. Yang Tao paused, instinctively wanting to protest that it was too rushed, but recalling Mu Chen's previous words, she ultimately nodded and entered the room to assist Xue Sumei. By 4 p.m. that afternoon, Mu Chen drove Yang Tao and her family towards the airport. Meanwhile, Zhang's group held a press conference where Andy announced its change of ownership. In a villa, Zhang Haokuan glared at the television. His face darkened by the news of Zhang's group's transfer, his teeth grinding in anger. The villa's living room was in disarray, littered with shards of glass from shattered furniture. Asi! Asi! Zhang Haokuan suddenly shouted. Moments later, a burly man entered the villa. He was the captain of Zhang Haokuan's bodyguard team, often summoned to resolve various issues. Boss, what can I do for you? The man asked solemnly. Get rid of that Mu Chen. Eliminate him. I'll pay you 10 million. Zhang Haokuan's bloodshot eyes bore into the bodyguard as he shouted hoarsely. Understood. The bodyguard replied before swiftly exiting the villa. Unbeknownst to Mu Chen, who was already on a plane, all of this was unfolding. That evening at 8 p.m., Mu Chen and his party of 4 landed at Shangya Airport. After boarding the hotel car that came to pick them up, both Mu Chen and Yang Tao exhaled in relief. The rush had been exhausting. Mu Chen had booked a presidential suite in a 5-star hotel. After a light meal, the 4 of them returned to their rooms to rest. After enjoying a comfortable sleep with Yang Tao, Mu Chen awoke the next morning. Turning to his side, he found Yang Tao was no longer there. Upon getting up, he noticed her sitting in a hanging basket on the balcony, gazing at the distant sea. Why are you awake so early? Mu Chen asked as he sat beside her, gently wrapping his arms around her. You're awake? I fell asleep too early last night, so I woke up before dawn. Mu Chen, the sunrise here is breathtaking. Yang Tao turned to him with a smile. Why didn't you wake me to enjoy the sunrise together? Mu Chen teased, ruffling her hair. I saw you sleeping so peacefully. I didn't want to disturb you. Yang Tao replied playfully, sticking out her tongue. Go wash up now. We'll have breakfast with Sister and Aunt. Afterward, I'll take you out on a boat. Mu Chun encouraged, stroking her hair gently. Okay. Yang Tao nodded and went into the room. Once they were both ready, they stepped out, waking Su Qing and Xue Su Mei before heading to the hotel restaurant. After ordering breakfast, the four chatted while eating. Suddenly, Su Qing turned her head and began to gag before rushing to the restroom. What's wrong? Why has Qing been gagging lately? Xue Su Mei asked, puzzled. SNT that normal? Pregnancy often causes nausea. Yang Tao remarked, her head bent over her meal. What? Pregnant? Tao, what is going on? Xue Su Mei immediately became flustered upon hearing Yang Tao's words. Realizing her mistake, Yang Tao glanced at Mu Chun in dismay. Mu Chun could only return a resigned expression. Elder sister found out she is pregnant a couple of days ago. She asked me not to tell you. Yang Tao finally admitted to Xue Su Mei. Hey, this child. Hiding things from me. Just wait and see how I handle her. Xue Su Mei huffed, clearly displeased. When Su Qing returned from the restroom, she was met with Xue Su Mei's barrage of questions. Confused by the sudden shift in atmosphere, Su Qing looked to Yang Tao and Mu Chun for answers. Knowing she had misspoken, Yang Tao shrank back, avoiding Su Qing's gaze. Meanwhile, Mu Chun simply pointed helplessly at Yang Tao. Fortunately, Yang Tao refrained from revealing the news of Su Qing's divorce. Otherwise, Xue Su Mei would have undoubtedly rushed back to confront Duan Shifeng. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days later, Mu Chun was lounging on the hotel's private beach under the sun with Yang Tao. Suddenly, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Task completion rate 70. Reward System Level 1. Upon hearing the system's voice, Mu Chun, who had been resting with his eyes closed, abruptly opened them. He realized that with the system indicating the task was complete, everything had come to a conclusion. With that thought, Mu Chun retrieved his phone and dialed Andy's number. Chapter 51. Don't make me wait too long. Hello. Soon, the call connected, and a cool voice emerged from the other end. Auntie, has everything been resolved? Mu Chun inquired. Your information is quite impressive. It's all sorted out. Auntie replied with a smile. And what of Zhang Haokuan? Mu Chun exhaled deeply, asking once more. He jumped off a building. After his death, all his shares transferred to his sister, Zhang Lai. By the way, Zhang Lai has been looking for you these past few days. What's the situation between you two? Auntie's voice returned, tinged with curiosity, which made Mu Chun chuckle. It was amusing how the usually aloof and domineering auntie sounded just like any ordinary woman. I have no relationship with Zhang Lai,
Mu Chun explained, somewhat helplessly.
All right then, when do you plan to return? Auntie wasn't one to pry too deeply, and upon sensing Mu Chun's reluctance to elaborate, she asked again.
No rush.
With you at the company, I can indulge in a few more days of leisure here.
Mu Chun smiled.
You all really are a bunch of skinflints, depending entirely on me. Old Tan is like that, and so are you. Auntie sighed in exasperation. Haha, what can I say? It's because of your exceptional abilities.
Mu Chun laughed.
After chatting with Auntie for a while longer, Mu Chun finally ended the call. He set his phone down and couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. History is indeed strikingly similar. Zhang Lai's boyfriend was driven to suicide by Zhang Haokuan, leading Zhang Lai to destroy 2 generations of the Zhang family's hard work. Meanwhile, Zhang Haokuan met a similar fate. One wonders if he ever contemplated his own potential downfall while pushing Zhang Lai's boyfriend to such extremes. Moreover, Mu Chun found it hard to believe that someone like Zhang Haokuan would take his own life. He still held 45 of the Zhang Group's shares. If he were to sell them, he would have more than enough to live comfortably for several lifetimes. Thus, the only plausible explanation is that Old Tan intervened. This revelation exposed Mu Chun to the brutal realities of high society, which he now found himself a part of, leading him to a moment of self-deprecation.
Mu Chun.
Who are you? Auntie's voice broke his reverie. Oh, Auntie, the matters in the capital have been entirely resolved. Mu Chun turned to Yang Tao and spoke softly with a smile. That is great. So, are we preparing to head back?
Yang Tao nodded, inquiring.
Why the rush? Now that we're here, let us enjoy a few more days.
Mu Chun shrugged.
All right. After all, I still have a few days of leave left.
Yang Tao agreed.
Nodding in return. Her previous annual leave had lapsed, but she had managed to secure an additional week off. By the way, where did Aunt Shui and Sister Qing go? Mu Chun suddenly thought of Su Qing and Shui Sume and turned to Yang Tao. They went to the Guanyin Temple. You wouldn't believe it. Ever since my mom found out about my sister's pregnancy, she has been following them everywhere. I almost feel envious.
Yang Tao pouted, looking somewhat displeased.
That's simple. Why don't you get pregnant too? Then mom will follow you around. Mu Chun sat beside Yang Tao and gently embraced her, chuckling. Upon hearing Mu Chen's words,
Yang Tao's cheeks flushed.
What are you talking about? We aren't even married yet. Then, my dear, are you ready for marriage? Mu Chun suddenly looked at Yang Tao and asked softly. Yang Tao was taken aback. Was she ready? She pondered this in her heart, but the answer was not yet. She was currently relishing the experience of being in love, and the complications surrounding Su Qing and Duan Shifeng had instilled a sense of fear regarding marriage.
Mu Chen.
Let us wait a bit longer. I'm not ready yet. Please give me some more time, all right? Yang Tao shook her head and raised her gaze to Mu Chun. She was afraid that Mu Chun would feel disappointed or angry. Fool, of course I can wait, but you mustn't make me wait too long. Mu Chun ruffled Yang Tao's hair and held her close. Mu Chen, you're the best, Yang Tao exclaimed, planting a kiss on Mu Chen's cheek. In the days that followed, Mu Chun accompanied Yang Tao to explore all the sights of Shangya. On the final day of Yang Tao's leave, the four of them finally boarded a flight back to the capital. During their time in Shangya, Shui Sume's foot injury had nearly healed. As long as she avoided strenuous activities, she could walk without issue. When the four returned to the capital, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Mu Chun drove the car parked at the airport towards the city. After finding a restaurant in the city and enjoying dinner, he finally dropped Su Qing and Shui Sume back home. Only then did he return to Shuxiang Yaiyuan. After parking the car, Mu Chun and Yang Tao entered the elevator together. Just as the doors were about to close, a hand from outside stopped them. A comical face appeared at the elevator door. After glancing at Mu Chun and Yang Tao, the man turned to press the elevator button. When he noticed that the button for the 6th floor was lit, he paused in surprise. The elevator ascended slowly, and soon they reached the 6th floor. As the three exited the elevator, Mu Chun took out his keys to unlock the door. It was only after entering that the man's gaze shifted to the door opposite Mu Chun. After hesitating for a moment, he gently knocked on the door. Quickly, the door opened, revealing a youthful face peeking out. Hey, Ingzi, is your mom not home? The man asked the girl. My mom went out to buy groceries. Dad, what brings you here? Xiao Ingzi asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. Of course, I came to bring you a gift. Your birthday is in a few days, but I'll be on a business trip, so I may not be able to celebrate with you. I wanted to bring your birthday gift ahead of time, the man said, patting the large box in his arms. This, an astronomical telescope? Xiao Ingzi exclaimed in delight, her eyes wide with excitement. Yes. Didn't you always tell me you wanted your own telescope? I got it for you this time. Are you happy? The man smiled at his daughter. Happy? Xiao Ingzi nodded vigorously, but her expression quickly soured. But my mom will definitely confiscate it. I can't do anything about that. You know your mom's character. The man sighed. By the way, is the opposite unit a new tenant? The man suddenly inquired. I'm not sure, but I heard my mom mention that someone seems to have moved in. Xiao Ingzi shook her head. She's always rushing to school, so she doesn't have time to pay attention to that. Then I have an idea, the man said, taking Xiao Ingzi's hand as they walked towards Mu Chen's door. Chapter 52. The Annoying Little Brat. Upon returning home, Yang Tao, utterly exhausted, immediately retreated to her room to take a shower. Meanwhile, Mu Chun settled on the sofa, engrossed in the television, his mind occasionally drifting back to the comical face he had encountered earlier, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. Just then, a crisp knocking at the door piqued his curiosity. Rising to answer, he was taken aback upon recognizing the individuals standing outside. Who are you?
Mu Chen inquired,
Feigning confusion as he regarded the pair at his doorstep. Hello, I am Qiao Weidong, your neighbor from across the hall. You can call me Old Qiao. And this is my daughter, Xiao Ingzi. Qiao Weidong introduced himself with a warm smile. Hello, uncle.
Qiao Yingji politely greeted Mu Chen.
At her words, Mu Chen's expression darkened. This little brat was indeed irritating. Ingzi, what are you calling me? At your age, you should be calling me brother. Addressing me as uncle is quite disrespectful. Chow Weidong, noticing his friend's displeasure, quickly interjected. Brother. Xiao Ingzi, quick on the uptake, stuck out her tongue and promptly corrected herself. Welcome. Please, come in and sit. Mu Chun, now somewhat appeased by her change of address, invited them with a smile. Wow, your place is nicely decorated. Chow Weidong remarked as he surveyed the room from the sofa. It's all right. We only have bottled water here. Mu Chun chuckled, offering them 2 bottles of mineral water. Upon seeing the water Mu Chun had handed over, Chow Weidong paused momentarily, but soon regained his composure, accepting the bottles with a smile. However, he felt a flutter of unease within him. Although he had never tasted the mineral water from Weian, he was aware that it cost several hundred per bottle. Is there something you need? Mu Chun asked cheerily after they took the water. Well, my daughter is in her senior year of high school, and her mother is particularly strict with her, forbidding her from playing with toys. With her birthday approaching, I bought her a telescope, but I'm worried her mother might confiscate it. I was hoping I could temporarily store it here, so she could come over to play occasionally? Chow Weidong explained with a smile. Of course, that would be perfectly fine. As long as you're not worried, I might keep the telescope for myself.
Mu Chun replied,
chuckling as he nodded in agreement. How could that be? It's not worth much. A gift to a brother isn't something you take offense to, right? By the way, I didn't catch your name. Chow Weidong replied, dismissing the value of the gift. My name is Mu Chun. Just call me by my name. Mu Chun said with a smile. If you're comfortable, feel free to leave it here. Your daughter can come to play whenever she likes. Ingzi, hurry and thank your brother Mu Chun. Chow Weidong urged. Thank you, brother Mu Chun. Chow Ingzi chirped. There's no need for that. Just refrain from calling me uncle from now on. Mu Chun said, shaking his head with a hint of exasperation. This little brat had called him Uncle a second time. Chow Ingzi scratched her head, slightly embarrassed. Well, Ingzi, whenever you want to play, just come to your brother Mu Chen's house. Chow Weidong encouraged his daughter with a smile. Okay. Chow Ingzi nodded, her face lighting up at the prospect of having her own telescope. All right, Mu Chun, we won't impose any further. From now on, my daughter will be a frequent visitor. Chow Weidong said, rising to leave. Not at all. Mu Chun shook his head, walking them to the door and then chuckling softly to himself. Who was that just now? Yang Tao emerged from her room, curiosity evident on her face. Oh, just the neighbors from across the hall. Mu Chun explained, recounting Chow Weidong's visit. Why does it feel like he's playing the part of a thief? Yang Tao mused, finding the situation amusing. Isn't that the truth? It's practically like he's stealing. Mu Chun agreed. Song Qian is far more vigilant about Chow Weidong than she is about actual thieves. All right, you should go shower now. I'm going to watch some TV before heading to bed. I have work tomorrow, Yang Tao said, stretching languidly. She had enjoyed the day but was undeniably tired. Now that they were home, she could finally relax. Mu Chun nodded, took a shower, and after some time watching TV with Yang Tao, they both retreated to their room. The following morning, when Mu Chun awoke, he found Yang Tao had already left. Stepping into the dining area, he discovered a delightful breakfast laid out on the table, accompanied by a handwritten note that read, I've gone to work. Be good and finish your breakfast. A cute smiley face adorned the bottom. With a smile at the drawing, Mu Chun returned to his room to freshen up before settling at the table to enjoy his meal. After breakfast, he grabbed his keys and left home, driving towards the company now renamed Mu's Group. Arriving at the building, Mu Chun initially intended to surprise Andy, but was thwarted by the security guard who barred him from entry. Though the staff knew the company had changed hands, they were only familiar with Andy and had no knowledge of Mu Chun. Resigned, Mu Chun retrieved his phone and dialed Andy's number. Upon hearing that Mu Chun was being denied entry, Andy erupted in laughter. Shortly after, she arranged for her secretary to come down and escort him inside. I must say, Mu Chun, you might be the first owner to be stopped at the door by his own company as security. Andy teased as soon as she saw him. Andy, since when did you become so good at teasing? Mu Chun retorted, his expression half serious. One must adapt to their surroundings. Learning to tease isn't so wrong. Andy smiled back. Enough of that. How have things been at the company? Is everything running smoothly? Mu-chun inquired as he took a seat opposite her. There were some initial disturbances among the higher-ups, but once I dismissed those causing trouble, the remainder have settled down. I've been reviewing the assets of the subsidiaries under our group. I must say, Mu-chun, you truly stumbled upon a treasure. The subsidiaries are performing exceptionally well. It appears Jiang Haokuin genuinely invested effort into the group, Andy remarked, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Of course, Jiang Haokuin has even fallen out with his sister over this. Otherwise, where do you think our opportunity came from?
Mu-chun chuckled.
It seems there's quite a story behind all this. Would you mind sharing it with me? Andy asked. Her curiosity piqued. Chapter 53. Farewell. Zhang Lai. Mu-chun smiled and recounted to Andy what Zhang Lai had shared with him that day. It was truly unexpected that such a vast enterprise as the Jiang Group could change hands for this reason. Mu-chun, it seems, I was not wrong in saying you have stumbled upon a great fortune. After listening to Mu-chun's narrative, Andy shook her head with a smile and remarked, I wondered why that Miss Zhang Lai keeps coming to the office. It appears she is here to express her gratitude towards you. How would I know? I'm not particularly familiar with her. Mu-chun shrugged, feeling a bit helpless. All right, enough of that. The company is now running smoothly, so I will rely on you from here on, Andy. Upon hearing Mu-chun mention the company, Andy ceased her teasing and nodded seriously, saying, Rest assured, Mu-chun, with your salary in my hands, I will surely manage the company well. Moreover, I am now a shareholder as well. The more the company earns, the more I shall gain, right? Andy's annual salary was 5 million, plus a 5% stake in the company. This 5% was mutually agreed upon by Mu-chun and Old Tan, each contributing 2.5%. Would you like to join me for lunch?
Mu-chun inquired.
Looking at Andy. No, I promised Xiao Ming I would accompany him to the orphanage for lunch. Andy replied with a gentle smile, shaking her head. She had grown increasingly close to Xiao Ming. All right, I won't disturb your work any longer. Mu-chun nodded and stood up, heading towards the office exit. Andy accompanied him to the company entrance before turning back to the office. As Mu-chun stepped outside, preparing to drive, a figure blocked his path.
Yang Lai?
What are you doing here? He asked in surprise upon seeing the person before him. It was indeed Zhang Lai, the very individual he had just been discussing with Andy. I've been waiting for you here these past few days. Zhang Lai gazed at Mu-chun, her voice low. Compared to their last meeting, Zhang Lai appeared significantly haggard, her once vibrant face now pale and devoid of color. Do you need something from me?
Mu-chun gently inquired, observing Yang Lai.
I mentioned before that if you help me, I could grant you a favor. Zhang Lai lifted her head to meet Mu-chun's gaze. Although Mu-chun did not assist Li Chengming as she had hoped, he had taken the helm of the Jiang Group. The outcome, though arrived at differently, remained the same. Thus, Zhang Lai felt compelled to fulfill her promise. Miss Zhang, I believe you may have misunderstood. My actions were not intended to assist you, and I have no requests for you in return. Therefore, you need not feel obligated to fulfill any promise. Mu-chun gently shook his head. No, this was agreed upon. Zhang Lai insisted, her tone resolute. Listening to Zhang Lai's words, Mu-chun couldn't help but roll his eyes. He found it perplexing how stubborn she was. He had already stated that she need not do anything, yet she seemed unwilling to accept it. How about this? If you truly wish to repay me, then treat me to a meal, Mu-chun said, his gaze fixed on Zhang Lai, his mood lightening. As it happens, I have yet to secure my lunch plans today. Now it was Zhang Lai's turn to be taken aback. In the days leading up to this, she had contemplated many requests Mu-chun might make. Yet she had not anticipated that it would be something so simple. All right, what would you like to eat? Lunch is on me. After a moment of surprise, Zhang Lai finally nodded. You decide. I am open to anything.
Mu-chun shrugged casually.
Then let us dine at my restaurant. Zhang Lai suggested softly after some thought. Zhang Lai owned a high-end Western restaurant. Although this venture paled in comparison to the Jiang Group, it was sufficient for her. In the private room of Zhang Lai's restaurant, both she and Mu-chun sat before plates of steak. Mu-chun was enjoying his meal, while Zhang Lai continuously sipped her wine. The transition of the Jiang Group had not been easy for her. Though the money from selling her shares could afford her a lifetime of luxury, Her personal life was fraught with difficulties. Following Jiang Haokuin's death, her parents were so distraught that they were hospitalized. Her father suffered a stroke, now relegated to a life confined to a bed, while her mother blamed Zhang Lai for everything, subjecting her to constant scorn. Relatives who once relied on the Jiang family now pointed fingers at her. Although Zhang Lai was indifferent to others' opinions, the incessant criticism planted seeds of self-doubt within her. Did I truly err in my decisions? She pondered her choices, convinced she had acted rightly, yet the upheaval surrounding the Jiang group and Jiang Haokuin's tragic demise left her feeling inexplicably despondent. As Mu Chun observed Zhang Lai drowning her sorrows in drink, he paused his meal. Are you here to share a meal with me or to wallow in your sorrows? What difference does it make? You eat and I drink. It seems to be quite compatible, Zhang Lai replied with a tipsy smile. Zhang Lai, do you think I made a mistake? Why is it that when I act according to my beliefs, everyone else insists I have erred? My father feels this way, my mother too, even those relatives who benefited from our family. What is right and what is wrong? There are no absolute standards. As long as you believe in your choices, why concern yourself with others' judgments? Isn't it exhausting to live that way? Mu Chun considered her words thoughtfully. He could imagine the extent of criticism Zhang Lai faced following the transfer of the Jiang group, given that she was indeed the catalyst for the upheaval. Indeed, why should I care about others' perceptions or their words? Zhang Lai laughed, yet as her laughter subsided, tears streamed down her cheeks. My father suffered a stroke due to my actions, and now he lies bedridden. My mother wants to sever our relationship. I have no family left. I have no family left. With that, Zhang Lai collapsed onto the table, weeping uncontrollably. Hearing her sobs, Mu Chun sighed softly. Chapter 54. The banquet at Hongmen. Zhang Lai had indulged excessively. After pouring out her pent-up feelings, she consumed another half bottle of wine and ultimately succumbed to slumber on the table. Observing her furrowed brow even in sleep, Mu Chun sighed in resignation. Despite her outward strength, Zhang Lai was, at her core, but a fragile girl. It was lamentable that such a delicate being had been driven to madness by her own brother. This indeed reflected the profound failure of Jiang Haokuin as a brother. In the end, Jiang Haokuin would pay a heavy price for his actions. Shaking his head, Mu Chun set aside his cutlery and rose to assist Zhang Lai. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not leave her in such a state. Supporting her, he led Zhang Lai out of the restaurant and drove to a nearby hotel. After securing a room, he gently helped her inside. Once she was settled on the bed and tucked in, he poured a glass of warm water and placed it by her bedside before exiting the hotel. As Mu Chun stepped outside, preparing to head home, his phone suddenly rang. Upon glancing at the screen, a smile graced his face. Hello, Taozi, what's up? He answered cheerfully. Mu Chun, what are you doing? Yang Tao's voice chimed through the line. I just finished lunch with a friend and am on my way home, he replied while getting into his car. Then wait for me at home. I'll make you something delicious tonight, she exclaimed. All right. I'll be eagerly awaiting your culinary delights. Mu Chun responded with a grin. After chatting for a while, he hung up and drove toward Shuxiangyuan. Meanwhile, at Xue Sumei's residence, after lunch, Su Qing felt drowsy and retreated to her room to rest. Bored and restless, Xue Sumei decided to take a stroll around the neighborhood. Having been unable to walk due to a foot injury, the confinement had been unbearable. Half an hour later, her face darkened as she returned home, entering the living room with a heavy heart. Sitting on the couch, she sat in a daze for a while before finally retrieving her phone to make a call. At 5 p.m, Mu Chun was at home watching television when he heard the sound of the door opening. Yang Tao appeared at the entrance, prompting Mu Chun to rise and greet her. You're back? Was work tiring today? He inquired softly. Not at all. I've been at this job for years. It's nothing new. Did you miss me while I was gone? Yang Tao, having changed her shoes, embraced him with a playful smile. Of course I did. Mu Chun nodded with a smile. Here is a reward for you, Yang Tao said, planting a kiss on his cheek before continuing. Mom called earlier and asked us to come over for dinner. I'll just go take a quick shower. Sure, go ahead, Mu Chun replied without a second thought. As he watched her enter the bathroom, he returned to the couch to continue watching television. Half an hour later, Yang Tao emerged from her room, now dressed in a black dress that accentuated her figure perfectly. "Let us go," she said with a smile as she stepped out. Muchin nodded and followed her out the door. At Shue Sume's home, she was busy in the kitchen, where the dining table was laden with a feast. Su Qing sat on the couch, engrossed in the television. "Qing'er, why don't you call Taozi and ask why they haven't tea arrived yet?" Shue Sume suggested, peeking out from the kitchen. "Okay." Su Qing nodded, picking up her phone to call Yang Tao. Just then, the door swung open, and Yang Tao and Muchin walked in. "Sister, I'm here. No need to call," Yang Tao exclaimed cheerfully as she approached Su Qing. "You're all here? Then let us eat," Shue Sume announced, carrying the last dish from the kitchen. Seeing this, Muchan quickly stepped forward to serve the rice. As they sat down, nobody touched their chopsticks. At this moment, Muchan, Yang Tao, and Su Qing sensed something amiss with Shue Sume. Sitting in her seat, she gazed at them solemnly. "Today's dinner has a few important matters to discuss," she began. "Mom, please go ahead." Yang Tao nodded, looking at Shue Sume. "Firstly, your sister is pregnant, which is undoubtedly the biggest joyous occasion for our family this year," Shue Sume declared, a smile breaking across her face. "Indeed, that is a cause for celebration,"
Muchin affirmed.
"Secondly, Taozi, you've finally found a boyfriend, fulfilling one of my wishes. This marks the second joyous event of our family this year," Shue Sume continued. Yang Tao blushed at her mother's words, glancing at Muchan with a smile. While these revelations were meant to bring joy, Shue Sume then added, "However, this afternoon I learned something that has left me quite displeased. Do any of you have anything to say?" As she surveyed the trio, Muchan felt a sinking feeling in his heart. It was clear what the unhappy news was about. He exchanged glances with Yang Tao and Su Qing, each finding a hint of resignation in the other's eyes. It seemed the inevitable had come to pass. Shue Sume had discovered Su Qing's situation. Muchan recalled how Shue Sume usually welcomed him with a smile, but today, her demeanor was grave. It felt like a trap had been laid for them. Shue Sume regarded the three, who appeared as if they had committed a grave offense, heads bowed in silence, feeling both exasperated and amused. It was infuriating that such significant matters had been concealed from her, yet their expressions were comical. However, Shue Sume had no intention of letting them off easily. "How dare you keep this from me? Do you think I am naive?" she chastised Su Qing. "Didn't you say Duan Shifeng was on a business trip? Is he on a trip with another woman?" Turning to Yang Tao, she asked, "And you, do you also dare to conspire with your sister against me?" "Mom,
I am sorry."
Yang Tao pleaded with a pitiful expression. "And you, Muchan, are you not aware of your responsibilities? How long do you think you can keep such matters from me?" Shue Sume scolded all three before finally sitting back down, still fuming. "Mom, I know I was wrong. Please don't be angry." Yang Tao quickly approached Shue Sume, attempting to appease her. Su Qing silently moved closer to Shue Sume, not uttering a word. This is your only warning. If it happens again, just wait and see how I handle you." Shue Sume sighed heavily after a long pause. "I always knew you were the best, Mom," Yang Tao exclaimed, her face lighting up with a smile, while Su Qing also breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 55. Song Che's phone call. "Qing'er, what did you discuss with Auntie? What exactly happened?" Shue Sume turned her gaze towards Su Qing and inquired. With a sigh of resignation, Su Qing recounted the entire sequence of events to Shue Sume. That scoundrel. Has he become arrogant simply because he has money? I shall confront him tomorrow. I want to know if his conscience has been devoured by a dog," Shue Sume exclaimed, her face awash with indignation after listening to Su Qing's account. "Auntie, there is no need for you to be so upset over my matters. What has transpired has already occurred. Confronting him will only lead to a futile scolding." Su Qing gently shook her head, looking at Shue Sume. She truly did not wish for Shue Sume to seek out Duan Shifeng. After all, even though they were divorced, there was no need to make their relationship so strained. "Sigh.
Qing'er, Auntie feels for you."
You're still carrying a child. How will you manage in the days to come?" Shue Sume gazed at Su Qing, her eyes misty with tears. "All right, Aunt Shue, let us not dwell on this. After all, I have both you and Taozi to support me, right?" Seeing Shue Sume on the verge of tears, Muchan hurriedly reassured her. "Sigh, let us eat. not wishing to burden the children with her worries. Shue Sume sighed and beckoned everyone to start their meal. This meal was undoubtedly the most somber one Mu-chun had ever had at Shue Sume's home. After dining, Mu-chun and Yang Tao chatted with Shue Sume for a while before they finally drove towards Shuxianjiayuan. Taozi, please make an effort to spend more time with Aunt Shue during this period. I fear she might be feeling despondent, Mu-chun remarked as he focused on the road. Understood. Yang Tao nodded in agreement, responding softly. The next morning, after rising, Mu-chun received a call from Yang Tao. She informed him that early that morning, Shue Sume had rushed to Duan Shifeng's company. Yet, after waiting for a long time, she had not caught sight of him. Upon further inquiry, they learned that a week prior, Deng Zhejia's family had caused quite a ruckus at the company looking for Duan Shifeng. The company felt that Duan Shifeng's character did not align with their values and promptly dismissed him. Thus, no one knew where Duan Shifeng was now. Upon hearing this news, Shue Sume was taken aback for a moment before she left, feeling helpless. She had intended to confront Duan Shifeng but ended up not even seeing him. This left her feeling as though she had struck a punch into a pile of cotton. Upon returning home, she remained sullen throughout the morning. When Mu-chun heard Yang Tao's account, a smile crept onto his face as he vividly recalled Shue Sume's gloomy expression. The thought was amusing. However, Mu-chun was somewhat surprised by the news of Duan Shifeng's dismissal. Nevertheless, he was not entirely taken aback by Duan Shifeng's fate. He couldn't help but wonder if the child in Deng Zhejia's womb had met the same tragic end as those in television dramas. Yet, these matters bore no relevance to Mu-chun. After chatting with Yang Tao for a while, he ended the call. While Mu-chun was engrossed in a book at home, a call from Song Che came through. Upon seeing Song Che's number, Mu-chun pressed the answer button. Hello, Lao Mu, I just got married. Where are you? Come out and drink with me. As soon as the call connected, Song Che's voice boomed through the receiver. What? You got married? Who did you marry? Mu-chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he questioned through the phone. Your girlfriend's best friend? Lan Weiwei. Song Che replied from the other end. You married Lan Weiwei. Brother, you've only known each other for a few days. Haven't you? Mu-chen asked, astonished. The first time Song Che met Lan Weiwei was at his birthday party. And now they were married? Lao Mu, you clearly don't know. When two people fall in love at first sight, getting married can happen at any moment. Just so you know, I'm serious this time, Song Che said with a hint of pride in his tone. Upon hearing Song Che's words, Mu-chun found himself at a loss for words. While he was unsure if Song Che had indeed experienced love at first sight, he was quite certain that Lan Weiwei had not. Lan Weiwei was a woman with a degree of cunning. While she was not a bad person, she was always on the hunt for a wealthy partner. If Song Che were a penniless fellow, Mu-chun had no doubt that Lan Weiwei would not have considered him. However, hearing the joy in Song Che's voice over the phone, Mu-chun chose not to comment. After all, Song Che was no child. Having made his choice, he must also bear the consequences. Alright, where are you now? I'll come find you. Mu-chun shrugged and asked Song Che. Soon, Song Che provided him with an address. After hanging up, Mu-chun grabbed his keys and left his home, driving towards the location Song Che had given him. Not long after Mu-chun left Shuxianjiayuan, a Lamborghini accompanied by a large truck stopped outside his building. A group of people began moving items out of the building. Old Mu, over here. The address Song Che had given was a tavern in Shangjing. Upon entering, Mu-chun immediately spotted Song Che waving at him. Song Ke. You're quite swift. You've already obtained the certificate in just a few days? Where's Lan Weiwei? Why are you alone? As Mu-chun approached, he found it odd that only Song Che was present. She had work at her company, so she went to the office. Otherwise, do you think I'd have time to drink with you? Song Che draped an arm around Mu-chun's shoulder and chuckled. Now, tell me what is going on. Why did you rush to obtain the certificate? After taking a seat across from Song Che, Mu-chun picked up a bottle of beer from the table and took a sip before inquiring. Last night Weiwei was feeling down, so I accompanied her for a few drinks. Afterward, I confessed my feelings, and today we went to get the certificate. Song Ke explained vaguely. Upon hearing this, Mu-chun could tell there was more to the story, yet he was not one to pry. Since Song Che was reluctant to elaborate, Mu-chun decided not to press further. Regardless of how you two decided to get married, I'll congratulate you first. After clinking glasses with Song Che, Mu-chan smiled and asked, "What are your plans next?" "Well, my relationship with my father has improved significantly. I told him I wanted to start a business, and he provided me with a sum of funds to venture out on my own. I promised him that if I squandered this money, I would return home to take over the company." Song Che nodded, speaking solemnly. "TSK, being a rich second generation is a different experience. If you fail in business, you simply go back and inherit the company. Unlike us commoners, who have to work and pay off debts if we fail." Mu-chan teased Song Che. "You're dreaming. You know very well that the last thing I want is to return home and take over the company." Song Che shot Mu-chan a glare, exasperated. This was indeed true. Since college, Song Che had often expressed his reluctance to inherit the family business. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to study abroad after graduation. "By the way, how much startup capital did your father give you?" Mu-chan asked curiously. 100 million. Song Che held up a finger and said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Mu-chan couldn't help but roll his eyes. While he was aware that Song Che was from a wealthy family, he had no idea just how affluent they were. However, the fact that Song Che's father casually handed him 100 million for his business venture clearly indicated that Song Che's family was not ordinary. Chapter 56. The Genius Xiaoming. "Have you decided what you want to do?" Mu-chan inquired with a smile, refraining from probing into Song Che's family background. "Not yet. In a few days, I'm planning to take Wei Wei on a honeymoon. We'll discuss his matters when I return." Song Che replied nonchalantly, shaking his head. "Well then, regardless, I wish you happiness." Mu-chan patted Song Che on the shoulder with a grin. This time, neither of them overindulged. After sharing a lunch together, they parted ways. Mu-chan drove not towards home, but instead headed to the orphanage on the eastern outskirts. He realized it had been quite some time since he last visited the orphanage, especially given his recent travels and prior engagements with the Jiang family business. Upon arriving at the orphanage, Mu-chan was pleasantly surprised to find Auntie's car parked at the entrance. "Auntie, I've caught you red-handed. Skipping work without notice during office hours. Be wary of a salary deduction," he teased as he entered the backyard, spotting Auntie reading with Xiaoming. "Deduct away. Just be careful I don't retaliate at the office," Auntie retorted playfully, casting a sidelong glance at Mu-chan. Both understood it was all in jest and took it lightly. "Brother Mu-chan," Xiaoming exclaimed, his face lighting up with a smile upon seeing him. "Yes? What book are you reading, Xiaoming?" Mu-chan inquired, nodding at the boy. "He has been self-studying high school material and has reached the 3rd year," Auntie said with a hint of pride. Mu-chan was taken aback by Auntie's revelation. While he had always known Xiaoming to be a prodigy, this was quite impressive. It was remarkable considering Xiaoming had previously struggled with severe autism and had been resistant to attending school. Is he really that exceptional? Auntie noted the astonishment on Mu-chan's face and beamed. "Of course, my brother is a genius." After chatting with Xiaoming for a while, Mu-chan stepped outside with Auntie. "Mu-chan, I want to take Xiaoming home. He should start attending school now," Auntie said softly. "Absolutely. That's wonderful news." Mu-chan nodded in agreement. Xiaoming had developed a great rapport with Auntie, and living together should pose no issues for him. "Have you mentioned it to Xiaoming? How did he respond?" Mu-chan continued to inquire. "I have, but Xiaoming is reluctant to leave with me. He is also somewhat resistant to the idea of going to school," Auntie admitted with a frown. "What would you like me to do?" Mu-chan asked, sensing Auntie's desire for assistance. "I would like you to persuade Xiaoming. He tends to listen to you," Auntie replied earnestly. "Sure, I can do that. I'll talk to Xiaoming shortly," Mu-chan agreed, nodding. "But what grade are you planning for him to enter?" "Xiaoming has already self-studied up to the 3rd year. I previously provided him with some 2nd-year exam papers, and he performed exceptionally well, so I want him to take the college entrance examination next year," Auntie explained thoughtfully. "Isn't that a bit hasty?" "Yes, Xiaoming is indeed a genius, but he hasn't undergone formal schooling. Are you certain he can keep up with the curriculum in the 3rd year?" Mu-chan asked, his brow furrowing with concern. "Rest assured, I will hire the best tutor for him. Xiaoming is about to turn 19. We can't let him start from the 1st year," Auntie reassured him, shaking her head gently. "Well, he is your brother. You can decide," Mu-chan shrugged, feeling a bit helpless. Yet, He couldn't help but feel sympathy for Xiaoming's upcoming year in the third year. By the way, could you help me find a school for him? I'm not familiar with this aspect, Auntie suddenly requested. Certainly. There's a prestigious school nearby that I can contact for you, Mu Chun replied, agreeing. Without hesitation, he was willing to assist Auntie, whether she was managing a vast corporation or simply a friend in need. After finalizing their plans, Mu Chun entered the backyard to converse with Xiaoming. When he broached the subject of Xiaoming attending Auntie's home and school, Xiaoming initially resisted, but with Mu Chen's encouragement, he ultimately consented. This brought a smile to Auntie's face, who had been anxiously observing from the doorway. Mu Chun, I'm entrusting you with Xiaoming's schooling, Auntie said, loading Xiaoming's belongings into the car's trunk before addressing Mu Chun. With a nod of acknowledgement from Mu Chun, Auntie drove away with Xiaoming towards the city. After watching them depart, Mu Chun turned back towards the orphanage. He spent some time chatting with the director before glancing at the clock, realizing it was nearly time for Yang Tao to finish work. Mu Chun then drove to the hotel where Yang Tao worked, a place he had never visited before. Upon arriving, he spotted Yang Tao exiting the hotel, her face lighting up with a radiant smile as she rushed towards him. Mu Chun, what brings you here? Yang Tao asked joyfully. I just returned from the orphanage and thought I'd come pick you up since your shift ended. Mu Chun replied gently, smiling at her. You're the best, Mu Chun, Yang Tao exclaimed, climbing into the passenger seat. By the way, did Wei Wei call you today? Mu Chun inquired once Yang Tao was settled. Wei Wei? No, why? Yang Tao tilted her head, puzzled. Well, I have some explosive news for you. Wei Wei is married, Mu Chun said softly, glancing at Yang Tao with a playful expression. What? Are you serious? Wei Wei got married? Yang Tao's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Mu Chun. Absolutely. And you won't believe who her husband is, Mu Chun replied, his face beaming with amusement. Who?
Yang Tao asked instinctively.
Suddenly, as if a thought struck her, she inquired in astonishment, could it be your classmate Song Che? Wow, my little peach is quite astute. Mu Chun chuckled, ruffling Yang Tao's hair affectionately. I need to call Wei Wei, Yang Tao exclaimed, pulling out her phone and dialing Wei Wei's number. Chapter 57. The more, the merrier. Soon, Lan Wei Wei's call was connected. In response to Yang Tao's inquiry, Lan Wei Wei candidly admitted to having registered her marriage with Song Che. This revelation left Yang Tao astonished, prompting her to demand a treat from Lan Wei Wei. However, Lan Wei Wei replied that she needed to return home to pack, as she and Song Che would be going on their honeymoon the following day. This news only intensified Yang Tao's envy. After hanging up, Mu Chun noticed the look of envy on Yang Tao's face and couldn't help but chuckle, asking, What's wrong? Are you envious? Yes.
Yang Tao nodded.
Then shall we go register for our marriage tomorrow? Mu Chun suggested with a gentle smile. You know, my worth is now in the billions, and there are countless women who wish to marry me. Please, you and your billions? I don't believe you, Yang Tao retorted. As for marriage, you haven't even proposed to me. She remained skeptical about Mu Chen's claim of being a billionaire. While she acknowledged his wealth, the notion of him being worth billions seemed implausible. Mu Chun, understanding her disbelief, chose not to elaborate, believing that over time, Yang Tao would come to realize the truth. However, he couldn't help but ponder Yang Tao's latter remark about a proposal. It was a thought he had never contemplated before. In his past life, he had never married. To him, love naturally led to marriage without the need for a formal proposal. Yet now, the idea flickered in his mind. He loved Yang Tao and desired to marry her. Prompted by her words, Mu Chun began to consider the logistics. However, lacking experience in such matters, he decided to seek advice the following day. Seeing Mu Chun lost in thought, Yang Tao assumed he was upset by her disbelief in his fortune. Mu Chun, I believe in you. You will definitely have billions one day, she said softly, gently grasping his hand. Yes, Mu Chun replied, nodding slightly. All right, let's not dwell on that. Let's head home. I'll cook for you, Yang Tao suggested tenderly. Sure, Mu Chun agreed, and they drove home together. Upon arriving, Yang Tao changed into comfortable home attire and busied herself in the kitchen, while Mu Chun leaned against the doorframe, admiring her diligent figure. The next morning, Mu Chun awoke to find Yang Tao had already left for work. His extended leave had been quite long, and he knew he would be exceptionally busy in the coming month. Unfazed, he savored the breakfast Yang Tao had prepared before heading out. He remembered Auntie had asked him to help find a school for Xiaoming. Spring Breeze School, one of the top-ranked institutions in the capital, had stringent admission criteria. Merely excelling academically was not sufficient. Being a local resident was also essential. After registering at Spring Breeze School, he entered the premises. "Director Jiao, I have arrived at the school," he said, dialing the admissions director he had contacted the previous night. "Great. I'll reach out to you shortly." After a productive meeting with Director Jiao, Mu Chun spent over an hour discussing Xiaoming's enrollment. Once outside, he called Auntie. "Hello, Mu Chun, what's up?" Auntie's voice came through. "I've spoken to the school you asked me about for Xiaoming. Tomorrow I'll take him for an admission test. If he passes, he can start school immediately." Mu Chun reported cheerfully. "That's fantastic. Thank you so much." Auntie's surprise was palpable. "Don't mention it. I should be the one thanking you. Without your help, I wouldn't be so at ease," Mu Chun replied with a smile. "Once Xiaoming is successfully enrolled, dinner is on me." Auntie's tone had shifted, her earlier aloofness replaced by warmth. "Absolutely. By the way, where have you arranged for Xiaoming today?" Mu Chun inquired. "I brought him to the office with me. He's busy drawing over there," Auntie said, glancing fondly at Xiaoming, who was engrossed in his artwork on the sofa. "You really can't bear to be apart from him, can you? Well, I won't keep you any longer. I have a few things to attend to." Mu Chun chuckled. "What is it? Can I help?" Auntie asked eagerly. "Proposal planning. Do you have any experience with that?" Mu Chun inquired playfully. I'm afraid I can't help you with that." Auntie shrugged, a hint of helplessness in her voice. Having never had a boyfriend in all these years, Auntie was unfamiliar with the intricacies of proposals. "I think a wedding planning company could assist you," she suggested. "That's what I thought as well."
Hence, I plan to consult one, Mu Chun replied.
A hint of exasperation in his tone. "All right then, I won't disturb you further," Auntie said before hanging up. Mu Chun set his phone down, shaking his head, and drove towards the wedding planning company he had contacted the night before. "Mr. Mu, may I inquire about your budget for this proposal?" A woman in her 20s, with a neat short haircut, asked as she sat across from him. "This company is the one I contacted last night. My budget is around 500,000. My only request is for an abundance of roses. More is better," Mu Chun stated solemnly, recalling Yang Tao's fondness for roses. The woman was taken aback by his budget. A proposal costing 500,000 was unprecedented and rivaled many weddings. "Understood, Mr. Mu. I have noted all your requirements. I will send you our proposal within 2 days," she assured him, looking forward to a pleasant collaboration. Mu Chun said, extending his hand with a smile. After paying a deposit of 50,000, Mu Chun left the wedding planning company and headed to Huazhong department store, where luxury brands were gathered. What is most essential in a proposal? Undoubtedly, the engagement ring. Chapter 58. The first encounter with Li Taigun the following morning. After rising from slumber, Mu Chun received a phone call from Antai, who informed him that she had already arrived at Chunfeng School. Thus, he set forth in his vehicle towards the institution. Upon arriving at the entrance of Chunfeng Middle School, Mu Chun spotted Antai and Xiaoming standing together, prompting him to approach them with enthusiasm. As always, Antai donned a tailored women's suit, her short hair impeccably styled, radiating an aura of formidable presence that unmistakably marked her as a woman of strength. In contrast, Xiaoming appeared transformed, clad in a fitting casual suit, his hair meticulously groomed by Antai. The boy exuded a newfound vitality. Indeed, one's appearance can significantly influence their demeanor. "Mu Chun, you're here," Antai greeted with a warm smile. "Brother Mu Chun," Xiaoming exclaimed, his face alight with surprise. "Come on, let us take Xiaoming for his examination,"
Mu Chun replied.
Nodding and smiling at the pair. After registering at the security office, he led Antai and Xiaoming into the school. They soon found Director Jiao, who promptly summoned a senior class teacher. Upon seeing the teacher enter the office, Mu Chun was momentarily taken aback, for he recognized her as Li Taigun from the show A Little Reunion. "Director, you summoned me for something?" Li Taigun asked, her gaze shifting to Mu Chan and the others, momentarily puzzled before directing her inquiry to Director Jiao. Teacher Li, this student wishes to transfer to our school. I would like him to take an entrance examination, and if he meets the standards, he will be placed in your class, Director Jiao explained, gesturing towards Xiao Ming standing beside Mu Chun. Transferring now? Li Taigun raised an eyebrow at the director's words but said nothing, leading Mu Chun and the others into a conference room. The entrance examination comprised 3 subjects: Chinese, mathematics, and English, each with a duration of 2 hours. Given the time constraints, only one subject could be tested in the morning, with the other 2 scheduled for the afternoon. Li Taigun presented Xiao Ming with a mathematics paper, placing it before him. With a hint of trepidation, Xiao Ming nodded and began working on the exam. Li Taigun observed quietly from the side, while Mu Chan and Antai sat across from Xiao Ming, awaiting the outcome. As minutes turned into an hour and a half, Xiao Ming finally paused, lifting his gaze to Li Taigun. Teacher, I have completed it, he declared. Ah, excellent. Please place your paper here. Parents, the time is getting late. You should take him to rest and have a bite to eat. I will be here at 2 o'clock for the remaining 2 subjects, Li Taigun responded, regaining her composure. Thank you for your assistance, teacher, Mu Chin said, smiling at Li Taigun. It's no trouble at all. It is my duty as a teacher, she replied with a gentle smile, shaking her head. At that moment, Li Taigun felt a tumult of emotions. From the moment Xiao Ming began his examination, she had been closely watching him. Throughout that hour and a half, she meticulously calculated the answers in her mind as he progressed through each question. The results astonished her. On a paper worth 150 points, Xiao Ming had not made a single mistake. Aside from the somewhat untidy handwriting, she found no faults whatsoever. When Director Jiao informed her that Xiao Ming was a transfer student to be placed in her class, her initial reaction was one of reluctance. After all, it was nearly half a month into the term. A student transferring at this stage could hardly be expected to be exemplary. Yet, after reviewing Xiao Ming's paper, her perspective shifted dramatically. This boy was nothing short of a prodigy. Although Li Taigun had not taught as long as many seasoned educators, she had always taught senior classes. In all the years she had taught, she had never encountered a student who achieved a perfect score in mathematics. This realization sparked her anticipation for the upcoming examinations. If he performed as well in the other subjects, he would undoubtedly be a remarkable scholar. Meanwhile, as Mu Chun and Antai escorted Xiao Ming out of the conference room, Antai immediately turned to the boy and inquired, Xiao Ming, how was it? Was the exam difficult? Not too hard. I finished all of it, Xiao Ming replied, rubbing his slightly sore fingers. That's good to hear. What would you like for lunch? Brother will treat you to something delicious, Mu Chun said, affectionately ruffling Xiao Ming's hair. I want KFC, Xiao Ming stated after a moment's thought. I don't know what's up with this child. He just loves KFC, Antai said with a hint of exasperation. Mu Chun chuckled softly. All right then, let us go have KFC. After enjoying a meal at KFC outside the school, Mu Chun took Antai and Xiao Ming to his home for a brief respite. Are there any houses available in this community? If Xiao Ming studies here, I would like to buy a place nearby for his convenience, Antai remarked as she gazed out from Mu Chen's balcony towards Chunfeng School. I'm not certain, but if you have the means, acquiring a property shouldn't be an issue. I'll inquire about it for you, Mu Chen smiled back at her. Properties here aren't cheap, right? I wonder if my savings will be sufficient for a house, Antai replied with a light chuckle. Though her annual salary was considerable, her daily expenses were also substantial. The residence she currently occupied had been purchased by Lao Tan for her. No worries, we can cover the cost of the house through the company, Mu Chun said nonchalantly. If the company hasn't provided you with a car yet, a house would be a reasonable alternative. All right, Antai nodded, accepting the proposal without hesitation. At 2 in the afternoon, Mu Chun and Antai returned to the conference room for Xiao Ming's remaining examinations. Li Taigun had been waiting for their arrival. Upon seeing Xiao Ming, she handed him a Chinese exam paper for him to complete. Throughout the afternoon, Mu Chun and Antai remained by Xiao Ming's side. When Xiao Ming finished the final paper, Li Taigun finally looked up and smiled at Mu Chun and Antai. May I ask how to address you? She inquired. I am Mu Chun and this is Antai. How should we address you, teacher? Mu-chan asked with a smile, fully aware of her identity. Chapter 59. The New Neighbors. My name is Li Meng, but you may address me as Teacher Li. Xiao Ming has demonstrated exceptional academic performance, and our school has always welcomed outstanding students like him. If you deem it appropriate, you may bring Xiao Ming to school tomorrow to complete the enrollment procedures. Li Meng softly informed Mu-chan and Ndi. That would be splendid, Teacher Li. I truly appreciate your assistance today. Mu-chan replied with a gentle smile directed at Li Meng. It's no trouble at all. It is my duty. Li Meng shook her head lightly, responding with a soft voice. Upon exiting the school, Ndi appeared exceptionally pleased with Xiao Ming's successful enrollment. Mu-chan, I cannot thank you enough for today. Ndi expressed her heartfelt gratitude, her eyes sparkling with appreciation. It is no trouble. Assisting you is tantamount to aiding myself. Once Xiao Ming's situation is resolved, you can focus entirely on your work, Mu-chan said with a light chuckle. You certainly know how to exploit my efforts as a subordinate, don't you? Let us go. I promise to treat you to a grand meal, Ndi declared, striding towards the car. Observing this, Mu-chan chuckled and took out his phone to call Yang Tao. Upon learning that Mu-chan would not be home for dinner, Yang Tao expressed her intention to dine at Shui Sumei's residence, to which Mu-chan had no objections. After enjoying a lavish meal with Ndi and Xiao Ming, he finally drove home. While en route, Mu-chan's phone rang again. Checking the caller ID, he discovered it was the wedding planning company. He promptly pulled over to the roadside to answer the call. Mr. Mu, I have sent 3 proposals for the engagement planning to your email. Please review them and let me know if any resonate with you. If you find them unsatisfactory, I can arrange for a revision. The voice of the woman who assisted him yesterday echoed through the line. Certainly, please hold on. I will review them now, Mu-chan replied, opening his email to examine the proposals. It was evident that the wedding planning company had invested considerable effort in catering to a client of Mu-chan's stature. After perusing the 3 engagement plans, Mu-chan felt quite satisfied. After much deliberation, he finally settled on one. Following his selection, the woman on the other end inquired further before concluding the call. Upon returning home, Mu-chan took a shower and settled onto the sofa to watch television. Just as he was engrossed in a program, a knock resounded at the door. Assuming Yang Tao had forgotten her keys, he approached the door and opened it. However, upon seeing the figure standing outside, he was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Lai, what brings you here? Mu-chan asked, astonished to see her in a dress, holding a glass of red wine. Why shouldn't I be here? I am now your neighbor, Zhang Lai replied with a smile, pointing to the opposite side of the corridor. You mean to say you live right next door? Mu-chan asked, furrowing his brows in confusion. The residences in Shuxiang Yayuan consist of 2 stairwells with 4 units each. Mu-chan occupied 1 unit, while another was inhabited by Song. However, he was unaware of the occupants in the opposite unit, having never met them. Thus, Zhang Lai's sudden declaration left him astounded. When did you move in? Mu-chan finally regained his composure and inquired. I just moved in yesterday. You wouldn't believe it. Securing an apartment here was quite the challenge. I ended up spending several million extra just to secure a unit. Zhang Lai laughed, shaking her wine glass. Are you out of your mind? Why leave a perfectly good villa to buy a unit here? Mu-chan asked, bemused. You're the one who's out of your mind. If a billionaire like me can reside here, why can't I? Zhang Lai retorted, glaring at Mu-chan. I apologize, but I am quite sane. I'm only here because my villa is still under renovation. Mu-chan replied casually, glancing at Zhang Lai. Oh, you mean the villa in Zijing Garden? How coincidental. I purchased a villa there as well, right next to yours. Zhang Lai said with a beaming smile. Have you been investigating me? Mu-chan's brow furrowed at her words, and he asked in a low tone. Indeed, if you wish to investigate, feel free to find someone to look into me. I have no objections. Zhang Lai nodded, candidly acknowledging her actions. Zhang Lai, what exactly are you up to? Mu-chan took a deep breath and asked her seriously. Rest assured, I have no ulterior motives. I'm merely bored and seeking some amusement. A smile crept across Zhang Lai's lips as she drained her wine glass. Afterward, she added, well, it's getting late, so I shall return to my abode. My dear neighbor. With that, She disregarded Mu Chen's somewhat gloomy expression and turned to walk back down the corridor. Watching her retreating figure, Mu Chen found it impossible to discern her true intentions. He shook his head in resignation and closed the door. Regardless of Jiang Lai's motives, as long as they posed no harm to him or those around him, he would remain unconcerned. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to disregard her status as a woman. Seated on the sofa, Mu Chen lit a cigarette and took a moment of quiet contemplation. Just then, the sound of a door opening reached his ears. Shortly after, Yang Tao entered from outside. "Taozi, you're back?" Mu Chen smiled softly at her. "Yes. Did you miss me, Mu Chen?" Yang Tao nestled close to him, playfully asking with a grin. "Of course. Was your work satisfactory today?" Mu Chen extinguished his cigarette and embraced Yang Tao, inquiring. "It was all right. What about you? What did you do today?" Yang Tao tilted her head, gazing at Mu Chen. "What else could I do? I accompanied Ndi and Xiao Ming to school for his entrance exam. Xiao Ming has successfully gained admission to Chunfeng School and can complete the enrollment tomorrow."
Mu Chen replied softly.
"Wow, he is in the 3rd year of high school. Xiao Ming is truly impressive."
Yang Tao exclaimed, astonished.
Knowing that Xiao Ming had never attended school before, even his self-study had only commenced after he made some progress with his autism. Indeed, both of them are quite remarkable. Mu Chen nodded in agreement, echoing her sentiments. Chapter 60. The Fortunate Audience. As the days passed, a week had swiftly elapsed since Xiaoming participated in the entrance examination. During this week, Xiaoming officially became a senior student at Chunfeng School. Meanwhile, Auntie had, under the guise of her company, purchased a 3-bedroom apartment beneath Mukin's building. However, due to renovation issues, she had yet to move in and continued to shuttle Xiaoming back and forth each day. As for Mukin, he had been preoccupied with wedding preparations in collaboration with a wedding planning company. One evening, after finishing work, Yang Tao returned home to find Mukin lounging on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. She decided to head into the kitchen to prepare dinner. "Peach, let us not cook today. How about we dine out instead?" Mukin said softly, putting down his phone and looking at Yang Tao. "Really? Why the sudden change?" Yang Tao responded, momentarily taken aback and curious. "It's nothing. I've noticed how hard you've been working lately. You not only work all day but also come home to cook for me. It makes me feel a bit guilty." Mukin moved closer, gently embracing Yang Tao as he spoke tenderly. "I'm not tired. I enjoy cooking for you."
Yang Tao smiled,
her face lighting up with joy. "Regardless, it's decided. I know of a newly opened restaurant that's supposed to be quite delightful. Let us go try it." Mukin whispered into Yang Tao's ear. The warm breath against her ear made Yang Tao blush. "All right, I'll just wash up and change clothes," she replied and hurried off to her room. Mukin watched her retreating figure, a smile gracing his lips. After spending so long together, he had long since understood Yang Tao's vulnerabilities. Half an hour later, Yang Tao emerged from her room, clad in a t-shirt and jeans. Mukin took her hand, and together they left their home. Just as they stepped outside, a group of people stealthily appeared at the entrance of Mukin's building. Mukin had chosen a Western restaurant. Upon their arrival, they found it bustling with patrons enjoying their meals. After entering, they each placed their orders, and as usual, they savored the delectable food while engaging in conversation. Before they knew it, an hour had passed. While they were chatting, Mukin suddenly caught sight of someone signaling to him from the corner of his eye, and a smile spread across his face. "Peach, wait for me a moment. I need to use the restroom," Mukin said softly to Yang Tao. "Okay." Yang Tao nodded in agreement. After Mukin left, Yang Tao lowered her head to continue her meal. Just then, a voice interrupted her thoughts. "Hello, madam. I am the owner of this restaurant. How do you find our cuisine?" A man in his 30s, fluent in Mandarin, inquired. "Oh, it's quite good. I really like it," Yang Tao replied, momentarily stunned. "Madam, our restaurant holds a lottery every evening. The lucky winner receives a surprise gift package. And today, the fortunate customer is you." The man continued. "What? I'm the lucky customer?" Yang Tao was taken aback. As someone who had never won anything in her life, the revelation left her astonished. "Could you please join me on stage?" the restaurant owner asked gently. All right." Yang Tao hesitated for a moment, glancing at the stage in the center of the restaurant, then nodded softly. She felt a swirl of confusion. How had she suddenly become the lucky audience member? Why was she being invited to the stage? It all felt rather surreal. Once Yang Tao ascended the stage, she was astonished to see that the restaurant had filled with patrons, all eyes on her. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, a spotlight suddenly illuminated her. The blinding light made her instinctively shield her eyes. Then, she felt something fall upon her. Lowering her arm, she was met with a breathtaking sight. The entire restaurant was showered in a cascade of red flower petals. In that moment, Yang Tao felt as though she were in a dream. "Madam, are you satisfied with this surprise?" the restaurant owner asked, smiling at her. "Absolutely. I'm beyond satisfied," Yang Tao exclaimed, nodding vigorously as she gazed at the roses raining down. "Would you like to see something that could make you even happier?" the restaurant owner inquired further. Upon hearing this, Yang Tao was momentarily stunned before eagerly nodding, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. The restaurant owner smiled, turning to leave the stage. Suddenly, the spotlight above Yang Tao extinguished, plunging the restaurant into darkness, eliciting gasps from the crowd, which soon transformed into murmurs of awe. The area behind the curtains, previously hidden from view, was now revealed. Countless pink balloons glittered with colorful lights, and the floor was carpeted with vibrant red roses. Mukin stood in the center, dressed in a suit and holding a bouquet of flowers, smiling radiantly at Yang Tao. The moment Yang Tao laid eyes on Mukin, her mind went blank. Covering her mouth with her hands, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Mukin approached her, moving gracefully as the spotlight followed him. As he reached Yang Tao, he suddenly knelt before her. Chapter 61. The Proposal. Mu Chun took out the engagement ring he had meticulously prepared from his pocket, gently opened the box, and held it in front of Yang Tao. The moment the diamond ring caught the light, a gasp of astonishment arose from the crowd gathered below. Among them were some spectators invited by the wedding planning company from the streets. As Yang Tao gazed at the ring in Mu Chen's hand, excitement sparkled in her eyes. Inside the ring box lay a pink diamond ring, radiating an enchanting brilliance under the illumination. "Taozi, over the past 24 years, we have encountered various individuals and made countless promises to many. Yet, ultimately, not all turned out as we wished. Time has revealed to us what is truly meant to be. In this lifetime, I wish to protect you with this diamond ring until we grow old together, promising you a lifetime of beauty. Will you marry me?" Mu Chun, filled with love, spoke softly to Yang Tao. Upon hearing Mu Chen's proposal, the audience erupted in cheers, chanting, "Marry him! Marry him!" Tears streamed down Yang Tao's face as she responded, "I do." As Mu Chen heard her affirmation, a look of exhilaration illuminated his face. Gently holding Yang Tao's hand, he slipped the ring onto her finger. "Just the right fit. Give her a kiss," the crowd urged, causing Yang Tao's cheeks to flush. Standing up, Mu Chen embraced Yang Tao and slowly pressed his lips against hers. "Taozi, I love you," he whispered tenderly in her ear. "I love you too," Yang Tao replied earnestly, her eyes reflecting sincerity. As Mu Chen drove, he would occasionally glance at Yang Tao, who sat beside him, radiating happiness as she admired the stunning 3-carat pink diamond ring on her finger. "Taozi, have you had your fill of gazing at the ring? If you keep staring, I might just get jealous." Mu Chun chuckled, observing her fascination. "Not enough. This is the engagement ring you gave me. I could never tire of it," Yang Tao exclaimed, lifting her right hand to admire the diamond. "With that look, it seems you find me less appealing than the ring?" Mu Chun teased, rolling his eyes at her. "Of course not. It's simply because it's not as beautiful as you, which is why I want to admire it more. From now on, my gaze will be solely on you," Yang Tao replied, turning to Mu Chun with a soft smile. "Ah, quite the charmer, aren't you?" Mu Chun retorted playfully. As they drove back to Shuxiang Yayuan, Mu Chun pressed the button for the 8th floor inside the elevator. "Mu Chun, did you press the wrong button? Our home is on the 6th floor, isn't it?" Yang Tao, leaning against his shoulder, questioned curiously. "Oh, you'll find out soon enough," he responded mysteriously. The elevator quickly ascended to the 8th floor. Mu Chun took Yang Tao's hand and led her into the fire escape, continuing upward. When they reached the rooftop, Yang Tao gasped in surprise. The rooftop was adorned with a sea of roses, petals scattered amidst numerous pink balloons. In the center of the balcony stood a table with a bottle of red wine and 2 elegant glasses. Taozi, you once told me you loved roses, and I've kept that in my heart. What do you think? Do you like it? Mu Chun asked softly, looking at her. I adore it. I love it so much. Yang Tao nodded enthusiastically, captivated by the floral display. Taking Yang Tao's hand, Mu Chun led her to the balcony, pouring some red wine into the glasses. Today is a day worth commemorating. Let us raise a toast to celebrate, he declared.
Yang Tao nodded.
Lifting her glass to clink with Mu Chen's before downing the wine in one gulp. Mu Chun, will you love me forever? She lay back in his embrace, her voice gentle. Of course, I will love you for all eternity, Mu Chun assured her with a nod. This is your promise. If one day I discover that you no longer love me, I will ignore you forever, Yang Tao said, her head tilted back, biting her lip. Silly, how could I ever stop loving you? Mu Chun said, leaning down to plant a soft kiss on her lips, smiling. Just as they exchanged sweet nothings in the cradle of romance, a voice suddenly interrupted from the rooftop door. I say, Tong Wenjie, is there something you can't discuss downstairs? Why come all the way up here? The door swung open, revealing 2 figures, Tong Wenjie and Fang Yuan, who stared at Mu Chun and Yang Tao in astonishment. Mu Chun recognized them as the beloved couple from a little reunion. Fang Yuan and Tong Wenjie, equally perplexed, had come to the rooftop under the pretense of needing to discuss something privately, only to discover an unexpected romantic scene. My bad, brother. I had no idea you were up here. We'll leave right away, Fang Yuan stammered, apologizing as he gently closed the door and pulled Tong Wenjie back downstairs. Once they departed, Mu Chun and Yang Tao exchanged bewildered glances before bursting into laughter, the romantic atmosphere dissipating with the unexpected intrusion. After finishing the bottle of red wine, Mu Chun took Yang Tao's hand and led her down from the rooftop. Upon reaching the 6th floor, they stepped out of the elevator to find Tong Wenjie and Fang Yuan waiting. The atmosphere turned awkward once more as their eyes met. Brother, I truly apologize for interrupting your romantic evening, Fang Yuan said, breaking the silence. Well, we did have some wine, but as for moon-gazing, it's not visible in Beijing. Mu Chun replied with a smile as he walked towards his home. As they left, Fang Yuan pulled Tong Wenjie into the elevator. I told you not to go to the rooftop. Now it's awkward, isn't it? He said, somewhat exasperated. How was I to know someone would be up there? Besides, look at how romantic they are. And here I am, after all these years, and you've never even given me a bouquet. Tong Wenjie shot back playfully. Hearing this, Fang Yuan shrank his neck, falling silent. Chapter 62. Su Qing's envy. The following day, Yang Tao, needing rest, arrived early at Xue Sumei's home. Upon revealing the diamond ring she held, Xue Sumei was utterly captivated. Oh my, such a large diamond must be quite expensive, right? She exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy as she turned to Yang Tao. I'm not sure about the price, but pink diamonds are generally much more costly than regular ones, especially one of this size. Yang Tao replied, her face radiating bliss. Seated beside Xue Sumei, Su Qing wore a faint smile, yet her eyes betrayed a tinge of envy. She recalled her own wedding with Duan Shifeng, where not even a silver ring graced her finger. Reflecting on her current situation, a wave of desolation washed over her. Yang Tao, since Xiao Chen has proposed to you, when do you plan to marry? Xue Sumei inquired playfully after assisting Yang Tao in trying on the ring. Xiao Chen hasn't mentioned it yet. Yang Tao gently shook her head. Just wait a moment, Xue Sumei said, rising to retrieve something from another room. Moments later, she returned, holding a household registration book. Yang Tao, you might as well keep this. Who knows when you'll get married? You might need it later, she said with a soft tone, handing the book to Yang Tao. But you and Xiao Chun must hurry and tie the knot. I wish to have a grandchild soon. If you 3 can live happily together, I will have no more wishes left. Mom, Yang Tao exclaimed, touched, as she embraced Xue Sumei. Alas, I'm getting old and cannot accompany you forever. I can see that Xiao Chun is a good boy. He will surely treat you well. Xue Sumei lovingly stroked Yang Tao's hair, her eyes filled with affection. Mom, don't say such things. You'll live a long life. I'm counting on you to help me with my child. Yang Tao quickly retorted. Haha. All right, I'll strive to live until that time. Xue Sume replied. Her spirits lifted. After spending some time chatting with Xue Sume, Yang Tao finally drove back home. At that moment, Mu Chun was seated on the sofa, conversing with Qiao Weidong, while Qiao Yingzi was on the balcony, happily tinkering with the astronomical telescope her father had bought for her. Mu Chun, I'm truly sorry to intrude, Qiao Weidong said with a smile upon noticing Mu Chun. It's no trouble at all. I was just watching television. It's nice to have someone to talk to, Mu Chun replied, shaking his head lightly. This child is too tightly controlled by her mother. Today, she finally found some time to relax and wanted to play with the telescope, but she was too timid to come alone. So she dragged me along, Qiao Weidong remarked, casting a glance at Qiao Yingzi. I believe children shouldn't be under too much pressure. Despite being in their final year, they still need a balance of work and relaxation. Otherwise, it could lead to depression. Mu Chun observed, turning to Qiao Weidong, whom he had come to regard favorably. Indeed, but her mother's personality is too domineering. I can't intervene, Qiao Weidong admitted with a hint of exasperation. Mu Chun found humor in Qiao Weidong's expression when suddenly, the sound of a door opening caught their attention. Yang Tao entered from outside, momentarily pausing at the sight of Qiao Weidong and Mu Chun on the sofa before quickly regaining her composure. Qiao Weidong, taken aback by Yang Tao's beauty, quickly composed himself. Mu Chun, is this your sister-in-law? She is truly lovely. Yang Tao, allow me to introduce you to our neighbor, Mr. Qiao Weidong, and this is his daughter, Qiao Yingzi, Mu Chun said, rising to assist Yang Tao with the groceries she carried. Hello, Mr. Qiao. Hello, Miss Qiao. Yang Tao greeted them with a warm smile. Just call me Old Qiao. Don't stand on ceremony, Qiao Weidong insisted. Hello, sister. You are so beautiful, Qiao Yingzi chimed in as she stepped into the living room, her admiration evident. Haha, you're quite the charmer. Qiao Yingzi, enjoy yourselves, I'll go prepare lunch. You all must join us. With that, Yang Tao headed into the kitchen, busying herself. Seeing this, Qiao Yingzi followed her in to lend a helping hand. Mu Chun is indeed fortunate. Your sister-in-law is exceptionally beautiful, Qiao Weidong remarked with a thumb up after the two girls entered the kitchen. Mu Chun felt pleased by Qiao Weidong's compliment, and they exchanged a few kind words. Just then, Qiao Weidong's phone rang. Hello, Fang Yuan? What's up? He answered, glancing at the caller ID before excusing himself from Mu Chun. I'm upstairs playing with Yingzi. You're coming up? Sure. But I'm not at Song Qian's place. I'm directly across from her. Just come over. Listening to Qiao Weidong, Mu Chun couldn't help but smile at the thought of the duo, Fang Yuan and Qiao Weidong, converging. Mu Chun. Shortly, a friend of mine will be coming over. He lives in this building too. I hope you don't mind if he sits with us, Qiao Weidong asked with a grin. Not at all. It's great to meet neighbors, Mu Chun replied, shaking his head lightly. At that moment, a knock echoed from the door. Assuming it was Fang Yuan, Qiao Weidong stood up, musing, wow, Fang Yuan is quite speedy today. Chapter 63. The grades were just a bit lacking. However, when Qiao Weidong opened the door, he was momentarily taken aback, for standing outside was not Fang Yuan, but rather a woman whose beauty rivaled that of Yang Tao. Beside her was a slender boy. Upon the door's opening, Antai was equally stunned, initially believing she had approached the wrong door. Just as she prepared to apologize, Mu Chun emerged from the living room. Antai, what brings you here? Mu Chun inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. I thought I had the wrong address. I came to check on the house renovations since I have the day off, and thought I might join you for lunch. Is that all right? Antai asked softly, her gaze fixed on Mu Chun.
Mu Chun Gege.
Xiao Ming, standing beside Antai, sweetly called out to him. Ah, of course. Please, come in. Taozi is preparing lunch. Mu Chun welcomed them with a smile. Once Antai and Xiao Ming entered, Mu Chun took the opportunity to introduce Qiao Weidong to them. Yang Tao and Qiao Yingzi, having heard the commotion from the kitchen, emerged together. Antai? Xiao Ming? Yang Tao and Qiao Yingzi exclaimed in surprise upon spotting them. At that moment, Qiao Weidong was somewhat bewildered. How did his daughter know the boy beside that woman? Could it be that his daughter was romantically involved? While he was lost in thought, Antai's voice broke through. Xiao Ming, is this your classmate? Yes. She's my classmate and also the math class representative, though her grades are just a bit lacking. Xiao Ming replied innocently. Xiao Weidong? Xiao Yingzi? My daughter has poor grades? Surely, I must be dreaming. Since elementary school, Xiao Yingzi had never fallen short of being at the top of her class. Is this what one calls poor performance? At that moment, she wished she could disappear into the ground, feeling utterly embarrassed. It was worth noting that before Xiao Ming and Fang Yifan's cousin Lin Lei arrived, she had consistently held the first position in her class. Even after their arrival, she had only dropped to third place, never once falling out of the top 5. Such grades, and yet they were deemed lacking? However, considering her performance in comparison to Xiao Ming's, perhaps there was some truth to it, leaving Xiao Yingzi speechless. Mr. Qiao, I apologize for my brother's lack of speech. Please do not take offense. Antai quickly addressed Xiao Weidong, realizing Xiao Ming had misspoken. No worries, no worries. I bear no ill will. Xiao Weidong hastily replied. At that moment, another knock resounded at the door. Mu Chun opened it to reveal Fang Yuan and his son Fang Yifan standing outside. Yuaner, come in. Fang Yuan was still in a daze, having been pulled inside by Xiao Weidong. Fortunately, Mu Chen's home was spacious enough. The gathering of so many people did not feel cramped. Soon, the room was divided into 3 groups. Antai and Yang Tao busied themselves in the kitchen, chatting as they prepared the meal. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming, Xiao Yingzi, and Fang Yifan were on the balcony, playing with a telescope. Although Xiao Yingzi had felt irked by Xiao Ming earlier, they quickly found common ground as classmates and began to enjoy each other's company. As for Mu Chun and the 2 men, they settled on the sofa, engaging in conversation. By the way, yesterday I inadvertently interrupted Mu Chen's romantic moment, Fang Yuan remarked, glancing at Mu Chun. What happened? Xiao Weidong asked, his curiosity piqued. Fang Yuan did not hold back, recounting the events from the previous night on the rooftop. I was searching for you 2 last night, only to discover you had retreated to the rooftop. Fang Yuan teased. But Mu Chun, you truly are quite the romantic, resorting to such heights. I just proposed to my girlfriend last night. We lingered on the rooftop for a while, Mu Chun replied, somewhat helplessly. Oh my, congratulations to both of you. When do you plan to wed? Xiao Weidong inquired, his face lighting up with joy. Very soon. When the time comes, I'll be sure to invite you all for a drink, Mu Chun said, smiling at the 2. Absolutely. But before we get to that, let us enjoy a drink at lunch. I happen to have a few bottles of fine red wine in the car. I'll have Yingzi fetch them. Xiao Weidong chuckled. Sounds good. Mu Chun nodded in agreement. While he had some excellent wine at his previous residence, he had not brought any along when he moved, so his current stock was quite limited. Mu Chun, we are short on dishes. Could you buy some? As the 3 men chatted, Yang Tao emerged from the kitchen, looking at Mu Chun. All right, what do you need? Just buy whatever you think is best. You all are going to drink, and a good meal is essential. Yang Tao added softly. Perfect. Fang Yuan, let us head out for a stroll. We can also pick up the wine, so the kids 1T have to make an extra trip. Xiao Weidong suggested, rising to his feet. With that, the 3 men exited the house, sharing laughter as they made their way to the supermarket, where they gathered a plethora of ingredients before heading back to the community. Upon returning to the entrance, Xiao Weidong retrieved a case of red wine and 2 bottles of white wine from his car. My goodness, old Xiao, you are quite the connoisseur. Keeping a case of red wine in your car? Are you always prepared for a gathering? Fang Yuan chuckled, glancing at the box. What are you implying? This was a gift, and I haven't had the chance to enjoy it yet. Today, consider it a treat for you. Xiao Weidong shot Fang Yuan a glare, slightly annoyed. Well then, let us see if your wine lives up to its reputation. Fang Yuan shrugged with a grin. Upon returning home, several dishes had already been prepared and set on the table. Mu Chun carried all the dishes into the kitchen, and soon after, everyone gathered around the dining table, chatting and enjoying their meal. As Mu Chun and the others savored their drinks, Yang Tao and Antai decided to take Xiao Ming and Xiao Yingzi out for some shopping. Mu Chun, you all enjoy yourselves. Antai and I will take the kids out for a little while, Yang Tao said after chatting with Antai on the sofa. Alright, if you need anything, just give me a call. Mu Chen nodded, looking at Yang Tao. Don't worry, we're just going shopping. What could possibly happen? Yang Tao replied with a smile. Once Yang Tao and Antai led the three children out to play, the previously lively house fell into a tranquil silence. Chapter 64. The Great Tortoise. Mu Chen, what does your friend do? I can't shake off this feeling of familiarity, but I can't recall where I've seen her before. Chao Weidong furrowed his brows as he questioned Mu Chen. And she was the CFO of Shangxian Group. Mu Chen replied with a smile upon hearing Chao Weidong's words. Shangxian Group's CFO? Chao Weidong frowned. Suddenly his eyes widened as he looked at Mu Chen.
If I remembered.
She's the president of Mu's Group who has been appearing on television frequently lately. My goodness, Mu Chen, you share the same surname as her. Please tell me that Mu's Group isn't your family's company. No, it is not my family's. Mu Chen shook his head, but inwardly added, it is mine. Phew, you scared me. I thought I had encountered a member of a wealthy family. Chao Weidong raised his glass and chuckled. Mu's Group? What is this Mu's Group? Fang Yuan, who had been listening, inquired curiously. He was quite isolated from the outside world, spending his days nurturing flowers and birds. You don't even know about Mu's Group? It's the Zhang's Group that stirred up quite a commotion in Jing City recently. It is said that the current owner of Mu's Group, surnamed Mu, has changed it to Mu's Group, but no one has ever seen the owner of Mu's Group. All matters are handled by that N.T. and Tan Zongming from Shangxian Group. Just think about it. How powerful must the owner of Mu's Group be to have Tan Zongming assisting them? Chao Weidong spoke mysteriously to Fang Yuan. Hearing Chao Weidong's words, Mu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. The reason Tan Zongming assisted Mu's Group was primarily because he was also a shareholder of Mu's Group. It wasn't as mystical as Chao Weidong suggested. Wow, that is indeed impressive. However, old Chao, aren't we straying a bit off topic? Let's just enjoy our drinks. Fang Yuan glanced at Chao Weidong and said, Chao Weidong pondered, realizing that even if N.T. was the president of Mu's Group and a friend of Mu Chen, it had nothing to do with him. The three men chatted and enjoyed their drinks until they felt tipsy, after which they each returned home to rest. Before heading home, Fang Yuan even tidied up the chaotic dining table, washing the dishes and placing them neatly in the cupboard. He had initially come over to enjoy a meal, and if he didn't do something, he would feel uncomfortable. After seeing off Chao Weidong and Fang Yuan, Mu Chen collapsed onto the sofa and fell into a deep slumber. In a hazy state, Mu Chen heard someone knocking on the door. He instinctively thought it was Yang Tao who had forgotten her keys and, with half-closed eyes, he staggered to open the door. Is that you? Mu Chen mumbled, then turned and lay back down on the sofa. Jiang Lai, dressed in a very short skirt, looked at the tipsy Mu Chen and couldn't help but pause. Seeing Mu Chen lay back down, a mischievous smile crept onto her face. That night, when Mu Chen awoke, it was already past 10 o'clock. Mu Chen, you're awake? Yang Tao, noticing Mu Chen was up, couldn't help but stifle a laugh as she asked. Yes.
Mu Chen nodded.
Still a bit dazed. I made you some hangover soup. You should drink some, Yang Tao said as she walked into the kitchen and brought out a bowl of soup for Mu Chen. Mu Chen drank the soup in one go, feeling much better afterward. Looking at Yang Tao, he smiled and said, You treat me the best, my wife. By the way, Mu Chen, what did you do with old Chao this afternoon? Yang Tao asked, smiling at him. We didn't do anything. After we drank, they all went home. What's wrong? Mu Chen replied, momentarily puzzled by Yang Tao's inquiry. Then what happened to your face? Don't tell me you did it yourself. Yang Tao pointed at Mu Chen's face, her expression filled with amusement. My face? What's wrong? Mu Chen touched his face, feeling confused. You should go check the bathroom. Yang Tao gestured towards the bathroom softly. With a face full of questions, Mu Chen walked into the bathroom and saw that his face had been painted with chaotic drawings. A large character for king was emblazoned on his forehead, while each cheek sported a large tortoise. Who did this?
Mu Chen shouted angrily.
After considerable effort, he finally managed to wash off the drawings from his face and emerged from the bathroom with a resentful expression, looking at Yang Tao. Taozi, confess honestly. Was it you? It wasn't me. Why would I paint tortoises on your face? Yang Tao looked at Mu Chun with wide eyes. Suddenly, Mu Chun recalled the moment when he was half asleep and heard someone knocking at the door. Turning to Yang Tao to ask, "Taozi, when did you come back?" "I went shopping with Auntie, then we watched a movie together. I just returned not long ago," Yang Tao replied. Upon hearing Yang Tao's words, Mu Chun frowned slightly. If it wasn't Yang Tao, then who could it be? After pondering for a while, Mu Chun couldn't come up with any clues. "Humph. Just wait until I catch you. Otherwise, I will paint 10 or 8 tortoises on your face," Mu Chun grumbled, committing this matter to memory. "What did you buy while you were out with Auntie?"
Mu Chun inquired.
"Well, I bought myself 2 sets of clothes and got you 2 belts." Yang Tao nestled into Mu Chun's arms, wrinkling her nose. "It smells terrible. So you bought yourself clothes but didn't get me any?" Mu Chun pinched Yang Tao's nose, pretending to be annoyed. If you want to buy, I can accompany you next time. Are you hungry? Let me cook something for you."
Yang Tao asked Mu Chun.
"Yes. Please cook me a bowl of noodles. I'm going to take a shower." Mu Chun nodded and softly replied. After watching Yang Tao enter the kitchen, Mu Chun finally got up and went into his room. After a refreshing shower, Mu Chun felt rejuvenated. As he stepped out of his room, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of noodles. "Wow, my dear wife. The smell of your noodles is making me hungry," Mu Chun said as he approached Yang Tao from behind and gently embraced her. "If you want to eat, then help yourself. There's plenty of noodles." Yang Tao turned around and smiled at Mu Chun. "Taozi, let's go get our marriage certificate tomorrow," Mu Chun suddenly said softly to Yang Tao. Upon hearing Mu Chun's words, Yang Tao was momentarily taken aback, and after a while, she finally nodded. "Yes." Seeing Yang Tao agree, Mu Chun was overjoyed and gave her another kiss on the cheek before stepping out of the kitchen. Chapter 65. Marriage and unemployment. The following morning, Yang Tao deliberately took half a day off to accompany Mu Chun to the Civil Affairs Bureau. As the vibrant red stamp was affixed to their photographs, both Mu Chun and Yang Tao beamed with joy. "Miss Yang, from this moment forth, you are officially Mrs. Mu. What are your thoughts?" Mu Chun inquired, holding the red marriage certificate while seated in the car, gazing at Yang Tao. "Mu Chun, thank you. Your presence has brought such a profound transformation to my world. Rest assured, I shall strive to fulfill my role as Mrs. Mu." Yang Tao gently rested her head on Mu Chun's shoulder, her eyes fixed on the marriage certificate, whispering softly, "From now on, you mustn't call me by name. You shall address me as husband." Mu Chun chuckled, planting a kiss on Yang Tao's cheek. "Where shall we go now? To share the news with my esteemed mother-in-law?" Upon hearing Mu Chun's words, Yang Tao felt a tinge of embarrassment but nodded gently. She was eager to relay the delightful news to Shue Sume, hoping to share in her joy. Mu Chun, noticing her enthusiasm, started the car and drove towards Shue Sume's residence. While en route, Mu Chun's phone rang. Upon answering, he learned that the Panamera he had taken to the dealership for repairs was ready. After providing the address of Shue Sume's community, he arranged for the car to be delivered that morning. Hanging up, Mu Chun turned to Yang Tao with a smile. "Taozi, the car is ready. You can drive it to and from work." "Great." Yang Tao nodded obediently, pleased with the arrangement. Observing her compliance, Mu Chun chuckled and fell silent. At Shue Sume's home, when she saw Yang Tao pull out 2 red marriage certificates from her bag and present them before her, her joy was palpable. Holding the certificates as if they were precious treasures, she could hardly contain her excitement, eliciting laughter from Mu Chun and Yang Tao. "Mom, although Taozi and I are married now, we still need to uphold certain traditions. This card contains 500,000. Consider it a token of bride price," Mu Chun said, handing a pre-prepared bank card to Shue Sume. "No, this is too much. Your earnings are hard-won, and as an old woman, I hardly have any expenses. Why give me so much?" Shue Sume protested, shaking her head as she looked at the card. "Mom, whether you spend it or not is irrelevant. What matters is that when you chat with your friends and they ask how much bride price I gave you for Taozi, you can't say none, right? Otherwise, they'd mock her." Mu Chun chuckled, looking at Shue Sume. Upon hearing this, Shue Sume fell silent. While she could endure gossip about herself, she wouldn't tolerate any jabs directed at Taozi. After a moment of hesitation, she finally nodded. Alright, I shall accept this money for now. When you and Taozi need it, you can come to retrieve it. Mu Chun nodded in agreement, choosing not to argue further. About an hour later, his phone rang again. After confirming that the dealership had delivered the car, he took Yang Tao downstairs. Seeing the freshly repaired Panamera, Yang Tao's eyes sparkled with excitement, for this was her first luxury car worth millions. After settling the repair bill, Mu Chun smiled at her. Wife, shall we take it for a spin? What's there to see? I've driven your car before. Let us just eat first. I still have to go to work this afternoon. Yang Tao rolled her eyes at Mu Chun and headed back inside. Mu Chun, glancing at the two Panameras parked side by side, couldn't help but smile. After having lunch at Shue Sumei's home, Mu Chun and Yang Tao departed the community in their respective cars. Mu Chun drove home while Yang Tao took the Panamera towards the hotel. Once home, Mu Chun lay down on the sofa to rest for a moment when his phone rang. Seeing it was Yang Tao calling, he answered with a smile. Wife, do you miss me already? Hubby, I've been laid off. Yang Tao's voice trembled, tinged with sorrow. What happened? Mu Chun sat up, alarmed. Through her sobs, Yang Tao recounted the events. Earlier that day, she had been excitedly driving to the hotel for work, only to be summoned to her supervisor's office upon arrival. Yang Tao's contract was set to renew after 2 years, and this year marked her fourth at the hotel, with just over a month remaining until the renewal. During their previous conversation, she had sensed her supervisor's reluctance to extend her contract. This realization was difficult for her to accept, prompting her to question the reasoning. Her supervisor explained that Yang Tao had reached the age where marriage and motherhood were expected, indicating that her focus would inevitably shift toward family. The hotel required individuals who could dedicate themselves entirely to their work. This explanation left Yang Tao speechless, as she knew her supervisor was right. Now that she was married to Mu Chun, they would likely soon desire a child, which would mean at least 6 months of maternity leave. Moreover, after the birth, her attention would undoubtedly gravitate toward their child. Ultimately, her supervisor informed her that although her contract had over a month left, she need not return, and her salary would continue as a gesture of gratitude for her 4 years of hard work. After hearing Yang Tao's story, Mu Chun was taken aback. All right, my dear, how significant is this? If they don't want to renew your contract, then so be it. We don't need to cling to that job. Now, don't be upset. Are you still at the hotel? I'll come to pick you up right away, he declared, grabbing the keys and leaving the house. Upon arriving at the hotel, Mu Chun parked and immediately spotted Yang Tao sitting at the entrance, tears streaming down her face. One of her colleagues was beside her, offering quiet comfort. Hubby. Upon seeing Mu Chun, Yang Tao rushed into his arms, her face a picture of distress. Meanwhile, her colleague stood frozen, having just witnessed Mu Chun emerge from the Panamera, and Yang Tao's term of endearment fanned the flames of her curiosity. Chapter 66. I can afford 10 of you. However, noticing Mu Chun and Yang Tao engaged in conversation, she tactfully refrained from interrupting them. Darling, I feel so pitiful. Just after getting married, I'm already unemployed. Yang Tao lamented while nestled in Mu Chun's embrace. Haha, isn't unemployment rather freeing? That way your husband can support you. Mu Chun replied with a smile. All right, don't be sad. Have you packed your things? Not yet, Yang Tao gently shook her head. Then go and tidy up a bit. I'll wait for you. We can discuss everything when we get home. Mu Chun affectionately ruffled Yang Tao's hair. Yang Tao nodded and turned to stroll into the hotel. The woman who had been standing nearby quickly followed her. Sister Tao, was that your husband just now? She inquired, her face brimming with curiosity. Yes. Upon hearing the mention of Mu Chun, Yang Tao's face lit up with happiness. Wow, Sister Tao, when did you get married? How come I didn't know? The woman exclaimed, astonished as she gazed at Yang Tao. Yang Tao suddenly stopped and replied, I took a leave this morning to get our marriage certificate. I was called by Lao Miao today, and I even left the wedding candies in the car. Wait for me a moment. I'll go fetch them for you. You can distribute them to everyone later, even though I'll be leaving. Yang Tao said with a hint of sadness as she turned towards the parked Porsche Panamera. The woman stared in disbelief as Yang Tao approached another Panamera, her eyes wide with confusion. She knew Yang Tao had been driving a different car before. After retrieving the wedding candies from the trunk, Yang Tao handed them to the still-dazed woman before entering the hotel. After waiting outside for over half an hour, Mu Chen finally spotted Yang Tao emerging with a box. "Shall we go? Are you driving? Or will you ride with me?" he softly inquired. "I'll drive myself to avoid having to come back for my car later." Yang Tao bit her lip and replied quietly. She had no desire to revisit the hotel that had consumed 4 years of her youth. "All right then, let us go." Mu Chen affectionately tousled Yang Tao's hair before getting into the car and slowly steering towards home. Yang Tao drove her own car, trailing behind Mu Chen's vehicle. Upon returning home, Yang Tao collapsed listlessly onto the sofa. After placing Yang Tao's belongings down, Mu Chen sat beside her, gently cradling her in his arms. "All right, my dear wife, don't be upset. It's just a job after all. If you truly wish to work, we can always look for another position. Husband, you don't understand. I spent my most youthful 4 years at that hotel. I never expected it would end like this. I feel so hurt." Yang Tao curled up in Mu Chen's embrace, expressing her grievances. After a long moment of comforting her, Yang Tao's spirits finally began to lift. "Wife, how about we take a walk?" Mu Chen suggested with a gentle smile, noticing her mood improving. "Yes, I'll call Zhao Yang. You two can accompany me for afternoon tea." Yang Tao thought for a moment and said softly. She then pulled out her phone and dialed Zhao Yang. Upon learning of Yang Tao's unemployment, he offered her words of comfort. When she invited him for afternoon tea, he promptly requested leave from his boss and headed to their usual spot. "Oh, Taozi, it's just unemployment. What's the big deal? Hurry up and marry Mu Chen. He earns 5 million a month, so how could you possibly worry about being taken care of?" Zhao Yang laughed as he sat across from Yang Tao in their favorite milk tea shop. "Hey, Zhao Yang, you might not know this, but Mu Chen and I are already married." Yang Tao replied with a mischievous grin. "What? You two got married? When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me?" Zhao Yang exclaimed, a look of indignation crossing his face. "Taozi, this is too much. Not telling me about your marriage is one thing, but getting married without informing me. Do you even consider me your friend?" Zhao Yang's expression revealed genuine irritation. It hurt him that neither of his closest friends had informed him of their marriage. "Zhao Yang, don't be mad. We just got our certificate this morning. I was planning to treat you to dinner tonight to share the good news. But then this happened." Mu Chen interjected with a chuckle. Turned out Mu Chen was telling the truth. During dinner at Xue Sumei's home, Yang Tao had indeed suggested inviting Zhao Yang for dinner that evening. "Really?"
Zhao Yang cast a skeptical glance at Yang Tao.
"If there is something important you don't tell me, I'll consider you no longer my friend," he huffed, only relenting when Yang Tao nodded in agreement. "From now on, you must inform me of everything." Watching Zhao Yang's proud demeanor, Mu Chen couldn't help but shiver. After enjoying afternoon tea together, the trio strolled around, and it must be said, the streets are a balm for a woman's heart. Yang Tao, who had been so despondent earlier, found her spirits lifted as she wandered about, her smile never fading. That evening, after sharing dinner, Mu Chen finally took Yang Tao home. "Oh, I'm utterly exhausted. My dear wife, don't you find shopping tiring?" Mu Chen asked, looking at Yang Tao as she sorted through her shopping haul, a wry smile on his face. After accompanying her for 2 hours, he felt as if his feet were no longer his own, while Yang Tao appeared completely unfazed. "I am tired, but seeing all these things makes it all worth it."
Yang Tao gleefully replied, settling beside Mu Chen.
"All right, you win. What can I say?"
Mu Chen conceded.
Having given up trying to reason with someone who found joy in shopping. "By the way, how is your job going? I've never seen you at work." Yang Tao inquired, snuggling into Mu Chen's embrace and finding a comfortable position. "Oh, what brings this sudden interest in my job? Are you worried I can't support you?"
Mu Chen teaset, pinching Yang Tao's cheek playfully.
"Of course. You are my benefactor now, so I naturally must keep tabs on your employment. Otherwise, if you suddenly run out of money, one tea we be left to eat dirt?"
Yang Tao winked at Mu Chen, grinning mischievously.
Looking at the playful Yang Tao,
Mu Chen chuckled helplessly.
"Rest assured, even if it were 10 of you, I could still provide for you. As for work, when have you ever seen a boss actually working? SNT their auntie? She can handle the work-related matters." Chapter 67. Yang Tao's surprise. "Auntie? Husband? Is Auntie working under you now? Yang Tao asked Mu Chun with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Indeed. Why? Are you astonished?
Mu Chun replied, smiling at Yang Tao.
By the way, what exactly is your job, dear? I am genuinely curious, Yang Tao said, looking at him with a playful grin. Are you that eager to know? All right. Tomorrow I shall take you for a visit. After all, it's our family's enterprise. It would be quite a jest if the lady of the house knows nothing about her own business. Mu Chun chuckled softly, planting a kiss on Yang Tao's cheek. The following morning, upon rising, Mu Chun found Yang Tao practicing yoga in the living room. Observing her peculiar postures, he couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief at the thought of contorting his body in such ways. Goodness, the mere thought is somewhat terrifying. Ah, you're awake. Yang Tao greeted him with a smile. Breakfast is ready. You should eat. Yes, my dear, you needn't continue practicing. Change into something nice. I will take you to the company shortly. We can treat Auntie to lunch as well.
Mu Chun nodded.
Sitting at the dining table to enjoy his meal while speaking to Yang Tao. Yang Tao acknowledged his request and went to her room. Once Mu Chun finished his breakfast,
Yang Tao emerged wearing a lovely dress.
Let us go, Mu Chun said, taking the car keys and leading Yang Tao out of the house. At the Mu Group, Mu Chun slowly parked the car in the lot outside the building and then entered the company with Yang Tao. Wow, is this entire building your company?
Yang Tao exclaimed,
somewhat in awe as she followed Mu Chun. Of course. Did you not see the name of the company outside? Mu Chun replied with a grin. Yang Tao felt slightly speechless. She had indeed noticed the shiny letters of Mu Group, but still found it hard to believe that Mu Chen's company was so vast. An entire building. Husband, the annual rent for this building must be quite substantial, right? Yang Tao asked in a hushed tone. What are you thinking? This building belongs to the company. There's no rent to pay.
Mu Chun responded, amused.
If a company as large as Mu Group were renting its building, it would be a laughingstock. However, he understood that while Yang Tao was exceptionally beautiful, she was merely an ordinary girl with little knowledge of such matters. Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, Yang Tao gasped. The building belongs to the company? How much must that cost? This is in the CBD of Beijing, where the property prices are significantly higher than in the city center. Truly, every inch is worth its weight in gold. Come along. I will take you to Auntie, Mu Chun said, guiding Yang Tao towards Auntie's office. In the president's office, Auntie was engrossed in her paperwork. Since Xiaoming had moved in with her and then started attending Spring Breeze School, Auntie had dedicated her days to work. In the evenings, she returned home to tutor Xiaoming in foreign languages. Having grown up abroad, foreign languages were as natural to her as her mother tongue. Conversely, while Xiaoming excelled in mathematics and Chinese, his foreign language skills were dismal, necessitating Auntie's daily tutoring. They communicated in foreign languages at home, and Auntie was pleased to see significant improvement in Xiaoming's spoken language skills over the past days. As Auntie diligently worked, a knock on the door interrupted her concentration. Come, she called without looking up. The door opened, and she initially assumed it was her assistant with work-related inquiries. However, she soon heard Mu Chen's voice near her ear. Auntie, you truly lack respect. I come to visit with Taozi, and you don't even raise your head. How disheartening. Auntie looked up to see Mu Chun, accompanied by Yang Tao, standing in her office, grinning.
Mu Chen, Yang Tao?
What brings you both here today? Auntie asked, standing to greet them with a smile. I'm just idling about, so I thought I would drop by. After all, it's my company too. Showing some concern is only proper. I also wanted to invite you to lunch. How about it? I, as your boss, am being quite generous, Mu Chen said, leading Yang Tao to the sofa before sitting down with a smile. Humph, so you remember you have a company, do you? I thought you had forgotten, Auntie replied, sitting across from Mu Chun with a playful frown. Mu Chun had been the group's owner for over half a month. Yet aside from a brief visit to tour the premises, he had not returned to the company, leaving him somewhat helpless. This is a company valued at over 20 billion. It feels as if you don't care at all, Auntie remarked. Hey, the company has you, doesn't it? I trust you. By the way, Auntie, has anything significant occurred at the company recently? Mu Chun asked gently. Well, nothing urgent, but as you know, our main business revolves around the dining and hotel sectors. Although there has been some progress, it isn't particularly remarkable. Recently, I've decided to expand into tourism, Auntie explained, her demeanor shifting to seriousness. You also know that with the improved living conditions in our country, people now have disposable income, making travel a common activity. My research shows that a well-off family travels at least once or twice a year. As she spoke of business matters, Auntie's expression grew serious. Since you didn't come to the office today, I have been meaning to reach out to you. Recently, a tourism company in Beijing has been negotiating a merger with a foreign travel company. Mu Chun said softly. Are you suggesting that you want to get involved? He inquired, looking at Auntie. No, getting involved wouldn't benefit us. It would only serve to advantage the Beijing company. The president of that company is a university classmate of mine. I contacted her a few days ago, and she is very keen on collaborating with Mu Group to jointly acquire this tourism company and manage it together. Their company is quite renowned domestically, and they wish to leverage our reputation while we need their channels. Auntie explained thoughtfully. Is that reliable? Mu Chun asked, furrowing his brow. Rest assured, the management of their operations will be handled by our group. They will only send some senior executives to participate. Auntie assured him with a gentle smile. Very well, if you find it trustworthy, proceed accordingly. After all, you are the president of the company. Your word is law, Mu Chun responded, smiling at Auntie, knowing little of such matters. Chapter 68. The celestial husband. Despite his lack of understanding regarding business matters, Mu Chun felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the group. Shaking his head, he decided to dismiss the thought, while Yang Tao sat quietly beside him, lost in her own musings. At that moment, Yang Tao felt her mind was in a whirlwind. She had always believed that although Mu Chun was wealthy, he was merely an average rich person. However, everything that transpired today made her feel as though she were trapped in a dream. What kind of celestial husband had she found? Suddenly, Yang Tao recalled Mu Chen's claim of being a billionaire. At the time, she thought he was joking, but now it was evident that he was far from jesting. It was a stark reality. She felt an urge to inquire online about what to do when one finds themselves married to a billionaire. While Yang Tao was lost in her thoughts, Mu Chun engaged in conversation with Andy and soon noticed Yang Tao's dazed expression. Curiously, he asked Taozi, "What are you thinking about?" "Huh? I'm fine. Have you finished your conversation?" Yang Tao snapped back to reality, looking at Mu Chun. "Yes, we are done. Come on, let us follow Andy and tour the company. By the way, I've never had a chance to explore the company,"
Mu Chun replied,
standing up and taking Yang Tao's hand as they exited the office with Andy. After wandering around the company for a while, it was already noon. The three of them enjoyed a sumptuous lunch at a nearby restaurant before Mu Chun drove Yang Tao back home. "Wife, what's wrong? Are you still in a daze from the company?" Mu Chun chuckled, observing Yang Tao lost in thought again.
Mu Chun,
"Didn't you say your salary was only 5 million a month?" Yang Tao snapped back to attention, looking at Mu Chun with a frown. She felt deceived. "Indeed, my previous salary was 5 million a month, but it has increased to 10 million now. What's the matter?"
Mu Chun smiled at Yang Tao.
"Why didn't you tell me you own such a large company?" Yang Tao's tone was filled with indignation. "Could I have informed you about it when we first met?" "I didn't possess that company back then," Mu Chun replied, looking somewhat helpless. Yang Tao gazed at Mu Chun in confusion. She wasn't genuinely angry. She merely wished to express her astonishment in this manner. The Mu Group was still called the Jiang Group just a month ago. "If you don't believe me, you can search online," Mu Chun said, chuckling softly at the bewilderment on Yang Tao's face. Upon hearing this, Yang Tao immediately pulled out her phone and searched for Mu Group online. Soon, a post appeared before her. "The Jiang Group changes ownership overnight. Who is the new chairman?" Intrigued by the title, Yang Tao clicked on it. After reading the post, she wore a befuddled expression. Although she read it thoroughly, she couldn't quite grasp it. Ultimately, she concluded that the chairman of the Mu Group, who was Mu Chun, was indeed impressive, and his net worth was astonishingly high. Can't understand it? If you can't, then don't bother. Just know this. I have never deceived you, Mu Chun said, smiling at Yang Tao's perplexed expression. Yang Tao shot him a resigned glance, letting out a soft huff without saying more. "Darling, are you really comfortable leaving such a large company in Andy's hands?" After a moment of silence, Yang Tao finally asked Mu Chun, "Taozi, have you ever heard the saying, If you suspect someone, do not employ them. If you employ them, do not suspect them? Since I appointed Andy as president, I trust her completely. Besides, you've interacted with Andy very little. Don't you know what kind of person she is? Mu Chen said gently. You're right. Perhaps I was overthinking it. Yang Tao replied with a bitter smile. However, despite coming to terms with it, she still felt uneasy about entrusting such substantial assets to someone with whom she had no personal connection. Yet, seeing that Mu Chen had said nothing further, she felt it was inappropriate to voice her concerns. Upon returning home, Mu Chen was watching television when his phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, he was taken aback to see that it was Andy, whom he had parted ways with not long ago. Hello, Andy, what is the matter? Mu Chen asked with curiosity once he answered the call. Mu Chen, you need to hurry to the school. Li teacher just called me and said Xiao Ming got hurt at school. Please check on him. Andy's voice was tinged with urgency. Xiao Ming got hurt? Don't worry, Andy. He's at school, so the injury can't be too serious. I'll go check it out. Just drive carefully. Mu Chen reassured her as he stood up. After hanging up, Mu Chen entered the room and told Yang Tao, who was lounging on the bed with her phone, Taozi, Xiao Ming had an incident at school. I'm gonna check on him. Please wait for me at home. Xiao Ming got hurt? Is it serious? Should I go with you? Yang Tao immediately sat up, concerned. No need. Andy is already on her way. I'm just going to take a look. Mu Chen gently ruffled Yang Tao's hair. Okay, be quick. Yang Tao nodded lightly. After leaving home, Mu Chen drove to Chunfeng Middle School, registered upon arrival, and then entered the school grounds. He pulled out his phone, locating the previously saved number for Li Meng, and dialed. After confirming that she was in the infirmary with Xiao Ming, he hung up and asked a student playing basketball for directions to the infirmary before hurrying there. Li teacher, what exactly happened? How did Xiao Ming get hurt? Upon entering the infirmary, Mu Chen saw Li Meng standing at the door and hurried over to inquire. Sir, you finally made it. Here's the situation. During gym class, Xiao Ming was playing with a few classmates on the basketball court. While some were playing basketball, for some reason, the ball suddenly flew towards Wang Yidi, and Xiao Ming accidentally pushed him aside. Wang Yidi managed to dodge, but the ball hit Xiao Ming in the face, causing his nose to bleed. Li Meng explained to Mu Chen. After bringing him to the infirmary, the doctor checked him, and his nose is fine. The bleeding has stopped. However, Xiao Ming is quite agitated and doesn't want anyone near him. Li Meng's tone was filled with helplessness. Chapter 69. Yang Tao's Pregnancy. Upon hearing from Li Meng that Xiao Ming was unharmed, Mu Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Entering the infirmary with Li Meng, he found Xiao Ming huddled on the hospital bed, trembling, while the doctor gently soothed him. However, the moment the doctor approached, Xiao Ming became noticeably agitated. Xiao Ming, are you all right? Mu Chen inquired, moving closer to him. Brother Mu Chen, there's so much blood. Upon seeing Mu Chen, Xiao Ming seemed to find hope, tightly grasping Mu Chen's arm. Everything is fine. It's okay. Mu Chen softly reassured him, and gradually, Xiao Ming began to calm down. Just then, Antai rushed in from outside, her expression filled with concern as she approached Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming, are you all right? Antai, Xiao Ming is fine. Please don't worry. Mu Chen quickly interjected, noticing Antai's anxious demeanor. Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, Antai finally managed to steady herself. She glanced at Xiao Ming, relieved to see that he bore no evident injuries. Li Meng reiterated the situation to Antai. Ms. Li, you mentioned earlier that Xiao Ming fainted upon seeing his blood. Is this a case of blood phobia? Indeed. The student has a severe case of blood phobia. The impact from the basketball was not significant. It merely caused a nosebleed, but he fainted at the sight of blood. The doctor in the infirmary nodded in agreement. Hearing the doctor's assessment, Mu Chen cast a helpless glance at Xiao Ming. He had not anticipated Xiao Ming's sensitivity to blood. I have examined him, and his health appears to be fine. However, if the parents are concerned, they may take him to a larger hospital for a more thorough examination. The doctor continued. While he had conducted a checkup, he acknowledged that the school's infirmary lacked the comprehensive facilities of a major hospital. Yes, Mr. Mu, I see that Xiao Ming is not in a condition to continue classes today. Perhaps you could take him for a checkup? It would put everyone's minds at ease. Li Meng suggested to Mu Chun and Antai. After contemplating for a moment, Mu Chun nodded in agreement. After leaving the school with Antai and Xiao Ming, they visited a hospital. Upon receiving confirmation that everything was fine, Antai finally sighed in relief. After such a lengthy ordeal, Xiao Ming's emotions had stabilized. Xiao Ming, I heard from your teacher that you played the hero today at school? Mu Chun asked with a smile as he drove. Not at all. She's a girl. The teacher said to protect the girls. Xiao Ming mumbled while nibbling on KFC. Haha. Our Xiao Ming can be gallant too. Well done. Mu Chun chuckled softly. But next time, do not act recklessly. While protecting others, you must also look after yourself, understood? Yes, Brother Mu Chun. I understand. Xiao Ming nodded obediently. This afternoon, Xiao Ming did not have to attend school. So where would you like to go play, little one? Your brother and sister will accompany you. Mu Chun glanced at Antai in the passenger seat. Brother Mu Chun, can I go to the amusement park? I heard from my classmates that it's a lot of fun, but I've never been. Xiao Ming pondered before softly asking. Absolutely, let's go. Mu Chun readily agreed. Interestingly, neither Xiao Ming nor Mu Chun had visited an amusement park before. Mu Chun had never had the opportunity, and even when he could, he had not thought to go. As for Antai, her personality made it even less likely. She wouldn't even consider visiting such places. After spending the day at the amusement park, as dusk settled, Mu Chun led both of them back to the Shuxiang Yuan. Xiao Ming's here. I heard you were injured, are you all right? Yang Tao, who had been preparing dinner at home, greeted them with a smile. Thank you for your concern, Sister Tao. I'm fine now, Xiao Ming replied softly, looking at Yang Tao. It must be said that during his time at school, Xiao Ming had indeed learned a great deal about politeness. That's wonderful. Yang Tao smiled and returned to the kitchen, continuing to prepare the meal, while Antai followed her in to help. She felt a bit guilty for imposing so often lately. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming obediently sat beside Mu Chun, watching television. After dinner, Antai bid farewell to Yang Tao and Mu Chun, taking Xiao Ming home. Mu Chun, on the other hand, held Yang Tao's hand as they strolled through the neighborhood. Honey, I have something to tell you, Yang Tao suddenly said with a soft smile, glancing at Mu Chun. What is it? Mu Chun asked curiously, smiling back at her. I think I might be pregnant. Yang Tao hesitated for a moment before continuing. Mu Chen's foot, which had been poised to take another step, froze in midair upon hearing her words. He turned to Yang Tao wide-eyed. Are you serious? Of course. My period hasn't arrived this month. This afternoon I bought a test, and it showed that I'm pregnant, Yang Tao said, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she looked at Mu Chun. Previously, with Antai and Xiao Ming at home, she had found it difficult to share this news, which is why she had waited until now. Ah, my wife, I adore you, Mu Chun exclaimed, suddenly lifting Yang Tao into his arms, his face illuminated with excitement. Put me down. I'm scared. Yang Tao tightly clung to Mu Chen's neck, a hint of fear in her voice. Hastily, Mu Chun set her down. I apologize. I was just too exhilarated. Look at you acting foolishly. We haven't even gone to the hospital for a checkup yet. What if I'm not actually pregnant? Yang Tao playfully rolled her eyes at Mu Chun, though a smile crept onto her face. Hee, we'll go to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow. Tao, this news has truly thrilled me. Mu Chun beamed at Yang Tao, grinning widely. Yang Tao nodded gently, not saying more. Upon discovering her pregnancy, she felt a surge of joy akin to Mu Chen's. After a day of anticipation, her emotions settled. Gently caressing her belly, a look of happiness blossomed on Yang Tao's face. Chapter 70. Yang Tao's thoughts indeed. Yang Tao did not allow Mu Chun to wait. The following morning, after accompanying Yang Tao to the hospital for a checkup, the doctor clearly confirmed that she was indeed pregnant. This revelation filled both Yang Tao and Mu Chun with uncontrollable excitement. Upon hearing the news, Xue Sume, accompanied by Su Qing, hurriedly rushed to Mu Chen's home. Where is the peach? Where is my grandson? Xue Sume inquired as soon as she entered the house. Looking at Mu Chen. Mom, the peach is resting in the room, Mu Chun replied with a smile. As Xue Sume rushed into the room, Su Qing finally turned her attention to Mu Chun. Congratulations, Mu Chun. You're soon to be a father. Su Qing genuinely expressed her happiness for Mu Chun and Yang Tao, marveling at their fortune to have a child so soon after their marriage. She reflected on her own situation with Duan Shifeng, pondering how their journey might have been different had they been blessed with children. Thank you, sister. But while we are overjoyed now, I fear the days ahead will be challenging for Mom. After taking care of you, she will also have to look after the peach. Mu Chun remarked with a chuckle, though he was mostly jesting. After all, Su Qing was currently without support, and once she had a child, her only caretaker would be Xue Sume. Yang Tao, on the other hand, not only had Mu Chun to care for her, but could also call upon her sisters for assistance if needed. In the midst of their conversation, Mu Chun noticed Xue Sume helping Yang Tao out of the room. Mom, she has just become pregnant. There's no need for this, Mu Chun said helplessly, observing how Xue Sume seemed to treat Yang Tao as if she were a priceless treasure. What do you know? The peach is precious now. She's carrying my grandson, and we must ensure she does not get hurt, Xue Sume retorted with a roll of her eyes. Yang Tao gazed at Mu Chun with a smile, remaining silent. Having just endured a scolding from Xue Sume, she felt a sense of satisfaction seeing Mu Chun in a similar predicament. Mu Chun, since the peach is pregnant now, perhaps she should take a break from her job at the hotel? After settling Yang Tao on the sofa, Xue Sume turned to Mu Chun, unaware that Yang Tao had already been dismissed from her position. Mom, I was let go yesterday, Yang Tao said, a hint of resignation in her voice. Huh? What happened? Xue Sume asked, taken aback. Yang Tao recounted the events of the previous day. Well, being dismissed might be for the best. That job paid so little. We hardly need it, Xue Sume concluded, believing that Yang Tao's primary focus should now be on resting and ensuring a smooth pregnancy. As Xue Sume repeatedly advised Yang Tao on what she should be mindful of, Mu Chun listened attentively, taking mental notes. After all, the child in Yang Tao's womb was his, and he could not help but care deeply. After an afternoon filled with chatter, Xue Sume and Su Qing finally departed from Mu Chen's home. Although Mu Chun intended to drive Xue Sume back, she insisted he stay with Yang Tao, stating that his most important task was to accompany her. In the living room, Yang Tao lay nestled in Mu Chen's arms, gazing up at him as she softly asked, Darling, do you think our child will be a boy or a girl? Does it matter? Regardless of gender, it will be our child, and I will cherish it, Mu Chun replied, leaning down to place a gentle kiss on Yang Tao's cheek. I want to give you a son, Yang Tao pouted, slightly discontent. In her mind, Mu Chun, being an orphan, deserved a son to carry on his family name. She worried that if they had a daughter and something happened to her, there would be no one to tend to the family grave during Qingming festival. Silly, why are you still fixated on whether it's a boy or a girl? As long as it's your child, that's all that matters. Mu Chun reassured her, understanding her sentiments without her needing to voice them. He tenderly caressed Yang Tao's belly, chuckling softly. As days turned into a week, Mu Chun devoted himself to being by Yang Tao's side. After lunch one day, Yang Tao announced, Darling, I have plans to go shopping with Auntie this afternoon. I'm leaving now. Go ahead. Do you want me to accompany you? Mu Chun asked from the sofa. You might tire out too quickly. Just stay home and relax. If anything comes up, I'll call you, Yang Tao said, rolling her eyes playfully. During the week, Mu Chun had accompanied Yang Tao on 2 shopping trips, but each time, he was unable to last more than an hour before feeling exhausted, leaving Yang Tao wanting for more. However, her friendship with Auntie had blossomed, as they frequently enjoyed afternoon tea and outings together. All right, you go ahead, Mu Chun said, nodding as he watched Yang Tao leave the house. Oh, and Auntie asked you to pick up Xiao Ming from school at 5 this afternoon. She'll be having dinner at our place, Yang Tao called from the doorway. Mu Chun nodded in acknowledgement. Once he heard the door close, he pulled out his phone, feeling a bit bored. Just then, a phone call rang through. Seeing it was Qiao Weidong, Mu Chun was surprised. Hello, old Qiao. What a pleasure to receive your call today. I just got back from a business trip. I'm at Fang Yuan's place having a drink. Would you like to join? Qiao Weidong's voice came through the line. Drinking? Sure. Which floor does Fang Yuan live on? Mu Chun inquired, rising from the sofa. Second floor, room 204. Come on down, Qiao Weidong replied. After hanging up, Mu Chun changed his clothes and took his keys, stepping out of his home. He took the elevator to the second floor, knocked on the door of room 204, and soon, the door swung open to reveal a jovial Fong Yuan, beaming at the entrance. Chapter 71. The unfortunate Fong Yuan. Mu Chen has arrived? Please come in. We've been waiting for you, Fong Yuan exclaimed with a warm smile upon seeing Mu Chen. You two seem to be living quite comfortably, don't you think? As Mu Chen entered the room and caught sight of the steaming dishes laid out on the dining table, he chuckled. Well, isn't it true that Fong Yuan is now unemployed? I came to offer my condolences. Chao Weidong glanced at Fong Yuan and chuckled softly. Fong Yuan is unemployed? Mu Chen asked in surprise, looking at Fong Yuan. Indeed, the poor fellow. The entire company underwent layoffs, and in the end, he was the only one left standing. How tragic. Chao Weidong replied with a smirk, reveling in Fong Yuan's misfortune. Come on, Lao Chao, let's not dwell on it, shall we? I had managed to put it behind me, but now you've brought it all back, Fong Yuan said, holding a bottle of liquor as he sat across from Chao Weidong, pouring drinks for the two of them while forcing a wry smile. It's just a job after all. What's there to be upset about? If it comes to worst, you could always come work at my company. We are in need of a legal advisor. Chao Weidong waved his hand dismissively. That won't do. You know me well enough. I would never work at your company. Fong Yuan immediately shook his head. Working for a friend's company often leads to falling out. After all these years, Chao Weidong is my only old friend, and I certainly do not wish to jeopardize that. Enough with the melodrama. By the way, with the holiday approaching, do you have any plans? Chao Weidong, seeing Fong Yuan's reluctance, shifted the conversation. What plans could I possibly have? I'm just trying to find a job. Hopefully, I can secure one before the holiday so I can enjoy a few days of rest. Fong Yuan replied with resignation. The financial pressure at home was immense. Monthly expenses reached several tens of thousands, and with no job, relying solely on Tong Wenjie's meager salary was utterly unsustainable. And you, Mu Chen? Chao Weidong turned his attention to Mu Chen. I'm not sure yet. My wife is pregnant, so I might stay at home to accompany her, Mu Chen replied softly, shaking his head. Wait, your sister-in-law is pregnant? Such significant news? And you didn't inform us. We could have celebrated with a drink. Chao Weidong exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Previously, when Mu Chen and Yang Tao got married, they had shared the news with Chao Weidong and Fong Yuan. However, since Chao Weidong was away on a business trip, they hadn't had the chance to celebrate together. Aha, aren't we celebrating right now? Mu Chen raised his glass towards them, smiling. Indeed. So, congratulations, Mu Chen. You're soon to be a father. Chao Weidong echoed, raising his glass in unison. After the trio clinked their glasses and shared a drink, Chao Weidong turned to Mu Chen. I plan to take Yingzi out during the holiday. The pressure on her has been immense, and she needs some relaxation. Would you like to bring your sister-in-law along? Lao Chao, do you think Song Qian would agree to you taking Yingzi out? Fong Yuan interjected with a grin. If she finds out, wouldn't she be furious? I've already discussed it with Song Qian, and she agreed. So, I'm not worried at all, Chao Weidong replied, a hint of pride in his tone. He had gone to great lengths to persuade Song Qian, finally winning her over. Have you decided on a destination? Mu Chen inquired, smiling at Chao Weidong. Yingzi mentioned wanting to go to Yun province. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, that's where we'll head, Chao Weidong said after finishing his meal. I'll consult with Taozi when I get back. If she is willing to come, we'll join you, Mu Chen replied with a shrug and a smile. Sounds good. Chao Weidong didn't press further, understanding that such matters required mutual agreement. The three continued to drink and converse, enjoying each other's company. Meanwhile, in a shopping mall, Yang Tao was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Auntie emerging from the fitting room in a white dress. Auntie's beauty was undeniable, and her figure surpassed Yang Tao's by a considerable margin. The allure of her mature charm was captivating. Typically, Auntie donned tailored suits, exuding an air of aloofness. However, during her time back home, she had been approached by admirers more than once. Now, under Yang Tao's encouragement, adorned in a white dress, Auntie resembled a fairy stepping out of a painting, leaving even Yang Tao, a woman herself, momentarily speechless. Due to her pregnancy, Mu Chen had refrained from physical intimacy with Yang Tao for the past week. Yet, At this energetic stage of life, being surrounded by such beauty as Yang Tao, only to be restrained was indeed a struggle. Yang Tao was acutely aware of this and felt a sense of helplessness. It had only been a week, and realizing her pregnancy meant at least a year of restraint. She couldn't help but wonder how Mu Chun would cope during this time. Furthermore, with Mu Chun's wealth, what if someone else caught his attention? This wasn't due to a lack of trust. Having witnessed the affairs of Duan Shifeng and Su Qing, she understood that infidelity often stemmed from fleeting impulses. Thus, Yang Tao harbored her own concerns. How do I look, Taozi? Is it pretty? Auntie, slightly awkward in the dress.
Approached Yang Tao for validation.
Very nice, Auntie. You look absolutely stunning in that dress. Yang Tao nodded enthusiastically, smiling at her friend. Great, then I'll take this one. Auntie beamed at Yang Tao's compliment, glancing at herself in the mirror before confirming her choice. After a seamless transaction, Auntie held her shopping bag as she and Yang Tao exited the store. Auntie, with the holiday approaching, do you have any plans? Yang Tao asked, linking arms with Auntie. Plans? I think I'll take Xiao Ming on a trip. Auntie replied thoughtfully, smiling. And I won't be going anywhere. You know the drill. Pregnant and can't withstand too much excitement. Yang Tao gently caressed her belly, sighing. All right then, Auntie shrugged, choosing not to press further. Meanwhile, Mu Chun accompanied Xiao Weidong and Fang Yuan, drinking until shortly after 4. The three men, with arms slung over each other as shoulders, made their way toward Chunfeng School. They opted to walk instead of driving, arriving at the school gate where parents eagerly awaited their children's release. After exchanging a few words at the gate, the trio spotted Xiao Ming approaching with Fang Yifan and Xiao Yingzi, along with a few classmates. Chapter 72. The Gift of Starfruit. Xiao Ming. Mu Chun waved at Xiao Ming, who immediately turned his gaze in this direction. Upon seeing Mu Chun standing at the door, a look of surprise flashed in Xiao Ming's eyes. Brother Mu Chun. Xiao Ming exclaimed joyfully as he rushed to Mu Chun's side. The girl who had been following Xiao Ming looked at him and smiled. Xiao Ming, is this your brother? Yes. This is my brother Mu Chun. He treats me the best. Xiao Ming nodded with a smile. Mu Chun, observing the girl before him, couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. This girl was none other than Wang Yidi, the one Xiao Ming had pushed away when he was injured last time. Mu Chun had playfully teased Xiao Ming about being a hero that day. Hello, brother Mu Chun. I am Xiao Ming's classmate, Wang Yidi, she said, her backpack slung over her shoulder, looking at Mu Chun. Hello, classmate. Mu Chun replied with a nod and a smile. At that moment, Fang Yifan and Xiao Yingzi also greeted Mu Chun. Yingzi, do you know Xiao Ming's brother? Wang Yidi whispered to Xiao Yingzi as they walked home. Of course. Brother Mu Chun lives right across from me. Xiao Yingzi nodded, looking at Wang Yidi with some curiosity. Why do you suddenly ask about brother Mu Chun? Oh, it's nothing, I was just curious. Wang Yidi said as she glanced at Xiao Ming beside Mu Chun, shaking her head. Upon hearing Wang Yidi's words, Xiao Yingzi paid it no mind. After returning to the Shuxiang Yaoyuan community, Wang Yidi and another classmate, Huang Zhiqiao, parted ways, as they did not live in the same building as Mu Chun and the others. Once home, Xiao Ming obediently sat on the sofa doing his homework. Mu Chun, not wanting to disrupt him with the television, settled on the balcony and lit a cigarette. Rarely, he thought to open the system panel today. Name, Mo Chen. Age, 24, current system level. Level 7 cash reward, $4 per second. Experience required for upgrade, 65, 250, 000 transferable funds, 13, 200, 000. Note, invest, gift, or spend 10,000 to gain 1 point of experience. No tasks. Looking at the system panel, Mu Chun noted that aside from the doubled cash reward per second, the experience required for leveling up had increased from 10,000 to 50,000. Other than that, there were no changes. During this time, Mu Chun realized that the profits made by the Mu Corporation did not affect the system. Although Mu Chun could spend the money, the experience required for system upgrades did not increase. However, he reasoned that with the immense daily cash flow of the corporation, if such amounts contributed to system experience, he could level up every couple of days, which would be akin to cheating. However, despite the inability to provide experience for the system, Mu Chun felt quite content. After all, he currently owned a company valued at over 20 billion. With such wealth, even without the system, Mu Chun believed he could live quite well. Closing the attribute panel, Mu Chun extinguished the nearly burnt-out cigarette and, noticing the time nearing 6 o'clock, he took out his phone and dialed Yang Tao's number. "Taozi, have you returned yet?" he asked with a smile once the call connected. "We're back. We're downstairs." Yang Tao's voice came through the phone. Upon learning that Yang Tao had arrived, Mu Chun hung up and opened the door. Before long, he saw Yang Tao and Auntie walking hand in hand out of the elevator. Wasn't Auntie someone who disliked contact with others? How did she appear so casual with Yang Tao like an ordinary girl? "Honey, look what I bought for you." As soon as they entered the house, Yang Tao excitedly presented a box to Mu Chun. Curiously, Mu Chun accepted it, and upon opening it, he discovered a light blue tie nestled inside. "Taozi ran around to several stores to find this tie for you," Auntie remarked, smiling at Mu Chun. "Wife, thank you. I absolutely love the tie you've chosen for me," Mu Chun said softly, lifting his gaze to Yang Tao. He then gently kissed her cheek, causing her face to flush crimson. After all, Auntie and Xiaoming were present, and Mu Chen's sudden affection made her feel a bit shy. Yet, Auntie remained calm. She had grown up abroad, where such gestures, even in public, were commonplace. "All right, you can chat with Auntie. I'll go change for dinner." As Yang Tao headed into the room to change, Mu Chun smiled at Auntie and invited her to sit. "Mu Chun, there's something I need to discuss with you. Are you free tomorrow?" Auntie asked after sitting down and glancing at Xiaoming's homework. "Tomorrow? I'm free. What's up?" Mu Chun replied, puzzled by her question. "It's like this. I have a neighbor whose father had a stroke, and she wants us to accompany her. However, the journey is a bit far, so I was hoping you could come with me," Auntie explained softly, looking at Yang Tao. "Your neighbor?" Upon hearing Auntie's words, Mu Chun immediately deduced that her neighbor must be Fan Shengmei. "Yes, she's an older sister," Auntie said with a smile. However, in reality, Fan Shengmei was not much older than her. Auntie was 26, Yang Tao was 25, and Fan Shengmei was only 28. Auntie referred to her as older sister simply because she was following the naming convention used by Fan Shengmei's two roommates. "All right, I'll accompany you tomorrow," Mu Chun nodded, responding to Auntie gently. "Thank you so much. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to handle such a long journey alone." Auntie beamed at Mu Chun's words. "By the way, where does your friend's family live?" Mu Chun inquired with curiosity. "Nantong," Auntie said with a wry smile. "Are you joking? That's over 1,000 kilometers away. Can't she take a train or a plane back by herself?" Mu Chun exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. "From Beijing to Nantong, that's quite a distance." Mu Chun hadn't anticipated that, in this world, Auntie and the others had traveled all the way from Donghai to Beijing, while Fan Shengmei's family resided in Nantong. This revelation left Mu Chun feeling both amused and exasperated. Chapter 73. Journey to Nantong. "Mu Chun, I would indeed prefer for them to return by train or plane. However, her father has just undergone surgery, making both options impractical," Auntie said helplessly. "Over 1,000 kilometers. She finds it rather far. Yet what can be done? They are neighbors, and they came seeking help. Auntie cannot simply disregard them, can she?" "Very well. When shall we depart tomorrow?" "I will come to pick you up," Mu Chun gently inquired, looking at Auntie. "At 8 o'clock tomorrow morning." Upon hearing Mu Chun's agreement, Auntie's face brightened with a smile. "Darling, what are you two discussing?" At that moment, Yang Tao, freshly dressed, approached Mu Chun from behind and gently wrapped her arms around his neck. "Auntie asked me to accompany her on a trip tomorrow." Mu Chun shrugged, expressing a hint of resignation. "A trip? How long will it take?" Auntie furrowed her brow and asked. "Approximately 3 days." Before Mu Chun could respond, Auntie interjected. That works perfectly. I plan to stay with my mother for a few days," Yang Tao exclaimed with immediate delight. That evening, after Auntie and Xiaoming had dinner at Mu Chen's home, the two finally returned to their abode. "Darling, what do you think of Auntie?" Later that night, while lying on Mu Chun, Yang Tao suddenly looked at him and softly inquired. "Auntie? She's quite wonderful. Why do you ask?" Mu Chun replied, puzzled as he gazed down at Yang Tao. "Oh, just curious." Yang Tao smiled and shook her head gently. The next morning, Mu Chun awoke early. After dropping Yang Tao off at Shue Sumei's house, he set off towards the neighborhood where Auntie resided. After calling Auntie, Mu Chun soon spotted 4 women descending from the building. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that, apart from Xiao Qiao, the others bore haggard expressions on Fan Xingmei's not-so-beautiful face. "Hello, handsome. We meet again." The playful Chu Yaoyao greeted Mu Chun with a sparkle in her eyes. Mu Chun nodded at Chu Yaoyao before turning to Auntie. "Where are we headed now?" "First, let's go to the second hospital," Auntie replied softly. "Fan's parents are still there, and I've borrowed an RV from Old Tan." Mu Chun nodded, and after the 4 of them boarded the vehicle, he drove towards the second hospital. "By the way, Auntie, what about Xiao Ming? What will he do if you're not home?" Mu Chun suddenly thought of Xiao Ming and frowned. "I have arranged for another neighbor to take care of him. They'll pick him up and drop him off every morning and afternoon," Auntie said from the passenger seat. Mu Chun realized. No wonder he had wondered why Xiao Qiao hadn't come along. She was tasked with looking after Xiao Ming in the capital. However, considering Xiao Qiao's tendency to struggle with her own affairs, Mu Chun couldn't help but worry about Xiao Ming's upcoming 3 days. Upon arriving at the second hospital, the RV arranged by Old Tan was already waiting. Not only did Old Tan secure a vehicle for Auntie, but he also thoughtfully arranged for 2 drivers. After picking up Fan Xingmei's parents from the hospital, the 2 vehicles set off towards Nantung. Since Fan Xingmei needed to care for her parents, she accompanied her mother in the RV. In Mu Chen's vehicle, Auntie sat in the passenger seat, engaging in conversation while Chu Yaoyao and Guan Guan occasionally chimed in from the back seat. With 3 beautiful women by his side, Mu Chun found the journey anything but dull. However, he was somewhat exasperated by Chu Yaoyao's relentless attempts to flirt with him during the ride. Due to favorable road conditions, the 2 vehicles covered nearly 600 kilometers in just one morning. As fatigue began to show on Mu Chen's face, Auntie spoke up. "Mu Chen, there's a service area 10 kilometers ahead. Let us take a break and grab a bite. I'll drive the afternoon leg," Auntie suggested gently. "All right, you take over for a bit. I'll rest." Mu Chen readily agreed. Once Mu Chun consented, Auntie pulled out her phone and called Fan Xingmei, who was in the back. A few minutes later, Mu Chun gradually parked the car at the service area. Stepping out, he stretched his limbs and retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it up. The entire morning, he had refrained from smoking due to the presence of the 3 women in the vehicle, and now he felt the urge weighing heavily on him. "Mr. Mu, would you like a bottle of water?" Guan Guan, having exited the car, presented him with a bottle of mineral water she had prepared earlier. "Thank you." Mu Chun accepted the water, smiling gratefully at Guan Guan. Chu Yaoyao, witnessing this, couldn't help but scoff. Despite her prior attempts to engage Mu Chun in conversation, he had treated her with indifference, responding to her initially but growing silent as she spoke. The proud Chu Yaoyao felt a twinge of displeasure. However, given that Mu Chun was a friend of Auntie's, she refrained from voicing her frustrations, instead stewing in her own irritation. In truth, Mu Chun did not harbor any disdain for her. He simply recognized her as a woman who was adept at manipulation, and he wished to avoid becoming entangled with her. Once Fan Xingmei and her mother exited the vehicle, the group finally entered the service area restaurant. After helping her mother carry food to the RV, Fan Xingmei returned to the restaurant. "Auntie, please hold onto this property deed for now. My mother asked about it on the way here, and I was afraid I would give it back to her if I held on to it." Fan Xingmei approached Auntie, pulling out a property deed from her pocket and handing it over. "All right." Auntie accepted the deed, placing it into her bag before continuing to eat as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Fan Xingmei let out a sigh of relief, carrying her meal out of the restaurant. "Auntie, when are you planning to return the property deed to Sister Fan?" Chu Xiaoxiao, sitting across from Auntie, curiously asked. "I'll return it as soon as I receive it. I lent her the money as a favor between friends. What do I need the deed for?"
On-t-il replié tout que YAO?
"You really aren't worried she might abscond?" Chu Yaoyao rolled her eyes, responding with a hint of annoyance. That property deed took her a great deal of effort to obtain, yet she was surprised to find out Auntie had already returned it, leaving her feeling quite helpless. Chapter 74. The creditor arrives. "Auntie, how much did you lend her?" Mu Chun inquired softly, gazing at Auntie. Not much, just 200,000. Auntie replied casually while munching on her food. Well, that's not a problem. 200,000 to discern a person's true nature is indeed worthwhile. Mu Chun chuckled lightly. This sentiment held truth. Sometimes, spending a small amount to unveil a person's character is far better than being deceived into losing a larger sum later. Hearing Mu Chen's words, the enchanting Chu couldn't help but roll her eyes. It was worth noting that her monthly allowance didn't even amount to 200,000, yet Mu Chun spoke of it so nonchalantly. This piqued her curiosity about his identity. Meanwhile, Guan Guan quietly listened to the conversation, occasionally revealing a glimmer of envy in her eyes. Having just graduated this year, 200,000 seemed like an astronomical figure to her. After dining, they took a brief respite at a service area before resuming their journey, with Auntie now at the wheel. Mu Chun, how well do you know Auntie?
Good.
Seated in the back, asked curiously. Not long. We only met after she returned to the country, Mu Chun replied, glancing back at Chu. Why do you both seem so familiar with each other?
Que murmure softly.
Of course we're familiar. After all, I work under him now, Auntie said with a smile, not turning her head as she drove. Wait, Auntie, isn't your boss Lao Tan? When did it change to Mu Chun? Chu exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. She had previously conducted an investigation into Auntie but had ceased after finding out about Lao Tan, as the disparity in their statuses was too great. How could Auntie have switched bosses in such a short time? I was sold to Chun by Lao Tan last month, and now I'm helping him earn money every day. Yet, he still refuses to raise my salary. Auntie joked, engaging in playful banter with Chu. Auntie, you're being unfair to me. You're now the company president. Raising your salary should be a simple matter. Mu Chun chuckled softly at Auntie. Auntie had initially set her own salary, but the shares she received were a result of Mu Chen's discussions with Lao Tan. Thus, if Auntie desired a raise, she had the power to grant it herself. That's not the same. You're the boss. Your raise carries a sense of achievement, Auntie said, glancing at Mu Chun with a smile, further heightening Chu's curiosity about his identity. As they traveled, the group conversed and laughed, drawing ever closer to Nantung. After 2 hours of driving, Auntie grew weary, prompting Mu Chun to take the wheel once more. In the evening, upon exiting the highway in Nantung, Mu Chun parked the car gently. Auntie, could you ask your friend for her exact address? He stretched and said. Auntie nodded, retrieving her mobile phone to call Sister Fan. After confirming the address, they set the navigation and continued their journey. Sister Fan's parents lived in an old apartment building that had no elevator and only reached 6 stories. After assisting in carrying Sister Fan's father up to the 2nd floor, Mu Chun handed the 2 drivers 2,000 yuan each to send them on their way. Subsequently, Mu Chun and Auntie found a hotel, booked 3 rooms, and dined there before returning to their respective quarters. Exhausted from the day's activities, Mu Chun took a shower and fell into a deep slumber. Early the next morning, as Mu Chun slept soundly, a series of knocks on the door jolted him awake. Frowning, he opened the door to find Auntie standing outside with an anxious expression. Mu Chun, something has happened at Sister Fan's house.
Auntie exclaimed, visibly distressed.
What happened? Mu Chun asked, concern evident in his voice as he stepped back into the room to put on his coat. Let us go see what's going on, he declared, his intuition already sensing the unfolding situation, most likely related to the altercation involving Sister Fan's brother. Arriving at Sister Fan's building, they spotted Chu and Guan Guan anxiously standing beside Mu Chen's car. What's going on? Auntie hurriedly asked the pair. I was just about to visit Sister Fan with little Chu when I saw several intimidating men enter her home. They started arguing, so I quickly called you. Guan Guan explained, her anxiety palpable. Well, let's go upstairs and find out. Mu Chun interjected, leading the way up the stairs, followed closely by Auntie and the others. As they ascended, they heard Sister Fan's voice, trembling as she pleaded, we truly have no money right now. My father is still lying in bed. Your financial struggles are your own concern. My brother is still in the hospital, racking up bills daily. If your family won't pay, then who will? A male voice resounded. Mu Chun knocked on the door, which opened to reveal a stout man who stared at the newcomers in surprise before frowning and asking, Who are you? That's none of your concern. Step aside, Mu Chun replied firmly. Hey, these are my friends. Sister Fan interjected, trying to defuse the situation. Upon hearing Sister Fan's words, the stout man grudgingly moved aside. Once inside, they found Sister Fan's mother, eyes red-rimmed, cradling her grandson in a corner, while a man lounged arrogantly in the living room, flanked by two imposing figures, one of whom was the stout man. Sister Fan, are you all right? Mu Chen asked, his tone serious. I'm fine, Sister Fan replied softly, shaking her head as tears welled in her eyes. That's good to hear. Why are you men pressuring a woman like this? Do you have any decency? Mu Chen turned his attention to the man seated in the chair. So, this medical expenses you're after? How much? 100,000. Here are all the bills. My brother is still hospitalized, and we don't know how much more it will cost. The man pulled out a stack of bills from his pocket, eyeing Mu Chen with a predatory gleam. He had recognized Mu Chen as a lucrative target. 100,000, is it? All right, little Chu. Take my card and withdraw 100,000.
Auntie.
Call the police and report this as fraud, Mu Chen said, snatching the bills from the man's hands without a glance and handing them to Guan Guan, before retrieving a bank card from his pocket and passing it to Chu. Finally, he turned to Auntie, instructing, make sure to tell the police the fraud amount totals 100,000. Chapter 75. A hasty retreat. What do you mean? Initially, upon hearing Mu Chen instructing Chu Yaoyan to retrieve the money, a smug expression graced the man's face. He had not anticipated Mu Chen's promptness. However, when the latter mentioned calling the police, the man's demeanor shifted instantly, his gaze turning to Mu Chen with fury. I have no ulterior motives. You wanted money, right? No problem. I can provide it, but I also reserve the right to notify the authorities to verify the authenticity of these payment receipts,
Mu Chen remarked.
his expression inscrutable as he regarded the man. The man, under Mu Chen's unwavering gaze, was acutely aware that while his brother had indeed suffered an injury, it was not severe and had incurred minimal expenses. The receipts he possessed were merely hastily fabricated by acquaintances at the hospital and would not withstand scrutiny. You have some nerve. This isn't over. As Mu Chen urged Entai to call the police once more, the man stormed out of Sister Fan's house, flanked by his two subordinates. Once the three men departed, a collective sigh of relief swept through the room. Entai, trembling, approached the dining table and downed 2 large glasses of water to regain her composure. Subsequently, she reached into her pocket and produced a fruit knife, tossing it onto the table. She had taken the knife from her hotel room upon learning that trouble was brewing at Sister Fan's residence. The sight of the knife left everyone in the room momentarily stunned. Goodness, Entai, this is a bit excessive, isn't it? You brought a knife? Chu Yaoyan remarked with a wry smile. In truth, she was not much better off herself. Since ascending the stairs, one hand had remained buried in her bag, which contained a canister of pepper spray for self-defense. All right, everyone, let's relax. They've left. Mu Chen spoke softly, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Is this matter truly resolved? While handing Mu Chen her bank card, Chu Yaoyan inquired softly. How could it be? They were merely frightened off temporarily. Resolving this issue entirely is far from simple, Mu Chen replied, pocketing the card without hesitation. Mr. Mu, could you lend me a hand? Sister Fan, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up, her desperation evident. She felt utterly helpless during the earlier commotion instigated by those 3 men. Fortunately, she had a loyal group of friends who had rushed to her side without hesitation. I'm afraid I can't assist you much. After all, I don't know anyone here. Mu Chen shrugged, a hint of helplessness in his voice. If I could help, I would not hesitate to assist Sister Fan, for she is indeed a pitiable individual, raised in a family that favored sons over daughters, where all the good things belonged to her brother, and her parents only called to ask for money. I'll call my friends to see if they know anyone around here, Chu Yaoyan declared, pulling out her phone to make a call. No need, Xiao Chu. If you're looking for acquaintances here, I actually know someone. He even collaborates with our company. At that moment, Antai interjected softly. Mu Chen speculated that Antai was referring to the young executive featured on television. Upon hearing Antai's words, Chu Yaoyan immediately leaned closer, seeking further information. Antai explained briefly before retrieving her phone and dialing a number. The call was quickly connected, and after a brief conversation, they arranged to meet for lunch. Mu-chun, would you and Sister Fan join me for lunch with this young executive? Antai turned to Mu-chun with a smile. Certainly. Mu-chun, intrigued by the young executive, nodded in agreement. No way, Antai, I want to go too. Chu Yaoyan protested loudly upon realizing she was not included. No. You and Guan should stay here with Sister Fan's parents, to prevent those men from returning. Antai gently shook her head in refusal. Faced with Antai's decision, Chu Yaoyan reluctantly acquiesced. Just then, the phone in the house rang unexpectedly. Sister Fan hurried to answer it. Do you have the audacity to call back? Do you know that the debt collectors just left? Within seconds of answering, Sister Fan erupted into anger. Meanwhile, Sister Fan's mother, who had been silently holding her grandchild, instantly recognized the voice on the other end as her son's. She rushed over to grab the phone. Mu-chun and Antai exchanged glances, then made their way towards the door, followed by Chu Yaoyan and Guan. Standing downstairs, they listened to the escalating argument between Sister Fan and her mother, rendered speechless. Lighting a cigarette, Mu-chun pondered the notion that living in such a family might be worse than residing in an orphanage. After finishing the cigarette, Sister Fan emerged from the staircase, her eyes red from tears. Let us go. Xiao Chu. I'll take you and Guan back to the hotel, Antai said softly. They all piled into the car, and Mu-chun drove them towards the hotel. After dropping off Xiao Chu and Guan, Mu-chun then headed towards the location agreed upon with Antai and Bao Yifan. Antai, you're quite inconsiderate. You come to Nantung and don't even inform me. Upon meeting Bao Yifan, he greeted Antai with a warm handshake, smiling broadly. Bao, allow me to introduce you. Antai presented Mu-chun and the others to Bao Yifan. Mr. Mu, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard your name before, but I never imagined you were so young.
Bao Yifan remarked,
extending his hand to Mu-chun. Although the public may not fully grasp the details surrounding Mu-chun's acquisition of the Jiang Group, those in high society were well aware of his reputation. Bao Yifan, having never met Mu-chun before, was nonetheless familiar with his name. It's a pleasure to meet you as well, Bao. Mu-chun replied with a smile as they shook hands. Let us go. It's getting late. I've reserved a table at a restaurant, and we can discuss matters while dining, Bao Yifan suggested to the group. Soon, the two cars arrived at the finest hotel in Nantung. At the dining table, Antai outlined the purpose of their visit to Bao Yifan. Previously, during their phone conversation, she had only briefly mentioned the situation. Rest assured, this individual is my friend and a well-known lawyer in Nantung. He holds considerable influence here. I will ensure this matter is handled properly, Bao Yifan assured, gesturing to his companion who had been by his side. Chapter 76. I am not finished with you yet. That afternoon, the three men who had caused a commotion at Sister Fan's house were summoned to face Mu-chun and his companions by a phone call from Bao Yifan's friend. Upon seeing Mu-chun and the others, the men's expressions darkened. They had not anticipated that these individuals wielded such influence, even managing to summon the esteemed lawyer Jiang. Xiao Zhang, the reason we called you here today is to mediate, Lawyer Jiang spoke softly, observing the man. Look at the elderly and children of this family. They have already been pushed to this extent. Shall we let it go? Lawyer Jiang. But my younger brother is still lying in the hospital, the man retorted, unable to suppress his resentment as he addressed Mu-chun. That is a simple matter. The innocent should not suffer for the sins of their parents, nor should their wives and children bear the brunt. It was Xiao Fan's brother who injured your sibling. If you seek vengeance, go after him. Moreover, Xiao Fan's father has suffered a stroke and is now incapacitated due to your actions. Pressing further would be excessive. Lawyer Jiang continued gently. Hearing this, the man's reluctance remained, but he could only nod in agreement. After watching him and his two subordinates leave, Mu-chun turned to Bao Yifan and Lawyer Jiang with a smile, expressing his gratitude. Mr. Mu, you flatter us. This is but a trivial matter, Bao Yifan replied with a light smile. Meanwhile, Sister Fan felt a wave of relief wash over her upon learning that the situation had finally been resolved. She had been utterly exhausted these past few days. By the time Mu-chun and the others returned to Sister Fan's home, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. After escorting her back, Mu-chun and Auntie drove towards the hotel. Mu-chun, Bao Yifan has invited us to visit his factory tomorrow. Are you going? Auntie inquired softly from the passenger seat. I shall pass. You have been managing the company affairs. My presence would be of little use. Mu Qin gently shook his head with a smile. Very well. I shall visit his factory tomorrow then. After all, he is our business partner. Auntie nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the hotel, when Chu Yaoying and Guan Guan learned that Sister Fan's predicament had been resolved, they too felt a sense of joy for her. Although Chu Yaoying often teased Sister Fan, her words belied her kind-hearted nature. After all, she would not have traveled over 1,000 kilometers just to accompany Sister Fan back. Auntie, thank you so much. Without you, who knows what would have happened to Sister Fan? Guan Guan remarked, her tone filled with gratitude as she shared a close bond with Sister Fan, having lived together in room 2202. Now that Sister Fan's troubles were resolved, she genuinely felt happy for her. All right, let us not dwell on this any longer. It is getting late. Let us grab a bite to eat. We can take some food over to Sister Fan's family later. We need a good rest tonight. We return to the capital tomorrow, Mu Chun said, addressing everyone. After dinner, feeling unfamiliar with the area, Mu Chun and the others chose to stay in the hotel and play cards. The next morning, Auntie set out alone to visit Bao Yifan's factory, while Mu Chun remained in his room, chatting on the phone with Yang Tao. He informed her that he would return to the capital that afternoon, and she was quite excited about it. Just as he hung up, there was a sudden knock at the door. Curiously, Mu Chun opened it to find Chu Yaoying leaning against the doorframe, grinning at him.
Xiaoke?
What brings you here? Mu Chun softly asked. What? Can't I come to see you for no reason? Chu Yaoying squeezed into the room, looking at Mu Chun inquisitively. Of course you can, but with just the two of us it seems unnecessary. Mu Chun gently shook his head. Oh, I never imagined you were such a principled man, Chu Yaoying teased, suddenly leaning closer to Mu Chun and lightly brushing his cheek with her hand while smiling mischievously. Chu Yaoying had heard from Auntie that Mu Chun was married. However, she believed that in this world, no cat refrains from straying. She considered herself quite attractive, albeit slightly less so than Auntie, but she felt that her looks were on par. Therefore, Mu Chun's aloofness during their journey irked her. Taking advantage of Auntie's absence, she aimed to tease Mu Chun and see if he truly was a faithful cat. Taken aback by Chu Yaoying's sudden flirtation, Mu Chun was momentarily stunned. However, upon noticing the playful smile on her lips, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Was he being teased? I am already married, Mu Chun finally stated softly, looking at Chu Yaoying. I know. Chu Yaoying nodded, leaning against the wall as she gazed at Mu Chun. I don't care. Seeing her nonchalance, Mu Chun leaned closer, propping himself against the wall as he pressed forward towards her. What are you doing? Chu Yaoying gasped, her wide eyes fixed on Mu Chun. You said you didn't care, so why are you nervous? Mu Chun smirked, observing her tense demeanor and flushed face. I am. Chu Yaoying stammered, but before she could finish, Mu Chun interrupted her once more. Then why are you so anxious? He inquired, inching closer to her. Ah, Chu Yaoying exclaimed, her face turning crimson as she suddenly bolted past Mu Chun and out of the room. Watching her flee, Mu Chun couldn't help but smile. He had no intention of taking advantage of Chu Yaoying. It was merely a playful return of teasing. Chu Yaoying hurried back to her room, her cheeks still flushed. She felt her heart racing at least double its normal speed. Xiao Chu, what happened to you? Guan Guan, who was in the room, noticed Chu Yaoying's flushed face and curiously asked. I'm fine, Chu Yaoying responded, her tone subdued. However, in her heart, she was silently fuming. Mu Chun, you think you can embarrass me? I am not done with you yet. Realizing that Mu Chun had merely sought to scare her, a wave of shyness washed over her as she recalled the earlier encounter. Chapter 77. Back to the capital. The morning swiftly passed, and by afternoon, Auntie found herself being driven back to the hotel by Bao Yifan. The curious Chu Yaoying finally had the pleasure of witnessing Bao Yifan's true visage. It must be said, Bao Yifan was indeed quite handsome, exuding the charm of a mature man. Mr. Mu, I hear from Auntie that you are heading back to the capital today, so I shall not keep you any longer. Safe travels. Bao Yifan said to Mu Chun with a gentle smile before driving off.
Auntie.
I never expected our little CEO to be quite dashing. The way he looks at you seems to suggest he harbors some interest. What do you think? Chu Yaoying leaned closer to Auntie, grinning mischievously. What thoughts could I possibly have? He merely wishes to discuss collaboration with our company. Auntie replied quietly, glancing at Mu Chun. I'm not so sure about that, Chu Yaoying teased softly. Alright, enough chatter. Let us go pick up Sister Fan. We need to prepare to return to the capital, Mu Chun interjected, prompting everyone to nod in agreement as they returned to their rooms to pack. After checking out, the four of them drove to Sister Fan's residence. She was already waiting downstairs, her eyes slightly red, clearly having just cried. From the second-floor window, Fan's mother stood with reddened eyes, watching her daughter. Sister Fan, let us go, Auntie said softly as she got out of the car. Okay, Sister Fan replied, wiping her tears before she got into the car. Even though 3 people occupied the back seat, their slender frames prevented it from feeling cramped. Sister Fan seemed somewhat downcast during the ride, while Chu Yaoying and Guan Guan occasionally engaged in playful banter in the back.
Auntie.
How did you find the factory of our little CEO today? Mu Chun asked while driving. Quite impressive. His factory even has its own research laboratory. I believe our company could collaborate with him more in the future. Auntie responded, turning to Mu Chun with a soft voice. Very well. Handle these matters as you see fit, Mu Chun nodded, smiling at Auntie. Auntie smiled back, remaining silent. During the initial part of the journey, Chu Yaoying and Guan Guan continued their playful antics, but eventually, they grew tired and dozed off. After traveling a significant distance, Mu Chun stopped at a service area to wake everyone for a meal. It was already past 7 in the evening. After eating and resting for a bit, they continued their journey, this time with Auntie at the wheel. However, they did not return to the capital until after 1 in the morning. After dropping off Auntie and the others, Mu Chun, looking fatigued, drove back to Shuxianjia. As he parked the car and prepared to exit, he noticed a red Ferrari parked beside him. The door opened, and Jiang Lai stepped out. She walked directly to Mu Chun's car and knocked on the window. Is there something you need? Mu Chun lowered the window and inquired softly. However, he soon frowned, as a strong scent of alcohol wafted from Jiang Lai. Have you had so much to drink that you still intend to drive? Are you trying to throw your life away? Mu Chun said, his brow furrowing. What does it matter to you whether I want to live or die? No one cares if I live or die. Perhaps some would even wish for my demise. Jiang Lai replied with a self-deprecating smile. You're being ridiculous. Mu Chun rolled his eyes, raising the window and stepping out to head home. You're not allowed to leave. Jiang Lai suddenly grabbed his shirt and exclaimed loudly. What do you want? Mu Chun turned to face her, his tone cold. Do you truly dislike me so much? Can't we have a proper conversation? Jiang Lai asked, her eyes red as she looked at him, feeling wronged. She had never done anything to provoke him. Want me to talk nicely to you? Fine. If you promise to stay away from alcohol, I'll have a proper conversation with you. Mu Chun replied, his expression unyielding. His indifference towards Jiang Lai stemmed from her current state. He had no desire to engage with someone who had clearly overindulged. Jiang Lai fell silent, her eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions as she regarded Mu Chun without speaking. Though she had consumed a fair amount of alcohol, she was not truly drunk. Her tolerance was quite high, as evidenced by her safely driving back from the nightclub. Jiang Lai was indeed a quintessential affluent young lady. Her first visit to a nightclub was at the tender age of 16. Over the years, she had encountered all sorts of people, yet none had ever told her to refrain from drinking. Even her previous boyfriends had encouraged her to drink more, often resulting in those attempting to get her drunk being the ones who ended up intoxicated. Mu Chun was the first to suggest she abstain from alcohol, leaving her feelings quite conflicted. Can you manage that? If not, please let go of me. I'm exhausted and need to rest, Mu Chun stated coldly. Does that mean if I stop drinking we can talk properly? Jiang Lai raised her head to look at him. Yes, Mu Chun nodded. While he himself drank occasionally, he had little fondness for it, especially when it came to women drinking excessively. A glass of red wine now and then was acceptable, but Jiang Lai's drinking was purely to escape. All right, I promise I won't drink anymore, Jiang Lai said softly, Can you go home and rest properly now? Your breath reeks of alcohol, Mu Chun replied, somewhat surprised yet still serious. Jiang Lai wrinkled her nose in response, then gently nodded and released her grip on his shirt. Well then, if you need anything, talk to me tomorrow. I'm really tired and need to go rest, Mu Chun said, turning to walk back into the building. Jiang Lai watched his retreating figure in silence until he disappeared into the corridor, before slowly entering the building herself. Chapter 78. Avoiding suspicion upon returning home, Yang Tao was not present, presumably staying at Xue Sumei's place. After Mu Chun took a refreshing shower, he succumbed to a deep slumber upon lying on the bed. The following morning, he was stirred by an itch in his nose, slowly opening his eyes to behold Yang Tao's radiant face adorned with a smile. Darling, when did you return? Mu Chun inquired softly as he embraced Yang Tao. Hubby, you're awake? I just got back a little while ago, Yang Tao replied, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on Mu Chun's cheek before continuing. I informed you yesterday as we were nearing the capital, but I was already at Xue Sumei's, preparing to rest, so I didn't rush back. However, after waking up today, I hurried home. Having missed Mu Chun over the past 3 days, Yang Tao felt a genuine longing for him. By the way, I made you breakfast. You should get up and eat, she urged him once more. All right, Mu Chun acquiesced, turning over to rise. After freshening up, he exited his room to find breakfast laid out on the dining table. You haven't eaten yet, have you? He asked gently, observing Yang Tao serving him porridge. I already had breakfast at my mother's, she replied with a light shake of her head and a smile. Very well, Mu Chun nodded, accepting the porridge from Yang Tao and beginning to eat. After finishing their breakfast, he took her hand and they descended the stairs together. It was still before 8 o'clock, and as they strolled through the neighborhood, they occasionally glimpsed hurried individuals on their way to work. Darling, do you have any plans for the upcoming holiday? Mu Chun asked softly while holding Yang Tao's hand. I'm not sure. Where do you want to go? Yang Tao responded with a gentle shake of her head. Recently, Lao Chao mentioned he was planning to take Yingzi to Yun province and asked if I wanted to join. I thought I'd check with you. If you're interested, we could go together. It would be nice to have company there, wouldn't it? Mu Chun suggested with a smile. If you want to go, we can, Yang Tao replied. By the way, we could invite Auntie and Xiaoming too. Aren't they classmates? Yang Tao looked at Mu Chun, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Having had a few days off work, she was indeed yearning for an outing. Auntie? Sure. I'll call her later to see if she is willing to join. Mu Chun agreed without further thought. Great. I have plans to meet Auntie for afternoon tea, Yang Tao said cheerfully. Since when did you become so close with Auntie? Has Zhao Yang been cast aside? Mu Chun teased, smiling at Yang Tao. Why? Do you wish for me to be closer with Zhao Yang? She replied with a playful lightness. Regardless, I'm married to you now. Although Zhao Yang is my best friend, I know you trust me. However, I must avoid any unnecessary suspicions. Otherwise, those who are unaware might have their own interpretations. Yang Tao pouted her adorable nose, expressing mild displeasure. Though Yang Tao often appeared somewhat silly around Mu Chun, she was far from foolish. She simply chose not to engage in many discussions or disputes. Aware of her new identity as a wife, soon to be a mother, she felt a strong sense of propriety. Since being with Mu Chun, she had indeed distanced herself from Zhao Yang. Darling, I suddenly feel you are so perfect, Mu Chun remarked, touched by her desire to avoid even her childhood male friend. Silly, I senti this what I should do? Yang Tao replied, gently caressing her abdomen while smiling. Although her belly had yet to show, Mu Chun noticed she had taken to fondling it recently. This shall be your reward. Mu Chun grinned, leaning in to kiss Yang Tao, eliciting a playful eye roll from her. Just as they were about to head back, they spotted Xiao Weidong lurking discreetly nearby. At that moment, a woman in her 40s emerged from the corridor. Mu Chun recognized her instantly as Xiao Weidong's ex-wife, Song Qian. Previously a teacher at Chunfeng School, Song Qian had resigned post-divorce to focus on raising Xiaoying. Now, she worked at a tutoring institution, assisting students with their studies. Upon seeing Song Qian exit the hallway, the concealed Xiao Weidong stealthily slipped inside. As Mu Chun and Yang Tao passed by Song Qian, they exchanged greetings before entering the corridor, where they found Xiao Weidong waiting for the elevator. Ah, Mu Chun's sister-in-law, out for a stroll? He greeted them with a cheerful smile. I must ask, Lao Chao, what were you hiding for just now? Were you afraid your ex-wife would spot you? Mu Chun teased. Caught off guard, Xiao Weidong felt a tinge of embarrassment, not expecting Mu Chun to have seen him. What could I do? I've been trying to see Yingzi, but Song Qian won't allow it. Yesterday, my daughter called to complain about her mother's dreadful breakfast. So I brought her some this morning, he explained, waving the breakfast he had brought with him. Are you not concerned that Song Qian might find out and scold you? Yang Tao chimed in, amused by the situation. During these days, Mu Chun and Yang Tao had grown somewhat acquainted with Song Qian. While they couldn't claim a deep relationship, they could at least converse comfortably, given their proximity as neighbors. Otherwise, sister-in-law, do you think I would hide? Xiao Weidong lamented, his expression one of helplessness. I mean, how long have you been divorced from Song Qian? Why are you still so afraid of her?
Yang Tao lauget likely.
Mu Chun, however, knew the answer. Despite their divorce, Xiao Weidong had never truly moved on from Song Qian. Otherwise, he wouldn't have refused to marry Xiaomeng while desperately trying to rekindle his relationship with Song Qian. I don't know. I just feel a bit intimidated when I see her. I suppose I've grown accustomed to her managing things. Xiao Weidong sighed, exuding a sense of helplessness. As they spoke, the elevator doors slowly opened. You're just being foolish, Mu Chun remarked, chuckling as the three entered the elevator. Chapter 79. Zhang Lai's visit while chatting with Xiao Weidong. The elevator soon arrived at the 6th floor. After exiting, Mu Chun and Yang Tao headed straight home. Mu Chun settled onto the sofa and turned on the television, while Yang Tao retrieved some fruit from the refrigerator, washed it, and placed it on the coffee table. She nestled into Mu Chun's embrace, peeling the fruit as they both watched television, occasionally engaging in playful banter that filled the room with her melodious laughter. Just as they were immersed in their playful exchanges, a sudden knock sounded at the door. Yang Tao stood up to open it, revealing Xiao Weidong standing on the threshold. Hey, Mu Chun, do you mind if I crash for lunch? Xiao Weidong asked with a grin as he entered the room. Not at all. But aren't you worried about Song Qian coming back and finding you here? Mu Chun inquired while seated on the sofa. Let her find out. I haven't even been to her place, what can she do? Xiao Weidong shrugged dismissively. Haha, you truly are a stubborn one, all bark and no bite. Mu Chun chuckled, looking at him. Enough about that. Mu Chun, has your younger brother mentioned the trip? We need to set off the day after tomorrow, are you coming? Xiao Weidong asked softly. He has mentioned it, and we plan to join you. Auntie 740 and Xiao Ming might also go. However, I haven't checked with Taozi yet. I'll let you know once I do, Mu Chun replied with a nod and a smile. That sounds splendid. It's perfect for Yingzi to have a companion, Xiao Weidong exclaimed happily. After enjoying lunch at Mu Chun's home, Xiao Weidong departed. Neither of them were fond of drinking, so they simply shared a modest meal without alcohol. Following their meal, Mu Chun assisted Yang Tao in clearing the dishes before she changed into another outfit and stepped out. Mu Chun then resumed his leisure, engrossed in his phone and the television. Not long after Yang Tao left, another knock echoed at the door. Mu Chun opened it to find Zhang Lai standing outside. Today, Zhang Lai appeared markedly different from the previous day. Typically adorned with exquisite makeup, she now stood before him with a bare face, showing signs of weariness. Yet, her features remained strikingly delicate, rivaling those of Yang Tao and Auntie. Zhang Lai, what brings you here? Mu Chun inquired softly. Why, can't I come by for a chat if there is nothing else? After all, we are neighbors, aren't we? Zhang Lai replied with a gentle smile, dressed in a white dress. Please, come in and have a seat, Mu Chun said after a moment of appraisal. Upon hearing his invitation, a smile spread across Zhang Lai's face. It was worth noting that in previous encounters, Mu Chun had not invited her inside. You look rather worn out. Has life been treating you unkindly lately? Mu Chun asked as he retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator and settled beside her. Ha! How much better could it get? Zhang Lai replied with a self-deprecating laugh. Come now, you are now a billionaire heiress. What could possibly trouble you? Mu Chun asked with a smile. Zhang Lai had sold 55% of the Zhang Group, a transaction amounting to nearly 10 billion. Although the purchase price during the acquisition by Mu Chun and Old Tan was likely lower, it still reached several billion. Such wealth would suffice to sustain her for several lifetimes. The money from the shares I sold, aside from my 10%, I gave entirely to my parents. Zhang Lai said after a long moment of silence. That's quite commendable. That 10% is certainly enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life, and ultimately it remains your own. Mu Chun responded, smiling at her. Setting aside the financial aspect, Zhang Lai herself was remarkable, having graduated from an Ivy League institution abroad. Should she choose to work, she would undoubtedly excel. I've severed ties with my parents, Zhang Lai said, biting her lips slowly. Why is that? Mu Chun asked, surprised by her revelation. It was their decision. They believe everything that has happened is my fault. If I hadn't sold my shares, the Zhang Group wouldn't have changed hands, and Zhang Haoquan wouldn't have died, and my father wouldn't be bedridden. Zhang Lai's face twisted into a self-mocking smile. In their eyes, it's all my fault. So you drown your sorrows in drink, using alcohol to numb your pain?
Mu Chun queried gently.
Zhang Lai bit her lip, remaining silent. Yet deep down, she knew Mu Chun was right. She sought to escape reality, hence her daily indulgence in alcohol, to forget the sorrowful events in her life. Mu Chun looked at this courageous girl, unafraid to love or hate, and sighed softly. Mu Chun, do you think I truly did something wrong? Zhang Lai leaned back on the sofa, gazing blankly at the ceiling, speaking almost to herself. Since the turmoil within the Zhang family began, the friends who once flattered and sought her favor had vanished from her life. When they did appear, conversations were awkward and brief, leaving her alone in this vast city, with no one to confide in. This sense of isolation was precisely why she had chosen to live next to Mu Chun. She felt he was different from the rest. There's no absolute right or wrong in this situation. From your perspective, your actions are entirely justifiable. However, to your parents, they will never comprehend your stance. After all, you are the daughter of the Zhang family. Everything you have, from your clothes to your lifestyle, has been afforded by them. Ultimately, the downfall of the Zhang family rests upon your shoulders, Mu Chun said softly. Indeed, the Zhang family has crumbled because of me, Zhang Lai replied, suddenly laughing. Yet as her laughter continued, tears began to flow down her cheeks. Honestly, I know Zhang Hao wished to marry me off to the Song family, but he was still holding out hope for me. If not, he wouldn't have let me sell my shares without protest. Zhang Lai said, taking several gulps from the bottle of water on the table before continuing slowly. I only wanted to destroy the company, not realizing how deeply Zhang Haoquan cherished it. In the end, he wouldn't even consider selling his shares. Had he done so, although he would have lost the company, the funds would have been sufficient for him to start anew. He wouldn't have faced such a tragic end. Chapter 80. Do you hate me? Do you regret it? Mu Chun gazed at Zhang Lai, whose eyes were reddened, and softly inquired, Do you hate me? Do you regret it? Upon hearing Mu Chun's words, Zhang Lai fell into a contemplative silence. Regret? Indeed, she felt remorse. When she sold her shares in the company, she was engulfed in the sorrow of losing her boyfriend. Zhang Lai was inherently a person prone to extremes. Otherwise, she would not have contemplated suicide following Chen Feng's death. Although Zhang Lai harbored thoughts of destroying the company, she never anticipated that Zhang Haoquan would die. This was the crux of her current regrets. Do you hate me? Mu Chun noticed Zhang Lai's silence and continued gently, If I had not suddenly acquired Zhang Group, Zhang Hao might still be alive. Mu Chun looked at Zhang Lai and spoke softly, reflecting on how, had he adhered to the agreement with Zhang Haoquan to support him during the shareholders' meeting, Zhang Haoquan would still be the owner of Zhang Group and would not have resorted to suicide. Hate you? Why would I hate you? Zhang Lai lifted her gaze to meet Mu Chun's, her voice barely above a whisper. You merely acquired the company. That was my objective from the outset, so there is no question of hatred. I harbor no animosity towards anyone. I sought you out simply to converse. Mu Chun understood that Zhang Lai indeed needed someone to confide in, and he did not mind occupying that role. Thus, they sat together on the sofa, engaging in conversation, as time slipped away unnoticed. As Zhang Lai chatted with Mu Chun, fatigue gradually crept onto her face. She had not enjoyed a proper rest in quite some time. At that moment, Mu Chun's phone suddenly rang. He pulled out his phone and, upon realizing it was a call from Auntie, apologized to Zhang Lai before rising to answer the call on the balcony. Auntie, what is the matter? Mu Chen greeted with a smile. Mu Chen, Sister Fan wants to invite us for dinner tonight. Will you be joining? Auntie, enjoying afternoon tea with Yang Tao, asked cheerfully upon hearing Mu Chen's voice. Dinner tonight? I want to be going. I don't really know them well, and if I show up, they might feel awkward. It's better for you all to gather without me, Mu Chen replied after a moment of thought. He indeed had little interest in mingling with Sister Fan and her acquaintances. It wasn't that he looked down upon them. Rather, he felt it would be peculiar to be the only man among a group of women. All right, I'll let Sister Fan know, Auntie responded, nodding in agreement without pressing the matter. After hanging up, Mu Chen lit a cigarette for himself. When he finished his cigarette and returned to the living room, he discovered that Zhang Lai, who had been lying on the sofa, had fallen asleep at some point. Observing the serene expression on Zhang Lai's face, Mu Chen couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. He quietly entered the room and fetched a light blanket to gently cover her before sitting down at the coffee table to play on his computer. Zhang Lai's slumber was not prolonged, lasting just over an hour. As she stirred awake on the sofa, she blinked her eyes open and was momentarily taken aback upon noticing the blanket draped over her. However, she quickly regained her composure, realizing she had fallen asleep at Mu Chen's home. Although her nap was brief, it felt remarkably refreshing. In recent days, she had been plagued by insomnia, and even when she managed to sleep, nightmares frequently jolted her awake. Yet, during her hour at Mu Chen's, she had dreamt not a single dream. Awake? Did you sleep well? Mu Chen, seated nearby engrossed in his laptop, smiled gently upon noticing Zhang Lai's awakening. Apologies for falling asleep at your place. It was quite comfortable, Zhang Lai replied softly, folding the blanket as she spoke. Thank you for listening to my troubles today. Not at all. If you wish to talk again in the future, feel free to come find me. But remember, you must uphold your promise to refrain from drinking. Mu Chen chuckled as he regarded Zhang Lai. He genuinely harbored a favorable impression of her. All right, Zhang Lai nodded, expressing her gratitude once more before departing Mu Chen's home. As she closed the door behind her, Mu Chen smiled and shook his head, then turned his attention back to the laptop in his hands. At that moment, Mu Chen was engrossed in a novel on his computer. Compared to his previous life, the entertainment culture of this world was not lacking. Although he had yet to find any novels from his past life, the various stories available in this realm were equally captivating. He was currently reading a tale about returning to the Tang dynasty as a prince consort. While Mu Chen was absorbed in his reading, the door swung open, and Yang Tao entered, carrying several shopping bags. Honey, I'm back, she exclaimed as she changed her shoes and approached Mu Chen. However, upon reaching the sofa, she wrinkled her nose and sniffed the air. Did we have a guest earlier? Yang Tao inquired, eyeing Mu Chen with a frown as she detected the scent of a woman's perfume. Yes, our neighbor from next door stopped by for a bit. Mu Chen nodded, smiling gently at Yang Tao. What perfume is that? It smells rather pleasant, Yang Tao remarked, setting her shopping bags down and taking a seat beside Mu Chen. Upon not detecting a fragrance that didn't belong to her on Mu Chen, Yang Tao felt a wave of relief wash over her. Do you like this scent? If I run into her again, I'll ask her about it. Mu Chen observed Yang Tao's slight unease and decided to humor her. That sounds great, By the way, I spoke with Auntie today about traveling, and she agreed. Let us go together, Yang Tao said, nodding enthusiastically as she looked at Mu Chen. All right, Mu Chen replied, pulling Yang Tao into an embrace before returning to his novel on the computer. Chapter 81. A Fortuitous Encounter. Time flies, and before long, the 11th day has arrived. Early that morning, Mu Chen and Yang Tao had already gathered their belongings, while Xiao Weidong and his daughter had long been waiting at Mu Chen's house. Only Auntie and Xiao Ming had yet to arrive. Wife, could you please give Auntie a call and inquire about their whereabouts? Mu Chen said softly as he sat on the sofa, watching Yang Tao. Yang Tao nodded, took out her phone, and before she could even dial, she received a call from Auntie. Upon learning that Auntie had already arrived at Shuxiang Yayuan, the four of them finally headed downstairs with their luggage. Due to the number of people and their excitement, Mu Chun and Xiao Weidong each drove a car towards the airport. Brother Mu, what fun things are there to do in Yun Province? Xiao Ming, sitting in the back seat, curiously asked Mu Chun, who was driving. He had never left the capital before. Fun things? I can't reveal that to you. Traveling is all about experiencing it for yourself. If someone tells you, it loses its charm, Mu Chun replied while driving. Xiao Ming nodded, somewhat understanding, and refrained from asking further. Upon arriving at the airport, Mu Chun was taken aback by the scene before him. Long lines formed before each security checkpoint. Fortunately, all of their tickets were for first class. Entering the departure lounge through the exclusive first-class passage, they waited at the boarding gate for their flight to Yun Province. Auntie and Yang Tao were seated, discussing the places they would visit during their trip, with Yang Tao sharing most of the information, as Auntie was not well acquainted with domestic attractions. Meanwhile, Xiao Yingzi and Xiao Ming played games together, while Mu Chun and Xiao Weidong retreated to the airport smoking room for a smoke. Say, old Xiao, why didn't you bring your girlfriend along? Mu Chun asked, perplexed, as he held a cigarette. Am I brave enough? It's already a stretch for Song Qian to allow Yingzi to go on this trip. If she finds out I brought Xiao Ming too, she'd surely kill me. Xiao Weidong replied with a bitter smile, recalling how furious Song Qian had been the last time Xiao Ming drank the soup she had made for Yingzi. Honestly, if you're so afraid of Song Qian, why not reconcile with her? If you remarry Song Qian, you can give Yingzi a complete family. After all, your divorce was due to a misunderstanding. Mu Chun remarked with a smile, observing Xiao Weidong. Do you think I don't want to? But Song Qian adamantly refuses. What can I do? Xiao Weidong replied helplessly. He had broached the topic of reconciliation with Song Qian more than once, but each time he was met with a door slammed in his face. Come on. You're looking for a girlfriend on one hand, while discussing reconciliation with Song Qian on the other. Would you agree to that? If you truly wish to remarry Song Qian, show some sincerity. Mu Chun rolled his eyes and said exasperatedly, let's put that aside for now. After all, Xiao Ming has been with me for so many years. Xiao Weidong took a deep drag from his cigarette and sighed. Upon hearing Xiao Weidong's words, Mu Chun chose to remain silent. Ultimately, this was a personal matter for Xiao Weidong, and as an outsider, it was not his place to comment. The two continued their conversation while smoking, and after finishing, they returned to the boarding area. Wife, what were you two discussing? Mu Chun sat down beside Yang Tao and smiled at her and Auntie. Auntie and I were talking about the fun places in our country. Yang Tao replied with a smile, glancing back at Mu Chun. The domestic attractions are plentiful. You should take Xiao Ming out to explore whenever you have the time. Mu Chun said softly, looking at Auntie. Absolutely. With so many enjoyable places to visit, how could we not go? I've already decided that this new year, Xiao Ming and I will travel. Auntie nodded in agreement, smiling at Mu Chun. Traveling during the new year? Mu Chun was taken aback by Auntie's words, then smiled without responding. Last year, he had traveled extensively during the new year. After all, as an orphan without family or home, what significance did the new year hold? Auntie and Xiao Ming were in a similar situation, relying on each other. Traveling during the new year seemed like a splendid choice. However, Mu Chen's circumstances had changed. Now, he had Yang Tao and the child she carried, as well as Xue Sume. The prospect of embarking on a spontaneous journey like before would be far from easy. As the three engaged in conversation, the announcement for their flight's boarding echoed through the terminal. Shortly after Mu Chun and his companions boarded the plane, a figure entered the cabin. Upon seeing the newcomer, Mu Chun was momentarily taken aback.
Yang Lai?
He exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing her.
Mu Chen.
Zhang Lai was equally astonished to see Mu Chun and his group. After confiding in him at his home previously, her spirits had lifted considerably. Coincidentally, as the 10th approached, she decided to embark on a journey, ultimately choosing Yun Province as her destination. Little did she expect to encounter Mu Chun on the plane. Are you also traveling to Yun Province? Mu Chun asked with a smile. Yes. I was feeling rather restless at home, and I've promised someone not to drink, so I thought I'd take a stroll to clear my mind. Zhang Lai, seated in first class across the aisle from Mu Chun, smiled at him as she settled in. Taking a walk is quite refreshing. Staying at home can lead to a sort of cabin fever. Mu Chun nodded gently, smiling in return. Dear, Who is she? Yang Tao quietly inquired of Mu Chun from the side. She is our neighbor, the one with the delightful fragrance you mentioned before, Mu Chun replied softly, glancing at Yang Tao. Upon hearing Mu Chun's words, Yang Tao cast a wary glance at Zhang Lai, who smiled back at her. Yang Tao tightened her grip on Mu Chun's hand slightly. There was no denying that Zhang Lai's beauty, accentuated by her exceptional makeup skills, posed a challenge for Yang Tao. This inevitably added pressure on her, as she couldn't help but feel insecure with such stunning women surrounding her husband. Although she was pregnant with Mu Chen's child, which was indeed a joyous occasion, it also instilled a sense of unease within her. After all, infidelity during pregnancy was a common narrative, causing Yang Tao to revisit her previous concerns. Chapter 82. Departure for Travel. Greetings, you must be Nong Chen's wife, right? I am Zhang Lai, a close friend of Mu Chen. Zhang Lai sat across the aisle, gazing at Yang Tao with a beaming smile. Hello, I am Yang Tao, Mu Chen's wife. Yang Tao looked at Zhang Lai, opened her mouth, and slowly said, I am delighted to meet you. The two exchanged glances, lingering for a moment before returning their gazes. In the row ahead, Xiao Weidong observed the group behind him, his expression contemplative, yet he refrained from intervening. Soon, the airplane began to ascend gently, enveloping the cabin in a serene silence. Before the takeoff, Xiao Ming had been curiously surveying his surroundings. However, as the plane gradually took off, his face turned pallid, devoid of color. For Xiao Ming, despite having learned about airplanes from books, this was his inaugural flight. Xiao Ming, are you all right?
Mu Chun inquired.
Noticing Xiao Ming's ashen complexion, his brow slightly furrowed. Mu Chun, I am fine, Xiao Ming stammered, biting his lip and attempting to sound resolute. Just as long as you are well. If you feel unwell, do let me know. Mu Chun nodded gently, offering a reassuring smile. Yes. Thank you, Mu Chun. Xiao Ming replied softly, nodding in gratitude. However, shortly thereafter, Mu Chun heard Xiao Ming exclaim, Mu Chun, I think I might be sick. Upon turning to Xiao Ming, Mu Chun noticed him covering his mouth with one hand, his brow knitted in distress. Without hesitation, Mu Chun called for a flight attendant. Once the attendant brought a garbage bin, Xiao Ming immediately succumbed to nausea. And T stood by, gently patting Xiao Ming's back, her face etched with concern. As the airplane gradually stabilized, Xiao Ming began to feel a bit better. Although his complexion remained pale, he no longer appeared as distressed. Meanwhile, a foul odor lingered in the cabin, the unpleasant scent of vomit permeating the air. Fortunately, as they were in first class, no one seemed to mind. Though Zhang Lai frowned at the situation, she chose not to comment, aware of the special bond between Xiao Ming and Mu Chun. The flight attendant promptly sprayed a bottle of perfume throughout the cabin, effectively masking much of the unpleasant aroma. Xiao Ming, are you all right? Zhao Yingzi inquired, leaning forward to check on him. Among the group, apart from Xiao Weidong, Xiao Ming shared the closest relationship with her, as they were classmates. I am feeling better. Xiao Ming managed to smile, responding softly. Here, have a mint. Xiao Yingzi offered him a box of mints. After thanking her, Xiao Ming accepted a mint and popped one into his mouth. To his surprise, whether it was psychological or not, he did feel considerably better after eating the mint, leading him to feel immensely grateful toward Xiao Yingzi. The flight from Beijing to Nanquan City in Yun Province lasted 4 hours. Once the airplane stabilized completely, the passengers either slept or engaged with their phones, and tranquility soon enveloped the cabin. By the time the airplane landed in Nanquan City, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. After disembarking, Mu Chun and the group made their way out of the airport together. Mu Chun, have you booked a hotel?
Yang Lai valket beside Mu Chun, zuietli invuiring.
Yes, I have. Why do you ask? Mu Chun replied, looking at Zhang Lai. Well, I came in a hurry and haven't booked a hotel. May I travel with you? As a girl in an unfamiliar place, having your company would bring me peace of mind, Zhang Lai expressed slowly. Upon hearing her request, Mu Chun glanced at Yang Tao. Of course, we have plenty of room. We wouldn't mind having one more person along, especially since you are our neighbor. Yang Tao responded, displaying no objections. Though she held a slight wariness toward Zhang Lai, Yang Tao ultimately possessed a kind heart. After all, it was indeed concerning for a young woman as beautiful as Zhang Lai to travel alone. Thank you so much. Zhang Lai's face lit up with joy upon hearing Yang Tao's words. Once outside the airport, 2 vehicles awaited them, arranged specifically to transport Mu Chan and his companions to their hotel. After boarding the vehicles, they embarked on a leisurely drive toward the city. The journey lasted nearly an hour before they finally arrived at a hotel. After disembarking and checking in, they agreed to meet in the lobby later before heading to their respective rooms. Mu Chan had reserved a presidential suite, which comprised 3 rooms, perfectly accommodating him, his wife, and N.T. Ah, darling, I am utterly exhausted, Yang Tao exclaimed as she flopped onto the spacious couch, lacking the energy to move even a finger. Tired? Let's have dinner and then rest for a while. Tomorrow we can go out and enjoy ourselves. Mu Chan sat beside Yang Tao, gently massaging her shoulders while smiling. Yes, you're the best. Yang Tao beamed, leaning in to plant a kiss on Mu Chen's cheek, her expression radiant. After resting in the room for a while, they finally ventured out. Along with N.T. and Xiao Ming, the 4 of them descended to the lobby. Upon inquiring at the hotel, Mu Chun discovered they offered car rental services, so he rented a BMW 760. When Zhang Lai and Xiao Weidong emerged, they too rented a vehicle. The 2 groups then set off in 3 cars. After enjoying a late lunch at a well-reviewed restaurant in the city, Mu Chun turned to N.T. and Zhang Lai, stating Yang Tao is tired and plans to rest at the hotel. We intend to resume our adventures tomorrow. How about you? Will you explore on your own or return to the hotel with us? I'll accompany you back. Xiao Ming hasn't been feeling well since the flight, so he should rest at the hotel, and T replied without hesitation. Zhang Lai considered for a moment before agreeing to return as well, realizing she had ample time to explore at her leisure. All right, you 2 head back to the hotel. I'll take Ying Zi around the city. If anything comes up, we can keep in touch by phone, Xiao Weidong said, smiling at Mu Chun. Mu Chun had no objections, and after reminding Xiao Weidong and his daughter to stay safe, he drove back to the hotel. Chapter 83. The Mischievous Monkey. Darling, do you think our child, even while still in my womb, is already following us everywhere? When he is born, will he be a mischievous monkey? On the balcony of their hotel room, Mu Chun lounged comfortably while Yang Tao curled up against him, laughing as she asked, "What's wrong with being a mischievous monkey? If a child isn't mischievous, can we still call him a child?" Mu Chun replied nonchalantly to Yang Tao's words. "Hihi, you are the best, my dear." Upon hearing Mu Chun's response, Yang Tao planted a gentle kiss on his lips. However, she soon felt something amiss beneath her. "All right, my love, you should rest now. I'll take a shower," Mu Chun softly said, looking at Yang Tao. He then lifted her up and, after entering the room, laid her gently on the bed before heading to the bathroom. As Yang Tao lay on the bed, listening to the sounds emanating from the bathroom, she couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. She was well aware of why Mu Chun had suddenly decided to take a shower. With a soft sigh, she stared at the ceiling, gradually sinking into deep contemplation. After Mu Chun finished his shower and calmed the restlessness within him, he emerged from the bathroom clad in a bathrobe. Seeing Yang Tao, who had fallen into a deep slumber on the bed, he inhaled deeply and shook his head in mild exasperation. He approached the bed and gently covered Yang Tao with a blanket before taking out his phone and sitting at the edge of the bed to play. As the day gradually dimmed, Yang Tao finally awoke, finding that it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Stretching lazily, she asked Mu Chun softly, "What time is it?" "It's 5 o'clock, you should get up now. Let us grab a bite to eat." Mu Chun turned to Yang Tao and smiled gently. "Okay." Yang Tao nodded and then made her way to the bathroom. Half an hour later, as Mu Chun and Yang Tao stepped out of their room, they spotted Andy and Xiao Ming seated on the sofa in the living room, engrossed in the television. Upon hearing the commotion from Mu Chun's room, Andy turned to look. "Awake? Did you rest well?" "Yes, quite well. It's just that you 2 had to stay in the hotel watching television because of me. I truly feel sorry." Yang Tao smiled softly at Andy. "It's fine. Xiao Ming wasn't feeling well either, so resting for the afternoon helped him a lot." Andy gently shook her head and glanced at Xiao Ming beside her. "All right, you 2 needn't dwell on that. Let us go eat something. If you wish to explore later, you can stroll around the city," Mu Chun said with a gentle smile. He had already arranged to meet Jiang Lai and Xiao Weidong in the hotel lobby. Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, Yang Tao playfully stuck out her tongue, then linked arms with Andy and left the room with Xiao Ming. When they reached the lobby, Jiang Lai and Xiao Weidong were seated on the sofa, chatting. As they saw Mu Chen and the others approach, they both stood up to greet them. "Old Xiao, where did you go to play this afternoon?" Mu Chen asked, glancing at Xiao Weidong and his companion, Xiao Ingzi, with a smile. "Hey, we didn't go anywhere special, just strolled around the city. I must say, this place is teeming with tourists," Xiao Weidong remarked with a hint of nostalgia. "Indeed, with the improvement in the living conditions of our citizens, it's a rare long holiday, so everyone naturally wants to get out and enjoy it." Mu Chen nodded and smiled. "All right, enough of that. Let us go eat first. I'm absolutely famished," Jiang Lai interjected, rolling her eyes in mild annoyance. She hadn't eaten much during lunch and had spent a considerable amount of time practicing yoga in the afternoon, leaving her quite hungry. After they arrived at the restaurant and finished their dinner, the group finally exited. "Mu Chen, since it's nighttime and we have nothing planned, why don't we go for a drink?" Xiao Weidong suggested as they stood outside the restaurant. Upon hearing Xiao Weidong's words, Mu Chen instinctively wanted to refuse. Not only did he dislike such places, but it was also inappropriate for Yang Tao to go there now. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Yang Tao interjected, "Sure, darling, you go have a drink with old Xiao while Andy, Xiao Ming, and I explore the city. After staying in the hotel all afternoon, I won't be able to sleep anyway." "All right," Mu Chen replied with a resigned nod after Yang Tao spoke. Meanwhile, Jiang Lai's eyes lit up at the mention of going for a drink. Although she had not indulged in alcohol since promising Mu Chen, the thought of it tempted her. Nevertheless, recalling her promise, she dismissed the urge. Therefore, when Yang Tao suggested they go shopping, she didn't contradict her. After agreeing on their respective plans, Andy drove Mu Chen's car slowly towards the largest shopping mall in the city. "Hey Mu Chen, your relationship with Taozi seems exceptionally good, doesn't it? They've already walked far ahead, and you're still staring," Xiao Weidong teased as he approached Mu Chen. "Isn't it just concern? After all, this isn't Beijing." Mu Chen scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Don't worry. Due to the holiday, there are police everywhere in the city. Nothing will happen. Let us go. I found a pretty unique bar while wandering with Ingzi today. Let us check it out." Without waiting for Mu Chen to respond, he dragged him toward the car. The bar Xiao Weidong mentioned, Good King, was not far from the five-star hotel where they were staying. Within a 10-minute drive, they arrived at the bar's entrance. However, as Mu Chen stepped inside, his brow furrowed. The noise inside was simply overwhelming. Having never frequented such places, he found it quite unbearable. After taking a quick glance, he promptly turned and exited the bar. "Hey, Mu Chen, what is going on?" Xiao Weidong followed him out, puzzled. "This place really isn't for me. As soon as I walked in, I felt like my eardrums were about to burst." Mu Chen expressed his helplessness. "All right, then let us go to that quiet bar nearby," Xiao Weidong sighed, rolling his eyes in exasperation, before pointing to a nearby quiet bar and suggesting softly. Chapter 84. The ifs of Yang Tao. The tranquil bar was a frequent haunt for Chen, so upon arriving with Xiao Weidong, Mu Chen felt no discomfort. Unlike a typical bar, this establishment was not overly loud, and the music was not excessively vigorous. Perhaps due to the holiday season, the bar was quite bustling. Chan and Xiao Weidong ordered a bottle of wine, engaging in conversation while sipping their drinks. Occasionally, some young women approached them for a chat. Regardless of how Mu Chen and Xiao Weidong appeared, the price of the wine on their table was certainly high, attracting women eager to impress in such an environment. However, both men politely declined their advances. "Say, Mu Chen, have you noticed that both Andy and Jiang Lai seem to regard you differently?" Xiao Weidong inquired with a smile after clinking his glass with Mu Chen's. "Differently? In what way?" Mu Chen responded, puzzled, as he had not sensed any change. "The way they look at you is distinct," Xiao Weidong replied, a knowing smile on his lips. "Stop being so cryptic." Mu Chen shot him an exasperated glance, muttering under his breath, "Let us not dwell on this. If only Yuan were here today. It feels a bit odd with just the two of us." Xiao Weidong sighed, agreeing with his sentiment. Indeed, the patrons around them were in groups, a mix of men and women, while their table comprised solely 2 men. What is strange about that? We're here just to enjoy a drink. Since you're in the mood for it, let us drink, Mu-chan said, raising his glass with a smile. Meanwhile, on Yang Tao's side, a group of 5 had arrived at the largest shopping mall in Nankuan City. At that moment, Jiang Lai was trying on a dress in the fitting room while Mu-chan and Andy chatted in the store. Andy, what do you think of Chin? Yang Tao hesitated before finally asking. Mu-chin? Yes, quite good. Why do you ask? Andy responded, momentarily taken aback before curiously probing further. Do you like him? Yang Tao pondered for a moment before looking at Andy again. Andy was taken aback for a moment, then fell silent before gently nodding. I do have some feelings for Mu-chan, but it's merely a fondness. Don't worry, Taozi. I know you 2 are married, and I wouldn't want to jeopardize your relationship. Andy was not one to lie. Her feelings for Mu-chan were genuine, so she answered Yang Tao honestly, even when questioned. Really? A smile spread across Yang Tao's face. She had sensed something amiss with Andy for a while. After all, Andy always portrayed an aloof, domineering persona in front of outsiders, resisting any physical contact with others. Yet, that demeanor seemed to fade in Mu-chen's presence. In front of him, Andy's expression was consistently soft, and she did not shy away from physical contact, sometimes even initiating playful interactions. Yang Tao had observed this keenly, though she had never voiced her observations. Perhaps it's just that Mu-chan is oblivious to these subtle nuances, she mused. However, if you feel I am a threat to your marriage, I can certainly make an effort to limit my interactions with Mu-chan, Andy continued. No, Andy, that's not what I mean. Yang Tao gently shook her head, clarifying her intent. Upon hearing her words, a look of confusion crossed Andy's face. Initially, she had assumed Yang Tao felt threatened by her feelings for Mu-chan, but now it appeared otherwise. Andy, if hypothetically I were to offer you a share of Mu-chan, what would you do? Yang Tao bit her lip, gazing intently at Andy. Caught off guard by the question, Andy was momentarily speechless. It was something she had never contemplated. After a lengthy silence, she furrowed her brow and looked at Yang Tao. Why are you asking me this? Just answer my question, Yang Tao replied softly, maintaining eye contact. To be honest, I haven't considered it, so I truly don't know how I would respond. Andy admitted, shaking her head. Although she had grown up abroad, she was still just a girl who had never been in a romantic relationship. Just as Yang Tao was about to speak, Jiang Lai emerged from the fitting room. Instantly, Yang Tao fell silent, unwilling to continue the conversation. Andy also noticed Jiang Lai and opted not to pursue the topic any further. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming and Ying Zi, who were engrossed in their phones, remained oblivious to the exchange. Andy, Taozi, what do you think of this outfit? Jiang Lai asked, stepping into view in a purple dress. It looks wonderful. It suits you perfectly. Yang Tao replied with a gentle smile. I think so too. I'll take this set then. Jiang Lai grinned and promptly returned to the fitting room. Yang Tao and Andy chose not to revisit their previous conversation. However, Yang Tao's gaze toward Andy sparked a sense of curiosity in her. After finishing the bottle of wine at the bar, Mu-chan and Xiao Weidong did not linger long. They called for a designated driver to take them back to the hotel. Once back, Mu-chan took a shower to wash away the scent of alcohol before reclining on a lounge chair on the balcony to call Yang Tao. Upon learning they were still shopping, he urged them to return soon before hanging up. Lying back and gazing at the starry sky, Mu-chan felt a sense of contentment. In the international metropolis of Shangjing, seeing the moon was an easy feat, yet catching a glimpse of the stars was a rare opportunity. Thus, as he admired the twinkling stars, his mood lifted considerably. Chapter 85. The Journey. When Yang Tao and Andy returned, it was already past 10 o'clock. Mu-chan gazed at the multitude of items they had purchased and chuckled. I suppose you two have managed to relocate the entire shopping mall. As he spoke, Mu-chan casually took the shopping bag from Yang Tao's hand. Andy and I bought so much that even Jiang Lai had some of it delivered by the mall staff. Yang Tao replied with a playful grin. Mu-chan was not surprised by Yang Tao's words. After all, Jiang Lai was indeed a wealthy and beautiful heiress. Although she had given most of her shares in the Jiang group to her parents, she still possessed billions, making shopping an effortless endeavor for her. The three of them chatted in the living room for a while before Mu-chun embraced Yang Tao and carried her into their room. After a refreshing bath, Yang Tao and Mu-chun lay in bed, engaging in light conversation. "Honey, do you like Ndi?" Yang Tao suddenly asked, tilting her head to look at Mu-chun. "Why do you ask?" Mu-chun replied, somewhat taken aback by her question. "Hehe. While chatting with Ndi today, she mentioned that she has feelings for you." Yang Tao continued with a teasing smile. "Really? Ndi has feelings for me?" Mu-chun was momentarily stunned, as he had not perceived this. To him, Ndi was indeed beautiful, but his heart already belonged to Yang Tao, leaving no room for such thoughts. "Yes. She told me this herself today." Yang Tao nodded gently. "So, you have no thoughts about Ndi at all?" "Not in the slightest. I am already quite content with you," Mu-chun replied, leaning down to kiss Yang Tao tenderly. Feeling touched by his words, Yang Tao wrapped her arms around Mu-chun's neck and planted 2 firm kisses on his cheek. "Well, if I allowed you to pursue other women, would you consider being with Ndi?" She continued, her eyes fixed on Mu-chun. "Are you serious?" Mu-chun asked, looking earnestly at her. "Just answer my question, regardless of whether I am serious," Yang Tao insisted, sitting up to face him. "I don't know. Perhaps I would. Perhaps I wouldn't," Mu-chun replied, shaking his head lightly. After hearing his response, Yang Tao nestled closer to him, resting her head on his shoulder. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke softly. "Mu-chun, I understand that being pregnant is quite challenging for me. Therefore, I permit you to seek companionship elsewhere, but you must not associate with any unsuitable women. Otherwise, you can forget about being with me." Mu-chun felt as though he were dreaming upon hearing Yang Tao's words. He never expected her to say such things. "Did you hear that?" "I am serious," Yang Tao reiterated when Mu-chun remained silent. "All right, let's not dwell on this any longer. Let's get some rest. We have an adventure planned for tomorrow," Mu-chun said, wrapping his arms around Yang Tao as they settled into bed. That night, Mu-chun found himself unable to sleep. Each time he closed his eyes, the echoes of Yang Tao's words reverberated in his mind. Meanwhile, Ndi also lay awake, contemplating the conversation she had with Yang Tao earlier. The following morning, Mu-chun and Yang Tao awoke early, choosing not to mention the previous night's discussion. After freshening up, they exited their room to find Xiao Ming sitting on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, a gift from Ndi. "Good morning, brother Mu-chun, sister Tao." Xiao Ming greeted them sweetly upon their arrival. "Good morning, Xiao Ming. Has your sister not woken up yet?" Yang Tao inquired with a smile. "Not yet," Xiao Ming replied, shaking his head softly. He found it peculiar that his sister, who usually woke up early, was still asleep at this hour. Yang Tao walked to the door and gently knocked. The door opened shortly, revealing Ndi, dressed in sleepwear and visibly sleepy. She had tossed and turned in bed until finally succumbing to sleep around 3 in the morning. "Good morning, Ndi." Yang Tao greeted her with a warm smile. Ndi nodded at the trio outside her door and said, "Please wait a moment. I will wash up." With that, she closed the door again. After a brief wait, Ndi emerged from her room looking refreshed. Mu-chun called Zhang Lai and Xiao Weidong to confirm their wakefulness before suggesting they meet downstairs. After gathering their luggage and checking out, the group set off in 3 vehicles, departing from the hotel. They had meticulously planned their travel route beforehand, starting from Nankuan City, proceeding to Linshur, then Lee University, and finally to Zhongli and the Snow Mountain. The journey was set to span 6 days. On the first day, they spent the entire day exploring Linshur, and the very next morning, they set off towards Lee University. Lee University is a must-visit destination in Yunnan Province, renowned for its ancient town and Irai Lake, where one can enjoy boating on the shimmering waters. As they approached Lee University, Yang Tao, filled with anticipation, discussed with Ndi the places they should visit upon arrival. Mu-chun smiled quietly, relishing the joy radiating from Yang Tao's face. Upon arriving at Lee University, they checked into a luxurious hotel by Irai Lake. "Honey, it's so beautiful," Yang Tao exclaimed from the balcony of their presidential suite, gazing out at the vast Irai Lake. "It truly is stunning," Ndi chimed in, standing nearby in agreement. "If you find it beautiful, how about we rent a yacht after lunch and spend the afternoon enjoying the lake?" Mu-chun suggested as he stepped out of the room, a smile gracing his lips. We have plenty of time since we plan to stay here for 2 days. Great. You're the best, darling. Yang Tao cheered, her excitement palpable. And Dee stood by, watching the couple with a smile of her own. Chapter 86. Encountering Danger. At that moment, Dee's phone suddenly rang. Curiously, she took out her phone and discovered that it was a call from Chu Yaojing. Hello, Xiao Chu, is there something you need? Dee stepped out of Mu Chen's room, engaging in conversation with Chu Yaojing, while Mu Chen tenderly whispered sweet nothings to Yang Tao, who was nestled in his arms. After lunch, the group rented a luxurious yacht and set sail. Dee and Yang Tao stood at the bow, capturing various scenic photographs, while Mu Chen and Xiao Weidong lounged on deck chairs, basking in the sun. Jiang Lai, feeling somewhat unwell, chose to remain behind with Mu Chen and the others. Just as the group was reveling in their leisure, Yang Tao suddenly let out a shriek from the bow. Mu Chen sprang up from his chair, glancing towards the front of the yacht. He noticed that while Yang Tao remained standing, Dee had vanished from sight. Husband, Dee has fallen overboard. Quick, save her. Yang Tao exclaimed, her face filled with urgency. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Chen dashed to the bow and saw Dee struggling in the water. He leaped over the railing to rescue her. Yang Tao stood on the deck, anxiously watching the two figures in the water. Dee, who could not swim, clung to Mu Chen like an octopus. Fortunately, Mu Chen was an adept swimmer. Otherwise, he might have found himself in peril as well. Mu Chen managed to swim to the back of the yacht, where Xiao Weidong and the crew were already waiting. They quickly pulled the two of them aboard. Dee trembled all over as she stepped onto the yacht, and Mu Chen wiped the water from his face before instructing the crew to turn back. Thankfully, the yacht had been anchored in Rai Lake. Otherwise, Dee's fall could have led to unforeseen consequences. Dee, are you alright? Mu Chen asked, removing his damp shirt and approaching her with a bare torso. Upon hearing his voice, the previously shivering Dee opened her arms and embraced him tightly. Yang Tao, observing Dee's firm grasp around Mu Chen, wore a neutral expression. After all, Dee had fallen into the sea to save her. Just moments ago, Yang Tao had been taking pictures at the bow when the yacht suddenly rocked, causing her to lose her balance. Fortunately, Dee had caught her, but in doing so, she lost her own footing and fell into Rai Lake. Alright, it's okay now, don't be anxious. Mu Chen gently patted Dee's shoulder, soothing her. Upon hearing his comforting words, Dee gradually calmed down. After falling into the water, she had feared for her life, with only two figures appearing in her mind. One was Xiao Ming, and the other was Mu Chen. Once her emotions stabilized, Dee finally released her hold on Mu Chen. It's my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have fallen into the sea, she said, guilt evident on her face. It's all right. I acted instinctively. Besides, it's much better that I fell into the water than you, especially since you're pregnant. Dee gently shook her head, addressing Yang Tao. Hearing Dee's words, Yang Tao, who already felt immense gratitude towards her, felt her appreciation deepen. She could not fathom what might have happened had she fallen into the sea while pregnant. Both Yang Tao and Dee were non-swimmers. The yacht soon returned to the hotel's dock, and the group disembarked, making their way back inside. Peach, please call the front desk and ask them to send us some ginger soup, Mu Chen called out from the bathroom as he washed up. Okay. Yang Tao replied and exited the room, dialing the front desk from the landline in the living room. The hotel staff readily complied with the small request from the guests in the presidential suite and promptly delivered the ginger soup. After Mu Chen finished his shower, he downed 2 bowls of ginger soup, letting out a long sigh of relief. He noticed Xiao Ming sitting dazedly on the sofa and couldn't help but chuckle as he sat beside him. Were you scared, Xiao Ming? Brother Mu Chen, is sister okay? Xiao Ming asked, worry etched in his expression, recalling his fright when Dee fell into the sea. Don't worry. She is fine. We'll take her to the hospital for a checkup shortly. Mu Chen reassured him with a gentle smile. Just then, Dee's door creaked open, and she emerged dressed in a fresh outfit, her hair still damp from the ordeal. Dee's face remained pale from the earlier shock. Andi, come drink some ginger soup. We'll go to the hospital for a checkup afterward, Mu Chen said softly as he poured her a bowl. Thank you, but I don't think I need to go to the hospital. I'm fine. Dee replied quietly as she accepted the ginger soup. That's not acceptable. It's better to have a checkup. Yang Tao chimed in urgently, seeing both Mu Chun and Yang Tao insist, and Di reluctantly nodded in agreement. Pleased that she acquiesced, Mu Chun smiled and called Xiao Weidong, suggesting he and Xiao Yingzi explore on their own while he drove Di to the hospital. Yang Tao chose not to accompany them to the hospital. After the doctor examined Di, he confirmed that her health was excellent and there were no issues. Mu Chun breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the doctor's words. Did you feel scared when you jumped in to save me? And Di suddenly asked softly from the passenger seat on their way back to the hotel. I wasn't scared. I didn't think too much about it at the time. But reflecting on it now, I do feel a bit anxious. Mu Chun replied with a light shake of his head and a smile. Thank you. And Di said after a moment of silence, her voice barely above a whisper. What are you saying? If anyone should be grateful, it's me. If it weren't for you, today it would have been Yang Tao in the water. Mu Chun teased, rolling his eyes at Di. Regardless, you saved my life, and that's a fact. And Di stated without arguing further. When the car stopped at the hotel entrance, Di suddenly leaned towards Mu Chun and kissed him on the cheek. Blushing, she hurriedly opened the car door and walked toward the hotel. Chapter 87. High Fever. Mu Chun sat in the car, gazing at the figure of Di as she entered the hotel, momentarily lost in thought. It was only when Di's silhouette vanished at the hotel entrance that he finally regained his senses. He had been kissed by Di. Feeling a bit dazed, he reached up to touch the spot where her lips had met his, then let out a wry smile and shook his head. After opening the car door and stepping out, he made his way toward the hotel. Upon returning to the suite, Mu Chun found Di seated on the sofa, engaged in conversation with Yang Tao. Upon seeing Mu Chun enter, there was not a hint of surprise on her face. Darling, you're here, Yang Tao exclaimed, immediately rising to greet him. Yes. What were you and Di discussing? Mu Chun asked, wrapping his arms around Yang Tao and smiling. Di suggested we go out shopping tonight. I was just discussing where to go with her, Yang Tao replied, still beaming in Mu Chun's embrace. Sounds great. Since we're out, I haven't had the chance to spend time with you both yet, Mu Chun replied with enthusiasm. The trio chatted in room 25 for a while until Mu Chun's phone rang. Upon checking, he was somewhat surprised to see it was a call from Zhang Lai. He pressed the answer button and cheerfully inquired, Zhang Lai, what's the matter? Mu Chun, could you come over? I'm feeling really unwell. Zhang Lai's voice sounded weak and laced with a plea. All right, I'll be there right away. Mu Chun responded immediately upon hearing her tone. After hanging up, he informed Yang Tao and Di before turning to leave the room. Zhang Lai resided in a presidential suite on the floor below, but her room was far from the lively atmosphere of Mu Chun's suite. He gently knocked on her door and waited for a while before it finally creaked open. Zhang Lai appeared in a thin nightgown, her complexion pale. Mu Chun, you're here, Zhang Lai said, managing a faint smile as she spoke softly. Yes. What happened to you? Weren't you fine yesterday? Mu Chun asked, frowning as he looked at her. I don't know. I just feel dizzy and utterly drained, Zhang Lai replied, shaking her head gently. As Mu Chun supported her towards the sofa, he instinctively reached out to check her forehead. The moment he touched her skin, he was taken aback. Her forehead was as hot as a red-hot iron. You're burning up like this, and you didn't notice? Mu Chun questioned her, exasperated. I don't know. I woke up like this after a nap, Zhang Lai said, her tone filled with grievance. She had felt a bit off when she got up that morning, but it was not severe enough to warrant concern. After having lunch, she returned to the hotel for a good rest, expecting that the discomfort would dissipate upon waking. However, when she did wake, her condition had worsened dramatically. Thus, when Mu Chun scolded her, she felt quite wronged. All right, go change into some clothes. I'll take you to the hospital. If this fever continues, could damage your brain, Mu Chun said, looking at Zhang Lai with concern. Zhang Lai nodded and went into her room. After about 10 minutes, she emerged wearing a dress and a white jacket. Let us go, Mu Chun urged, leading her out of the room. Once they reached the first floor, Mu Chun took out his phone and called Yang Tao to inform her that he was taking Zhang Lai to the hospital. After that, he drove towards the medical facility. Having already accompanied Di to the hospital once, he didn't need navigation this time. Zhang Lai sat in the passenger seat, silently observing Mu Chun as he drove. The weather has turned cooler, Over the next few days, the temperature will drop further, so remember to dress warmly, Mu Chun remarked as he drove. It's already autumn now. The temperature difference between day and night is quite significant, Jiang Lai replied, nodding slightly to acknowledge his concern. Soon, they arrived at the hospital. Mu Chun helped Jiang Lai inside, where the doctor took her temperature, revealing it to be 39 degrees Celsius. Without further ado, he started administering in 4. Mu Chun, I want some water, Jiang Lai pleaded, looking at him with innocent eyes. Water? Alright, I'll go get you a bottle. It's almost mealtime too. I'll grab something for you to eat. What do you feel like? Mu Chun asked gently. I don't have much of an appetite. Just a bottle of water will suffice. Jiang Lai replied softly, shaking her head. Very well. Since you refuse to eat, I want to insist, Mu Chun said, turning to leave the hospital. Just as he exited, his phone rang again. Seeing it was Yang Tao calling, he quickly answered. Darling, have you arrived at the hospital? Jiang Lai is okay, right? Yang Tao asked softly as soon as he picked up. She is at 39 degrees. The doctor has started her 4. However, she needs someone to look after her, so I might not be able to accompany you and Ndi shopping tonight. Mu Chun explained Jiang Lai's condition. No problem. If Jiang Lai is getting her 4, I'll go visit her with Ndi and bring you some food, Yang Tao suggested. Sounds good. Mu Chun agreed after pondering for a moment. After all, Jiang Lai was part of their group. Even though they weren't close, it was important to check on her given her current state. After hanging up, Mu Chun went to a nearby supermarket outside the hospital and purchased 2 bottles of mineral water before returning inside. After giving Jiang Lai some water, Mu Chun settled into a chair and took out his phone. Mu Chun, where did you go this afternoon? Jiang Lai asked softly from her hospital bed, watching him intently. Don't mention it. This afternoon, Ndi and I rented a yacht for a little outing, but unexpectedly, Ndi fell into the sea, and we had to come back before we could enjoy ourselves. Mu Chun replied, shaking his head in resignation after glancing at Jiang Lai. Is Ndi all right? Jiang Lai immediately inquired upon hearing about Ndi's fall. Once she learned that Ndi was fine, Jiang Lai playfully stuck out her tongue, saying, I initially thought I was the unluckiest one, getting sick while out having fun. I had no idea Ndi had it worse. Thankfully, nothing serious happened to her. Indeed, Mu Chun replied, noting that Jiang Lai's spirits seemed to lift a little, smiling as he nodded in agreement. Chapter 88. Altitude Sickness. Mu Chun, I suddenly find myself envious of your wife. Jiang Lai gazed at Mu Chun and spoke up unexpectedly. Envious of Taozi? What is there to envy? Mu Chun chuckled at Jiang Lai's words. She has a husband who loves and dotes on her. Jiang Lai stared at Mu Chun in silence for a long time before finally whispering, There is nothing to envy. When you get married, your husband will surely treat you even better than I treat Taozi. Mu Chun lowered his head, smiling softly at his phone. Marriage? For Jiang Lai, that seemed a distant topic. The room fell silent for a moment. Just then, Mu Chun's phone rang. Upon answering, he learned that Auntie and Yang Tao had arrived outside the hospital. Hastily, Mu Chun got up and made his way outside. At the hospital entrance, Yang Tao was holding the dinner she had packed for Chun, eagerly waiting. As Mu Chun emerged, Yang Tao immediately greeted him with a bright smile. You arrived so quickly, Mu Chun remarked gently, glancing at Yang Tao and Auntie. When Taozi called you, we were already eating. We packed a portion for you and rushed over. Auntie explained softly from the side. Let us go in and check on Jiang Lai. Mu Chun nodded, leading them back to the ward. Once inside, the two approached Jiang Lai, who was receiving in 4, immediately expressing concern for her condition. Meanwhile, Mu Chun moved aside to enjoy the dinner that Yang Tao had brought him. After Mu Chun finished his meal, Yang Tao and Auntie decided to leave the hospital, as they had made plans to go shopping that evening. Jiang Lai, feeling unwell, gradually drifted off to sleep. By the time Mu Chun and Jiang Lai exited the hospital, it was already past 9 in the evening. After driving back, Mu Chun dropped Jiang Lai off at her room to rest before returning to his own. He called Yang Tao and learned they were preparing to come back. Afterward, Mu Chun took a shower and lay on the balcony, gazing at the distant Irai Lake. The following morning, after Mu Chun and the others woke up and packed their belongings, they checked out of the hotel, ready to head to their next destination. However, due to Jiang Lai's ongoing recovery, Mu Chen decided against her driving alone and swapped her with Auntie. Zhang Lai took Mu Chen's car while Auntie drove hers. The journey in the following days went smoothly. However, upon reaching the Dashua mountain, complications arose. And this time, it was not just one issue. When the group arrived at Dashua mountain, it was already past 9 at night. Due to the high altitude, aside from Mu Chen and the physically fit Auntie, the others experienced varying degrees of altitude sickness, with Yang Tao being the most severely affected. Once they entered the designated hotel room, she collapsed onto the bed, utterly lacking the energy to move. Alas, any slight movement made her feel breathless, her body as limp as a noodle. "Husband, I feel so unwell," Yang Tao lamented from the bed, casting a pitiful glance at Mu Chen. "Unwell? Weren't you just eagerly discussing the possibility of climbing Dashua mountain with me? How is it that you feel this way as soon as we arrive?" Mu Chen sat on the edge of the bed, smiling as he inquired. Yet while speaking, he handed her the oxygen tank he had prepared. "How was I to know that altitude sickness would be this severe? I don't even want to move a finger," Yang Tao whined, shifting her body to rest her head on Mu Chen's lap. After taking a couple of deep breaths from the oxygen tank, she sighed. "I guess I should just rest early. Tomorrow we want to go out. We'll head back to Nankuan first thing in the morning." Mu Chen spoke gently, though he couldn't help but worry for Yang Tao in his heart. "That won't do. I promised my sister I would bring back pictures of Dashua mountain. Besides, now that we're here, how can we not witness the stunning scenery?" Yang Tao shook her head vigorously. "But can your body handle it?" Mu Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation. "If I can't, you're still here. If you see it, it's as if I've seen it. So you and Auntie should go tomorrow. And remember to take pictures." Yang Tao pouted, gazing at Mu Chen. Having reached the foot of the mountain, allowing Yang Tao to return without experiencing the beauty would render her suffering in vain. Mu Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes at her insistence. Just as Mu Chen was about to speak, a knock echoed at the door. He rose to open it and found Auntie standing there in her pajamas. "Is Taozi all right?" Auntie asked, stepping into the room and glancing at Yang Tao lying on the bed. "Auntie, I feel terrible," Yang Tao replied with a grimace, seeking comfort. Auntie couldn't help but laugh at Yang Tao's antics. "So what are the plans for tomorrow?" "Let us decide tomorrow. If Taozi and Lao Chao can adjust, we'll climb Dashua mountain. If not, we'll head back to Nankuan," Mu Chen suggested softly. "That seems the only option," Auntie nodded reluctantly. She genuinely wanted to see the snow-capped peaks. The next morning, Mu Chen awoke to find Yang Tao missing from his side. He walked to the balcony and saw her gazing blankly at the vast expanse of Yulong Snow Mountain. "Wife, how are you feeling? Are you better now?" Mu Chen approached from behind, gently wrapping his arms around her, and asked softly. "Much better than last night, but I fear climbing the snow mountain may be a stretch." Yang Tao nodded, a hint of resignation in her voice. Though she felt improved, it was merely the foot of the mountain. The altitude would be much higher, and the air even thinner. "All right, I'll go check on Lao Chao and Zhang Lai." Mu Chen felt relieved after hearing her words. He quietly told Yang Tao and then entered the room to change before stepping out. In the living room, Auntie was already up, conversing with Xiao Ming. Upon seeing Mu Chen, Auntie smiled and asked, "You're up? How is Tao? Is she feeling better?" "Yes, much better. I'll go check on Lao Chao and the others, and then I'll return to see what to do next," Mu Chen replied as he left the suite. Heading towards Zhang Lai's room. Chapter 89. A confession at an altitude of 4,500 meters. Zhang Lai fared significantly better than Yang Tao. Although she still experienced some altitude sickness, her spirit had nearly returned to normal. Observing this, Mu Chen decided to visit Xiao Weidong and his daughter's room. Given Xiao Weidong's advanced age, his recovery capabilities could not compare to those of the younger individuals. Last night, Xiao Yingzi, who had suffered even more severe altitude sickness than her father, had already recovered, while Xiao Weidong still resembled a wilted eggplant. When Mu Chen inquired about Xiao Weidong's plans, whether to return to Nankuan or remain, Xiao Weidong promptly replied, "Mu Chen, I'm not concerned about anything else. Returning is certainly out of the question. I promised Yingzi I would accompany her to climb the Great Snow Mountain. However, it appears I may not possess the strength to do so. My brother, I must entrust this to you." After speaking, Xiao Weidong turned to Xiao Yingzi, saying, "Yingzi, I cannot accompany you up the mountain. However, I assure you that I will keep my promise. Let your brother Mu-chun take you instead. Dad, if you're truly unwell, we can just go back. I can always visit the Great Snow Mountain another time. Chao Yingzi, being sensible, quickly suggested upon seeing her father's discomfort. That won't do. If your father made a promise, he must honor it. Chao Weidong insisted firmly, shaking his head. All right then, we won't return today. Yingzi, pack your things. We shall prepare to set off. Seeing Chao Weidong's determination to stay, Mu-chun nodded in agreement and spoke to Chao Yingzi. Subsequently, Mu-chun returned to his room and conveyed everyone's opinions to Yang Tao. Darling, it's all right. Even though I cannot join you on the climb, I can cheer you on from here, but remember to take plenty of photos for me. Yang Tao said with a smile after hearing Mu-chun's words. Mu-chun nodded helplessly, then went on to discuss with Andy and Zhang Lai. Ultimately, the only ones who decided to climb were Mu-chun, Andy, Xiaoming, and Xiao Yingzi. After the four packed their belongings and bid farewell to the three at the hotel, they finally departed. The group spent nearly 2 hours climbing before finally reaching halfway up the mountain. I can't go on. I'm exhausted, Andy panted, leaning against Mu-chun's shoulder. Despite her regular exercise, the altitude proved challenging. Take some oxygen, Mu-chun said, retrieving an oxygen tank from his bag and handing it to Andy. Xiao Ming and Yingzi were in similar situations, though they had already taken out their own oxygen supplies. If it becomes too difficult, shall we take the cable car instead? Climbing seems almost impossible now, Mu-chun suggested softly, looking at Andy and the others. Naturally, they had no objections to his proposal. Previously, Mu-chun had contemplated taking the cable car, but Andy had expressed a desire to climb on foot. Seeing no dissent, Mu-chun led Andy and the others toward the nearest cable car station. The cable car would take them to the ice park, which stood at an elevation of 4,500 meters. Here, even in the sweltering summer, one could touch the snow. Upon arriving at the glacier park, the sight of the snow-capped mountains sent Xiao Ming and Xiao Yingzi into a frenzy of joy, and they began to frolic about. It's so beautiful, Andy exclaimed, gazing up at the vast expanse of snow-covered peaks, feeling a surge of emotion. Indeed, this is the marvel of nature, Mu-chun responded while snapping photographs, mindful of the task Yang Tao had entrusted to him. Noticing Mu-chun's serious demeanor as he photographed, Andy's face suddenly broke into a mischievous grin. She stealthily scooped up a handful of snow and tiptoed behind Mu-chun, shoving it down his collar just as he was taking a picture. Caught off guard by the sudden chill, Mu-chun jumped in surprise. When he regained his composure, he saw Andy had already dashed away, laughing heartily. Andy, I didn't expect you to be so mischievous. Come back here and give me some in return, or you will regret it, Mu-chun called out with a smile. I'm not that foolish. Andy shot him a glance before turning to flee. Seeing this, Mu-chun wasted no time, stowing his camera and grabbing 2 handfuls of snow to chase after Andy. As Andy sprinted faster, the air was filled with her melodious laughter. The gap between them narrowed, and just as Mu-chun was about to catch up, Andy suddenly halted and turned to face him. Unprepared for her abrupt stop, Mu-chun collided with her, and they both tumbled into a nearby snowbank. Fortunately, their thick clothing cushioned the fall, allowing them to emerge unscathed. However, the atmosphere between them grew unexpectedly intimate, with Andy lying atop Mu-chun, their faces mere centimeters apart. As Andy gazed into Mu-chun's handsome visage, an unfamiliar courage surged within her, prompting her to lean in and kiss him on the lips. Mu-chun felt a rush of warmth enveloping his lips, leaving him momentarily stunned. Andy, I like you, she confessed, uncertain whether Yang Tao's previous words had been sincere. Nevertheless, Andy believed them, and from that day onward, she found herself thinking of Mu-chun every night. She realized she had genuinely fallen for him, and thus felt compelled to express her feelings. As for Mu-chun's response, Andy was uncertain, yet she respected his decision. If he were to reject her, she would force herself to forget him, no matter how painful that might be. Conversely, if he reciprocated her feelings, she was willing to disregard everything to be with him, even if the entire world opposed their union. That was simply her nature. Therefore, after her confession, Andy remained atop Mu-chun, quietly awaiting his reply. "You're crushing me." Mu Chun finally spoke after a moment of silence, panting heavily. Upon hearing his words, Andy's expression shifted to one of disappointment. To her, Mu Chun's change of topic felt like a subtle rejection, causing her spirits to plummet. As she rose from Mu Chen's side, Andy felt the need for solitude. But just as she turned away, she felt a warm hand gently grasp hers. Chapter 90. Sleepless Yong Tao. After Chun stood up from the ground and noticed that Andy was about to leave, he instinctively grasped her hand. In that instant, Andy's body stiffened. "Andy, could you give me a moment, please?" Mu Chun spoke softly, gazing at her. Andy turned to him, and after a long pause, she finally nodded gently. The two then walked hand in hand in silence through the glacier park until Chao Yingzi and Xiao Ming returned, at which point Mu Chen finally released his firm grip on Andy's hand. The four of them remained on the snowy mountain until after 3 in the afternoon, before taking the cable car back to the foot of the mountain. Upon returning to the hotel, Mu Chun handed the various photos he had taken on the snowy mountain to Yong Tao. Sitting on the bed, Yong Tao eagerly flipped through the pictures. "Dear, why aren't there any photos of you in here?" she asked, glancing at Mu Chun. He had taken numerous pictures of Andy and Xiao Ming, yet there was not a single one of himself. "I don't like taking photos," Mu Chun gently shook his head. Yong Tao thought for a moment and realized this was indeed true. Nowadays, many young people enjoy taking selfies with their phones, applying filters, and posting them on social media. This had become a norm in contemporary society. However, Yong Tao had never noticed Mu Chun posting any photos on his social media. Not to mention photos, even his updates were scarce. "Alright," Yong Tao shrugged, deciding not to dwell on it. "Tao, don't look at them for now," Mu Chun suddenly said, looking at her. "What's wrong?" Yong Tao put down her camera and looked up at him. "Andy confessed to me today." Mu Chun hesitated for a moment before speaking softly to Yong Tao. "What? Andy confessed to you? When? Where did this happen?" Yong Tao was taken aback at first, then looked at Mu Chun with curiosity. "Aren't you angry?" Mu Chun asked, somewhat bewildered by her reaction. "Why would I be angry? If someone as exceptional as Andy confessed to my husband, it only proves that my husband is even more outstanding. I should be happy, not angry." Yong Tao replied with a smile, shaking her head gently. Mu Chun stared at her, momentarily lost in thought. "Dear," I said, "I allow you to be with other women." Yong Tao smiled softly at him. Hearing her words, Mu Chun fell silent. "Tao, that seems unfair to you," Mu Chun said softly. "Silly, what is unfair between us?" Yong Tao leaned her head against Mu Chun's chest, murmuring. Glancing down at Yong Tao's delicate features, Mu Chun pondered various thoughts in his mind. That night, after a group dinner, Yong Tao pushed Mu Chun out of their room. Watching the door close behind him, he felt somewhat helpless. He had not anticipated that once again, he would be pushed out by Yong Tao to seek the company of another woman, which left him in a state of bemusement. Arriving at Andy's door, Mu Chun gently knocked. The door opened swiftly to reveal Andy in her pajamas, looking at him somewhat awkwardly as she tucked a stray hair behind her ear. "Mu Chun, is there something you need?" she asked, her heart racing after receiving a message from Andy earlier. "Why can't I come see you if I have no other business?" Mu Chun took a couple of steps forward, closing the distance between them to less than 20 centimeters, and softly inquired. "Of course not." Andy instinctively shook her head. However, before she could finish her sentence, Mu Chen's lips met hers. Andy was taken aback by his sudden action, her body tensing momentarily, instinctively wanting to push him away. Yet, as she made contact with him, she halted. The kiss lingered for nearly 2 minutes before Mu Chun finally released Andy. Observing her flushed face, Mu Chun couldn't help but smile. He stepped into the room just as Andy closed the door behind him. At that moment, Yong Tao's door slowly creaked open. Peering out, she sighed in relief upon seeing Mu Chun was no longer at Andy's doorstep. The next morning, Mu Chun awoke to find Andy still peacefully asleep beside him, a smile gracing his face. He leaned down and kissed her cheek gently. Soon after, Andy slowly opened her eyes. "Good morning." Mu Chun greeted her with a soft smile. "Good morning," Andy replied, her cheeks blushing as she looked at him. "All right, it's getting late. Let us get up," Mu Chun said, kissing her once more before throwing off the covers and getting out of bed. Lighting a cigarette, he stepped onto the balcony to smoke. After slipping on a jacket, and Dee approached him from behind and embraced him gently. "Aren't you going to check on Tao?" she asked. Although she was now with Mu-chan, and Dee had no intention of disrupting his marriage with Yang Tao. She felt grateful to Yang Tao, believing that without her, she and Mu-chan would never have come together. "I'll go later. She's probably still asleep," Mu-chan replied, shaking his head gently. Knowing Yang Tao well, especially since her pregnancy, he was certain she would sleep until at least 9:30. However, unbeknownst to him, Yang Tao had already awakened that morning. At this moment, she was on the balcony gazing at the distant snow-capped mountains. After spending some time with Dee, Mu-chan finally exited her room. He gently knocked on Yang Tao's door, which opened quickly. Yang Tao looked at him, snorted softly, and turned to walk back into her room. Last night, she had struggled with insomnia. Although she had mentally prepared herself for such a situation, the reality of it still pained her deeply. "Wife, did you not sleep well last night?" Mu-chan entered the room and gently embraced Yang Tao, speaking soothingly. "What do you think?" she replied, giving him a pointed look. Chapter 91. Farewell, Song Che. "Are you feeling unwell?" Mu-chan gently inquired as he gazed at Yang Tao. "Yes. I love you." Yang Tao suddenly turned to Mu-chan, her expression earnest as she confessed her feelings. "I love you too," Mu-chan replied, leaning down to place a tender kiss on Yang Tao's lips before continuing his words. After spending some time helping Yang Tao regain her composure, Mu-chan finally led her out of the room. In the living room, Auntie stood up immediately to greet Mu-chan and Yang Tao as they emerged. Observing the two women, hand in hand, who had once cast him aside, Mu-chan couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. After making a phone call to Chao Weidong and Jiang Lai, the group enjoyed breakfast at the hotel before setting off for their return journey. The trip that had taken 4 to 5 days to reach Jiangli was now a mere 2-hour drive back to Nankuan. With 3 cars in tow, they returned to Nankuan City by that evening. After dining in the city and returning the car to the hotel, the 7 of them boarded a flight to Shangjing. When the plane landed at Shangjing Airport, it was already late at night. After driving Auntie and Xiaoming home, Mu-chan finally returned to his own abode. "Ah, nothing feels as comfortable as my own bed," Yang Tao exclaimed joyfully, rolling around on the bed. After a refreshing shower, Mu-chan lay down beside Yang Tao, utterly exhausted from a day of driving. Before long, he fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, Mu-chan awoke to find Yang Tao missing from his side. Upon exiting the room, he discovered Yang Tao lounging on the sofa, engaged in a phone conversation. "Darling, you're up. Come have breakfast," Yang Tao exclaimed, hastily hanging up the call upon seeing Mu-chan. "Who were you talking to?" Mu-chan asked as he took a seat at the dining table. "I was speaking with Wei Wei. She returned yesterday. We're getting together for afternoon tea later. Would you like to join us?" Yang Tao smiled, looking at Mu-chan. "By the way, Mom knows we're back. She wants us to have lunch at her place." "All right, we'll head to Mom's for lunch and bring her and my sister some gifts," Mu-chan replied. This time, he and Yang Tao had purchased several gifts for Xue Sumei and Suqing. "Yes." Yang Tao nodded, smiling, and fell silent. As noon approached, Mu-chan and Yang Tao drove to Xue Sumei's house. The latter, having not seen them for a week, was overjoyed. She and Yang Tao chatted amiably while cooking together. After a delightful family lunch, they spent some time resting at Xue Sumei's home before Mu-chan and Yang Tao decided to leave. Xue Sumei had plans to accompany Suqing to the hospital for a checkup, so she did not insist they stay longer. "Darling, my sister just told me that Duan Shifeng has reached out to her again," Yang Tao suddenly said softly to Mu-chan in the car. "Really? What does she think?" Mu-chan asked, intrigued. "She mentioned that she just wants to live well on her own. After the baby is born, she plans to find a job." Yang Tao replied quietly. It was clear that Suqing had not forgiven Duan Shi. "Then let her be. It's her own decision," Mu-chan said softly, taking a deep breath. "Yes." Yang Tao nodded in agreement, then added, "But I heard from my mom that she has seen my sister crying alone in her room." As they discussed Suqing, Mu-chan soon drove them to the CAF where Yang Tao often enjoyed afternoon tea. Upon arriving, they spotted Song Zhang and Lan Weiwei conversing at a table outside the milk tea shop. When they noticed Mu-chan and Yang Tao approaching, both stood up to greet them. Hey Song Che, you've been living it up, haven't you? You've been away for quite some time. Mu Chun laughed as he embraced Song Che. Don't remind me. After being out for over half a month, I feel like I've lost a lot of weight. Song Che responded with a rueful smile. Well, who told you not to exercise restraint? Mu Chun chuckled. His comment made Lan Weiwei, who was chatting with Yang Tao, blush slightly. By the way, there's talk in the class group that a reunion is happening at the end of this month in Shangjing. Are you going? Song Che asked Mu Chun softly. Not going. What for? To watch them flaunt their wealth? Mu Chun immediately shook his head. Many of their classmates were doing well and often boasted in the class group, so Mu Chun had muted it long ago. Had it not been for Song Che's mention of the reunion, he would have remained oblivious to it. Really not going? I heard that Xiao Qing will be there too. Some classmates mentioned that she's having a tough time. Her father got into trouble domestically, and her mother was so affected that she ended up in the hospital. Xiao Qing had to drop out of school abroad to come back and take care of her mother.
Song Ke informed Mu Chun quietly.
What does that have to do with me? Mu Chun replied, glancing at Song Che, then turning to look at Yang Tao, who was still chatting with Lan Weiwei. I'm married now. Xiao Qing's matters are no longer relevant to me. You really are cold-hearted. Song Che remarked, not bringing up Xiao Qing again. As they continued their conversation and enjoyed a cigarette, they eventually returned to join Yang Tao and Lan Weiwei. Darling, I'm going shopping with Weiwei later. Are you heading home? Yang Tao asked Mu Chun softly upon seeing him. You're going shopping? I'll go to the office instead, Mu Chun replied gently. The company had resumed operations 2 days prior. Then let's invite Auntie to dinner tonight. Yang Tao readily agreed, nodding. I'll leave the car for you, Mu Chun said, affirming his decision. After speaking with Yang Tao, Mu Chun stepped to the roadside and hailed a taxi to the Sure Group's office. Upon arriving at the company entrance, Mu Chun paid the fare and stepped inside. Chapter 92. The Will Mu Chun, what brings you here? In the office, and Dee looked at Mu Chun, who had just entered, with a mix of surprise and curiosity. What? Am I not allowed to come to the company? Mu Chun approached Dee, gently resting a hand on her shoulder, and smiled as he spoke. How could I dare to prevent your entrance? You are the esteemed owner of this company. If I were to do so, would you not have me dismissed? And Dee, unperturbed by Mu Chun's gesture, rolled her eyes playfully and replied, By the way, are you not accompanying Tao Zi today? She went shopping with her friends, and I had nowhere else to go. So I came here seeking solace, Mu Chun said, leaning in and placing a soft kiss on Dee's cheek, grinning as he did so. What if someone sees us? And Dee shot him an annoyed glare and replied, rather displeased. What's there to fear? Is there anyone bold enough to invade your office without your consent? Mu Chun replied nonchalantly. That is still unacceptable. And Dee glared at Mu Chun, her tone serious. Just as Mu Chun was about to respond, a knock sounded at the office door. Be on your best behavior. And Dee shot Mu Chun a warning look before firmly saying, Come in. The door opened, and Dee's assistant entered the room. Is there something you need? And Dee asked her assistant coldly. President, there is a lawyer outside claiming to be Mr. Hyunli who wishes to see you, the assistant said, approaching Dee's desk with a respectful demeanor. Hyunli? And Dee paused, taken aback by the name. In her memory, it seemed she did not know anyone by that name. Meanwhile, Mu Chun, standing beside her, was equally surprised. He had recognized the name immediately. Hyunli was indeed Dee's grandfather. Yes. He mentioned that he has something very important to discuss with you. The assistant confirmed with a nod. Let him in. Mu Chun interjected eagerly. The assistant glanced at Mu Chun and promptly nodded. Very well, boss. As Dee's assistant, she certainly recognized her superior. Having initially intended to decline, Dee glanced helplessly at Mu Chun after the assistant exited and said, Why would you want to see him? I do not even know this Hyunli. Andi, do you truly not know him? Mu Chun asked, a smile playing on his lips. And Dee was taken aback by Mu Chun's expression and began to ponder. Yet she still found herself at a loss. After all, she had only recently returned home, and the individuals she had met were primarily work-related partners, none of whom bore the surname He. Seeing Dee's puzzled expression, Mu Chun decided to clarify, And Dee, whose surname do you carry? My mother's, of course. And Dee replied without a second thought. But then, she froze, realizing that although she was unfamiliar with anyone named He, her own surname was indeed He. Just as Ndi was lost in thought, the office door opened again, and a well-dressed man in his 40s entered. "President, this is Lawyer Jean," the assistant informed Ndi softly. "All right, you may leave now," Ndi instructed gently as she stood up. The assistant nodded and exited the office. "Lawyer Jean, may I inquire what brings you here?" Ndi approached Lawyer Jean and asked quietly. "Miss He, I am here on behalf of your grandfather to deliver his will." Lawyer Jean adjusted his glasses and stated softly, "My grandfather?" Ndi was momentarily stunned. Although she had surmised from Mu Chen's earlier hints that this lawyer was likely someone from her mother's side, it was still shocking to hear the mention of her grandfather. How could her grandfather, if he were indeed alive, have allowed her mother to be cast aside? Why had he never appeared when she and Xiao Ming were in the orphanage? All these questions swirled in her mind, leaving her bewildered. Noticing Ndi's frozen demeanor, Mu Chun quickly gestured for Lawyer Jean to take a seat. After a moment of silence, Ndi finally regained her composure and addressed the lawyer, saying, "I believe you may have the wrong person. I am an orphan and have no grandfather. Miss He, that cannot possibly be the case. Your grandfather specifically instructed me to find you." Lawyer Jean shook his head, speaking gently. "Wait, Lawyer Jean, are you saying that your visit here was at the behest of her grandfather?" Mu Chun interjected suddenly. "Yes." Lawyer Jean confirmed with a nod. "Then why hasn't he come in person?" Mu Chun frowned and pressed further. "Due to Mr. He's health condition. He is currently undergoing treatment in the hospital and is unable to attend in person," Lawyer Jean explained, looking at Mu Chun. "Furthermore, he wishes for you to visit him in the hospital." "What is wrong with him?" Ndi instinctively asked. "Advanced stomach cancer. Given his age, he could pass at any moment," Lawyer Jean said, taking a deep breath as he regarded Ndi. "Where is the will?" Ndi remained silent for a moment before asking earnestly. Upon hearing her question, Lawyer Jean promptly retrieved a document envelope from his briefcase and handed it to Ndi. As she accepted the will, Ndi slowly opened it, and Mu Chun curiously leaned closer to read along with her. The will stipulated that upon He Yunli's death, all his assets would be inherited by Ndi. Below that were detailed accounts of He Yunli's wealth, which included properties and various antiques, collectively valued at approximately 1.8 billion. Ndi, her expression unreadable, handed the will to Mu Chun and looked up at Lawyer Jean, asking, "Where is he now?" Chapter 93. You are unworthy. Half an hour later, Mu Chun parked his car slowly at the entrance of the hospital. "Andy, do you truly wish to see him?" Mu Chun inquired softly, gazing at Andy. Just half an hour ago, Andy had learned from Lawyer Jean about He Yunli's current hospital location and immediately rushed over with Mu Chun. "Yes, I want to confront him. Why did he abandon my mother? Why did he not appear when Xiao Ming and I were in the orphanage?" Andy nodded, her tone resolute. She paid little heed to the will He Yunli had left her, despite its staggering worth of billions. Andy had never been one to place great value on wealth. Her sole intention now was to demand answers from He Yunli. Where was he when her mother needed him the most? Where was he when she and Xiao Ming were in dire need? Seeing Andy's unwavering determination, Mu Chun refrained from saying anything further. After parking the car, they both alighted and made their way toward the hospital. Lawyer Jean, who had driven over separately, was already waiting for them at the entrance. Following Lawyer Jean, Mu Chun and Andy swiftly arrived at the inpatient department. "Wei Guoqiang, do not think that just because you and that old man found some woman to draft a will, you can transfer the old man's assets. Let me tell you, it won't happen." As they approached a patient room, they overheard a woman passionately shouting at a man in his 50s, her voice filled with fury. "I ask you, have you lost your mind? Those assets belong to He Lao. He has every right to manage them as he sees fit. What does it have to do with you?" The man replied in a low voice upon hearing the woman's words. Upon seeing the two, Mu Chun immediately recognized them as Andy's father, Wei Guoqiang, and his wife. "What does it have to do with me? I tell you, after caring for him all these years, I deserve half of those assets," the woman retorted coldly. As she spoke, she caught sight of Lawyer Jean and the three of them approaching. She recognized Lawyer Jean and, upon seeing Andy, immediately surmised that this woman was the heir to He Yunli's fortune. You are the old man's heir? Wei Guoqiang's wife approached Andy with a dark expression, her tone icy. What I am is of no concern to you, Andy replied, her mood already sour, and Wei Guoqiang's wife's condescending tone only exacerbated her irritation. You! Wei Guoqiang's wife was instantly enraged by Andy's retort, raising her hand to strike her. Standing beside Andy, Mu Chun would not allow such an act to pass. He swiftly raised his hand to block the woman's strike and, without a second thought, kicked her away. In the astonished gaze of Lawyer Jean and Wei Guoqiang's wife was sent sprawling to the ground. Though Mu Chun had not exerted much force, she quickly scrambled to her feet, her hair disheveled, shrieking, "How dare you hit me? You actually dared to strike me. I am not your father. I do not need to coddle you. Speak civilly, and if you wish to resort to violence, be my guest." Mu Chun replied coldly, his patience waning. He held no regard for the woman who had struck Andy in the drama, and though her eventual downfall was satisfying, he felt no sympathy for her current outburst. Hearing Mu Chen's words, the woman screamed and lunged at him. Wei Guoqiang, witnessing this, immediately seized his wife's arm. "Xia Qing, have you had enough? How long will you continue this farce?" he demanded, his eyes filled with fury. Mu Chen finally learned the name of Wei Guoqiang's wife. "Wei Guoqiang, are you even a man? Your wife has been struck, and you remain silent?" Xia Qing glared at Wei Guoqiang in response. Upon hearing Xia Qing's words, Wei Guoqiang turned his gaze to Mu Chun. "Young man, I senti it somewhat inappropriate to hit a woman?" he queried. "What is inappropriate about it? Some individuals deserve a reckoning. I cannot help that, and do refrain from calling me young man. You, a man who abandoned his wife, are not worthy of such familiarity." Mu Chun retorted coldly, harboring no fondness for Wei Guoqiang, whom he regarded as a scoundrel. Wei Guoqiang's expression shifted upon hearing Mu Chen's words, for the matters he had never disclosed to anyone were now revealed. How did Mu Chen know about this? It was his greatest secret. Meanwhile, Andy observed Mu Chen's sudden change, her heart stirring with a sense of understanding. "Mr. Wei, Mrs. Xia, I have brought Ms. He to see Mr. He at his request, and I hope you will not interfere," Lawyer Jean interjected, breaking his silence to address Wei Guoqiang and Xia Qing. Upon hearing Lawyer Jin's words, Wei Guoqiang finally regained his composure, taking a deep breath as he cast a cold glance at Mu Chun before turning to leave with Xia Qing in tow. Although Xia Qing was reluctant and dissatisfied, Wei Guoqiang firmly dragged her away. "Andy, who was that?" she asked, turning to Mu Chun as they watched the couple depart. "Andy, that person is inconsequential. What you need to remember is that you are the president of Mu Corporation." Mu Chun gently grasped Andy's hand and spoke softly. Andy inhaled deeply, nodding slightly before following Lawyer Jean into the patient room. Chapter 94. Meeting He Yunli. He Yunli's hospital room is located in the intensive care unit, a place not easily accessible even to those with wealth. However, considering He Yunli's status as a prominent painter, capable of selling his artwork for substantial sums, it is not surprising that he occupies such a room, especially given his extensive connections. Upon entering the room, Mu Chun and Andy were greeted by the sight of an elderly man with graying hair and an oxygen mask, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Hearing the commotion at the door, the elderly man struggled to turn his head. As he caught sight of Andy entering, he became visibly agitated, trembling all over. "Mr. He, Miss He has arrived," Lawyer Jean whispered, glancing at the bedridden He Yunli. "Andy, hello. I am He Yunli, your grandfather," he managed to say, his voice barely audible yet clear in the stillness of the room. Upon hearing his words, Andy felt a jolt of emotion, her body shivering slightly before she composed herself. "Mr. He, I believe you may have mistaken me for someone else. I am an orphan, raised by others. Andy, I understand your resentment towards me for not caring for your mother, and you and your brother. But I assure you it was not that I did not care." He Yunli's voice trembled with emotion. During that tumultuous era, it was not indifference but rather his own struggle for survival that prevented him from providing for Andy's mother. By the time his circumstances improved, it was too late, as Andy's mother had already passed away, and Andy had been taken from the orphanage by her adoptive parents. Only Xiaoming remained, and He Yunli had hoped to bring him into his care, feeling a sense of duty towards his grandson. However, his conditions were still inadequate, and he had to rely on Wei Guoqiang for support, especially since Xiao Ming was suffering from severe autism. Despite his improving circumstances, He Yunli chose not to intrude upon Andy and Xiao Ming's lives, instead observing them from afar until he felt his own health waning. It was only then, when Andy returned to the country and found Xiao Ming, that He Yunli resolved to bequeath his estate to Andy and her brother. As He Yunli recounted his fragmented tale, Andy's eyes welled with tears, and she fought to hold them back. Mu Chun, sensing her distress, gently took her hand, offering warmth and comfort. "What is your purpose in summoning me here?" Andy finally asked, taking a deep breath. I have no ulterior motives. I simply wish to see you in my final moments," He Yunli replied softly, refraining from mentioning Xiao Ming. To him, while Xiao Ming was indeed his grandson, Andy held a special significance, having been the first he held in his arms upon her birth. "Now that you have seen me, can you depart?" Andy asked, her expression devoid of emotion. Though she recognized the frail old man before her as her grandfather, she could not bring herself to forgive him. Upon hearing her words, He Yunli became agitated, causing the machines beside him to emit urgent alarms. Lawyer Jean, who had remained silent until now, quickly pressed the call button for assistance. Moments later, several doctors and nurses rushed into the room, ushering Mu Chun and Andy outside. Standing in the corridor, Andy felt an overwhelming urge to leave, yet her feet remained rooted in place, a flicker of concern for He Yunli gnawing at her heart. "Andy, are you all right?" Mu Chun approached her, his voice gentle. "I am fine," she replied softly, shaking her head. "Rest assured, no matter what happens, I will remain by your side." Mu Chun reassured her, squeezing her hand gently. "Thank you, Mu Chun," Andy said, turning to him with a grateful glance. "Foolish girl, is there any need for thanks between us?" Mu Chun replied, affectionately tousling her hair. "Are you perhaps worried about him?" He gestured towards the room. "Yes, although I cannot forgive him, I do not wish for anything dire to occur. After all, he is the only family that Xiao Ming and I have left in this world," Andy confessed, biting her lip. Though she surmised that Wei Guoqiang was the man who had abandoned her and her mother, in her heart, he remained a complete stranger. "Do not worry. Everything will be fine," Mu Chun comforted her softly. After nearly an hour of waiting outside, the door to the hospital room finally opened, and several doctors emerged. "Doctor, how is Mr. He?" Lawyer Jean inquired, addressing one of the doctors in a white coat. "He is stable for now, but his condition is extremely fragile. It is uncertain how much longer he can hold on, and he cannot see anyone at the moment," the doctor explained gently. "That is a relief. Thank you so much," Lawyer Jean said, visibly relieved. Andy stood at the doorway, gazing through the window at the now sleeping He Yunli, her grip on Mu Chen's hand tightening unconsciously. As they exited the hospital, the sky had darkened considerably. Mu Chun, glancing at the listless Andy in the passenger seat, gently asked, "It's getting late. Would you like to grab something to eat? What do you feel like having?" "Mu Chun, I don't wish to eat right now. I just want to go home and rest," Andy replied, shaking her head softly. "Very well. I will go pick up Xiao Ming and take you both home to rest," Mu Chun responded, understanding her state of mind. Before Xiao Ming's school day ended, Mu Chun had already called Yang Tao to arrange for her to pick him up. Thus, upon returning to Shuxiang Yaiyuan, Mu Chun called Yang Tao, and soon after, Xiao Ming's figure appeared in the hallway. Chapter 95. Ignored. After picking up Xiao Ming, Mukin returned home with Auntie. In Auntie's room, Mukin held her until she fell into a deep slumber, after which he gently tucked her in and departed. Upon arriving home, Mukin recounted the day's events to Yang Tao. "Is it true that Auntie's grandfather has been watching over her and Xiao Ming all this time without ever visiting them?" Yang Tao asked, somewhat bewildered by Mukin's narrative. "Indeed," Mukin replied, taking a deep breath. In his view, He Yunli had refrained from disturbing Auntie's life all these years, yet in the twilight of his existence, he chose to reveal everything to her. While Mukin felt a measure of relief for He Yunli, he lamented that he had never truly considered Auntie's feelings. Thus, it was unavoidable to conclude that He Yunli was no different from Wei Guoqiang. Both were rather selfish, pursuing their own interests. "Sai, Auntie and Xiao Ming are truly pitiable," Yang Tao sighed, resting her head on Mukin's shoulder. Who could argue with that? Mukun nodded gently in agreement. The following morning, Mukun awoke with a sense of unease regarding Auntie. After informing Yongtao, he drove back to the company. As he approached Auntie's office, he noticed 2 security guards standing at the entrance, with sounds of an argument emanating from within. Frowning, he entered the office to find Wei Guoqiang's wife glaring furiously at Auntie, accompanied by several men. "Auntie, what is happening here?" Mukun inquired softly, his expression darkening as he approached her. "Mukun, you're here. Mrs. Wei and a few self-proclaimed court officials are insisting on taking me for a DNA test. When I asked for their identification, they were unable to produce any. I've already called the police," Auntie explained hurriedly upon seeing him. Cutting off Auntie's explanation, Mukun cast a sharp glance at Xiaqing. Startled by his gaze, she recalled vividly the kick he had given her the previous day. "He only passed away last night," Auntie whispered, biting her lip as she leaned closer to Mukun. "Lawyer Jean called me, hoping I would visit him for a final farewell, but I didn't. He go. Passed away?" Mukun was taken aback by Auntie's words, suddenly grasping why Xiaqing was so eager to trouble Auntie. Yunli's death meant that the will would officially come into effect. If Auntie proceeded with the necessary paperwork, she would end up with nothing, an enormous fortune at stake. Xiaqing would undoubtedly not let this opportunity slip away. "All right, leave this matter to me," Mukun said softly to Auntie. He then retrieved his phone and dialed Lao Tan's number. "Mukun, what prompted you to call me today?" Lao Tan's voice soon came through the line. "I have a matter to discuss." "Do you have Wei Guoqiang's phone number?" Mukun asked, glancing at Xiaqing across the room. "Why do you need his number?" Lao Tan's brow furrowed as he inquired. He was well aware of who Wei Guoqiang was, having previously investigated all of Auntie's background. However, he had never mentioned it to her. "Mrs. Wei is causing a scene in the office right now." Mukun briefly explained the situation to Lao Tan. "All right, I'll send you Wei Guoqiang's number right away. I'll come to the office shortly," Lao Tan replied, clearly agitated after hearing Mukun's account. After hanging up, Mukun received Wei Guoqiang's number promptly. He dialed it without delay. "Hello?" Wei Guoqiang's voice came through the phone quickly. "This is Mukun, the one you met yesterday. Your wife is causing trouble for Auntie at my company. Are you going to do something about it?" Mukun's tone was cold as he spoke into the phone. "That crazy woman." Wei Guoqiang cursed upon hearing Mukun's words and promised to come immediately. Meanwhile, Xiaqing, unfazed by Mukun's call to Wei Guoqiang, took out her phone and made a call of her own. Half an hour later, Lao Tan and Wei Guoqiang arrived at the office, one after the other. "Xiaqing, have you had enough of this ruckus? What exactly do you want?" Wei Guoqiang demanded angrily upon seeing her. "That's none of your business. There must be a resolution to this matter today. I've already called Old Hua, and he will be here shortly," Xiaqing replied defiantly, showing no signs of backing down. Hearing Xiaqing mention Old Hua, Wei Guoqiang fell silent. "Lao Tan, who is this Old Hua?" Mukun asked quietly, noticing Lao Tan's frown at the mention of the name. Old Hua is a venerable figure in the business community of the capital, known for his considerable influence. When he intervenes in matters, everyone pays him respect. Lao Tan explained softly, adding that he had powerful connections behind him. Mukun nodded thoughtfully, his brow slightly furrowed. At that moment, an elderly man in his 60s, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, entered the office. "Old Hua, you've arrived," Xiaqing greeted with a smile, while Wei Guoqiang's expression darkened. "Xia, what is going on? Why did you rush to call me?" Old Hua inquired gently, his gaze not lingering on anyone else in the office, as if they were invisible to him. This disregard not only affected Wei Guoqiang but also left Lao Tan and Mukun feeling uneasy. Mukun, in particular, was incensed. Since his arrival in this world, he had never been so blatantly ignored, especially in his own company. Chapter 96. Cast Out. Task Announcement. As the master of the divine system, how can one not retaliate against the bullying of malicious guests? Task content. With the most powerful demeanor, expel the unwelcome guests from the company. Task reward. A powerful piece of blackmail. Task penalty. None. Just as Mu Chen's expression darkened, the previously silent system in his mind suddenly issued a task. After reading the system's announcement, Mu Chen pondered and posed a question to the system. To his surprise, the system actually responded, which delighted him, as its answer aligned perfectly with his thoughts. Old Mr. Hua, long time no see. Although Old Tan was infuriated, he composed himself quickly, adjusting his demeanor as he stood and addressed Old Hua, who was conversing with Xia Qing. Oh, it's Little Tan? Is this not the headquarters? What brings you here? Old Hua feigned surprise, turning to smile at Old Tan. Aha, Old Hua is jesting. I hold a small stake in this company, Old Tan replied with a smile, maintaining his composure. I see. Little Xia, what exactly is going on here? Please enlighten me, Old Hua said, settling himself comfortably on the sofa as he turned to Xia Qing. Immediately, Xia Qing leaned closer to Old Hua, recounting the events. However, her storytelling transformed the situation into a plot where Auntie schemed to deceive He Yunli into signing a will. This is straightforward. Regardless, little Xia has cared for old He for many years. Now that he has passed, it is not unreasonable for her to claim half of the inheritance. After all, the sum is not substantial. Little Tan, what do you think? Old Hua remarked casually after hearing Xia Qing's account. Mu Chun couldn't help but chuckle at Old Hua's words, clearly showing favoritism towards Xia Qing. Although several hundred million was indeed insignificant to Mu Chun, the matter was no longer one of mere finances. If he remained indifferent while being bullied in his own company, he might as well cease to exist. Excuse me, sir, may I inquire who you are? What gives you the audacity to act so arrogantly here? Mu Chun coldly addressed Old Hua. Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, Old Tan's expression shifted instantly, realizing the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, the previously calm Old Hua's face darkened, as he could not recall the last time someone had spoken to him in such a manner. Young man, I could be your grandfather. Mind your words. Old Hua glared at Mu Chun, his tone stern. Ignoring Old Hua, Mu Chun shouted towards the entrance, Security, what is going on? Why are you allowing anyone into the company? Get some people up here and throw this uninvited guest out. The two security personnel immediately recognized Mu Chun as their boss. Following the previous incident where he was stopped by security, they had undergone training to familiarize themselves with the company's prominent figures, ensuring no further missteps occurred. Therefore, upon hearing their boss's command, they swiftly called for reinforcements. Old Hua, hearing Mu Chen's words, chose silence, snorting as he prepared to leave, unwilling to be forcibly ejected by security. However, this incident was firmly etched in his memory, especially his resentment towards Mu Chun. Since abandoning his first wife for his current spouse, he had never encountered anyone daring enough to treat him in such a manner. Security? Stop them. Did you not understand what I just said? Throw them out. Mu Chun emphasized the word throw with particular intensity. The security personnel quickly grasped the meaning of his command, blocking Old Hua, who was attempting to leave. Old Tan, meanwhile, was astonished, realizing that Mu Chun was genuinely prepared to confront Old Hua head-on. If Mu Chun succeeded in expelling Old Hua from the company, the news would undoubtedly spread through the upper echelons of the capital by the next day. Mu Chun felt no trepidation. Having already torn the mask of civility, he feared no further repercussions. Old Hua's two bodyguards contemplated making a move, but upon witnessing the overwhelming number of security personnel closing in, they reconsidered. After all, while they were skilled fighters, two could not contend against 30. Thus Old Hua, along with Wei Guo and Shi Qing, was genuinely thrown out of the company by a throng of security personnel. Ah, Mu Chun, why are you so impulsive? This complicates matters, Old Tan remarked with a wry smile as he surveyed the suddenly vacant office. In truth, Old Tan was not particularly intimidated by Old Hua. After all, both factions had their backing, and their strengths were comparable, often regarded as rivals. Yet, due to Old Tan's seniority, he felt a certain pressure in confronting Old Hua. What is the issue? Old Tan, are you interested in the Hua group? Mu Chun inquired softly, a smile playing on his lips. Just moments prior, he had completed the system's task in his mind. Furthermore, the system had bestowed upon him a new task, to acquire the Hua group. Acquire the Hua group? Old Tan was taken aback. The Hua group was not like the Jiang group. As long as the family behind Old Hua remained intact, acquiring the Hua group was virtually impossible. Old Tan explained the nuances of the situation to Mu Chun with a rueful smile, concluding, thus, acquiring the Hua group is not that simple, regardless of how wealthy one may be. I am aware of this, but with this, Mu Chun rose and approached Auntie's desk, retrieving a USB drive from his pocket and gently inserting it into the computer. What is that? Old Tan inquired, curiosity piqued as he approached Mu Chun. However, upon seeing the document open on the screen, he was left speechless. After a considerable pause, Old Tan finally gathered his wits. "Where did you obtain this?" he asked, scrutinizing the contents of the document, breathless with astonishment. "That is of no concern to you. Just tell me if this can facilitate the acquisition of the Hua Group," Mu Chun replied, his gaze steady. "Absolutely. With this, the Hua Group would be like tender meat before us, ready for consumption," Old Tan exclaimed, visibly excited. "Very well. I will entrust this matter to you. Regardless of the cost of acquisition, I shall cover it. Once complete, your share remains unchanged," Mu Chun assured Old Tan with a gentle smile. Hearing Mu Chen's words, Old Tan gradually regained his composure. At that moment, Mu Chen's identity solidified in Old Tan's mind, marked with a grand question mark. Previously, Old Tan had perceived Mu Chun merely as a wealthy individual. However, it now appeared that he was far more complex. After all, the ability to procure such information indicated that Mu Chen's connections were not inferior to those behind the Hua and Tan families. Consequently, Old Tan resolved to approach Mu Chun with a stance of cautious camaraderie, recognizing the potential leverage Mu Chun held with the dirt on Old Hua's backers and pondering the implications for his own family's alliances. It is certain that with the incriminating evidence he holds, Old Tan can guarantee that should it be exposed, the individuals behind Old Hua would undoubtedly face a fate of utter annihilation. Chapter 97. A lifetime of devotion. Old Tan departed, armed with the incriminating evidence against the enigmatic figure behind Old Hua. He sought to negotiate with this shadowy personage, aiming to capitalize on the information to its fullest potential. "Mu Chun, there was no need for you to act so decisively today." As she observed Old Tan's departure, Antai approached Chun and settled beside him, her voice soft as she addressed Mu Chun. Antai was perceptive. She could discern from Tan's demeanor that Old Hua was far from ordinary. Moreover, she held little regard for He Yunli's inheritance. Even if it were entirely bestowed upon Xiaqing, she would feel no pangs of regret. Yet Mu Chun had resolutely expelled those individuals on her behalf, stirring a mixture of gratitude and guilt within her. She thought to herself that if it weren't for her words, none of this would have transpired. Of course, it was necessary. Who does that insufferable old man think he is, imposing upon us? I refuse to indulge his foul temper. Mu Chun gently encircled Antai with his arms, whispering reassuringly. "What did you give Old Tan earlier?" Antai inquired, gazing up at him, curious. She had not approached during his conversation with Old Tan, thus remaining oblivious to the contents of the crucial USB drive that could spell doom for the Hua Corporation. "Trust that our company will soon flourish once more," Mu Chun replied with a smile, his eyes twinkling with optimism. Old Tan acted swiftly. Just 2 days after Mu Chun entrusted him with the sensitive information, he received a call from Tan. The news that the entire family behind Old Hua had been apprehended ignited a spark of excitement in Mu Chun, prompting discussions about the acquisition of the Hua Corporation. Meanwhile, in the office of the chairman of the Hua Corporation, Old Hua sat in his chair, his expression dark and tumultuous, staring blankly at the ceiling. He was acutely aware that everything was lost. He had already learned of the predicament surrounding his father-in-law's family, and this knowledge plunged him into despair. The Hua Corporation was vast, valued at no less than 600 billion. Yet the powerful allies who once bolstered his position had now faltered, leaving him vulnerable. Those who had once feared the forces behind the Hua Corporation no longer held back. "Mu Chun," Old Hua spat out the name with venom. He understood that all of this chaos was orchestrated by Mu Chun. 2 days prior, after being unceremoniously expelled from the Mu Corporation, he had delved into Mu Chen's background. The findings were starkly simple: a parentless orphan raised in an orphanage. The dossier was exceedingly detailed, yet after reviewing it, Old Hua hesitated to take rash action. He was convinced that Mu Chun was backed by a hidden force. Otherwise, how could an orphan from an orphanage possibly orchestrate the acquisition of the Jiang Corporation? Thus, Old Hua immediately reached out to his allies for assistance in investigating Mu Chun further. However, to his astonishment, before any information could be uncovered about Mu Chun, his own allies were uprooted entirely. Although it was publicly attributed to Tan's connections, Old Hua understood that the rivalry between Tan's benefactors and his own had been long-standing. If Tan's family possessed such capability, then his own supporters would have been ousted long ago, rather than left in this precarious position. This led old Hua to speculate that the only way such decisive action could transpire was through a collaboration between Mu Chen's benefactors and those of old Tan. If Mu Chen were aware of old Hua's thoughts, he would likely find it amusing, for he had no supporters, only a mysterious and formidable system at his disposal. Naturally, old Hua remained oblivious to this reality. Though he harbored a desire to consume Mu Chen whole, he dared not make a move, for he had yet to exhaust his existence. He was certain that any sign of aggression on his part would lead to his own ruin, a fate he had orchestrated for others countless times. Unbeknownst to him, Mu Chen was presently accompanying Yang Tao at the hospital for a prenatal checkup, entrusting the acquisition of the Hua Corporation to Antai, who was far more adept in such matters. His role was merely to provide the funds. "Darling, I just had a substantial amount of blood drawn. I want something delicious for lunch after we leave the hospital," Yang Tao said, her eyes wide and pleading as she sat in the front passenger seat. "Absolutely. What do you feel like eating?" Mu Chen inquired, affectionately ruffling her hair. Witnessing the doctor extract blood from Yang Tao without apparent charge had stirred a pang of sympathy within him, leading him to readily comply with her request. "How about you cook for me at noon?" Yang Tao suggested, her face lighting up with a smile. "Are you certain you can stomach my cooking?" Mu Chen replied, incredulous, rolling his eyes at her. "Hee, even if it's a bit unpalatable, I just want to savor your culinary creations," Yang Tao teased, playfully tugging at his sleeve. All right, you win. But don't complain if my cooking turns out to be less than delightful." Mu Chen chuckled, shaking his head in mock exasperation. "Rest assured, I won't be picky," Yang Tao exclaimed, her enthusiasm infectious. With a bemused smile upon his face, Mu Chen steered the car towards Shuxiang Yeyuan. Upon arriving home, he carried the groceries purchased from the market into the kitchen and began to clumsily prepare the meal. Yang Tao stood at the kitchen door, beaming as she watched his efforts, occasionally offering helpful tips. After more than 2 hours of labor, Mu Chen finally managed to whip up 3 dishes and a soup. The presentation left much to be desired, and the aroma was nearly non-existent. However, upon tasting his creations, he found them passably acceptable. Yet, witnessing Yang Tao devour what he deemed mediocre fare with delight filled his heart with joy. "Darling, I never realized you had such potential as a chef. Your first attempt at cooking is simply delectable. From now on, you shall be responsible for my meals," Yang Tao declared, patting her round belly contentedly after finishing 2 large bowls of rice. "Sure, as long as you don't mind if it tastes terrible, I would gladly cook for you for a lifetime," Mu Chen replied, sitting beside Yang Tao, sharing in her laughter. Chapter 98. The unfortunate circumstances of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan has recently found himself beset by misfortunes. Not only has he lost his job, but his wife, Tong Wenjie, has also been demoted at her company. Meanwhile, he has yet to secure new employment. With their monthly household expenses amounting to tens of thousands, they are left with no choice but to deplete their meager savings. As if that were not enough, Fang Yuan received a distressing phone call from his mother, who informed him that she had fallen victim to a scam, losing over 1 million yuan, of which 500,000 was borrowed. Now, the perpetrators are relentlessly pursuing repayment, and Fang Yuan's parents are unable to settle the debt, leading them to disclose the situation to Fang Yuan. Upon learning of this predicament, Fang Yuan was consumed with anger, but facing his elderly parents, he found himself unable to express his frustration. Instead, he turned to Tong Wenjie in search of a solution. "Wenjie, have you calculated our finances?" Fang Yuan inquired, observing her hunched over their bed, tallying their savings with a furrowed brow. "Yes," she replied, "our total savings amount to merely around 500,000. If we use this to repay my parents' debt, we will have nothing left. You still haven't found a job, and my salary has significantly decreased after my demotion. We won't even have enough for our daily expenses." With a calculator in hand, she looked up at Fang Yuan, her expression grave. "What can we do?" he sighed, feeling helpless. "They are demanding the money, threatening to take legal action if we fail to repay. Perhaps we should sell our house in the suburbs?" Fang Yuan suggested, knowing full well that this money was essential. After a moment of contemplation, Wenjie raised her gaze to Fang Yuan, questioning his idea. "Sell the house? That's out of the question. Fang Yuan immediately shook his head. That house represented years of hard work and sacrifice for both him and Tong Wenjie. But what other options do we have? Our monthly mortgage is 15,000, which accounts for half of our expenses. If we sell the house, I estimate we could fetch around 12 million, enough to clear the mortgage and leave us with nearly 7 million. This way, our financial strain would lessen, and once you find work, we could purchase a smaller home. Wenjie's voice was gentle, but her suggestion was clear. If there were any other alternatives, she would not advocate selling their cherished first home filled with memories. Let us put that aside for now. I believe we should hold on to the house. Fang Yuan replied with a gentle shake of his head. At that moment, his phone rang, revealing a call from Mu Chun. Fang Yuan answered, curiosity piqued. Mu Chun, what's up? He asked cheerfully. I've arranged to meet Xiao Weidong for drinks shortly. You should join us. I have something to discuss, Mu Chun replied. Something to discuss with me? Sure, I'll be there, Fang Yuan agreed. Half an hour later, the three men gathered at a nearby Japanese restaurant, enjoying drinks together. Mu Chun, you mentioned you wanted to discuss something. What is it? Fang Yuan inquired, eyeing Mu Chun with a smile. Well, how are your culinary skills? I was hoping to learn some cooking from you, Mu Chun responded with a grin. It seemed odd for Mu Chun to seek culinary guidance when there were countless chefs available, yet he preferred to learn from Fang Yuan, whose cooking was on par with that of professional chefs. Cooking? That is easy. I have plenty of time since I'm still unemployed, Fang Yuan replied, his surprise giving way to enthusiasm. Seeing Fang Yuan's willingness, Mu Chun beamed. The trio chatted and drank, but Fang Yuan, preoccupied with his troubles, soon found himself drinking more than he intended. Fang Yuan, if things get tough, I could lend you some money, Mu Chun offered. I don't think you should consider selling your home just yet, right? Fang Yuan, you can't treat us like strangers. You should have confided in us about such significant matters. Xiao Weidong chimed in, nodding in agreement. I can transfer 1 million to you right away. Just pay me back later. While Xiao Weidong's wealth could not compare to Mu Chen's, he was still quite well off, and 1 million was not a burden for him. Old Xiao, that is not appropriate. If it comes to that, I'll just sell my house, Fang Yuan said, taken aback by the offer, but he shook his head gently. He had no desire to entangle his friendships with financial obligations, aware that such situations could easily ruin relationships. This was also the reason he hadn't mentioned borrowing money from friends when discussing the potential sale of their home with Wenjie. What nonsense! We've been brothers for years. There's nothing inappropriate about it. You're taking that money whether you like it or not. Just use that card. I'll arrange for the transfer, Xiao Weidong insisted, his eyes wide with determination. Seeing the insistence in Xiao Weidong's eyes, Fang Yuan reluctantly nodded. Since old Xiao is lending you money, Mu Chun interjected. In gratitude for teaching me to cook, I'll help you find a job. How does that sound? Job? What kind of job? Fang Yuan's interest piqued at the mention of employment. You know that ND is the president of Mu Shi Group now. How about I ask her to arrange a position for you there? Mu Chun suggested with a smile. Fang Yuan hesitated, knowing ND from previous dinners at Mu Chen's home, yet they weren't particularly close. Would that be appropriate? He asked softly. There's nothing inappropriate about it. I'll call ND right now, Mu Chun replied, pulling out his phone and dialing. He requested ND to facilitate Fang Yuan's employment, to which she readily agreed. Chapter 99. The encouragement of love. Fang Yuan, you may proceed to meet with ND at the Qishir Group. She will arrange the specifics of your work, Mu Chun said, placing his phone down and gazing at Fang Yuan. Mu Chun, Lao Qiao, I am truly grateful to you both, Fang Yuan replied, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he took a deep breath and turned away to wipe them away. What are you talking about? We are friends. Mutual assistance is only natural, Xiao Weidong chimed in, raising his glass and smiling at Fang Yuan. In the subsequent half-month, Mu Chun accompanied Fang Yuan daily to learn the art of cooking. Even after Fang Yuan began working at the Mu Group, he would dedicate 2 hours each evening to teach Mu Chun. Remarkably, after half a month of guidance from Fang Yuan, Mu Chun felt a significant improvement in his culinary skills. He began preparing meals for Yang Tao daily, and she had gained quite a bit of weight, which left her rather discontented. One morning, Mu Chun rose early and returned home with a substantial quantity of groceries. He then entered the kitchen to commence his culinary endeavors. Today marked Ndi's move to the Shuxiang Yayuan community. Just yesterday, the Mu Group successfully acquired the Hua Group, and to celebrate, Mu Chun had promised Ndi a grand feast. As Mu Chun busily prepared in the kitchen, a series of knocks echoed from the front door. Upon opening it, he found Ndi and Yang Tao chatting amiably at the threshold. "You're back. Ndi, have you moved everything in?" Mu Chun inquired, smiling at them. "Yes, everything is in place. From now on, Ndi will be our neighbor," Yang Tao exclaimed, interjecting before Ndi could respond. She had sought out Ndi as soon as the moving company arrived in the neighborhood, assisting her throughout the move before returning. "That's splendid. Please take a moment to rest. The meal will be ready shortly," Mu Chun said, nodding and smiling at them before turning back to the kitchen. "Do you think Mu Chun can really cook? I've never heard him mention it," Ndi asked curiously, having been preoccupied with the acquisition of the Hua Group for the past half-month. Although Mu Chun had accompanied her for a few days, he had not mentioned his culinary lessons with Fang Yuan. "It's all thanks to me," Yang Tao replied with a hint of pride, recounting how she had persuaded Mu Chun to cook for her. "How was it? Was his first meal delicious or not?" Ndi inquired, intrigued. "Are you foolish? His first meal couldn't possibly be good." Yang Tao rolled her eyes, responding with exasperation. "Is this what they call the encouragement of love?" Ndi asked, glancing at Yang Tao with a hint of amusement. "Of course, if I hadn't said that, do you think you would be enjoying Mu Chen's cooking today?" Yang Tao whispered to Ndi, casting a glance towards the kitchen. Ndi pondered this, finding it quite reasonable. She gave Yang Tao a thumbs up in admiration. If it were her, she would have bluntly stated if Mu Chen's cooking was unpalatable. Yang Tao smiled modestly. Half an hour later, the three sat at the dining table, enjoying their meal and engaging in light conversation. The spread looked impressive, and the flavors were delightful. "Ndi, how has Xiao Ming been doing in his studies lately?" Mu Chen asked, serving Ndi a chicken leg with a smile. "Well, he is doing quite well. However, I've recently noticed he seems to be in a relationship." Ndi replied, her brow furrowing slightly at the thought. "What? In a relationship?" Mu Chen exclaimed, curiosity piqued. "Yes, one day he fell asleep on the sofa, and his phone slipped to the floor. I opened it and saw he was chatting with a girl," Ndi recounted softly. "Did you read the messages?" Mu Chen asked, intrigued. "Why would I do that? Why would I invade Xiao Ming's privacy? He is already an adult and deserves his own space. Even as his sister, I would never snoop," Ndi replied, giving Mu Chen an incredulous look. Having grown up abroad, Ndi held a strong belief in respecting privacy. Even among close acquaintances, she would never pry into someone else's personal matters without consent. "Aren't you worried Xiao Ming might actually be dating someone?" Yang Tao asked, her curiosity evident. "Why should I be worried? Xiao Ming has reached an age where he can explore relationships. As long as it doesn't interfere with his studies, why should I stop him?" Ndi responded, her tone slightly perplexed. Yang Tao regarded her for a moment before finally speaking. "How fortunate it is to be your brother. Are you not curious about what the girl looks like?" Mu Chen asked Ndi with a smile. "Not at all, because that girl is someone we know." Ndi replied with a grin. "We know her?" Mu Chen asked, bewildered. "Who?" "She's the girl Xiao Ming got hurt protecting last time. I believe her name is Wang Yidi," Ndi explained, noticing the confusion on Mu Chen's face. Upon hearing Ndi's words, Mu Chen's expression shifted to one of realization. As the three continued to eat and chat, they soon found themselves satisfied and reclining in their chairs. "Darling, later I will go out with Ndi. Will you join us, or stay home by yourself?" Yang Tao gently caressed her belly as she inquired. "You two go ahead. I'll rest at home," Mu Chen replied, shaking his head lightly. Mu Chen had little interest in shopping. Had it not been for Ndi, he would have accompanied Yang Tao. However, with Ndi present, he preferred to remain at home. "All right then, dear, you're in charge of cleaning up this mess," Yang Tao said with a smile, gesturing towards the chaotic dining table. Chapter 100. Mastery in Combat. After Yang Tao and Ndi left, Mu Chen finally tidied up the dining table and then reclined on the sofa, idly scrolling through his phone. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. Task completed. Acquisition of the Hua Group." Task completion rate, 100. Reward, mastery in combat. Would you like to claim it? Surprised by the system's reward, Mu-chun nodded lightly and softly uttered, claim. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming influx of memories related to combat flooding his mind. After a moment of stillness, he exhaled deeply, slowly opening his eyes to discover a newfound strength coursing through his body. He felt capable of confronting 10 individuals like Fang Yuan and Xiao Weidong. Spending the entire afternoon at home, Mu-chun was still there when Yang Tao and Ndi returned, just before 5 in the evening. Mu-chun, Lawyer Jean just called, asking me to handle He Yunli's inheritance tomorrow. Will you accompany me? Ndi said softly as she sat on the sofa. Inheritance? Sure, when tomorrow? Mu-chun was momentarily taken aback, having almost forgotten about the inheritance until Ndi mentioned it. Tomorrow morning, Ndi replied gently. The truth was, Ndi initially did not require Mu-chun's presence for the inheritance handover. She was merely going to accompany Lawyer Jean to inventory the assets. However, Lawyer Jean had informed her that Mr. He's inheritance was currently in the hands of Wei Guoqiang, and they needed to meet him for the transfer. Ndi had invited Mu-chun because she was aware that Wei Guoqiang was the man who had abandoned her and her mother, and she was uncertain how to confront him. The next morning, after dropping Yang Tao off at Xue Sumei's house, Mu-chun drove Ndi to the location where they were to meet Lawyer Jean. Their rendezvous was set in a villa area called California Sunshine in Shangjing. Upon arriving at the entrance of the villa district, Mu-chun spotted Lawyer Jean and Wei Guoqiang waiting outside. Seeing Wei Guoqiang, Mu-chun understood why Ndi had summoned him. Upon meeting Ndi and Mu-chun, Wei Guoqiang's expression was complex. He had been furious when he and old Mr. Hua were thrown out of the Mu group by Mu-chun, for he was a renowned economist who had never before been treated so dismissively. Yet, his worries for Ndi soon took precedence, as he knew well the influence old Mr. Hua wielded. To his astonishment, the unfolding events exceeded his expectations. Not only did Mu-chun emerge unscathed, but he also acquired the Hua group. This revelation nearly left Wei Guoqiang speechless, and his apprehension towards Mu-chun grew, realizing that a mere economist had managed to topple someone as formidable as old Mr. Hua. Ms. He, Mr. Mu, it is a pleasure to see you both again. This gentleman is Mr. Wei, who currently manages the estate of the late Mr. He. Mr. Wei will now assist you with the asset transfer. Lawyer Jean smiled as he stood beside them. Mu-chun nodded gently and glanced at Wei Guoqiang, sensing Ndi's hand tightening around his. Mr. Wei, shall we? Mu-chun said, his tone calm yet firm. Wei Guoqiang nodded and turned towards the villa area, while Mu-chun patted Ndi's back reassuringly, encouraging her to relax. Ndi, this is your grandfather's villa, where he resided in this neighborhood. All his antique collections are housed here, Wei Guoqiang explained as he led them into a spacious villa, turning to Ndi with a complex expression. Inside the villa's living room, numerous wooden boxes were scattered about. Upon opening one, Mu-chun discovered an ancient-looking vase inside. However, lacking knowledge of antiques, he could not ascertain its true value. In addition to this villa, your grandfather owned 3 other vacant villas in this area, and 2 more in Donghai. I will provide you with all the keys shortly, Wei Guoqiang continued. No need for the keys. Please hand them over to Lawyer Jean instead. Lawyer Jean, could you assist me in managing these matters? Ndi coldly replied, her gaze shifting to Lawyer Jean. Certainly. It is my honor to assist you. Lawyer Jean responded with a nod and a smile. Ndi, aren't you going to inventory anything? Wei Guoqiang asked, taken aback by her indifference. There's no need for inventory. I never intended to claim this inheritance, so counting it holds no significance for me. Ndi coldly shook her head. Is there anything else? Wei Guoqiang sighed. All your grandfather's belongings are contained here. Then let's leave the rest to Lawyer Jean. Mu-chun, shall we? Ndi softly urged Mu-chun. All right. Ndi, I fancy this vase. Would you mind if I took it? Mu-chun turned to Ndi, playfully shaking the vase he had found. What do you want that for? Ndi asked, puzzled. Since Taozi has been wanting to cultivate flowers, and we lack a vase at home, this one appears quite suitable for that purpose. Mu-chun smiled. As long as you're happy. Ndi shrugged, then turned and walked toward the villa's exit. Seeing this, Mu-chun waved the vase at Wei Guoqiang and Lawyer Jean before following Ndi out of the villa. Chapter 101. Preparing for the wedding. As Mu Chun stepped out of the villa, he noticed Ndi standing at the entrance, slightly panting. Ndi, are you alright? Mu Chun approached Ndi and gently inquired. I'm fine. Ndi replied with a slight shake of her head. Alright then, since we've entrusted the matters here to Lawyer Jean, shall we be on our way? Mu Chun softly said, while holding Ndi's hand. Ndi nodded and allowed Mu Chun to lead her out of the villa complex. In the car, Ndi sat in the passenger seat, lost in thought and feeling somewhat downcast. Meanwhile, Mu Chun, observing her demeanor, felt uncertain about how to console her and continued to drive towards the Shuxiangyuan. Ndi, how about we pick up Xiao Ming later and visit the orphanage? I haven't been there in a while, Mu Chun suggested softly, glancing at Ndi. It was the weekend, and Xiao Ming was at home watching television when Mu Chun and Ndi left. Sounds good. Ndi smiled at Mu Chun's suggestion. Turning to him, Xiao Ming often tells me he wants to return to the orphanage. The orphanage had relocated to a new facility built by the Shen Group in the western suburbs some time ago. Upon their arrival, Xiao Ming immediately dashed inside to find the director, while Mu Chun and Ndi followed behind. This orphanage, built by Old Tan's company, is quite impressive, Mu Chun remarked after taking a stroll around the facility. Smiling at Ndi. It's my first time visiting since it moved to the western suburbs. It truly is splendid. After compensating for the relocation, Old Tan pledged to donate $1 million each year to the orphanage. Ndi nodded, smiling. $1 million may be insignificant for Old Tan, but for the orphanage it could greatly improve the children's lives. Ndi, from now on, perhaps you could donate $2 million to the orphanage annually under the company's name? Mu Chun suggested gently, looking at her. Sure. I'll arrange that when I get back to work tomorrow. Ndi replied, affirmatively nodding. Ultimately, the Mu Group belonged to Mu Chun, and even if he proposed donating the entire company, she would have no objections. By the way, Mu Chun, there's a farmhouse nearby that I visited with Xiao Ming, and the food was quite good. Shall we have lunch there? Ndi asked softly, gently holding Mu Chun's hand. A farmhouse? Sure, if you wish to go. I'll accompany you. Mu Chun smiled and nodded in agreement. After spending the morning at the orphanage playing with Xiao Ming and the other children, Mu Chun drove Ndi and Xiao Ming to the farmhouse for lunch. After a delightful meal, they spent some time picking several baskets of strawberries in the greenhouse before heading back towards the city. After dropping Ndi and Xiao Ming off at Shuxiangyuan, Mu Chun then drove towards Xue Sumei's home. He knocked on the door, carrying the freshly picked strawberries. The door opened swiftly, revealing Yang Tao, who was visibly delighted to see him. You're here, darling? Yes. I picked a basket of strawberries with Ndi this afternoon to bring to Mom and to take you home, Mu Chun replied with a smile. Once inside, both Xue Sumei and Su Qing expressed their joy upon seeing the strawberries Mu Chun brought. It was already November, and fresh strawberries were hard to come by, often only available in supermarkets and not as fresh. Seeing Yang Tao and Su Qing enjoying the strawberries, a smile crept across Mu Chen's face. Darling, today Mom asked about our wedding plans. She wants to know when we're going to have it, Yang Tao said, holding a large red strawberry as she spoke. A wedding? When do you want to have it? Mu Chun turned to Yang Tao and inquired. I think we could forgo a wedding entirely, Yang Tao replied after a moment's contemplation. Why? Mu Chun, taken aback, pulled over and turned to Yang Tao with a furrowed brow. Look, you have no family, and your friends are very few here. It's just my mom and sister. I feel we don't need to exhaust ourselves preparing for a cold, distant wedding. I believe what we have now is perfectly fine. As long as you love me, that's more meaningful than any wedding. Yang Tao gently caressed Mu Chen's face as she spoke. Besides, if we have a wedding, Ndi will certainly be upset. Foolish girl, you are my wife. Even if the wedding is modest, it shall still be ours. We must hold it. As for Ndi, I will discuss it with her, Mu Chun said softly, embracing the girl in front of him, feeling a pang of affection for her innocence. Taking a deep breath, Mu Chun retrieved his phone and dialed Xue Sumei's number. Hello, Xiao Chen? What's the matter? Did you forget something? Xue Sumei's voice came through the line. No, Mom, it's about this. Taozi just mentioned the wedding to me. It's been quite a while since we got married, and it's time to have a wedding. However, you know neither of us has any experience in this area, so we'd like your help in planning it. What do you think? Mu Chun asked with a smile. Planning a wedding? Of course, that's no problem at all. Haha. I've been waiting for the chance to help you prepare, Shue Sume exclaimed, her enthusiasm evident. She understood that since Mu Chun was an orphan, the responsibility of planning the wedding would naturally fall to her. After confirming the wedding preparations with Shue Sume, Mu Chun hung up the phone, only to find himself enveloped in Yang Tao's embrace. Darling, I am so grateful to the heavens for bringing you into my life, Yang Tao said, her eyes glistening with emotion. Mu Chun was rather assertive, making decisions without consulting Yang Tao, but she cherished his decisiveness. Chapter 102. Old Tan's call that morning, after Mu Chun and Yang Tao awoke, they received a call from Shue Sume inviting them to lunch. Naturally, they had no objections. As noon approached, Mu Chun drove to Shue Sume's residence, where he found her and Su Qing seated on the sofa, engrossed in discussion while perusing a calendar. Peach, little Chun, you've arrived. Come here. Shue Sume greeted them with a warm smile upon their entrance. Little Chun, I've already inquired about it. I plan to schedule the wedding for January 22nd. A splendid date indeed, she remarked, glancing at Mu Chun, and we have ample time to prepare for the wedding. It's only early January, so there are more than 2 months left to organize everything. Mom, isn't the 22nd too close to the new year? Yang Tao interjected with a frown, aware that the new year fell on the 24th. What do you know? It's precisely because it's near the new year that it's favorable, Shue Sume retorted, rolling her eyes at Yang Tao. Yang Tao, seeing her mother's determination, chose to remain silent. All right, since you insist on the 22nd, we'll go with that, Mu Chun said, casting a playful smile at Yang Tao before turning to Shue Sume. By the way, little Chun, will your wedding with Taozi be traditional Chinese or Western? Shue Sume inquired, nodding in approval. Let us see what Taozi prefers. I'm open to either, Mu Chun replied, directing his gaze towards Yang Tao. Western, definitely. A pristine white wedding dress has always been my dream, Yang Tao said, grasping Mu Chun's hand. In fact, I used to sketch wedding dresses. Those ridiculous doodles of yours hardly qualify as wedding dresses, Shue Sume interjected with a smirk. All right then, since we've settled on a Western style, I'll take care of the arrangements. I'll go prepare lunch now. With that, Shue Sume stood and headed to the kitchen. Seeing this, Mu Chun also rose to assist her. Sister, why do I feel like after marrying Mu Chun, I'm not favored as much by Mom anymore? Yang Tao expressed her concerns to Su Qing, observing the two in the kitchen with a hint of helplessness. Su Qing smiled knowingly, realizing that she too shared similar sentiments. While enjoying lunch with Shue Sume, Mu Chun's phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Old Tan, prompting him to step out onto the balcony to answer. Tan, you busy man. What brings you to call me today? Mu Chun greeted jovially. Mu Chun, do you have time this afternoon? Come to my villa. I need to discuss something with you. Old Tan's steady voice resonated through the phone. This afternoon? Sure. I'll come by around 2, Mu Chun replied, glancing at his watch with a smile. After confirming the meeting time, he hung up. Who was that? Yang Tao asked curiously as he returned to the table. A work friend. He wants to meet this afternoon, Mu Chun replied casually while eating. Yang Tao nodded, choosing not to pry further. After their meal, Mu Chun spent a little more time chatting with Shue Sume before leaving her home alone. As he drove towards Old Tan's villa, Mu Chun pondered what matter could be so urgent. Upon arriving at the villa precisely at 2, he noticed Andy's car parked nearby. Entering the villa, he found Old Tan engaged in conversation with Andy on the sofa. Mu Chun, you've arrived. Please, have a seat, Old Tan exclaimed with a welcoming smile. Old Tan, did you urgently summon me for something serious? Mu Chun asked as he settled beside Andy. Nothing grave. I just wanted to ask if you're interested in our Group S project in the East Suburb. Old Tan replied with a gentle smile. The East Suburb project? Mu Chun was taken aback. He was well aware of the project, as it was the reason the orphanage had moved from the east to the west suburb. To be candid, my company has encountered some issues, leading to a severe shortage of funds. The East Suburb project requires substantial investment, which is why I thought of your company. I've spoken with Andy, and she is quite optimistic about it, but ultimately the decision rests with you, Old Tan explained softly. Upon hearing this, Mu Chun glanced at Andy, who nodded affirmatively. If Andy believes in it, then I have no objections. You two can discuss the particulars. I'll refrain from interfering as I lack expertise in this area, he said with a smile. Old Tan visibly relaxed at Mu Chen's response. Haha, as long as you're on board, the rest can be handled by my team. Thank you, Mu Chun. After nearly 2 hours had passed at Old Tan's villa, Mu Chun and Andy departed in separate vehicles towards Shuxiang Yayuan. While en route, Mu Chen's phone rang again. Checking the caller ID, he saw it was Song Che, promptly answering the call. Old Mu, where are you? Hurry to the hospital. Song Che's urgent voice came through the line. The hospital? What has happened? Mu Chen's brow furrowed with concern. It's not me. It's Xiaoqing. We had a class reunion today, and she fainted during the gathering. I'm with her in the ambulance right now. Song Che explained anxiously. Xiaoqing? Mu Chen's expression tightened once more. Which hospital are you heading to? I'm not sure. Let me ask. He heard Song Che's voice relay as he queried their destination. Once informed of the hospital they were going to, Mu Chun hung up and called Andy to instruct her to head back before he drove towards the Beijing People's Hospital. Chapter 103. The First Encounter with Xiaoqing. Upon arriving at the hospital, Mu Chun quickly found Song Che in the emergency department. Old Mu, you finally made it. Song Che sighed in relief upon seeing Mu Chun. What happened? Mu Chun frowned, looking at Song Che. I don't know either. During our class reunion today, we returned to Beijing University in the morning. After lunch, we all went our separate ways. I left quite late, and as soon as I stepped out of the hotel, I saw Xiaoqing fainting at the entrance. I immediately called 120. Song Che explained with a shake of his head and a bitter smile. Who is Xiaoqing's family? At that moment, a nurse walked out of the ward. Here, nurse, how is Xiaoqing? Song Che pulled Mu Chun over and asked the nurse. The patient is fine. She just fainted from exhaustion. She has already regained consciousness. Please settle the fees, the nurse said softly, glancing at Song Che. All right, old Mu, you go in and see Xiaoqing. I'll take care of the payment. Hearing that Xiaoqing had woken up, Song Che patted Mu Chun on the shoulder before leaving with the nurse. Mu Chun stood at the door of the ward for a while, before finally pushing the door open and stepping inside. In the ward, Xiaoqing was awake, leaning against the bed in a daze, and Four was still attached to one of her arms. Upon hearing the noise at the door, the pale-faced Xiaoqing instinctively turned her head. When she saw Mu Chun enter, she froze in place.
Mu Chun.
Looking at Xiaoqing, who bore an uncanny resemblance to a star from his past, felt a surge of complex emotions. Having perfectly integrated the memories of this body, Mu Chen's feelings for Xiaoqing were quite intricate, as she could be considered his first love. Mu Chun, long time no see. After a moment, Xiaoqing finally spoke softly, gazing at him. Yes, it has been a while. Mu Chun nodded, walking to the bedside. How are you? Do you feel any discomfort? Much better, Xiaoqing replied, her expression complicated as she looked at him. She had envisioned many scenarios of their reunion but never anticipated that they would meet again with her lying in a hospital bed. As they fell into silence, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward until the ward door swung open, and Song Che stepped inside. Upon entering, Song Che immediately sensed the tension in the air, wishing he could slap himself. What with the awkwardness? Is it the nurse's appearance that's unappealing? Or is it the smell of disinfectant? Old Mu, the nurse said that once Xiaoqing finishes this 4-drip, she can be discharged. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. You stay here and accompany Xiaoqing, Song Che said to Mu Chun. Without waiting for a response, he opened the door and walked out. You studied abroad, didn't you? When did you come back? After a long silence, Mu Chun finally asked Xiaoqing softly. There were some issues at home. I came back 6 months ago, Xiaoqing explained quietly. I heard from Song Che that you got married? Xiaoqing suddenly looked up and asked Mu Chun. Yes, I did. I'm going to be a father soon, Mu Chun nodded, looking at her. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing clenched her fists beneath the blanket. Then, congratulations, she forced a smile, looking at Mu Chun. Thank you.
Mu Chun nodded, returning her simile.
By the way, if you have other matters to attend to, you can leave. I've already called Xiaoya. She'll be here shortly, Xiaoqing suddenly said, looking at Mu Chun. Hesitating for a moment, Mu Chun finally nodded. All right, I'll take my leave then. After speaking, he turned and walked towards the ward door. As Mu Chun stepped out, Xiao Qing, lying in bed, could no longer hold back her emotions. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Standing at the door of the ward, Mu Chun let out a long breath. The atmosphere between him and Xiao Qing had become too awkward. He felt that if he stayed any longer, he might succumb to the embarrassment. Shaking his head, Mu Chun walked towards the hospital entrance. After exiting the hospital, he called Song Che, learning that he was already on his way home. With that, Mu Chun drove away. Just a few minutes after Mu Chun left the hospital, a tall girl rushed in, inquiring about Xiao Qing's ward after talking to the nurse. On the way home, Mu Chun drove while memories of his beautiful moments with Xiao Qing during college flooded his mind. They were drawn to each other. Mu Chun was the campus heartthrob, and Xiao Qing was the campus beauty. Both excelled academically and shared the same class. They confirmed their relationship in their sophomore year, with Xiao Qing accompanying Mu Chun in his part-time work. Many envied Mu Chun for having such a wonderful girlfriend. However, during their junior year, Xiao Qing unexpectedly proposed a breakup, and they lost contact thereafter. After graduating, Xiao Qing went abroad for further studies, while Mu Chun's current self occupied this body. They had no further intersections. Upon returning home, Mu Chun shook his head, trying to dispel any thoughts of Xiao Qing from his mind. He was now content with Yang Tao and Andy. After reaching home, he called Yang Tao, learning that she wouldn't be coming back tonight as she was at Xue Sumei's house accompanying Su Qing. Mu Chun had no objections to this. After hanging up, he went downstairs to Andy's house. Unlocking the door with his fingerprint, he entered to find Andy sitting on the balcony reading. The last rays of the setting sun bathed her in a golden glow. Gently, Mu Chun approached from behind and wrapped his arms around Andy. Ah! Startled by the embrace, Andy instinctively screamed but rolled her eyes when she realized it was Mu Chun. Mu Chun, what are you doing? You scared me to death. Who told you to be so engrossed in your reading? Mu Chun laughed, looking at her.